On the wedding night, the saintly wife would rather die than yield. Author, Durian Drawing. Introduction. Jiang Ling woke up and found himself transmigrated into a useless body. And this useless person is about to marry the former saintess of a sacred place. Just crossed over and there are such good things? How is that possible? I am a waste, and the saintly wife was framed, her bones were dug out, and her cultivation was destroyed. This is just her enemy humiliating her actions. On the wedding night, the saintly wife would rather die than yield. What should be done? Chapter 1 Crossing Over, actually paying respects to the heavens and the earth? One bow to the heavens and the earth. Jiang Ling, what's going on? Wasn't I just rescuing a trapped girl in the fire? How did it suddenly turn into a worship of heaven and earth? Oh, it seems like something hit me on the head? So, was I crushed to death? Transmigrated? A flood of memories merged into Jiang Ling's mind, allowing him to gain the memories of this body's previous owner. Okay, I really traveled through time. Cloud Moon Holy Land, Blue Flame Country, Jiang family, Holy Maiden's marriage. So, am I getting married to the former saintess of the Cloud Moon Holy Land? Is such an exciting time travel? Although there are problems with this marriage proposal, but must this marriage still happen? Linger, stop daydreaming and salute quickly. Above the hall, Jiang Ling's father urged Jiang Ling. Oh, Jiang Ling came to his senses, responded with a slight bow. And opposite him, the bride with a red veil also slowly bent over. Jiang Ling raised her head and could see that the bride's bending posture was a bit unnatural. Beside the bride, there is a woman in a light pink dress, raising her hands and aiming at the bride, as if gently pressing something down. As the pale pink girl's hands flipped and lifted up, the bride also straightened up. Jiang Ling understood that the bride was being manipulated by the woman in the pale pink dress. 2 bows to the hall. Jiang Ling turned around, and the new bride, under the control of the pale pink woman, turned around unnaturally and bowed to the high hall. Husband and wife worship each other. Jiang Ling turned around and faced the bride face to face. Covered with a veil, her face was not visible, but in his blended memories, he knew the bride was as beautiful as a banished fairy. Unable to see the face, but can see the figure, perfect and elegant, those curves seemed to carry a divine aura. Under the control of the pale woman, the couple also completed the worship ceremony. Enter the bridal chamber. The wedding hall resounded with the sound of music playing again. Honeymoon? Jiang Ling was surrounded by a group of people, and entered the new room with the bride. At this point, the pale pink woman finally pulled with both hands and put away the means of controlling the bride. The bride's body went soft, luckily she was supported by the jade-like fair arms, otherwise she would have collapsed on the bed. Miao Shangshi, I'm really troubling you. Jiang Ling's father, Jiang Zhengming, greeted the light pink woman with a smile. The pale pink girl smiled slightly and said, Chief Jiang, you are too polite. This is the order of the saintess, I am just following orders. Ha ha ha, the holy envoy is requested to speak in the front hall. Linger, come to the front hall to offer a toast. Yes, father. Jiang Ling responded, then turned his head to look at the new bride sitting honestly on the bed. What's the rush, little brat? She'll be yours tonight. Go to the front hall and offer a toast, alcohol can liven things up. Let's go, let's have a drink to celebrate. A group of people cheered and made a commotion. Jiang Ling could only respond first. In the front hall, the various elders of the family have already taken their seats at the table, exchanging toasts and cups. Go, first toast the holy envoy of the Holy Land. Many elders in the clan are waiting. Father Jiang Zhengming instructed Jiang Ling to toast the holy envoy first. Jiang Ling held up his wineglass and respectfully offered a toast to the delicate pink lady Miao Shangshi. In his integrated memory, the words of this woman can determine the life and death of the entire Jiang family, and must be respected at this moment. Miao Shangshi held a wineglass, glanced sideways at Jiang Ling, and said with a playful smile, a waste woman with a waste man, it's also a perfect match, isn't it? When she said this, the whole room fell silent. Some of the family elders were angry but dared not show it, unable to laugh either, feeling very uncomfortable. Father Jiang Zhengming also looked embarrassed, but did not say a word. Anger is something he dare not show. No matter how much Jiang Ling is humiliated by Miao Shangshi, he must endure it. Otherwise, there is a danger of the family being destroyed. Jiang Ling turned his eyes and smiled, the holy envoy is joking. I heard that a purple sky saint once said that those who cannot become emperors are all useless. The first generation holy lord said so, and I, as this waste, should be content with my lot. This is a sentence he found from his previous memories. Miao Shang raised his eyebrows, glanced at Jiang Ling, and said, alright, I'll consider it as you regaining face. The saintess is marrying, the fairy is descending to the mortal world, falling into your arms, consider yourself fortunate. Don't let the kindness of the Holy Land go to waste. Jiang Ling smiled and said, thank you, holy envoy. After toasting to Miao Shangshi, he had to toast to the elders in the family. After a round of toasts, Jiang Ling was already slightly drunk. Okay, my task is completed, I will leave now. Miao Shangshi had enough to drink and was ready to leave. Jiang Zhengming quickly got up to see him off. Linger, this is none of your business, go and accompany the bride, enjoy yourself. Although slightly tipsy, Jiang Ling's steps were still steady, slowly arriving at the bridal chamber. Pushing open the door, the room is filled with fragrance. The bride sat quietly on the wedding bed, waiting for Jiang Ling to lift the veil. Jiang Ling did not rush to uncover it, but sat at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a few sips. As the intoxication slightly fades, blended memories emerge in the mind. Alas, I didn't expect to travel through time, I don't know if that girl has been rescued. In this world, the world of cultivation, I am a useless young master of a family. Useless, hee. In Jiang Ling's mind, he recalls his current situation in the merged memories. Blue Flame Country, Beizong City, Jiang family, the eldest son of the clan leader Jiang Zhengming. Although he is the eldest son, he is not the young master. Because he was born with a defective foundation and cannot cultivate, he cannot bear the responsibility of being the young master. The young master of the Jiang family is his half-brother from the same father but different mother. What he couldn't cultivate was not only known in the family, but even had a certain reputation throughout the entire Blue Flame Country. Blue Flame State has a troublemaker who compiled a list of the top 10 waste materials, with Jiang Ling ranking among them. It is precisely because of this list of waste, combined with his previous disreputable reputation, and the suitable age, that this special marriage was accomplished. Take another look at the wife you are going to marry. Cloud Moon Holy Land Saintess, Taoist name Cloud Sky Fairy, real name Su Shiyu. Well, this holy place's saintess needs to add a prefix, former saintess. The Holy Land is high above, but it is definitely not what ordinary people aspire to. The people inside are all sitting high in the clouds, focused and undistracted. There, too, there is love and hate, and intrigue. According to the fused memory, Jiang Zhengming's father told him that Su Shiyu failed in the struggle in the Holy Land, lost his cultivation and foundation, and was said to have had a very important jade bone taken away. The position of the saintess was usurped, and she fell from the clouds and into the mortal world. Her enemy, the current saintess, may have some sinister tastes. Instead of killing Su Shiyu, she married her off to the notorious waste of a small family in this small city of the Blue Flame Kingdom, Jiang Ling. It's a kind of humiliation. The way for a small family to survive is to avoid getting involved in the struggles of powerful forces if there is no need to do so. Jiang Zhengming originally intended to refuse on behalf of his son. But when the holy envoy comes and says that if you don't agree, the Jiang family will be wiped out, how can you not agree? That's the situation. Jiang Ling married a wife who had become a waste just like him. Well, it is said that this wife is as beautiful as a celestial being, like a banished fairy. With curiosity, Jiang Ling took the red carrying pole and walked forward, slowly lifting the bride's veil. Face like a peach or plum, closing the moon and shaming the flowers. Jiang Ling took a glance and wanted to shift his gaze. This stunning appearance, as if just a glance, is a blasphemy against the fairy. But now, she is his own wife, right? After all, this marriage was something she had been manipulated into. How about giving it a try by calling out? Well, in this world, we don't use terms like wife or darling, let's be a bit more formal and address you as, madam? Madam, it's very late. Clang! The hand hidden in the red embroidered robe suddenly pulled out a dagger, gleaming with a cold and chilling light. Asterisk. Jiang Ling's face changed drastically, and he immediately took a few steps back in fear. On the wedding night with a knife, is this bride so scary? Jiang Ling thought she was going to harm herself, but she didn't expect that the fairy would raise the dagger and stab towards her own heart the next moment. Rather die than endure humiliation. Chapter 2, A Grasshopper on a Rope. Am I going to commit suicide? Jiang Ling was stunned for a moment, but reacted quickly and rushed up. Hey, this is not good. Watching the dagger pierce through the wedding dress, Jiang Ling was still faster, grabbing the fairy's wife's hand. Good soft, it hurts. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Ling missed and caught his little finger on the blade, blood flowing profusely. However, Jiang Ling endured the pain, snatched the dagger back, and threw it far away. Then, helped the fairy wife onto the bed. I said, Miss Su, I didn't say I was going to do anything to you. Can you please not be in such a hurry to reincarnate? Jiang Ling sat on the side, earnestly advising. Yes, you used to be a high and mighty saint, but now you have married down to a small country, a small city, and a small family. Your new husband is still a waste. It's indeed a bit unfair. But let me make it clear, if you are not willing, I will not force you. The fairy raised her head, her beautiful eyes coldly looking at Jiang Ling. Do you believe this yourself? Can I trust it? Crossing Jiang Ling, he is a brave young man who dares to enter the fire to save people. How could he do such a strong, force others to have sex? However, when he recalled the memories of his fused predecessor, it seemed that the predecessor couldn't do such a thing either. Although the predecessor could not cultivate due to the abandoned foundation, so he idled around and enjoyed himself. However, this also tarnished the reputation of the predecessor, further solidifying the name of waste. However, forcibly seizing women and forcing them into prostitution are evil deeds that have never been done before. In the past, everything was consensual. Even if it is a small country, a small city, a small family, it is still a family. In the eyes of most commoners, Jiang Ling is still seen as a wealthy young master, an object of admiration for many common girls. As long as he doesn't cause any big trouble, Father Jiang Zhengming promised to let him live a worry-free life forever. As for Jiang Ling, the fairy seemed unwilling to believe it and turned her head to the other side. Jiang Ling sighed and said, "You can't blame me for this matter, or blame my father, or my family. You are a holy land, can we not comply with your demands? If we refuse, the whole family will be wiped out. But it's okay, the holy land didn't require me to do anything to you. If you don't want to, I really won't touch you. Anyway, it's just a matter of having one more mouth to feed. Although my family is small, we can still afford it. Tonight you sleep on the bed, I sleep on the floor. Not even a sofa. Su Shiyu. Is this rumored waste, the infamous young master, really telling the truth?" Then she watched as Jiang Ling got into bed, pulled down the festive quilt, walked away, and spread it on the ground. He seemed to be telling the truth. Su Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Today, being manipulated like a puppet, feeling both angry and distressed, falling down and vomiting blood, her cultivation completely destroyed, she is already very exhausted. I saw Jiang Ling really sleeping on the ground in the distance. She was also wearing festive clothes, slowly lying down on the bed. "Okay, Shiyu, don't sleep anymore." The sudden appearance of a woman's voice made Jiang Ling jump up from the ground mat all of a sudden, turning around vigilantly to look at the woman who suddenly appeared. "Be vigilant." The suddenly appearing woman had a dignified face, and with just a wave of her hand towards Jiang Ling uncontrollably flew in front of the woman. "I can't afford to provoke." Jiang Ling was greatly shocked. "Master," it was Su Shiyu's surprised voice, sitting up from the bed. The woman nodded and looked at Jiang Ling, saying, "You have a bottom line, and you saved Shiyu's life, so I won't kill you." After speaking, Jiang Ling felt a sudden relief all over his body, his feet touched the ground, and he almost didn't stand firm, almost falling to the ground. Damn, it's really dangerous. Jiang Ling's heart was pounding, took a few deep breaths, put on a smile, and bowed, saying, "I'm Jiang Ling, have you met the senior? Is the senior master Su Xianzi's teacher?" The woman did not answer Jiang Ling, but waved her hand, and a semi-transparent light shield enveloped the woman and Su Shiyu. Then, Jiang Ling couldn't hear the sound inside. "Am I just left hanging here like this?" Jiang Ling looked strange. Of course, he didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction, so he quietly stepped aside and poured himself a cup of tea to calm down. Inside the light cover, I don't know what the woman and Su Shiyu said, but in the end, a smile and a look of anticipation appeared on Su Shiyu's face. Could it be that her master has figured out a way to help her regain her cultivation and become a saint again? Jiang Ling couldn't help but wonder, while also feeling worried. If this woman can really do it, how will Su Shiyu, who has returned to the position of a saint, treat her useless husband who doesn't count? Kill, cover up the past stain? Would she be so cold and heartless? Do you really expect her to treat herself as a husband? Isn't that a bit unrealistic? Jiang Ling's mind was in a mess, and the light shield over there had already been lifted. "Jiang Ling, right? Come here," the elegant woman said to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling did not dare to neglect, walked over and respectfully saluted. "Please instruct, senior. My disciple is temporarily staying at your Jiang family. You must not show any disrespect or negligence towards her, otherwise, I will twist off your head and press it down into the pit." Jiang Ling couldn't help but shiver and thought, this woman is really ruthless. However, on the surface, he still had to respond respectfully, "Young man, dare not." The woman nodded, her voice softened a bit, and said, "You just saved her life, you have a favor, this favor, I will repay in the future. Some things your Jiang family also know, my disciple has been framed, and now the foundation has been completely destroyed. Generally speaking, restoring the foundation is a fantasy, but for the Holy Land, it is an opportunity. I will naturally find a way to restore Shiyu's foundation. I heard that you are also naturally disabled in your foundation. During this time, you have taken good care of Shiyu. I can also help you solve the problem of your cultivation foundation, which can be considered as a repayment to you." "Really?" Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. "Of course," the woman said, "during this period, officially, you are still newlyweds. If anyone from the Holy Land asks about you and Shiyu, you need to help cover it up. Don't let my disciple be harmed again." The boy did his best, Jiang Ling said. The woman made another sound of agreement, looked at Jiang Ling's right pinky finger, and her expression softened a bit. Just now, in order to save Su Shiyu, Jiang Ling got caught on the blade, and the wound hasn't completely stopped bleeding yet. The woman only reached out and pointed a glimmer of light, which fell on the wound on Jiang Ling's finger, and the wound healed immediately. No scars were left. This medical skill, TSK. After Jiang Ling reacted, he greatly praised in his heart and became even more yearning for the world of cultivation. "Thank you, senior." Well, take care of yourself. The woman's voice became fainter and her figure gradually faded. Jiang Ling couldn't understand how she left, and reached out to fish around where she had been standing, but there was really no one there. Thank you just now. Su Shiyu's voice came. Jiang Ling couldn't help but smile and said, now, we can be considered as grasshoppers on the same rope. Can I go to bed and sleep? Su Shiyu's pretty face turned cold. Joking, if you don't want to, that's fine. Jiang Ling waved his hand, sighed, and walked back to his bed. Su Shiyu also experienced a day of twists and turns today. After experiencing great sorrow and joy, her emotions were also somewhat tired. In addition, her cultivation was abolished, and her body was already weak at this time, so she slowly lay back on the bed. Jiang Ling also lay on the floor, but did not close his eyes, lying on his side, looking at the dark corners of the room. I can't sleep for a while, my mind is full of thoughts. Well, crossing over to marry the saintess is indeed exciting. But now that things have quieted down, Jiang Ling is starting to think about the future. Since you have crossed over, it is highly likely that you cannot go back, at least not in the short term. Now that I think about it, this is a world of cultivation. It's really like in movies or novels, where the strong can fly, move mountains and seas, while the weak are like ants. Just now, the woman's magical appearance, and mysterious disappearance, came and went without a trace, making Jiang Ling both afraid and envious. Wastewood opening, TSK tisk. Am I really a waste, unable to cultivate? Jiang Ling pondered in his heart. Although the predecessor had tried countless times many years ago and has now given up, the newly arrived Jiang Ling still wants to give it a try. Chapter 3 of the Dim Flame and the Dantian. Techniques, remembered in memory, were given to him by his father in the beginning. Not advanced, but passable. Thinking of this, Jiang Ling sat up from the ground. His actions made Su Shiyu on the bed feel a tightness in her heart, and her small fists involuntarily clenched. But Jiang Ling did not come to the bed as she feared, but sat cross-legged. Is this, for cultivation? Su Shiyu was puzzled. Isn't Jiang Ling a waste, unable to cultivate? At this time, Jiang Ling is using the internal viewing method in the practice of martial arts. Oh, is this my heart? Red, warm, thumping. Oh, is this my liver? It's green and there's a small red spot next to it, is it the gallbladder? Oh, is this my lung? It's golden, so gorgeous. Yellow and not slippery, spleen? Oh, this blue one, is it my kidney? My precious big waist. The blue light is strong, does it mean that my kidneys are good? Wow, not bad. Oh, my bones, my blood. Jiang Ling, which came through, used inner vision for the first time and found it very novel and fun. My Dantian. I can't believe it's so dilapidated, the foundation of the Yuan will is cracked into 18 petals, it's really ruined. Flames? Is it flames? There is no mention of a flame in the Dantian in the martial arts. I remember in my past memories, there was no flame here either. At this moment, the attention of Jiang Ling was on a dim red flame above the shattered Yuan wheel. The flame was very weak and dim, and Jiang Ling almost didn't notice it. Even when he did notice it, he felt like it could go out at any moment. What is this flame for? Jiang Ling asked curiously. The weak swaying of the flame seemed to become more active when noticed in Jiang Ling. Later, the flames actually emitted a fluctuation, as if exploring the whole body of Jiang Ling, making Jiang Ling's vigilant heart rise. And the next moment, it made Jiang Ling jump in shock. This dim flame actually fell downward, landing on his shattered elemental wheel foundation, wrapping it up. What are you doing? Jiang Ling suddenly felt a very comfortable feeling, a fire burning in his lower abdomen. This feeling, Jiang Ling's face looked strange. He didn't feel any harm from this flame, but instead felt very comfortable. He even let out a comfortable moan directly in reality. Su Shiyu. After Jiang Ling sat up, Su Shiyu had been paying attention to his movements. Originally thought he was getting up in the middle of the night to try to repair his foundation and confirm his own condition, but unexpectedly it was. He is indeed an undisciplined waste. Su Shiyu snorted coldly in his heart, twisted his body, turned to face the wall, and did not look at Jiang Ling. Fortunately, Jiang Ling just made a sound of agreement and held back. In the morning, Jiang Ling woke up feeling a bit weak, but sat on the floor happily. I thought it was some evil fire, but it turned out to be a benefit for time travelers. Jiang Ling discovered that ball of flame, enveloping his scrapped Yuan wheel foundation, was repairing his cultivation foundation. Is this a good thing? I knew it, starting with trash, there must be cheating. Now, it may not necessarily have to wait for Su Shiyu's master to help. Well, consider it as having an ace up the sleeve. However, this bottom card is a bit too bad, and it doesn't listen very well. Last night, I tried to adjust the dim flame all night in Jiang Ling, but found that I couldn't control it as I wished. At most, it is to let this flame continue to repair the foundation of the original wheel, or return to the top of the original wheel foundation. Apart from that, it cannot be mobilized in any way. As for whether this flame has any attacking effect or other effects, Jiang Ling is not clear now. However, it is fine to slowly repair the foundation now. The repair is indeed a bit slow. According to his estimate, it will probably take more than 30 days to complete the repair. Well, maybe if you want to be faster, it might be Su Shiyu's master who is faster. Anyway, just take the opportunity to practice. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and looked outside the door. The sky was already bright. Look at the bed, Su Shiyu seems to still be sleeping. Young master, it's time to wash up. A maid's voice sounded outside the door. Xiao Tao, come in. Jiang Ling was tidying up the bed, heard the sound outside the door, and called in. Creak, the door opened, and the maid Xiao Tao, who looked like a girl next door, walked in with a basin of water. Oh, young master, what are you doing? Seeing the bedding on the ground being tidied up in Jiang Ling, Xiao Tao exclaimed, what happened on the ground? Young master, weren't you here last night? Shoo, Jiang Ling pulled Xiao Tao in, then looked outside before closing the door. Xiao Tao looked at Jiang Ling suspiciously, then looked at the bedding on the ground, and then looked at the young lady still lying on the bed. Why is Madame Xiao still wearing her wedding dress to sleep? Shouldn't last night have been the young master's bridal chamber candlelit night? Did the young master not pay his respects to Zhou Gong last night? But, young master looked so tired last night, did he not sleep? Not tossing and turning without sleep, but tossing and turning without sleep? Madame Xiao would rather die than obey. Truly worthy of being a fairy fallen from the Holy Land, even if she marries our young master, she won't let the young master touch her? Xiao Tao became angry immediately. But even if she was dissatisfied in her heart, she was after all a maid. Even if she wanted to speak up for the young master, she couldn't be scolded by the maid just because the young lady had married into the family, right? Watching Jiang Ling continue to tidy up the bedding, Xiao Tao put down the basin and said, Master, leave it, I will tidy up later. Young master, come with me. Xiao Tao directly pulled Jiang Ling, who looked confused, by the arm and led him to a corner of the room, whispering, Young master, even if she is a fairy who fell from the sky, she is now your wife, you can't just spoil her like this. How can there be a bridal chamber where the husband is not allowed to touch the candles at night? Jiang Ling secretly glanced at Su Shiyu, who was lying quietly, pulled Xiao Tao closer, and whispered, It's not as you imagine, this matter is a bit complicated. Anyway, Xiao Tao, remember this, if you meet someone and they ask about it, just tell them that I, the young master, have already taken care of her. Why? Xiao Tao was puzzled at first, but then seemed to have a look of understanding, saying, Did you really not manage to control her last night, young master? Now you want to act like a big shot with a swollen face? Young master, this is unlike you. What nonsense are you talking about, whether it will descend or not? Jiang Ling gently tapped Xiao Tao's smooth forehead and said, There are too many things involved in this, if one is not careful, the Jiang family may be in danger of extinction. Just listen to young master, and tell others that I have already taken her down. Little Tao didn't understand what Jiang Ling was talking about, but when she heard that there was a danger of extermination, she couldn't help but be startled, nodding repeatedly and saying, Then I'll listen to young master. Afterwards, Xiao Tao turned around and picked up the bedding on the ground. Tidy up and put it back on the bed, but now, there is still a person lying on the bed. Madam, wake up, madam, wake up. Facing the still asleep Su Shiyu, Xiao Tao appeared much more restrained, with a gentle maid-like appearance speaking softly. Jiang Ling stared at Xiao Tao's back and couldn't help but smile. Maid Xiao Tao, his confidant. In the integrated memory, Xiao Tao was a beggar he adopted when he was dying. He has seen many beggars, but the reason he chose to adopt Xiao Tao is because Xiao Tao shares the same fate as him. Naturally disabled. It should be that they share the same illness. The original body had already taken Xiao Tao into the Jiang family, and in the future, they would always carry her around when going out or entering a house. The original body is good to Xiao Tao, although she is called a maid, she can be regarded as a younger sister. And Xiao Tao is also loyal to the original body. Even when the original body is doing some shady things, Xiao Tao helps to cover up or leak information. Therefore, Xiao Tao was very relaxed when facing Jiang Ling, but when facing the newly arrived young lady, she still maintained the posture of a maid. Her soft call made Su Shiyu open her eyes, and then slowly sit up. Madam, my name is Xiao Tao, I am the young master's maid. Today I will take care of your makeup, Xiao Tao said softly. Su Shiyu just nodded and slowly walked to the dressing table. Chapter 4 Loss of Vital Essence. Jiang Ling stared at Su Shiyu in the mirror inside in his heart. Bright eyes, peach cheeks and red lips. This fairy face. I don't know if I will get tired of looking at it later. Well, probably not much later, right? When her master found a way for her to regain her cultivation, she should leave and rejoin the Holy Land to reclaim her position as the Holy Maiden. To put on makeup, remove it first. Little by little, Xiao Tao removed Su Shiyu's makeup, and Jiang Ling looked at Su Shiyu in the mirror and frowned. Can this fairy have dark circles under her eyes too? Su Shiyu, who had removed her makeup, didn't have that immortal aura, but had a sickly beauty that I felt sorry for. Her face was pale and bloodless, and her lips were white and unhealthy looking. Jiang Ling thought for a moment. Su Shiyu had after all been deprived of all her cultivation. Her foundation was also deprived. And last night, after scratching with a dagger, she directly vomited blood, so it was evident that she was weak to a certain point. It makes sense to have this sickly look. After removing her makeup and redrawing her delicate makeup, Su Shiyu regained her fairy face. Young master, young madam, it's time to go and greet master and madam. After finishing her makeup, little Peach voiced another reminder. There's no hurry. Peach, go to the kitchen and see if there's any blood. Sneak a little over. Ha? Peach froze and asked, what do you need blood for? Fake it. Jiang Ling winked toward Xiaotao. Immediately, Xiaotao showed a dazed look and carried the basin out of the room. It's hard for you, Su Shiyu said softly. It's okay, do the whole show. Jiang Ling laughed, say, did you not sleep all night? Su Shiyu naturally didn't sleep all night. How could she dare to sleep when Jiang Ling didn't sleep and kept sitting there in a coiled position? She didn't say so, though, but instead asked rhetorically, what did you do last night? I came to enjoy myself. Jiang Ling didn't say it explicitly either. Being able to repair his cultivation roots, Jiang Ling's heart was indeed blossoming with joy. But Su Shiyu laughed coldly in her heart. In her opinion, Jiang Ling last night was indeed enjoying himself to come. The two of them didn't talk much, so they didn't say any more. Quietly, they waited for little Peach to return. Xiaotao came with a covered tea bowl, and when Jiang Ling opened it, the tea bowl was filled with half a cup of red blood. What kind of blood is this? Jiang Ling asked. Uncle Dun in the kitchen is killing ducks, saying that he is giving you a body tonic at noon. This is some duck blood. Xiaotao asked. Young master, does this fit? It shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Ling carried half a bowl of marigold duck blood to the bedside and poured some on the mattress. Looked like falling red. That's fine, right? Jiang Ling rubbed his chin and thought. Su Shiyu watched Jiang Ling do all this. Her face was calm. She didn't object, and there was nothing in the way of shy gestures. Seeing that she didn't react, Jiang Ling thought again and said to Xiaotao, Xiaotao, you cut off this piece with blood and collect it. Then give this mattress to Auntie Yang so she can give it a new face. This, young master, why are you doing this? Xiaotao was puzzled. Jiang Ling hemmed and hawed and said, Little Peach, if someone asks about this, just tell that person that fairy falling red was collected by young master me. Young master, you really? Xiaotao couldn't help but want to spit, but thinking that Su Shiyu was still there, she held back and also asked Su Shiyu, young lady, what do you think? Su Shiyu still had a calm expression on her face as she said, listen to your young master and do it. A little stigma was all it took. She could accept that, as long as she wasn't actually losing her virginity. When she recovered her roots in cultivation and regained her position as the Holy Maiden, she would have her own methods to prove her innocence. Su Shiyu didn't have a problem with it, so Xiaotao was relieved and took the scissors and really cut the piece of cloth. Alright, Xiaotao, after the mattress is delivered to Aunt Yang's place, you'll make a trip to the Jiang family's Linshui Street pharmacy and ask them to send over a few pairs of medicines to nourish the qi, blood, and body, so that Uncle Dun can decoct a pair first. Is one pair enough? Little Peach looked at Jiang Ling, then at Su Shiyu. She thought that both of them might need it, right? Then fry 2 pairs. Jiang Ling didn't think much about it, and waited for Su Shiyu to change into a more bland outfit, and took Su Shiyu to meet her parents. The Jiang family's large mansion sat on a vast area. Although Jiang Ling's small courtyard was not small, it was only in a remote corner, and as the head of a clan, Jiang Zhengming's residence was not only luxurious and atmospheric, it was also right in the center of the Jiang family fort. The distance between the two places wasn't too close, a distance that wasn't too long on weekdays, and today Jiang Ling felt a little tired of walking. It's really weird, Jiang Ling muttered in his heart. Arrived at my parents' mansion and entered their house. The moment he saw Jiang Ling, Jiang Zhengming's face changed slightly before returning to normal. Father, second mother, my son has brought his daughter-in-law to pay his respects to you too. Jiang Ling took the lead in saluting, but Su Shiyu was indifferent. Jiang Ling pulled on her lapel. Forget it. Jiang Zhengming, however, did not force Su Shiyu, but smiled and said, Miss Su comes from a noble background, and marrying into my Jiang family is a good fortune for my Jiang family, as well as for my son Jiang Ling. I hope that in the future, Miss Su and my son can play the piano and grow old together. This is a bit of elder care. Miss Su, keep it. The 2 old men took out a red envelope, and Jiang Ling took the initiative to go forward and accept it for Su Shiyu. Jiang Zhengming didn't pursue the matter much, but said to Su Shiyu, I heard that Miss Su is not feeling well and needs to recuperate. If there's nothing else, go back and rest this time. Linger and I still have some things to talk about. Su Shiyu looked at Jiang Ling, didn't say anything, and turned to leave. Truly worthy of being the holy daughter of the Holy Land. Even after coming down, this noble energy is still brought to the Jiang family. After Su Shiyu left, Yang, who had a smiling face before, had a displeased look on her face. What's the word? Be careful of being heard by others. Jiang Zhengming rebuked in dissatisfaction, then said to Jiang Ling, Linger, come here. Father. Jiang Ling stepped forward, and Jiang Zhengming grabbed his wrist and took his pulse. Did you toss and turn last night? Jiang Zhengming asked. This. Jiang Ling froze and couldn't help but be embarrassed. Is it really appropriate to ask him that to his face? Yang is still here. Jiang Ling's eyes rolled and said, it wasn't much more aggressive. Without much ferocity can you be as vain as this? Jiang Zhengming was so angry that he wanted to laugh and admonished. Although the affairs of men and women are pleasurable, don't put your life on the line. Your life essence loss is too serious. Look at these dark circles under your eyes. You didn't sleep last night after tossing and turning, right? Is it serious? Jiang Ling couldn't help but be shocked as well. Yang, do you have a mirror? Yang flipped her hand and pulled out a small mirror, handing it to Jiang Ling, also chiding. You can't cultivate in the first place, and you still don't cherish your body. Jiang Ling looked in the mirror and realized that he really did have 2 dark circles under his eyes as well. Come to think of it, I'd been up all night myself. No wonder I feel weak. No, it's a bit too weak. It's just staying up all night. It's not like he hasn't stayed up all night before crossing over. It's not so much that it makes him feel tired even if he walks for a while. Jiang Zhengming looked at Jiang Ling's appearance and asked again. Really didn't toss it? Not once. Actually. Jiang Ling nodded, wanting to see what Jiang Zhengming could give. Jiang Zhengming's face turned serious as he said, in that case, it's a bit troublesome. What's the problem? Ernie inquired in disbelief. Jiang Zhengming said, I've heard that there are some evil ways that have the method of picking. That Su Shiyu wouldn't have picked Linger, would she? Gang Nung. What a big brain of a father. Yang said in shock. This is unlikely, right? That Miss Su was the former holy maiden of the Holy Land. It's impossible for her to use such an evil way, right? How can we see through the affairs of the Holy Land? Who can say? Jiang Zhengming said. Moreover, it is said that the Cloud Moon Holy Land was originally a Yin and Yang Holy Land, making it even more inscrutable. Ling Er, in the future, you and Miss Su should still do less. Be careful not to take your own life into it. This is, Father. What can Jiang Ling say? Say yes, just in time. Alright, if it's alright you can go back. Jiang Zhengming said. Otherwise take good care of Miss Su, and fulfill whatever people want. Even if it's the losing side of the Holy Land struggle, it's not something a small clan like us can mess with. Alas, survive in the cracks. Yes, Father. Jiang Ling left his parents' mansion and returned to his own residence. Su Shiyu seemed to be trying to cultivate. Jiang Ling didn't disturb her and quietly went to the side room himself. Severe loss of life essence? Jiang Ling instantly thought of the dim flame in his dantian. Chapter 5, The Perfect Circle. He himself had messed around all night last night to try out the ability of this flame. He only knew that this flame could repair his Yuan chakra roots, but at the cost of his own life energy? No, I have to ask Little Peach to get me some tonic medicine as well. Jiang Ling couldn't help but think to himself, young master, the medicine is ready. Xiao Tao happened to walk in with a bowl of medicine. Send it over to Miss Su. Jiang Ling said, young master, this is for you. Miss Su has another bowl. Someone sent it over. Xiao Tao said, young master, hurry up and drink it. Look at your 2 dark circles under your eyes. How unsightly. Drink the medicine and I'll make the young master's bed and catch up on his sleep. No wonder you had to decoct 2 portions of medicine. Jiang Ling smiled, before Xiao Tao could see that he didn't look well, so he remembered it in his heart. Still our Xiao Tao is thoughtful. Well, last night was a night of sleep. It was time to catch up on some sleep. Let's listen to Peach first. Upon waking up, Jiang Ling felt refreshed and energized. The medicine from the Jiang family's pharmacy was still effective. He sat down on his knees and his mind immersed itself once again. The flame was still peacefully and quietly swaying slowly above the broken Yuan wheel. Try again? Jiang Ling tried to control the flames again, wrapping the broken Yuan wheel. Comfort hummed softly again, but he also quickly collected his mind and carefully felt the condition of his body. The flames were repairing his Yuan chakra roots? He couldn't feel it. The flames were absorbing his life essence? He couldn't feel it either. In the end, he couldn't cultivate. And even with the internal vision method, his perception of himself wasn't that strong. However, judging from last night's results, this dim flame was able to repair one's yuan chakra roots, just very slowly. What could he do at this moment? One could only wait quietly and watch as the flames wrapped the yuan chakra roots in flames. 2 hours passed, and Jiang Ling opened his eyes, a hint of fatigue flashing in his eyes, unable to feel it clearly, but from the results, he had already determined that this dim flame was absorbing his energy and was repairing his yuan chakra roots. In 2 hours, the yuan chakra root was repaired by another sliver. Although it's a bit slow, it's effective. Jiang Ling was excited in his heart. This flame absorbs my life force and repairs my yuan chakra roots, and I make it up through tonic medicine. A perfect cycle. It is this tonic. Jiang Ling pondered. It was true that he was the youngest master of the Jiang family, but he was not the young master. How could the family make him the young master when he was a waste? Also because of the waste, Jiang Ling didn't have much power in the Jiang family. He could whore out a few pairs of tonics like this one for free, but he couldn't whore out more than a few pairs. And in the old days, he was so used to being a big spender that he didn't have any money in existence. Jiang Ling's eyes rolled, and the plan came to him. Well, in the future, let Xiaotao take the medicine, and say it's for Miss Su to replenish her body. She's a noble lady from the Holy Land. She has more face than me, and I wonder how she's doing now? Jiang Ling had just repaired a trace of his yuan chakra root, stood up and stretched, and called Little Peach over. Let's go. Go to the young lady's room. Su Shiyu was trying to recultivate but failed to do so. Her face didn't look too good. Jiang Ling had Xiaotao carry a bowl of medicine and knocked on the door and walked in. Su Shiyu looked at the medicine and sighed helplessly. What kind of good medicine could a family in a small town on the edge of a small country have? This medicine she didn't think would help at all. Take the medicine out. I won't drink it, Su Shiyu said. Ha! Jiang Ling froze. Xiaotao was a bit unhappy, but still said patiently, Young lady, this is what young master specially ordered to be boiled for you. Your body is weak. More or less make up for it. This medicine is useless to me, Su Shiyu said. If you think it's useful, drink it yourself. The way it was said, Peach wanted to get mad. Jiang Ling smiled and said, Miss Su, I know that this medicine is useless for your injuries. After all, we are a small family, so we don't have much good stuff. I'm afraid I'll have to wait for that master of yours to bring it to you for the real good stuff. However, although this medicine has no effect on your injuries, at least it's a tonic. It's always right to replenish your body. You are too weak to recover a little before your master comes. Maybe it's just this little bit that will allow you to heal a little faster after master returns? Su Shiyu glanced at Jiang Ling, didn't say anything else, took the bowl that Xiaotao handed over and drank the medicine. Jiang Ling revealed a smile and asked, When will your master return? Su Shiyu said, I don't know. Is it good to find the method your master said to restore your roots? It's not exactly easy, and there may be hidden enemies in the way. If the method of restoring the roots is available, how long will it probably take? How would I know how long it would take if I didn't know the method? Jiang Ling asked a lot of questions, some of which Su Shiyu answered and some of which she didn't. All in all, Jiang Ling learned a bit more about the situation within the Holy Land, and also learned a bit more about this world of cultivation. Do you have anything else? I'm going to rest. Being asked more, Su Shiyu was also a bit annoyed. Miss Su is resting. I won't disturb. Jiang Ling smiled and left this room with Little Peach. Young master, is what young lady said true? Is there really a way to restore the Cultivation Foundation? Xiaotao asked. Jiang Ling said, We've tried and failed so many times on our own in the past because we're just a small place here and we're shallowly informed ourselves. But the Holy Land is different. They should really have a method to restore the Cultivation Foundation. Little Peach, do you want to restore your cultivation roots? Naturally, I want to. Xiaotao didn't hide anything and said, but if there really is such a method, then the cost must be very high, right? If there's a limit to the number of people, then it's better to let young master recover. Little Peach just needs to follow the young master. Jiang Ling smiled and rubbed Little Peach's head. In the following days, Jiang Ling basically stayed honestly at home without leaving the front door. Other than the normal eating and sleeping, it was in the room while drinking tonic medicine and repairing the Yuan chakra root with that dim flame. The Yuan chakra's root foundation, which had cracked into 18 petals, was already showing signs of healing. There were two pieces that had completely joined together. The source of the tonic, naturally, was to have Little Peach bring it from the Jiang family pharmacy. He thought right, as long as he let Xiaotao say that it was for the young lady from the Holy Land to replenish her body. The pharmacy didn't dare to block it, and even gave a lot more. Of course, Giving was definitely given. But the news that Jiang Ling wanted so many tonics naturally reached Jiang Zhengming's ears. Is this kid really preparing a tonic for Miss Su? Jiang Zhengming couldn't help but be skeptical. Well, it should be used on Miss Su, but it should be used on myself before I use it on Miss Su. This kid still doesn't know moderation. Jiang Zhengming shook his head helplessly. Although he didn't want Jiang Ling to do that kind of thing more often, he didn't intend to care too much. Jiang Ling himself was willing to do it. It was the matter of Jiang Ling's collection of falling red cloth pieces that he had heard about, but he just smiled and didn't care. Anyway, this was what Holy Envoy Miao was willing to see. Sacred Envoy Miao said that he would come back to visit again sometime, and by the time Su Shiyu truly fell off the face of the earth, it would be considered that the Jiang family hadn't disobeyed the current holy daughter of the sacred ground. Lei, has the 8th chakra penetrated? Jiang Zhengming was more concerned about the Jiang family's young master, second son Jiang Lei. The next head, Jiang Lei, said in a deep voice, within 10 days, it will definitely penetrate. Well, your cultivation speed isn't slow. Jiang Zhengming nodded in satisfaction and said, I'll give you 10 more vein opening pills to penetrate the 8th vein as soon as possible. That girl from the Wind family, she's also going to penetrate the 8th chakra. You must surpass her. Father, don't worry. The vein opening pill, one capsule was worth thousands of yuan coins. Yuan coins was the currency common to this area. This one vein opening pill was worth a month's household expenses for a civilian family, and Jiang Ling had gotten so many tonics that the total value was actually just a few thousand coins. Jiang Zhengming promised clothes and food to Jiang Ling, but it was limited to just ordinary items. What he really looked at was Jiang Lei, who could inherit the family. Things that were beneficial to cultivation and of high value were never prioritized for Jiang Lei. Jiang Ling, just live well as an ordinary person. Inwardly, Jiang Zhengming still felt a bit indebted to Jiang Ling. Fortunately, what Jiang Ling took this time was only ordinary tonic medicine, so he didn't pursue it any further. The root of the Yuan chakra in Jiang Ling's body was getting better day by day. At the same time, with this constant replenishment and consumption of life energy, he also felt that his body strength was increasing, and seemed to have vaguely surpassed the peak of the body forging realm. The realms of cultivation began with the body forging realm, followed by the vein opening realm, the 5-house realm, the dragon spine realm, and the spirit platform realm. Jiang Ling's peak of the forging realm was not something he cultivated on his own, but rather, in the past, he was forced out by Jiang Zhengming using various elixirs and methods. Chapter 6, You've Got a Future, Kid. At one time, although Jiang Ling was detected as a wasted body, Jiang Ling did not want to give up, and neither did Jiang Zhengming, so they used all sorts of means to try to cure the roots of Jiang Ling. Only, after spending a lot of resources on cultivation and treatment, the result was still failure, which made the father and son disheartened. Jiang Ling himself gave up and began to loiter, and as Jiang Zhengming watched his second son grow up and show a good talent for cultivation, he also gave up and began to focus on cultivating his second son. The body at the peak of the forging realm was nothing more than the body that had been forced out during those years of not giving up, using elixirs and means. Now, this body that was originally slightly regressed, Jiang Ling actually felt that it had been strengthened once again. This dim flame, it even has this kind of effect? That's nice. He was so happy in his heart. The more he didn't go out, holding in his home to drink tonic medicine and repair the root of the Yuan wheel. Instead of waiting for Master Su Shiyu's arrival, it was Sacred Envoy Miao who came again. Patriarch Jiang, how is Su Shiyu's situation? After the false salute, Sacred Envoy Miao asked about Su Shiyu's situation. This can't be said well, right? Jiang Zhengming thought about it and said so. Oh, not good? That's right then. Saint Envoy Miao, however, nodded in satisfaction and laughed. If Su Shiyu had a bad time, she would be able to deliver to the Holy Maiden. Sacred Envoy Miao asked again. Tell me, how did you have a bad time? I can go back and tell the Holy Maiden. If the Holy Maiden is happy to hear it, she might reward your Jiang family with something. Upon hearing that there was a reward from a Holy Land, Jiang Zhengming got on board. After thinking about it, he said, I'm not always in a position to travel to check out the specifics, but my no-good punk of a son can toss it. Jiang Zhengming told Jiang Ling about using more tonic medicines to replenish his body, and about collecting the falling red cloth pieces, and Sacred Envoy Miao really smiled with satisfaction. Alas, I can't imagine once the Cloud Fairy, now being circled in the boudoir by a loser, enjoying herself wantonly. Just think about it. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. Your Jiang family did a good job. And your punk son did a good job too. Thank you for the holy envoy's compliments. Jiang Ming hurriedly said. Take me to see the current Su Shiyu. Yes. Jiang Ming hurriedly nodded his head and led Sacred Envoy Miao in the direction of Jiang Ling's small courtyard. When they entered the small courtyard, they happened to see Jiang Ling lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard in loose clothing, disheveled and leisurely nibbling on fruits. Next to her, Peach gently fanned herself with a fan. Seeing the arrival of Sacred Envoy Miao, Jiang Ling was startled and hurriedly got up from his rocking chair, flusteredly straightened his clothes, hurriedly saluted, and said, Kid Jiang Ling, I've seen the Sacred Envoy, Patriarch Jiang. This waste of a son of yours is indeed quite good at enjoying himself as rumored. Sage Envoy Miao laughed. Jiang Ming also felt a bit embarrassed and chided Jiang Ling. What are you doing? Why are you so disheveled? Jiang Ling smiled blushingly and said, Father, forgive me. Holy Messenger, forgive me. The kid was in before. He came out to take a rest. Kong, is it really okay to say it like that? However, he peeked at the face of Sacred Envoy Miao and let go. It's really good for the Sacred Envoy of Miao. Sure enough, Sacred Envoy Miao said approvingly. Not bad, not bad. The sacred ground really wasn't wrong in marrying Su Shiyu to you. You're going to have to plow through it. Patriarch Jiang. In the future, your family's tonic medicine will be supplied in unlimited quantities to this waste of a son of yours. It's best to get some good ones and get some fierce medicine. Got it? This is at the command of the Holy Envoy. Jiang Ming smiled helplessly and nodded in agreement. Many thanks to the Holy Envoy. I wish the Holy Envoy a bright future and an advancement in his cultivation. Jiang Ling also heatedly smiled. Well, the little mouth is quite sweet. Sacred Envoy Miao nodded and said, I'll go in and take a look at Su Shiyu. This, Jiang Ling for the problem, Holy Messenger, the lowly inner is a bit indecent at this time. Indecent? Hey, it's her indecency that's being looked at. The Sacred Envoy Miao said, Kid, open the door and let me take a look. Jiang Ling had no choice but to open the door. Inside the room, Su Shiyu was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, only revealing her fragrant shoulders, not seeing anything indecent. To be indecent, it would be the messy clothes in this room. There were men's and women's styles thrown about in a messy way. Saint Envoy Miao looked at Su Shiyu on the bed, let out a cold laugh and said, I can't imagine that the once ice-clear Yinshao fairy has now reached this point. Su Shiyu, once you looked down on others, you didn't think you would have today, right? Su Shiyu didn't say anything, just looked upward with her eyes lifelessly. Jiang Ling secretly stepped forward and whispered, that, Holy Messenger, it is better not to do more stimulation. She's not too submissive yet. I still have to keep tuning, teaching. The Miao Holy Envoy was surprised and said, You kid, line, there is a future. Well done. I'll ask for your reward from the Holy Maiden. Many thanks to the Holy Envoy. Jiang Ling hemmed and hawed. Saint Envoy Miao did not say any more, looked at Su Shiyu with a cold smile, and left the room. Jiang Ling reclosed the door and accompanied his father to the side of Sacred Envoy Miao. He didn't have to say anything more, just let his father compliment the Holy Messenger. Sacred Envoy Miao left with a satisfied expression, and Jiang Ming praised Jiang Ling a few times, reminded him a few more times, and let him go back. Returning to his small courtyard, Jiang Ling knocked on Su Shiyu's door. Miss Su, how are you? Come in. Su Shiyu's voice came from the house. Jiang Ling took Xiaotao into the house, sat down beside the table, and smiled. It was hard for Miss Su to cooperate with me in this play, so that Miss Su suffered some more verbal insults. I'm really sorry. Su Shiyu said, there's no harm in it. After all, you're trying to cover for me. I can tell right from wrong. Jiang Ling asked, is your master not coming yet? This is coming. The woman's voice rang in Jiang Ling's ears. Poof. Peach fainted. Peachy. No harm done. I just made her sleep. The woman's figure slowly appeared in front of Jiang Ling. Help little Peach to the bed, Su Shiyu said as she stood up. Jiang Ling Xiaotao helped him to rest on the bed, then saluted the woman. Greetings, senior. The woman nodded, looked at Su Shiyu, and said, your chi has recovered well. At this time, Su Shiyu was no longer the pale face she had after removing her makeup on the first day of her wedding. With Jiang Ling's persuasion and the supplementation of the tonic medicine, the current Su Shiyu's complexion was a bit more normal, and her lips also had a light red color. Even without makeup at the moment, there is a sense of natural beauty. Su Shiyu said, it was Jiang Ling who sent me a lot of tonic medicines. Although they weren't any wonderful medicines, it was good that they didn't stop. In that case, Jiang Ling, thank you, the woman said to Jiang Ling. Senior is polite, Jiang Ling said. The woman said to Su Shiyu again. Shiyu, come here. Su Shiyu walked over, and the women released another soundproof shield, so Jiang Ling couldn't hear them. It's like this every time. Jiang Ling shrugged and sat on the edge of the bed, checking Little Peach's status. The face was calm, breathing evenly and sleeping soundly. It's okay. The two women didn't know what they were talking about again, and Jiang Ling saw a slight look of sadness emerge on Su Shiyu's face. Shortly afterward, the soundproof shield disappeared, and the woman said to Jiang Ling, move this Little Peach somewhere else. I want to heal Shiyu. Well. Jiang Ling hugged Little Peach and carried him to his side room so that she could rest. He then tried to return to Su Shiyu's room and knocked on the door. No one responded. Calling out to Senior. Still no one responded. He tried to push the door in, but realized it wouldn't budge. Is this the beginning of healing already? It's not convenient to let me watch? Jiang Ling couldn't help but bellyache. Wouldn't have forgotten your promise to me, right? Unable to do anything else, Jiang Ling could only return to his side room first. Looking at the sleeping Peach, Jiang Ling could only sit on the table first and play with the teacups in boredom. They won't just leave after healing their wounds, right? Jiang Ling couldn't help but think again. He waited for an hour in this side room, and when he went to knock on the door again, there was still no response, and he couldn't push the door. After waiting for another hour, Jiang Ling went to knock on the door again before Su Shiyu's voice came out from inside. Come in. Chapter 7, 9 Levels of Talent, one above the other. Jiang Ling pushed the door in and glanced at Su Shiyu, then couldn't help but avert his gaze again. Su Shiyu changed, despite the plain face, but the sacred and noble feeling like a fairy in the clouds, which could be viewed from afar but not played with, returned to her body, even more so than when she was in her newlywed makeup. Such a fairy, as if to look at it would be blasphemy to the fairy. Su Shiyu has recovered? Jiang Ling thought in his heart. Without looking at Su Shiyu, he scanned the house and didn't find the woman's figure. Where is your master? Jiang Ling inquired. Already left, Su Shiyu said. Leaving? Then your injuries, and cultivation roots, are better? Jiang Ling inquired. Initially good, right? Su Shiyu said. No, didn't your master say that he would also treat me for my cultivation root injury? This is leaving? Jiang Ling inquired. Su Shiyu flipped her jade hand, and a jade box appeared out of thin air in the center of her palm, saying, the pills used to treat the injuries of cultivation roots are right here. They are for you. Really? Jiang Ling took the jade box handed over by Su Shiyu and opened it to see that there were indeed 2 black and 1 white. 3 pills inside. Just these 3 pills can cure the cultivation root injury? Jiang Ling couldn't help but wonder. Su Shiyu said, this is the legendary Xian Night Pill and Shangming Hao Body Pill. The Xian Night Pill is used to restore the foundation, and the Shangming Hao Body Pill is used to get rid of chronic diseases. Jiang Ling couldn't understand these 2 kinds of pills. He had never heard of them anyway. He inquired, you guys have been working in the room for 2 hours, so I can just take a few pills? He always felt a bit unreliable. Su Shiyu explained, Master expended a great deal of effort to help me completely dissolve the potency of the elixir to help me recover, which is why it took some time. It's just that doing so for me has taken most of Master's power. There is no longer any way to do it again for you. You should have the same effect when you take this elixir, except that the medicinal power works slowly, and it will take some time for your cultivation roots to recover. Well, at least it is a hope. Jiang Ling's eyes turned. His face nodded in a difficult manner. Su Shiyu said, 2 Xian night pills. After the first one is taken, then after another 5 days, take the second one. After another 5 days, then take the sacred brightness Hao Body Pill. When another 5 days pass, your cultivation roots will be restored. That means it takes 15 days chant. Jiang Ling said, thank you, Miss Su, and thank you, Honorable Master. Your injuries have healed and your cultivation roots have been restored. What are you going to do next? Leave the Jiang family? Su Shiyu shook her head and said, my roots, they haven't fully recovered. I still need to stay in the Jiang family. Not fully recovered? You just said preliminary recovery. Jiang Ling couldn't help but say, recovering? Is it that hard? Then you gave me this elixir, and it's only able to achieve a preliminary recovery? Su Shiyu explained, you should know that the speed of cultivation also depends on talent. Cultivation talent is divided into 9 classes. 9 classes are the lowest, and 1 class is the highest. Above the first class, there are even special talents or special physiques. I'm just able to cultivate nowadays, but at most I'm equivalent to a 5th or 6th grade cultivation talent. Once upon a time, I was above the first rank. But you're different. You were born with a wasted foundation. And being able to restore your cultivation talent to the 5th or 6th rank is already good enough for you. Enchanter has also fulfilled his promise. The best cultivation talent possessor in your family is nothing more than that. Jiang Ling suddenly realized. Could it be that just now? Looking at Su Shiyu's face, there was a look of sadness. It turned out to be that she hadn't fully recovered. She was originally above the first class and was gifted with a special talent. And according to her father, a very important piece of her jade bone had been excavated. So I guess that piece of jade bone was supposed to be her special talent? Could the jade bone be recaptured or recovered on its own? Jiang Ling didn't know. Perhaps Su Shiyu and her master weren't sure either. As for what she said about the Jiang family, it was also true. In their generation, the one who had the best cultivation talent in the first place, in terms of cultivation talent, was his half-brother, Jiang Lei, who was a 5th-rate talent. The same is said to be true of his father, Jiang Zhangming. There was a reason for the bloodline inheritance, and Jiang Ling could have been this talented in cultivation if he hadn't been born with a wasted foundation. This was indeed considered a fulfillment of the promise, but Jiang Ling was naturally not satisfied. He naturally wanted a first-class talent, or even above first class. As a traveler, would it be right to not take a talent like this? But Su Shiyu's master teacher's promise was also considered to be fulfilled, and he didn't know if there was still a chance for her to help himself again. Or rather, pinning your hopes on the dim flame in the dantian? Well, it's hard to say whether that flame has that ability or not. Unable to think of a way out, Jiang Ling put this question away for now and asked Su Shiyu, "So next, you're still planning to pretend that you can't cultivate? Honestly, it's a bit hard right now. And if that Nya Holy Envoy will come again, it won't be easy to pretend next time." Su Shiyu said, "I have recovered some of my cultivation now. Don't worry, I have my own methods. On the contrary, after your cultivation foundation is restored, you will start cultivating, right? Why don't you think about what you plan to do with yourself in the future? If you expose the matter of your cultivation roots being restored, maybe I'll follow suit." This is indeed a difficult problem. Jiang Ling said, "I really don't have much of a solution. Why don't you teach me your method?" "Okay." Su Shiyu scanned Jiang Ling for a few moments and finally nodded. Su Shiyu's method wasn't difficult. It was actually using a special secret method to conceal his cultivation and inhibit his heart chakra and blood flow, making himself appear to be in a state of vitality. Su Shiyu performed for a while, and she changed back to the pale, sickly beauty she was before, making Jiang Ling feel amazing. He taught the secret method to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's Yuan chakra roots hadn't been restored yet, so he couldn't do it now. Of course there was no need to do it at this time. Leaving Su Shiyu's room, Jiang Ling returned to the side room and watched Xiao Tao sleep. He set the brocade box on the table and tapped his fingers on the tabletop in contemplation. Was it necessary for himself to take these 3 pills? There was no need because one had that dim flame, and although it was slower, it was only a matter of time before one's roots were restored. Xiao Tao has followed him all these years, taking care of him with dedication and loyalty, and with this opportunity, he wants to give it to Xiao Tao. Little Peach was lying on the bed before she woke up, so Jiang Ling immersed himself in his dantian once again, letting the dim flames repair his Yuan chakra. "Young master." Xiao Tao woke up leisurely, and Jiang Ling also opened his eyes. "Why am I in young master's bed?" Peachy was still a bit disoriented, rubbing her eyes and sitting up. Seeing Jiang Ling, she inquired, "Young master, what's going on?" "It's fine. You're just too tired these days. It's good to take a rest." Jiang Ling laughed. "Tired?" Xiao Tao's eyes were puzzled. Jiang Ling hadn't made her do any heavy work, and she was well fed and clothed. Compared to the other subordinates and slave girls of the Jiang family, shouting tired? Jiang Ling naturally didn't want to continue this topic, but said, "Little Peach, come here." Little Peach obediently walked over. Jiang Ling opened the box and said, "Take a look at these 3 pills. These are pills that can restore the foundation of cultivation and allow people to cultivate again. Su Shiyu gave it to me. It can restore the young master's roots?" The young lady gave it. Xiao Tao's eyes lit up as she joyfully said, "Congratulations, young master." "Ugh, no." Peach suddenly put away her smile again and said, "She just gave it to you. Why is she giving it to you now? She didn't give it to you before. The young lady is really guarding against you." Jiang Ling couldn't help but rub Little Peach's head and said, "You girl, you're still a little dissatisfied with Miss Su. This elixir was also something she just got." "Just got?" Peach said. "Does this have anything to do with me sleeping over?" Little Peach isn't too stupid. Jiang Ling couldn't help but think in his heart. However, He didn't want to continue this topic and directly said, "Little Peach, this elixir is for you. Give it to me?" Xiaotao froze and asked back, "What about the young master?" "Young master has another pair." "Really? Bring it out and let me see." Both copies are on top of the table. Peach was unforgiving. "Gang nung." Xiaotao's eyes reddened as she said, "Young master, I know you are good to me, but how can you give such an important thing to Xiaotao to use? It's for young master to use no matter what. Little Peach is fine as long as she can follow the young master." Chapter 8 Yuan Chakra Roots Recovered. Cultivation begins. Xiaotao ah. Jiang Ling sighed, rubbed Xiaotao's hair and said, "Forget it, if you don't want it. Forget it, wait for me to go and ask for a pair from Miss Su in the future, and then I'll give it to you then, okay? Miss Su has more?" Xiaotao was suspicious. "Right now there isn't, but she's from the Holy Land after all. There are channels." Jiang Ling said, "Young master, you two must have some secret." Xiaotao said with certainty, "Young master, you have to keep a hand in this. The young lady doesn't necessarily sincerely intend to stay in the mansion." "What you said?" Jiang Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry, young master knows it in his heart. You go and have someone boil a few more bowls of tonic medicine." "Okay, young master." Little Peach went off joyfully. This Little Peach. Jiang Ling touched his nose and couldn't help but smile. "After my roots are repaired, you won't be able to refuse, right? It's a little late, but it's only a month or so. How many years have come and gone? Can't afford to wait." Jiang Ling entered the state of inner vision again, controlling the dim flames to repair the Yuan chakra's roots, resuming the days of not leaving the front door. The root fragments of the Yuan chakra in Jiang Ling's body had gathered together, only they were still cracked. That was it. Jiang Ling felt as if he could slightly mobilize some of the Yuan power in his body. He tried wrapping his fist in Yuan Qi and succeeded, but it was limited to that for now, and his abdomen was vaguely painful. It's a good sign. He was immersed in repairing his Yuan chakra roots and didn't pay attention to the news from the outside world. In fact, it didn't used to be a concern. However, when Xiaotao saw that the young master no longer went out for rides and fun like before, she was afraid that he would be bored, and she kept inquiring about news from the outside world and telling Jiang Ling about it. For example, there's a new embroiderer at the 100 Flowers embroidery house who wants to compete with the original head girl. Lin Shui Pavilion auctioned off a heartfire pill, but it was considered a defective product by Jiang Songshou of the Jiang family, and the two families almost came to blows. His younger brother Jiang Lei penetrated the 8th Yuan vein 3 days earlier than the Feng family's girl, but he was knocked out of the ring by the Feng family's girl in the ring competition law. Jiang Ling listened to it all as fun, and these days it was not boring. Finally, the root of the Yuan chakra was as smooth as a mirror, emitting a faint fluorescent light. Jiang Ling breathed heavily, yet stoically operated his gongfu as a trace of heaven and earth Yuan Qi surged into his body. "Finally, I can cultivate." Jiang Ling lay down on all fours, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a smile that gradually widened. After rejoicing inwardly for a moment, Jiang Ling collected his mind and looked at the Yuan chakra roots and the dim flames within his body. This glistening white jade-like Yuan chakra root. He felt that he couldn't get enough of it. Well, it's as glistening white as Su Shiyu's skin. Within this month, he also went to see Su Shiyu often, and realized that immortal aura on her body was getting stronger and stronger, causing Jiang Ling to raise a feeling that he shouldn't get close. Was the once holy maiden of the Cloud Moon Holy Land, fairy cloudy sky, like this? Is she fully recovered? Did her master sneak in again without a word? Jiang Ling had no way of knowing, and it wasn't like he could watch Su Shiyu all day. Forget it, we'll have to separate sooner or later anyway. My own cultivation is important. Jiang Ling stopped thinking too much and pondered about his cultivation. To cultivate, there should be a technique, and preferably, there should be resources as well. Jiang Ling's gong method, which was given to him by his father when he didn't give up, wasn't considered good. The feats are also divided into 9 classes, with the 9th class being the worst and the 1st class being the best. He had heard that the Jiang family's best gongfu was a 5th grade gongfu, and this gongfu that his father had given him was an 8th grade basic gongfu, which was almost the worst. Right now, he was unable to ask the clan for a merit law, lest he be exposed, so it's better to turn to Su Shiyu for help. He knocked on Su Shiyu's door. "Come in." At this time, Su Shiyu, in a plain white dress, had the feeling of being out of the dust. Jiang Ling didn't come any closer, sat down at the table, and said, "My Yuan chakra roots are repaired and I can cultivate. It's just that this gong method, I can't ask my family for it, so as not to be exposed. Can you help me?" "Yes." Su Shiyu didn't refuse and asked, "What are your attributes?" "Fire." Then I'll give you a first-class technique. The Phoenix Fire Burning Sky Technique. What? First class? Jiang Ling froze. Su Shiyu said. What? You want the Dao entry technique? This kind of gong method, the Holy Land can't freely spread it out. The Dao entry technique. Jiang Ling had never even heard of it. However, opening his mouth to give away a first-class technique? Jiang Ling could only say that it was worthy of being a Holy Land. Perhaps it was because Su Shiyu's collection didn't have any low-grade gongfu at all? 5th or 6th grade gongfu? She probably wouldn't even look at it. First class is too good. Jiang Ling said. Our Jiang family's best technique is only 5th class. Phoenix Fire Burning Sky Skill? Phoenix. Wouldn't be a technique cultivated by women, right? Su Shiyu said. Men can also cultivate. What technique do you cultivate? Jiang Ling inquired again. Cloud and Moon Mithraea. Jiang Ling. There are feats with names like that? Is it a Dao entry gong method? It's the Great Dao technique. Su Shiyu said. Great Dao feats. A difference of one word. Sounds even more bullish. Jiang Ling inquired. I have only heard that the gongfa is divided into 1 to 9 etc. What is this entry gongfa? Dao gongfa or whatever? Complete gongfa level like? Su Shiyu glanced at Jiang Ling and said. In order to understand the complete level of the gongfu, you have to understand the level of cultivation first. Do you fully understand? Jiang Ling shook his head. Su Shiyu said. Cultivation levels. Starting from the body forging realm, followed by the vein opening realm, the 5-house realm, the dragon spine realm, and the spirit platform realm. After that, there is the Yuan spirit realm, the Rong spirit realm, the Tai-in realm, the sun realm, the harmony realm, and the treading heaven realm. Above the treading heaven realm is the Dao entry. The Dao entry technique I'm talking about is one that allows one to eventually step into the Dao entry realm without having to slowly seek the Dao themselves. And the Dao entry realm is further divided into the small Dao realm, the 3-flower realm, the great Dao realm, and the quasi-emperor realm. Above the quasi-emperor is the ultimate in cultivation, the great emperor realm. So that's how it is. Jiang Ling's heart surged as he listened, memorizing all these realms silently. Su Shiyu flipped her hand and took out a roll of jade tablets and stuck it on her forehead. There was clean white brightness surging from her brow, and the jade piece flashed with white light. Within a few moments, she took down the jade piece and tossed it lightly with her jade hand, and it slowly floated in front of Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling inwardly sighed. He had never seen Su Shiyu handing him anything by such means before. It was all handed over by hand. At this moment, she was even more out of this world. Jiang Ling pinched the jade piece, and Su Shiyu said, This is the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill. Place it on your brow and just read it with the inner vision method. Jiang Ling nodded and pressed the jade piece to his brow. Reading the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky technique, just by looking at the complexity of the content. It was dozens of times more complex than his whatever 8th grade basic gongfu, and it really wasn't good to cultivate it without carefully pondering over it. With the kung fu in hand, Jiang Ling thanked him and prepared to leave. Jiang Ling, Su Shiyu called out to him again. What's wrong? It's nothing. Su Shiyu shook her head again. Gang Nung. With a head of puzzlement, he left Su Shiyu's room. Returning to the side room, Jiang Ling didn't rush to cultivate first and called Little Peach over first. Peachy, look. Jiang Ling wrapped his fist with the little Yuan power in his body and swung it out with a tiger-like force. My Yuan chakra roots have been restored and I can cultivate. Really? Congratulations, young master. Showdown exclaimed in surprise and asked again. Should we inform the master of such a happy event? Jiang Ling shook his head and said, I can't tell father yet. After all, in the faction of the current holy maiden of the Holy Land, I am a waste. They also want me to be a waste forever, and want me to use the name of a waste to press down on Miss Su. Ha! Is this current holy maiden so bad? Showdown said. Then we won't inform his lordship. The master is nothing. The young master is his god. Jiang Ling smiled and said, I called you here today for this. He took out the 3 pills anew. Young master. Showdown's eyes reddened again. Don't cry. Don't ever cry. Jiang Ling pinched Little Peach's little face and said, In the future, we'll cultivate together, and you'll be my right-hand man. Aha! Little Peach nodded vigorously and said, From now on, I will do whatever young master asks me to do. Jiang Ling told Showdown how to use these 3 pills, and told her the methods of disguising her cultivation and suppressing her own heart veins as well. When necessary, Peach had to play along with the drama. After that, Jiang Ling really started cultivating. First, he had to understand the open vein realm portion of the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky technique gongfu thoroughly. The first class technique was very complex, and this took Jiang Ling nearly 10 days. 10 days later, Jiang Ling officially began his first cultivation. Chapter 9, The Reappearance of Saint Ambassador Miao. Strange Reward. Pulse Opening Realm. Opening the 12 meridians of the human body. This was something that Jiang Ling had heard his father say before. However, for this Phoenix Fire Heaven burning skill to be a first-class technique, it was naturally different. The human body had 12 orthodox meridians and 8 odd meridians. Compared to those inferior techniques, the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill had to penetrate 20 meridians before one could be considered to have perfected the cultivation of this realm of the vein opening realm. More difficult, but also more powerful in its potential. Jiang Ling also looked for Su Shiyu to ask some questions, and learned that most of the first-class gongfu are to penetrate these 20 meridians. Is the entry gongfu also basically so? It was Su Shiyu herself who had penetrated these 20 meridians in the past. The disciples in the Holy Land who had high qualifications and high potential were also through these 20 meridians. That night, Jiang Ling began to officially cultivate for the first time. Running the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill, he absorbed the Silk Yuan power from the outside world and impacted his meridians. Jiang Ling was pleasantly surprised to find that the dim flame had moved again. As he mobilized his Yuan power to impact his meridians, the dim flame also separated a sliver of it and impacted his meridians along with his Yuan power. This flame also has the effect of helping cultivation? Not bad. In the cultivation of the vein opening realm, it took roughly 100 days to penetrate a meridian. Depending on the level of talent and the strength of the technique, this time could also increase or decrease. Jiang Ling didn't know how many grades of talent he considered the Yuan chakra root he repaired with this dim flame. After all, he had to hide now and couldn't test it. Therefore, for the speed of his cultivation, he did not know whether it was considered fast or slow for the time being. For the time being, let's cultivate first. Anyway, the merit law is a first-class merit law. Definitely not bad. Little Peach's cultivation roots were also restored, so Jiang Ling passed on the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill to Little Peach as well. The three people in Jiang Ling's small courtyard began to secretly metamorphose. Sacred Envoy Miao. It's been a while since you've been here. In the front hall of the Jiang family's welcoming hall, Jiang Jiangming was full of smiles as he spoke with Sacred Envoy Miao. He was accompanied by a man and a woman. I probably won't even come in the future. Sage Envoy Miao said. Pass on the Holy Maiden's order. The Jiang family did a good job this time. The Holy Maiden has a reward. Jiang Jiangming, you're at the 5 prefecture realm now, right? How many spirit mansions have been built? Jiang Jiangming said. Mr. Jiang is currently at the 4th level of the 5-house realm, and only the water spirit mansion has yet to be established. Saint Envoy Miao let out a heckle and said, a small family, that's all. The Holy Maiden has bestowed 5 heavenly spirit mansion pills, and also a first transformation dragon rising pill. This will ensure that you complete the full cultivation of the 5 prefectures realm, and it will also allow you to enter the Dragon Spine realm. I'm sure that after you enter the Dragon Spine realm, your Jiang clan will be qualified to step out of this tiny Baitsong city, right? Entering the Dragon Ridge realm. Jiang Zhengming couldn't help but breathe heavily. Looking at Jiang Zhengming's appearance, Saint Ambassador Miao despised it in his heart. You're so excited about the Dragon Spine realm? I'm sure you don't have any talent. What about that little punk Jiang Ling? Saint Envoy Miao said. The Holy Maiden has a fun reward for him as well. He is still in his own small courtyard. Jiang Zhengming said awkwardly, and then hurriedly introduced Sacred Envoy Miao. Holy Envoy, this is my son John Lei. Thunder attribute. 5th grade talent. Oh sloppy. Sacred Envoy Miao sized up John Lei for a few moments and said unconcernedly, this is my daughter. Jiang Lun. Water attribute, also a 5th grade talent. Jiang Zhengming, what are you trying to say? Sage Envoy Miao said with a smirk, you don't think that if you do something for the Holy Maiden, you'll be able to completely hold on to the Holy Maiden's tree, do you? Jiang didn't mean this. Jiang Zhengming hurriedly said, my son is going to stay and inherit the position of Jiang family head in the future. I've heard that the Holy Land is dominated by female disciples. I wonder if my daughter Jiang Lan is qualified to enter the Holy Land. You want to enter the Holy Land with a 5th grade talent? Sacred Envoy Miao smiled disdainfully and said, what do you take the Holy Land for? This also asks the Holy Envoy to be accommodating. Jiang Zhengming hurriedly took out a gray ring and stuffed it into Saint Envoy Miao's hand. This is a general storage ring that can store things that are not living things inside. Sacred Envoy Miao looked inside, smiled, and said, Jiang Zhengming, don't think too much. With the talent of this daughter of yours, she won't be able to enter the Holy Land no matter what. But well, even if it's not a Holy Land, even if it's able to enter a 1st level power below a Holy Land, It's still considered a heavenly blessing for this daughter of yours. If you want, I can take her to visit the Holy Moon Empire. That's my home country, and I can take care of it if I have time. At the very least, it's much better than staying in this tiny North Barn city. This is good. Then I'll trouble Sacred Envoy Miao. Jiang Zhengming was decisive and agreed. Aha! Sacred Envoy Miao nodded and said, take me to that little punk Jiang Ling's courtyard. Let's see what he and Su Shiyu are doing right now. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Holy Envoy please. Jiang Zhengming took the Miao Holy Envoy to Jiang Ling's small courtyard, which was empty of rocking chairs and empty of people. Little Peach greets his lordship. It was Little Peach who ran over first. Xiao Tao, where is Ling or others? Jiang Zhengming asked. Master, this. Xiao Tao blushed and glanced at the main room. This kid. Jiang Zhengming was helpless, and was about to order Xiao Tao to go and call him out, when the door creaked, but opened by itself. Bare-chested and wearing baggy pants, Jiang Ling yawned and lazily walked out. At the sight of so many people, Jiang Ling was startled again, and with a giggle, he went inside and closed the door. What's this kid up to? Jiang Zhengming and Sacred Envoy Miao were dumbfounded. Not long after, Jiang Ling put on a coat and ran over in a panic, saluting Jiang Zhengming and Sacred Envoy Miao. Oh, so that's where the clothes go. TSK, you kid, what a perpetual motion machine. Sacred Envoy Miao complimented. Alright, I didn't make a mistake in choosing you. The Holy Maiden has rewarded you with a fun thing. Nah, this is it. Saint Ambassador Miao flipped his hand and a red rope appeared in his hand. The rope floated in her hand, swinging deftly, looking at Jiang Ling with great curiosity. This rope is called the rope with mind, capable of binding, tying up enemies as you wish. Well, it's more flexible and obedient, so if you can tie it up, you can tie it up in any position you want. Oh, it works so well. Jiang Ling's eyes lit up and said, thank you, Holy Maiden. Thank you, Holy Envoy. Sage Ambassador Miao nodded and said, make good use of this treasure for your great plan of teaching. Yes, Holy Messenger. Holy Messenger, this thing, what is the highest realm enemy it can trap? Sage Envoy Miao said, it's just a second-grade spirit weapon. It's no problem to tie up a 5-prefecture realm. Spirit weapons were of grades 1 to 9, and second-grade spirit weapons were generally meant to be used against the pulse-opening realm or the 5 prefectures realm. Here's this for you, the method of maneuvering the spirit cord. He handed Jiang Ling another jade piece. Jiang Ling immediately took it and asked again, do you still look at her? Well, forget it, I won't look at it this time, and I won't look at it in the future. Saint Envoy Miao looked at the door of the main room and said, kid, in the future, this Su Shiyu will be handed over to you. This Saint Envoy won't come back. Won't be coming? Jiang Ling froze and asked, doesn't the Holy Maiden care about Su Shiyu anymore? What's the point of caring when you're already an invalid? Sage Envoy Miao said, the Holy Maiden needs to do a lot of things. How can she have the time to always pay attention to an invalid? This Holy Envoy also needs to solve problems for the Holy Maiden, and has no time to waste in such a small place. Well, I've brought the Holy Maiden's reward. Boy, goodbye. After saying that, Saint Envoy Miao walked towards the outside of the small courtyard. This time Jiang Ling did not send it. Anyway, there were quite a few people who accompanied the Holy Envoy Miao. There was no shortage of him. The Sacred Envoy Miao won't even come. Later, Jiang Ling looked up and let out a long breath. It's a good thing, right? He turned his head, opened the door and entered the house. The room was still a mess, and Su Shiyu was lying on the bed with her eyes lifeless and covered with a quilt just like last time. Too bad the setup didn't work this time. Jiang Ling looked at Su Shiyu and then at the red rope on his hand. What's going on inside this stupid heart? Keep it down. The current Su Shiyu had become somewhat mysterious, and Jiang Ling really couldn't figure out what realm she was in now. Forget it. Don't be a dick. Jiang Ling coughed lightly and said, Sage Envoy Miao has already left, saying that he won't come back in the future. I hear you. Su Shiyu said, trouble you. It should be. Jiang Ling said, to what extent have you recovered? Chapter 10 Outcast Su Shiyu. Your random mind rope can't lock me up. Su Shiyu said calmly, Gang Nung. He smiled awkwardly and said, I was just concerned. What were you thinking? I don't know when you're going to recover or when you're going to leave so I can be prepared. What do you want to prepare? Master Su Shiyu's voice suddenly sounded behind Jiang Ling, startling Jiang Ling and raising his hand in defense. Above his palm, a dense flame yuan power covered it. The cultivation roots have been restored. The speed of cultivation isn't slow. Female Master Su Shi said, it's only been 3 months and you've already penetrated 6 yuan veins. It's really beyond my expectations. If we just look at your speed, it's enough to qualify as some of the core disciples of the Holy Land. So it's senior. Jiang Ling breathed a sigh of relief, put away his yuan power, and clasped his fists in obeisance. The etiquette is dispensed with. Master Su Shiyu said. You go out first and close the door. Okay. Seeing the way they were going to confer in secret again, Jiang Ling got used to it and went out of the room, taking the door with him. Since he couldn't hear it anyway, Jiang Ling went back to his side room first. This woman. Every time, she suddenly appears after Holy Envoy Miao has come and gone. It can't be that she came here smelling of Holy Envoy Miao, right? Jiang Ling guessed wildly in his mind and had nothing to do for a while, so he cultivated first. After waiting for 2 hours, Jiang Ling heard a knock on the door and opened his eyes. Can I come in? It was Su Shiyu's voice. Come in. Jiang Ling opened the door and let Su Shiyu in, smiling, but you don't come to my room easily. Su Shiyu sat on the stool next to the table and looked at the tabletop in silence. Jiang Ling asked, is there something wrong? Su Shiyu paused for a moment and said, I have some chaos in my heart. Jiang Ling was momentarily speechless. Heart disorder? Come to him? That sounds a bit like giving it a chance. But Jiang Ling coughed lightly and said, was the news your master brought not so good? Or did you encounter problems with your cultivation recovery? Su Shiyu said, I may not be able to become a holy maiden anymore. Jiang Ling, can you become a saint? Ask me, what can I do? I don't know anything. Can I ask why? Jiang Ling said, of course, if it involves your secret, you can keep it to yourself. Su Shiyu said, I had told you that there are special talents above the first class of talent. I don't know if your Jiang family knows the inside story. I was the one who once possessed the cloudy jade bone, which gave me exceptional talent. Coupled with my own diligent cultivation, I was able to become the holy maiden of the Cloud Moon Holy Land. Jiang Ling said, I did hear my father say that you had an important bone dug up. Is it the cloud jade bone? Su Shiyu nodded and said, Ruyan Lu dug out my cloud jade bone and replaced it inside her own body. Just now, Master brought news that Ruyan Lu has already completed her fusion with the jade bone and is exerting a strong battle power. She won. My jade bone. Can't take it back. Looking at Su Shiyu's gloomy expression, Jiang Ling said in disbelief, can't take it back? Why can't you get it back? Weren't you framed by her? She set you up, so you set her up. Ah. Su Shiyu was stunned and looked at Jiang Ling. She set you up. You set her up. How natural and easy to say. She dug up your bones, so wouldn't you just design a way to capture her and dig up the jade bones back? A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Won't your master help you? Su Shiyu shook her head and said, Ruyan Lu was very tightly guarded, so master has no way to start. Jiang Ling looked at Su Shiyu's expression, thought for a moment, and said, if this cloudy jade bone, can it regenerate? Regeneration? Su Shiyu was puzzled. Jiang Ling said, I also read it in some biographies and miscellanea, and I don't know if it's true or not. It said that there was a super powerful cultivator who went to the peak of existence and was also gutted of important bones, but that bone was regenerated several times. Su Shiyu shook her head and said, I don't know. I've never heard of a powerful cultivator with such an experience. Jiang Ling asked again, then is there a bone missing in your body right now? Which piece is missing? Su Shiyu looked up at Jiang Ling with annoyance in her eyes. Sorry. Jiang Ling smiled awkwardly and said, your master is here to persuade you to give up? Su Shiyu shook her head and said, even if master could bring me back to the Holy Land, I would at most regain my first-class cultivation talent. Lacking the cloud jade bone, I'll be unable to perform a lot of tricks, and my strength won't be able to return to its peak. Master is already preparing to train my senior sister to compete for the position of Holy Maiden. The position of the Holy Daughter is not meant to be with me anymore. Jiang Ling, I lost. Jiang Ling didn't know how to persuade, and could only ask, then what are you going to do? I don't know. Su Shiyu looked blankly ahead and said, my heart is in turmoil. Oh, then do you still plan to return to the Holy Land? Jiang Ling asked. Su Shiyu, however, asked blankly back, should I go back? If I go back, how should I live with myself? Then you continue to stay in the Jiang family? Jiang Ling asked again. Su Shiyu looked still blank. I don't know. Well, Su Shiyu's heart was indeed in turmoil. Jiang Ling scratched his head and said, I used to work as a waste in the Jiang family for several years. During those years, although I occasionally suffered humiliation, most of the time I lived at ease. After all, I know I'm a loser, and all I ask of myself is to play. You're in a much better place now than I was when I was. And you can get by if you don't ask for too much. Anymore. You still have the great Tao technique and a Holy Land Saintess level of insight. This is much better than even my father. Well, I don't seem to be any worse than my father now. He. Su Shiyu expressionlessly looked at Jiang Ling's sudden self-congratulation, making Jiang Ling a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, "What I mean is that you're not at the end of your rope. And it's better now than before when it was so difficult." Su Shiyu Chenmu was silent for a moment, nodded, and said, "Thank you. No matter what, my current situation is much better than yours. Jiang Ling, I think you're coming at me for a sense of superiority." Su Shiyu changed the topic and said, "Little Peach's cultivation roots have also recovered, right? You see it." Su Shiyu stared at Jiang Ling and asked, "I only gave you a pair of recovery pills. Since you recovered, how come Little Peach will recover as well?" "Jiang Ling," Su Shiyu added, "your cultivation speed isn't right either. Even if it's the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill, it's impossible for you to cultivate so fast." "Jiang Ling," Su Shiyu said, "you're hiding something from me." "Normal, don't you have anything to hide from me?" Jiang Ling said, "You and I are just a couple in name, but in reality it is just a relationship of mutual support. You don't intend to really be married to me, so why should you and I be honest?" Su Shiyu was silent again. Jiang Ling said, "If you haven't made plans for the future, then it's better to stay in the Jiang family first. That Miao Sacred Envoy won't be coming in the future anyway, and the Jiang family is still safe for now." Su Shiyu didn't answer and got up to leave. TSK, become an outcast? Looking at Su Shiyu's back as she left, Jiang Ling didn't chase after her and returned to her room, closing the door. What will she choose? Jiang Ling toyed with his teacup, pondering Su Shiyu's state. The lost cloudy jade bone could not be taken back, and this was too great a blow to Su Shiyu. Although Jiang Ling had good intentions and wanted to help, what could he help? At most, he could just advise Su Shiyu when she was in a bad mood like today. What's more, now that Jiang Ling had regained his ability to cultivate, he was even more engrossed in his own cultivation and didn't want to be distracted from anything else. 2 months. From the peak of the body refining realm to the 6th layer of the Yuan Pulse realm, Jiang Ling himself was satisfied with this speed and became more and more obsessed with cultivation. Under normal circumstances 100 days to penetrate a vein, but he had penetrated a vein in 10 days. The tenfold cultivation speed surprised him. The Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill of the first grade technique naturally contributed, but the dim flame also played a not-so-small role. Chapter 11, from now on, you'll stay in the Jiang family. Every time he cultivated, that flame would separate a strand of fire to help Jiang Ling cultivate. Su Shiyu had said that it was impossible to have this cultivation speed by relying on the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill alone. It was evident that this dim flame was useful. Miss Su is also quite sensitive. Jiang Ling thought so. "Young master, the medicine is here." Xiao Tao walked in with a bowl of medicine. It was still the same kind of ordinary tonic, and Jiang Ling still didn't break. The dim flame, in addition to helping him cultivate, still had the same effect it had before, wrapping his Yuan chakra roots in calcination. At first, Jiang Ling didn't know the consequences of continuing the calcination. He just still spent an hour every day, replenishing his body with tonic medicine, and then using the flames to calcinate the Yuan chakra roots. It was only after a month that Jiang Ling felt the difference in the Yuan wheel's root. The speed at which it absorbed Yuan power was indeed a touch faster. This was exactly what Jiang Ling was looking forward to. This dim flame could not only repair the Yuan chakra roots, but also enhance the cultivation talent of the Yuan chakra roots. Jiang Ling drank the tonic and inquired, "Little Peach, what realm are you in now?" "Young master, the 8th level of body forging is up." Xiao Tao was different from herself. She had her realm pushed to the peak of body forging because of her father's help in the first place, and father only treated Xiao Tao as a maid. Even though Jiang Ling had helped her before, he had only raised her body to the 2 or 3 levels of body refining. So soon? Jiang Ling was surprised. Not bad, not bad. Soon you'll be able to reach the peak of body forging as well, and then you'll be able to enter the vein opening realm as well. Aha, Peachy will definitely try. Young master, I heard that young master had another ring match with the Wind family's girl, and both master and the Wind family's head went to see it, and the stakes were high. However, it seems that his lordship has lost another bet and is very depressed. Is that so? What realm is Jiang Ling in now? I heard that the pulse opening realm is at the 9th level, and so is the Wind family's girl. Who won? It's still the Wind family girl. Little Peach said. I've heard from others that the Wind family girl has cultivated a particularly fast footwork, and the young lord can't even keep up with her. Fast ah. Jiang Ling touched his chin and said, steps, it's also considered a martial art. Jiang Ling pondered if he couldn't just cultivate his realm as well, and had to start cultivating martial arts. What kind of martial arts do you cultivate? Phoenix soaring to the 9 heavens, burning heavenly phoenix flame, phoenix wings with 100 cracks, all of them are fine. These were some of the martial skills that came with the phoenix fire burning sky skill. The martial skills that came with a first-class technique naturally had extraordinary power. At least it was much better than those martial arts techniques in the family. It was just that the movements of practicing martial arts were generally not small, and if he was in this Jiang family castle, he might have to be exposed. Well, the holy envoy of Miao is not coming. Am I still afraid of being exposed? It's better to be cautious and sneakily cultivate first. Intending to cultivate martial arts, Jiang Ling's days were a bit busier. The Wind family girl had won against Zhang Lei in the ring match with her footwork, and Jiang Ling also planned to cultivate footwork first. Phoenix soaring 9 heavens was the footwork. This footwork could be cultivated all the way up to the spiritual platform realm, and at the back it was even a divine aptitude spirit skill for flying. Since then, in Jiang Ling's small courtyard, there was an additional figure that kept running around and falling over. You'll go wrong if you cultivate like this. Su Shiyu couldn't look past it and stood out, instructing Jiang Ling on the cultivation of this footwork martial skill. Jiang Ling's martial arts cultivation path was on the right track, and the two couldn't help but get closer as they taught and were taught. His cultivation speed remained fast, and by the time another month had passed, he had already penetrated 9 yuan veins. Young master, take a look at me. Am I at the peak of the 9th level of body forging? Xiaotao happily came to Jiang Ling. Come on, throw a punch. Ha! Boom! Xiaotao's fist hit Jiang Ling's palm with a muffled sound. Jiang Ling's eyes lit up and said, not bad, it's really the peak of the 9th level of body forging. Now, Little Peach was also going to enter the vein opening realm. Young master, a little sleepy. Just now also exuberant Peach. Suddenly the body is soft, is about to fall. Jiang Ling rushed to hold. Peachy, come inside and talk. In the next moment, Jiang Ling's ears rang with Master Su Shiyu's voice. Gang Nung. Well, it was the woman again that put Peach to sleep. Jiang Ling first helped Xiaotao to his own side room before he went to Su Shiyu's room. Greetings, elder. Master Su Shiyu let out a hum, looked at Jiang Ling, then at Su Shiyu, and suddenly sighed. This sigh made Su Shiyu can't help but panic. Is there any more bad news? Jiang Ling looked at Su Shiyu's master teacher's expression, then looked at Su Shiyu again, and his face became odd. Why don't you let him out this time? You too, you've been getting along quite well all this time, haven't you? Master Su Shiyu asked. It sounded like an unusual greeting, but Jiang Ling keenly sensed an unusual flavor and didn't answer immediately. It was Su Shiyu who responded. It's not too bad. I have instructed him in martial arts cultivation, and he's not bad at being perceptive. When the disciple was lost, it was thanks to him that he spoke out and enlightened him. So you have a good impression of him? Master Su Shiyu asked again. This time Su Shiyu also felt that something was wrong, so she asked, Master, can I continue to recover from my injuries? Master Su Shiyu sighed, touched Su Shiyu's head, and said, Shiyu, in the future, you will stay in the Jiang family. What? Su Shiyu's eyes widened as if she had heard a bolt from the blue. Master, are you not going to take me back to the Holy Land? What are you still going back for? Being humiliated? Listen to Lu Ruyan's group taunting you every day? Master Su Shiyu said, the current Holy Land is already an unfavorable environment for you. Jiang Ling is also able to cultivate now, and is considered to have gotten rid of his bad reputation as a waste. Since he's treating you well and you have a good impression of her, then he is someone who can be worthy of your trust. But Ruyan Lu Shi, your senior sister Jishur will naturally take revenge for you, and she also hopes that you will have a peaceful life here and not return to the Holy Land to be humiliated by others. Ruyan Lu has completely fused the cloudy jade bone. She was originally a disciple of the Sacred Lord's lineage. She can't take it back. You shouldn't be delusional either. The Sacred Lord has ordered that this fight is over. Ruyan Lu and her master have also promised that they won't strike at you again. Su Shiyu's lips trembled. Then my injuries. Master Su Shiyu said, with your current situation, no one should be able to hurt you in this Baitsong city. Your current strength, this is enough for you. Jiang Ling, kid is in. Jiang Ling responded. Master Su Shiyu said, I entrust Shiyu to you. You have to treat her well. If I know that you treat him badly, I'll rip your head off and throw it into the latrine. Jiang Ling, kid obeys senior's orders. Master Su Shiyu took out a storage ring and gently slipped it into Su Shiyu's hand. Gently patted Su Shiyu's hand and said, "These are some of your personal belongings that you left behind in the Holy Land. I've brought them over for you. There are some gifts I left for you in there, too. You live well, although the Holy Land is high, but there is no freedom. You can still be free here, Master." Su Shiyu looked blank and sad. "You take care of yourself." Master Su Shiyu left behind a sentence. Leaving behind a sentence, his figure gradually disappeared. "Master," Su Shiyu called out. No one responded. "That, she should have already left," Jiang Ling said carefully. Su Shiyu disheveled and sat on the bed. On her peach blossom face, tears had already fallen. "Master, she gave up on me." "That, you still have me." Jiang Ling hesitated and sat on the bed as well, but didn't dare to get too close. Su Shiyu looked up at him. "The pearly blossoms were so beautiful that I felt sorry for her," and Jiang Ling's heart thumped. Su Shiyu's sad appearance made him want to hold her tightly in his arms and carefully comfort her. However, Jiang Ling's fingers moved, and in the end, he didn't make a move. The two of them had gotten a little closer, and her master had entrusted her to himself, but it wasn't her own will after all. Can you go out first? I want to be alone," Su Shiyu said. "This is fine." Jiang Ling hesitated and nodded. He gently walked out of the room and closed the door, looking up at the sky and sighing. Isn't this girl a bit too pathetic? A red face? Thin life? Can't be? Bad thoughts suddenly arose in Jiang Ling's heart, thinking of Su Shiyu's reaction on the first night of their wedding. With a clench of his teeth, he pushed open the door again and saw Su Shiyu, who had taken out her dagger. Don't. Chapter 12, Are you really moved? A flash of fire appeared underneath Jiang Ling's feet, and his figure rapidly approached Su Shiyu, actually using the phoenix soaring 9 heaven steps that he had just practiced for a short while. He instantly arrived in front of Su Shiyu and held her hand, trying to snatch Su Shiyu's dagger off, but Su Shiyu's hand was held so tightly that Jiang Ling couldn't even break it. He had long guessed that Su Shiyu's strength had been restored to a certain extent, and her master had also said that no one in Baitsong City could harm her, and now it seemed to be true. However, he still held Su Shiyu's hand tightly and said, "Miss Su, a short life of disappointment is just a short life of disappointment. There's no need to kill yourself. The kingdom of heaven and earth has not yet been decided. You and I are both dark horses." Su Shiyu slowly raised her head, met Jiang Ling's anxious gaze, and slowly loosened her hand. Jiang Ling hurriedly snatched the dagger and threw it onto a distant table, sighed in relief, and said, "Miss Su, it's not that I'm talking about you. Were you really the holy maiden of the Cloud Moon Holy Land in the past? This mental quality of yours? It's also a bit too bad. This position of the holy maiden of the Cloud Moon Holy Land. Do you have to do it? But what will I do later?" Su Shiyu's voice carried a little sob. "Do whatever you want," Jiang Ling said. "Are you so used to being high and mighty that you don't know how many toiling masses are down there? Even if their lives aren't as good as they'd like, they're still trying to figure out how to work hard to stay alive. Griffins still value their lives. Let alone you, a living human being. You, don't cry first." Jiang Ling touched his body and could not feel anything to wipe his tears, so he gave up and said, "Are you worried that I will use force on you? That's something you don't have to worry about at all. First, as I said before, I won't force you if you don't want to, even if the Holy Land doesn't want you anymore, and your master has given up on you. You're here with me, and we're still considered friends. Friend? That. You can also be a couple if you want," Jiang Ling said stiffly. "Of course, I'm certainly not going to force you if you don't want to. This second, your master has said that no one can hurt you right now in this little Baitsong City. Even if I wanted to force you, that can't be done." Jiang Ling, thank you. Su Shiyu felt better and said, "Can you leave me alone?" "Can't," Jiang Ling said helplessly. "What if you can't think about it again?" "Well, I'll have to enlighten you again." That. Jiang Ling thought about it, suddenly smiled awkwardly and said, "I used to be a waste. I only know how to eat, drink and have fun. And I've read also less. In our world, are there any powerful cultivators who suffered a big setback but later became famous?" Su Shiyu glanced at Jiang Ling, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Yes, and it's a great emperor." "The great emperor? The ultimate goal of cultivation? So strong? Who is it?" Jiang Ling inquired. "Yan Di, once like you, was also labeled as a waste. He used to." Su Shiyu recounted the story of Yan Di. Jiang Ling listened intently and could not help but feel a sense of admiration for this Yan Di. The heavens must first suffer in labor. This life of the great emperor has had many setbacks, but it is also full of opportunities. Are there any other inspirational powerhouses besides Yindi? Su Shiyu. There is. And it's still alive now. It's the present-day Holy Lord of the Purple Sky. Violet Sky Holy Lord? Jiang Ling stroked his chin and said, isn't that the same Violet Sky Sacred Lord who said, those who can't become great emperors are all trash? That was his father. Su Shiyu said. His son, who was framed, had his cultivation wasted, and his vitality was taken away, shortening his lifespan. The original words were actually that those who don't want to become great emperors are trash. It was an encouragement from the old Saint Lord to his son. Later on, the son revitalized himself, turned to death, succeeded the broken life against the heavens, gained a new life, and achieved the present-day Violet Sky Holy Lord. Oh, having your cultivation wasted. It feels similar to you. Jiang Ling said. Is there any more? Is there anyone else? Su Shiyu glanced at Jiang Ling and told a few more stories one after another. Jiang Ling smiled faintly. At this moment, he had seen the light of revitalization in Su Shiyu's eyes. Some of these stories told by Su Shiyu, some Jiang Ling knew and some he didn't, but even if he knew, he was still to not know and let Su Shiyu tell them to him. Instead, the story she tells herself is more deeply felt. Jiang Ling, thank you. Su Shiyu took a deep breath and then let it out in a long one. You know all this yourself. Jiang Ling said. Anyway, there are a lot of inspirational stories. Even now, your situation is much better than mine, right? I already feel invigorated that I can resume my training, and you have an even greater advantage. Su Shiyu nodded and said, even if I can't return to the Holy Land, I still have my own light. That's right. Jiang Ling also let out a long breath and said, the Jiang family is your new beginning. What's a Holy Land holy maiden? Maybe in the future you can create a Holy Land by yourself and be a Holy Lord yourself? Su Shiyu spread a smile and said, you don't have a small mouth. Where is it so easy to create a Holy Land? Before the pearly blossoms, now breaking into a smile, Jiang Ling could not help but look at it again. A fairy is a fairy, and her knitted brows and smile are so seductive. Jiang Ling Zhang's gaze shifted. Then he stood up and said, it's fine if you've regained your vigor. Then I'll go cultivate first. He walked over to the table, unsure after all, and intended to take the dagger away. About to step out of the room, Su Shiyu suddenly called out to Jiang Ling again. Wait, is there anything else? Jiang Ling turned around and inquired. Su Shiyu's eyes dodged a few times, but she still stared at Jiang Ling. My master entrusted me to you. What do you think? Jiang Ling said. Didn't I say so? If you don't want to, I won't force it. Besides, I don't have that ability. Su Shiyu said. I am asking, what do you think of me? This. Jiang Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Su Shiyu, the meaning of these words. Hiss. The sky. The earth. Is she still turned on me? Ahem. This. Jiang Ling stammered. Miss Su, don't doubt your charm. As early as when this marriage was decided, my father told me that Fairy Yunxiao is the #1 fairy in the Holy Land. The country is so beautiful and her appearance is unrivaled. Seeing you later, I guess, after your injuries had healed and your looks were restored, and indeed so, made one's heart pound. How could I not like it and covet it? Of course, I was just talking about the outside, but on the inside, I don't think you're a bad person, except for being a bit fragile, and since you're from a Holy Land's holy maiden, you have enviable cultivation knowledge and insights in your head, so you should be considered erudite and cultivated as well. If you are willing, I naturally will not refuse. Like this? Su Shiyu tried to act calm, but she didn't even notice that the corners of her mouth had curled up slightly. You go out. Su Shiyu said. Jiang Ling stepped out of the room and closed the door gently. She won't really. Jiang Ling stood in the doorway, not immediately walking away, his thoughts drifting a bit. After standing for a full quarter of an hour, Jiang Ling sighed and went back to his side room. Peach is still asleep in her room. Su Shiyu touched her face, and she didn't understand why she had asked a question like that. Master entrusted himself to Jiang Ling. Did he really intend to stay in the Jiang family for the rest of his life? Before, she felt humiliated, lonely, and wanted to kill herself. Jiang Ling enlightened her and gave her hope for the future. She wanted to grab this hope and take it in stride. Even if her talent hadn't fully recovered, it was still enough to support her to go farther. At least the small Baitsong city, or even the small Blue Flame country, couldn't stop her. To regain hope, one must step forward. Sooner or later, it was time to leave the Jiang family and leave North Barn City. Leave Jiang Ling? Su Shiyu actually had a hint of hesitation in her heart. She didn't know why. But she had a special attitude towards Jiang Ling. Because of the master's trust? Or because he saved his life twice? He also helped himself instead of falling on his sword when he was at his most helpless. Enlighten yourself when you are at your most uncertain and battered. She actually couldn't stop thinking back to how Jiang Ling had helped her. And all she could think about was Jiang Ling's goodness. So, yourself really moved? Chapter 13, Why Don't We Both Go? Jiang Ling was playing with Su Shiyu's dagger in his hand. The dagger was chilly and cold, with a red diamond-shaped crystal set in the center, emanating a fire attribute. Spirit soldier? Jiang Ling couldn't help but guess. He used his own yuan power to input it into the dagger, and the red crystals lit up as the dagger gave off a dangerous aura. It feels more powerful than even that random heart rope. Like a good thing. Jiang Ling sighed, wanting to take possession of it. Young master, how did I sleep in your bed again? Xiao Tao woke up in a daze. Woke up little peach. Jiang Ling put the dagger aside and said, by the way, you're at the peak of the forging realm, right? The next step is to penetrate the yuan vein. Young master, it's not right. Little Peach recalled what happened before she fainted and said, I've fainted for the second time. There's definitely something wrong. Actually a senior has come. Jiang Ling thought about it and told the matter of Su Shiyu's senior. Little Peach's eyes widened as she said, so, that elixir that restores the foundation of cultivation was given by that senior? She probably won't come back again either. Jiang Ling sighed and said, Xiao Tao, what do you think of Su Shiyu? Young lady? Well, Xiao Tao said after some thought. I didn't like her at first, but now I think she's not so bad. Well, it's not bad. Jiang Ling said, do you think she likes young master? Young master, you are so outstanding. It's only right that she likes you. Xiao Tao said proudly. Am I excellent? Jiang Ling rubbed his nose. Excellent. Peach replied in a very positive tone. Ha ha, it's still my little Peach who's sweet. Jiang Ling stroked little Peach's head and said, Miss Su has no intention of returning to the Holy Land for now. Do you think she will stay in the Jiang family? Young master, I don't even know what happened in between. Peachy was dissatisfied. That senior is really something too. Why does he make me faint every time? Jiang Ling didn't hide what had happened in between from Xiao Tao. The result was rewarded with a sentence from Xiao Tao. Young master, are you stupid? Gang Nung. Xiao Tao continued. That was the young lady's most uncertain and helpless time. You should have seized the opportunity to enter her heart, care for her, pamper her, and say that you will protect her and give her happiness and security. That'll take the young lady down. How come you're encouraging her to get back on her feet and telling her inspirational people and stories? Jiang Ling, what this? Xiao Tao said is indeed one of the methods used by the predecessor Jiang Ling. Xiao Tao said with hatred, the young lady is the phoenix that flew down from the Holy Land. And now that she is injured and falls into your hands, how dare you encourage her to fly away? Did I encourage her to fly away? I said she can stay in the Jiang family. Jiang Ling said, but think about it, she's not weak now, and she has extraordinary insights. This Jiang family, this Baitsong city is a bit too small for her. But Peachy, don't you think that this Jiang family, for me, is also a bit small? Peach froze. Jiang Ling smiled and said, however, rice should be eaten one bite at a time, and the road should be taken one step at a time. Right now I still need to stay in the Jiang family and slowly cultivate. Little Peach, young master's cultivation speed is very fast. You also have to work hard or you might not be able to keep up with young master's footsteps. Little Peach asked. Young master, what realm are you in now? 9th level of the vein opening realm. Jiang Ling said. Is Jiang Lei also at this realm? Yes, young master. Little Peach was pleasantly surprised. Young master, you actually used a few months to catch up. That's awesome. In the future, surpassing young master Jiang Lei won't be a breeze? Now, the young master will be able to reclaim the position of the Jiang family's young master. What do I need this young master position for? Jiang Ling lost his smile and said, the Jiang family isn't that big, just have Jiang Lei. Peach, look beyond the horizon. Our goal is the starry sea. Young master is right. Xiao Tao didn't understand, but it sounded awesome, so supporting the young master was right. Alright, no more nonsense. You're about to enter the vein opening realm. We're practicing the same gong method. I'll give you the cultivation tips of the vein opening realm. Jiang Ling began to teach little Peach his own cultivation tips, after which, the two of them entered a state of cultivation. Su Shiyu had the idea of wanting to venture outside, but hadn't made a decision yet. Jiang Ling had helped her so much, she felt the need to ask Jiang Ling's opinion. Of course, even if you decide to leave. It's not now. Master had returned all her personal belongings to her, as well as some gifts. These things would allow Su Shiyu to further restore her strength, so she would need to stay for a while. Jiang Ling was practicing his gongfu and also martial arts in his own courtyard, and the commotion he made attracted Jiang Zhengming's attention after all. Jiangjia Fort was just this big, and it was destined to be discovered. On this very day, when Jiang Ling was cultivating Phoenix Wing 100 cracks under Su Shiyu's guidance, Jiang Zhengming, who was standing on the roof of a distant room, was shocked. Did a miracle happen to these two? God? He saw Jiang Ling chopping out his palm like a sword. The wooden stakes were split into pieces, and the rich fire attribute Yuan power stirred in the small courtyard. What a powerful attack. Jiang Zhengming was shocked. Why does it feel like he's even stronger than Ale? He leaped and crossed several houses, landing in Jiang Ling's small courtyard at once. Father? Jiang Ling was startled. Linger, when did you recover? This. Jiang Ling scratched his head and looked at Su Shiyu. Su Shiyu blandly said, I have my own means to recover for him. This was a statement that the two of them had already discussed, putting the credit on Su Shiyu. Then you. Jiang Zhengming cautiously stared at Su Shiyu, surprisingly finding himself facing her with a depressing feeling. She's stronger than me. Jiang Zhengming judged in his heart. Miss Su has also recovered? Su Shiyu said, I hope you won't disturb the two of us. This. You guys before. You guys now. Jiang Zhengming did not know where to start. It was only at this moment that he realized that he hadn't been lied to all before. Is it true that Jiang Ling is singing night after night and doesn't get out of bed every day? He doesn't feel it's true, does he? Could it be that Jiang Ling has never taken Su Shiyu down? Or did she really take it down? And Su Shiyu has completely handed over her body and mind to Jiang Ling before helping him recover and help him cultivate? That look of degenerate waste they put on in the first place. It was Saint Ambassador Miao who didn't even see it. Jiang Zhengming felt a chill in his heart. Oh, Miao Saint Angel said not to come in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhengming's heart relaxed slightly, but it was just that he was no longer coming over because of Su Shiyu's matter. But he had sent Jian Lan to the hands of the sacred envoy Miao, hoping that she would enter a wider world. Would Saint Ambassador Miao come to the Jiang family again because of Jian Lan? It's not impossible in the future. Jiang Zhengming got worried. At this moment, Jiang Ling pulled Jiang Zhengming's sleeve and whispered, Father, come over here and talk. Father and son stepped aside, and Jiang Ling said, Father, you can't beat her now. This, I know. Jiang Zhengming smiled bitterly and said, she is the holy daughter of the Holy Land, and since her cultivation has recovered to this point, she must have many means, not to mention me. No one in this Baitsong city should be able to threaten him. Even the city lord can't. Linger, how did you recover? Between you two, what exactly happened? It's a long story. Jiang Ling said, but father, don't worry. Miss Su is not planning to go back over to the Holy Land. Her master won't let her go back either, and wants to entrust her to me. Her master? Who? When did it come? It doesn't matter. Jiang Ling continued. Anyway, on the Holy Land side, Su Shiyu's matter is over. She's not returning to the Holy Land, and the Holy Land side also said that they won't be looking for Miss Su anymore. It can be said that she is now a free agent. So father, you don't have to worry about the Holy Land side paying attention to our Jiang family anymore. Like this? Jiang Zhengming drifted off, but then shook his head and said, Linger, you're still too young. When the Holy Land side says they won't look for Miss Su anymore, will they really let her go? The best way to deal with one's enemies is, of course, to cut off the roots and leave no loose ends. They may not dare to send anyone else on the surface, but they may use some underhanded tactics. That's something I've also thought about. Jiang Ling said, but Miss Su said she can handle it. She can naturally handle it. What about our Jiang family? Jiang Zhengming said unhappily, I'm afraid of involving the Jiang family. Oh yeah? Jiang Ling said, why don't the two of us go? Chapter 14, New Year's Trial. It's the same whether you guys leave or not. Jiang Zhengming shook his head and said, if the Holy Land still decides to blame the Jiang family and punish them, it won't change even if you guys leave. Well, maybe if you guys are there, maybe because of Miss Su, you can still mediate. Even if we can't mediate, with Miss Su's strength, it would be good if she could help the Jiang family resist. Gang Nung. Father thinks a lot. Lings, you and Miss Su, what is the relationship now? In the end, have you taken her down? Don't inquire about this. Jiang Ling said, all in all, she's quite satisfied with her current life, but I think that sooner or later, she'll have to leave the Jiang family, so don't stop her at that time. Father, That means it didn't take it. Jiang said helplessly. The two of you have played me in Sacred Envoy Meow for a fool. Can I say that I was also forced in the beginning? Jiang Ling said. Anyway, the situation plainly now is that Su Shiyu has nothing to do with the Cloud Moon Holy Land anymore. That's right. Jiang pondered for a while and then asked, what realm have you cultivated to now? I just watched you from afar. It's a bit strong. Can't you see it, father? Can't tell. Jiang shook his head. Jiang Ling was surprised. It seemed that the secret method Su Shiyu taught him to conceal his cultivation was indeed something. His father was a great realm higher than him. Pulse opening realm 5th level. Jiang Ling said. More than 3 months. Pulse opening realm 5th level. Jiangming's mouth corner twitched, feeling a sense of frustration. He had spent a great deal of resources and worked hard to cultivate his second son, Jiang Lei, but he had only managed to keep Jiang Lei at a speed of 50 to 60 days to penetrate a meridian, a speed that had already surpassed all the other juniors in the Jiang family. And Gangnung is going through one in 20 days? It's unconscionable. An entire Jiang family's cultivation is no match for a Miss Su's teaching. It would be a shame for the Jiang family to spread the word, right? This is still false. If he knows the real situation in Jiangling is 10 days through a line, I'm afraid to go crazy. However, Jiangming quickly swept the frustration from his mind and revealed a smile. It was a good thing that Jiang Ling was able to cultivate and had such a terrifying cultivation talent. At the 5th level of the pulse opening realm, there weren't many in the younger generation of the Jiang clan other than Jiang Lei. Of course, right now, Jiang Lei was at the 9th level of the pulse opening realm. However, Jiang Ling surpassing Jiang Lei would probably be a very quick thing. Then this young master's position. The interpersonal relationships involved were more complicated, and Jiangming couldn't make a decision for a while. He looked at Jiang Ling and said, this year's Family New Year's mini-trial, you should participate as well. There's also the Song Wu we held by the city lord at the end of the year, so there should be something for you as well. Can I not participate? Jiang Ling asked. There are rewards. Jiangming said. Well, then let's talk about it. Jiang Ling didn't immediately agree either. Jiangming was unhappy and had the intention of forcing Jiang Ling, but seeing Su Shiyu's gaze that had been gazing this way, he could only suppress this intention first. There's something wrong with Miss Su's eyes. Jiang Ling really didn't take her down? Whatever. I'll go back and find a way to get Gangnam to participate. You continue to cultivate. After Jiangming finished speaking, he pulled Jiang Ling to walk in front of Su Shiyu again and smiled. Miss Su has recovered. This is something to be congratulated. I've decided to throw a big banquet to celebrate. What does Miss Su think? No need. Su Shiyu said. Just let the two of us live quietly here. Well, I respect Miss Su's decision. You continue to teach your canine son. I'll be busy. Jiangming left, and Su Shiyu asked Jiang Ling, what are you going to do? It's impossible to hide our recovery, right? Jiang Ling asked. Over at the Holy Land, did they also already know about your master's attempt to help you recover? Su Shiyu said. Yes, and there have been blocks, and I have not recovered to my peak even now. Then there's no need to hide it anymore. Jiang Ling said. If they still want to play small tricks, they can't stop them. Soldiers will stop them, so let's water and earth cover them. Father asked me to participate in the family's New Year's trial, which is actually a family tournament. What do you think? Just decide for yourself. Su Shiyu said. Still continuing to cultivate? Sure, go ahead. Su Shiyu then proceeded to instruct Jiang Ling to cultivate Phoenix Wing 100 cracks. The matter of Jiang Ling's recovery slowly spread within the Jiang family as well. Who would have thought that the Jiang family's punk who spent all his days idling around, eating, drinking, and having fun, would also have a day of salted fish turnaround? Moreover, it was said that Jiang Ling's current cultivation talent was better than even Jiang Lei, the Jiang family's young master. They also all guessed that it was because of that holy maiden from the Holy Land, although both of them used to be invalids. After all, the other Miss Su used to be the holy maiden of the Holy Land. Truly envious. Such a waste of space has gained the favor of a fairy, and the fairy has even changed her fate against the heavens. How come I didn't have such a great opportunity? Have you guys seen what Fairy Su looks like? No. Fairy Su seems to have never left the small courtyard. Fine. Won't let you out. Won't let you out of bed. Ha! Damn. My back teeth. Do you think Jiang Ling will steal Brother Lei's position as the young master of the Jiang family? Brothers, stand in line. Will you stand for Jiang Ling, or Brother Lei? What are you guys talking about? Jiang Lei, dressed in a black power suit, walked over from the distance. Brother Jiang Lei. Brother Jiang Lei. They greeted one by one. Brother Jiang Lei, I'm afraid that when Jiang Ling recovers, he'll be a big threat to your position as a young master. A junior member of the Jiang clan who wanted to stand up to Jiang Lei voiced a reminder. Jiang Lei's face sank slightly. Said, don't listen to the wind all day. Jiang Ling recovered. This is a good thing. The Jiang family has another teenage genius. The future will be more brilliant. Brother Jiang Lei is atmospheric. That Jiang family junior immediately boasted. If you ask me, it's still Brother Jiang Lei. That Jiang Ling, even if he recovers, with his character of eating, drinking and idling, can he take up the family's heavy responsibility? Alright, let's not talk about useless things. Jiang Lei said. You guys have to cultivate well these days. The year is approaching. I hope that this year's Kangwu meeting will have your figures. Yes. The group of people responded in a loud voice and then dispersed. Jiang Lei also turned around and left, arriving at his mother's residence. At this time, Jiang Zhengming was not there, and went out to pick up and drop off a batch of goods. Mother, what should I do? Jiang Lei spoke in front of his mother. Sooner or later, Jiang Ling will surpass me, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep my position as young master. Jiang Lei's mother, Jiang Zhengming's renewed wife, was Jiang Ling's second mother. Jiang Ling's own mother, back when she was still pregnant with Jiang Ling, had suffered a night attack that resulted in serious injuries and fetal damage. That night attack was also likely the reason why Jiang Ling's natural cultivation roots were broken. Also because of that night attack, both the mother and the fetus were damaged, and at the time of delivery, the mother saved Jiang Ling, but she herself hemorrhaged to death. This present wife of Jiang Zhengming was married by him later. Listening to Jiang Lei's complaints, his mother touched his head and said, this is also something that no one could have predicted, but later you still have a chance. Mother, you say. Although Jiang Ling is fast in cultivation, he has just recovered after all. Your father said that he's only cultivated to the 5th level of the vein opening realm. You're at the 9th level of the vein opening realm now, right? Defeat him at the family's New Year's mini trial, take first place, and then defeat the Wind family's girl at the Kangwu meeting, and mother will be on your father's side. Blowing off some pillow talk. This is good. Mother, watch me. Chapter 15, a sprint, a straight punch. Boom. The flames roared and the blades were bitter. Inside Jiang Ling's small courtyard, Jiang Ling held a steel sword and chopped out a sword towards the row of wooden stakes in front of him, as if it was a wing of fire cracking the sky, chopping the row of stakes into pieces. This power. TSK. Jiang Ling brushed his blade and turned back to Su Shiyu with a smug expression. How is it? Sort of a small accomplishment. Su Shiyu appeared calm, silently walked to a wooden stake, picked up a section, looked at it, and said, the power is enough, but it's not cohesive and fierce enough. Isn't that enough? Jiang Ling pondered. Eldest young master Jiang Ling, the master is calling you over. The subordinate beside Jiang Zhengming came to Jiang Ling's small courtyard. Got it. Jiang Ling responded by closing his sword. The subordinate left and Jiang Ling asked Su Shiyu, are you going? Su Shiyu shook her head and turned around to go back to her room. Isn't she too bored? Jiang Ling couldn't help but think about it in his heart, and let Xiaotao clean up a yard of mess, then took Xiaotao to Jiang Zhengming's residence. At this moment, Jiang Zhengming's compound had already gathered the outstanding sons and daughters of the younger generation of the Jiang family. Jiang Ling also arrived. It was also his first time coming to this kind of gathering, and looking at these not-so-familiar children of the same clan, he didn't know what to say and stood to the side in silence. Jiang Zhengming walked out from inside and began to lecture. It was just some words of encouragement to work harder at the New Year's mini-trial and the Kurabukai. Whether it was the top 3 in the family's New Year's trial or the top 3 in the Kuramukai, there were rewards. The rewards of the Tsong Wuhui were not yet known. Jiang Zhengming had only spoken of the rewards of the family's New Year's trial. First place in the family, 10 chakra opening pills, second place, 5 chakra opening pills, third place, 2 pills, and the 4th through 10th places were each rewarded with dollar coins as well. While a group of juniors listened with exhilaration, Jiang Ling felt a lack of interest. For the chakra opening pills, there seems to be less need for them. However, the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill was more than a normal technique, and it had to penetrate 8 more strange veins. Passing through the 12 orthodox meridians was relatively simple, but passing through the 8 odd meridians was somewhat more difficult. According to the Gongfu, not only did it take longer, but it was best to have an elixir or special flame to assist as well. Jiang Ling didn't need the vein opening pill, but he wanted to sell the vein opening pill for money and buy the pills he needed. It should be easier, right? Returning to his side room, Jiang Ling temporarily rested for a while, lying on his bed and crossing his legs. Phoenix soaring 9 heavens and Phoenix wings 100 cracks were both considered minor achievements. The power of these two martial arts made Jiang Ling very confident inside. Soon, the time for the Jiang family's New Year's mini-trial arrived. The clan elders, and outstanding young juniors of the family gathered at the central grand stage of the Jiang family fort. The New Year's mini-test is just one part of the year's end, which is, after all, mostly about fun and celebration. In the Jiang family fort, it was draped in red and brightly lit, with various musical instruments ringing out and the scent of food constantly wafting out. Occasionally there were crackling sounds. It was the children of the Jiang family who were not yet adults setting off firecrackers. The sound of cheering and jumping filled the surroundings. In previous years, Jiang Ling usually didn't participate in this kind of year-end gathering. It was more like a stage for the elite disciples of the family, and he had attended a few times and had received a lot of explicit and implicit taunts. Later, whenever the year was over, Jiang Ling took Xiaotao away from Jiangjia Fort and went to the civilian area to attend their gatherings. Although it was not as opulent as Jiangjia Fort, the people were enthusiastic and there were various food stalls to satisfy the taste buds. The children there are equally joyful and full of life. It was there that Jiang Ling would not be discriminated against. He even brought a lot of gifts because of his Jiang family's status as a young master, and was quite respected. This year, Jiang Ling actually wanted to take Xiaotao to the civilian area, and also wanted to invite Su Shiyu to visit. However, he was sent a special notice by Jiang Zhengming to attend the family's annual meeting and to sit at the table of the young elite disciples of the Jiang family, which made Jiang Ling quite helpless. The inside of the Jiang family castle was well decorated, but Jiang Ling felt that there was a trace of intimacy missing. For the year-end party, he asked Su Shiyu, and Su Shiyu promised to go. He just didn't expect that after coming, he and Su Shiyu were separated. He, Jiang Ling, did the table of the young elite disciples of the Jiang family, but Su Shiyu was invited to the table of the clan elders and elders. This family status is higher than him as a husband. Alas, yin and yang are in decline. Jiang Ling slandered in his heart, and when the patriarchs and elders had finished paying their respects and also finished their speeches, and were able to move around freely, he left the table, and took little Peach to go look for small children to play with. You are quite comfortable. Su Shiyu watched Jiang Ling snatch the child's son's firecracker to set it off, not knowing when she appeared beside Jiang Ling. You're done talking to them, huh? Jiang Ling returned the firecracker to the child and asked Su Shiyu. Nothing, they want me to stay in the Jiang family. Su Shiyu said, as long as I can stay, you will be the young master of the Jiang family and the next Jiang family head. Don't be affected. Jiang Ling said, this Jiang family head, I'm not really interested in it either. I know you're going to leave sooner or later. In fact, I also have plans to leave and go out to make a name for myself. Baitsong City, it's too small. I just don't know if I'm lucky enough to travel with a ferry. Looking at Jiang Ling's sudden bad smile, Su Shiyu was stunned, and her heart beat a minute faster without realizing it. She turned to look at the theater not far away and said, you can enter the 5 prefectures realm first. Su Shiyu walked towards the theater stage with elegant steps. Jiang Ling looked at her back with divinity and couldn't help but sigh. It's so beautiful. The theater is over. The children's playtime is over. And next, it's time for the New Year's trial, the Young Elite Generations competition. Let's go. Go over and draw lots. Jiang Ling clapped his hands and led Su Shiyu towards the ring. These Jiang clan descendants of the same generation as Jiang Ling were no more than 10 years apart in age. Of the dozens of Jiang surnamed children, there were actually only 9 if they were only talking about the elites. In the Jiang family, one was not considered an elite without having penetrated more than 3 yuan veins. Jiang Lei was the first to go up and draw lots, so he drew number 1. Afterward, it was Jiang Ling's turn again, and he was even lucky enough to draw the No. 9 wheel space number, which made others envious. He then sat in the lounge seat and crossed his legs to watch the others cut on stage. Although Jiang Ling always heard Xiaodao say that Jiang Lei fought with the Feng family's girl and lost again, he was actually really the number 1 in the younger generation of the Jiang family. The opponent he was sparring with had no more than 3 punches and 2 kicks before Jiang Lei was knocked out of the ring with his thunder fist. A group of small children watching the battle cheered loudly. Jiang Ling also watched the others cut up and watched attentively. The previous Jiang Ling didn't fight at all, and this first time he needed to go on stage. He was a little nervous in his heart. Well, seriously analyze the opponent. No. 3 rivers and mountains is too slow. No. 5 JLT is too slow. Number 6 is too slow. After half a day of seriously looking at them, Jiang Ling had an odd feeling inside. feeling like he could go up and knock them down in a single round. Well, am I too strong? For winners were decided in the first round, and Jiang Ling went up to draw lots with them. Number 1. Very good. Jiang Ling handed the signature to the recording elder and waited on the side. The one who drew number 2 was a girl named Jiang Mei. Jiang Ling was unfamiliar with her, but just now, she watched her fight and was known for her speed. Of course, this being known for her speed is only a comparison to her first-round opponent. Jiang Ling went up to the stage and stared at each other from a distance from Jiang Mei. The stage was also silent, as if a pin could be heard. Most of the gazes were staring at Jiang Ling, this Jiang family's young master, who had been a waste for several years but was said to have turned around after marrying the wife of a holy maiden. What kind of performance would he have? Jiang Ling quickly gave them the answer. Whoosh, thud, thud, a charge, a straight punch, and Jiang Mei flew straight out of the ring and landed on the ground. Snap! Jiang Jiangming excitedly slapped the chair handle and stood up excitedly. The face of the lady on the sidelines was a bit torn. In the ring, the elder in charge of the referee and guards couldn't help but be shocked, and froze for a moment before ruling. Jiang Ling wins. The people under the ring stared in disbelief, and many of them had expressions of disbelief in their eyes. All sorts of murmurs also gradually rang out. Is this appropriate? Jiang Mei is an expert at the 4th level of the vein opening realm as she has penetrated 4 yuan veins. That's right. It's some of the elders from the previous generation that Sister Jiang Mei was able to go through with them. It's confirmed. Jiang Ling is really at the 5th level of vein opening. No, 5 layers beating 4 shouldn't be this easy. He has a saintess wife, so who knows if he's taught him any super powerful martial arts techniques? Damn it, my back teeth. Amidst a crowd of envious eyes, Jiang Ling saluted the referee before walking out of the ring. Young master, drink water. Xiao Tao handed over the water on the side and said excitedly, Young master, you're too good. Peach, calm down. Jiang Ling sipped his water and said, This is just a bullseye test. Aha, young master will definitely take first place. Little Peach nodded her head vigorously. Jiang Ling suddenly felt a gaze with hostility. He looked over. It was Jiang Lei. Chapter 16, What I Want. Is this vast starry sky? Hostile? Jiang Ling didn't care. His half-brother, who hadn't actually bullied him during the years he was a loser because of his father's dictates, hadn't offered much help either. It's really just ignoring. The two don't interfere with each other. Jiang Ling is his own wasteful young master. Jiang Lei is his own young master of the Jiang family. But now, Jiang Ling's performance made Jiang Lei feel that his position was threatened. While Jiang Lei was hostile, Jiang Ling was pondering when to have a talk with this half-brother to show that he didn't covet the position of young master of the Jiang family. Is it fun to make enemies everywhere? It was Jiang Lei's turn to take the ring again, striking like thunder, as if he was going to use all his strength in his first punch. He also wanted to achieve a one-punch defeat, and wanted to show that he was not inferior to Jiang Ling. This punch he used his full strength, and his opponent was only at the 4th level of pulse opening, unable to block this punch, and in the end, he could only spray blood from his mouth and flew out upside down. The opponent fell to the ground and sprayed 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Jiang Lei, you struck too hard. An elder immediately clapped his hands and rebuked. All right, take Jiang Wei down to nurse his wounds. Jiang Jiangming said, give him a special approval for a bottle of body-nourishing pill. Jiang Lei, watch your step. He also reminded Jiang Lei, saying, this is just an annual meeting sparring session, not a life and death fight. Don't do a battle of wills. Yes, father. Jiang Lei answered and walked off the ring in a sullen manner. Is this a real plan to compete with me? Jiang Ling was somewhat helpless in his heart. He was able to defeat his enemy with one punch. Naturally, because his strength was there, he was able to do so with ease. And that punch of his was actually not very powerful. Focusing on thrust. Top 3. With one more turn for Jiang Shibi. Jiang Shibi was at the 5th level of the pulse opening realm. The same realm as Jiang Ling was rumored to be at in the Jiang clan. So the elders and clan elders decided to let Jiang Shibi and Jiang Ling compete for 3rd place first. Facing Jiang Shibi, Jiang Ling thought about it and collected himself more and more. After a dozen or so moves with Jiang Shibu, he had gained a little bit of experience in stalking, and finally sent Jiang Shibu out of the ring with one more punch. The duel begins. Jiang Ling and Jiang Lei were face to face, and he could feel the hostility in Jiang Lei's gaze. As the gong fell, Jiang Lei's feet stepped on the thunderlight and rushed towards Jiang Ling. His fist carried a thunderous aura, as if he wanted to pierce Jiang Ling through. Jiang Ling stepped on the phoenix soaring 9 heavenly steps and retreated to avoid it, not counterattacking. Jiang Lei was not slow to react, turning to side kick. Jiang Ling reached out and slapped it away, then lightly struck a palm. This palm seemed to be silent, but it made Jiang Ling feel a great crisis, and with a flip, he withdrew a long way away, cautiously looking at Jiang Ling. He was shocked in his heart. Where on earth did Jiang Ling get such a strong strength? Could the 5th level of the vein opening realm be this powerful? Jiang Ling got serious and charged again, and as he approached, he threw a punch, but then suddenly changed direction. Jiang Ling almost fell for it, but then quickly reacted, catching the second punch and then counterattacking. The two of them tangled up in the ring, and Jiang Ling actually had a few intentions to suppress Jiang Ling. On the family elder's seat, Jiang Zhengming calmly watched the battle in the ring, but his wife was quite disturbed by what she saw. Jiang Ming, do you think Jiang Ling is really only at the 5th level of the pulse opening realm? She inquired. At this point in the battle, it was unlikely that Jiang Ling would want to completely conceal his aura anymore. She naturally saw some clues. Perhaps, Jiang Zhengming said, maybe it's because Miss Su has some way to temporarily raise Linger's cultivation. Isn't that right, Miss Su? Su Shiyu didn't respond. She just calmly looked at Jiang Ling in the ring. She could see more. Jiang Lei was using almost all of his power and fighting skills, but Jiang Ling was collecting his strength. With Jiang Ling's true strength, as long as the Phoenix Wing 100 cracks came out, it was impossible for Jiang Lei to block it. But Jiang Ling was just useless. Why don't you use it? Su Shiyu thought that Jiang Ling was absorbing the experience of the battle. Jiang Ling did have some of these thoughts in his mind, but there was another level, which was just to save some face for Jiang Lei. Whether it was his own quest, their previous relationship, or the current occasion, Jiang Ling did not have the need to lay his hands on Jiang Lei or humiliate him. Gradually, in terms of combat experience, Jiang Ling had also learned a lot. Jiang Lei couldn't suppress Jiang Ling anymore. Jiang Ling showed more strength and stronger yuan power, gradually forcing Jiang Lei out of the ring. Stop! The referee elder called a halt and declared Jiang Ling the winner. Jiang Lei stood outside the ring, his fists clenched, his heart unwilling. Linger, you really gave father a great surprise. Jiang Zhengming stood up from the central main seat and said with a smile, I didn't realize that I had already cultivated to this level without realizing it. It seems that Miss Su has helped you a lot. Jiang Ling said, thank you father for the compliment. Next to him, a clan elder also stroked his beard and laughed. It seems that this position of the Jiang family's young master is going to return to you, Mrs. Jiang Zhengming's hands were on her lap and suddenly clenched together. Jiang Ling looked at Ernyang, then at Jiang Lei, and said in a loud voice, back to Grandpa Ming. Jiang Ling has no intention of taking the position of young lord. What did you say? Clan elder Jiang Jinming froze, and the others couldn't help but freeze as the surroundings went quiet for a moment. Jiang Ling said, Jiang Lei has a good talent for cultivation, and his cultivation also overpowers others in the younger generation. Moreover, he is calm, has a big picture view, and has already made a lot of achievements for the family. Kid Jiang Ling was just lucky and accidentally restored his cultivation roots. I'm used to loafing around on weekdays. Asking me to manage a big family? I don't think I can sink my teeth into that, nor do I have the ability. If you want to become a young lord, or even a clan chief in the future, cultivation strength is certainly important, but it's definitely not just about that. That's why I think it's still appropriate for Jiang Lei to continue to serve as the Jiang family's young master. Kid Jiang Ling, I just want to continue to be a relaxed idler. Jiang Ling made a statement that made the crowd lose their voices, and for a while everyone didn't know how to respond. It was Ernyang and Jiang Lei who looked at Jiang Ling in puzzlement. It was Jiang Zhengming who reacted first and said in a deep voice, Jiang Ling, have you thought about it? Think about it. Jiang Ling responded, good. Jiang Zhengming nodded and said, the matter of the young master will be discussed later. For now, the leader of the New Year's mini-test is yours. Let's get the reward first. Jiang Ling walked forward and watched as his father took out the brocade box containing the vein-opening pill. However, Jiang Zhengming did not immediately hand over the brocade box to Jiang Ling, but said to the crowd, I'm not afraid to laugh at the big guys. I originally thought that this leader of the pack should be Alays, so the reward prepared for the top 3 is the vein-opening dan that he needs the most. Jiang Ling, this is something that your brother needs right now. Are you willing to let it out? Jiang Ling couldn't help but be stunned, looking at Jiang Lei and then at Jiang Zhengming. Good. Jiang Ling nodded. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhengming laughed out loud and said, good. Brothers have love. I think the Jiang family will prosper even more in your hands in the future. Linger, although you have given up the reward for being the leader, father allows you to make a request. What request line? It's that you want 20,000 30 vein opening pills? Whatever. The moment he said this, he caused several clan elders around him to bare their teeth. This patriarch, this was taking the family's assets to benefit his two sons. Jiang Ling smiled and said, then let's ask for 30 yuan coins worth of vein opening pills. Originally, when I obtained the vein opening pill, I was also going to exchange it for money. Okay. Jiang Zhengming waved his big hand boldly, and 3 small boxes appeared in front of Jiang Ling. Inside the small box was a full of yuan coins, the exact value of 30 vein opening pills. This storage ring is also given to you. It will be easier to carry things in the future. Jiang Ling was overjoyed and took the storage ring, collecting all the yuan coins. Thank you, father. Ha ha ha. Jiang Zhengming laughed loudly. After the New Year's mini trial had passed, there were other activities for the New Year's Eve behind it. But those events had little to do with the younger generation of the Jiang family anymore. They were for the elders of the clan. For the younger generation, just come on a free-for-all. Jiang Ling was idle and was ready to take little Peach to leave the Jiang family fort and go to the party area in the civilian area to have a look. It's been a year since I've been there, and I really miss them. Come on, Peachy, let's go buy some car pastries and some firecrackers first. Yes, young master. The two were ready to set off, but halfway there, Jiang Lei walked over and called out to the two. Jiang Ling, I have something to tell you. Jiang Ling knew that he must be in a complicated mood right now, so he asked Peach to go and purchase items first, while he and Jiang Lei came to a secluded pavilion. Jiang Ling, what exactly is your current realm? Jiang Lei asked. You're definitely more than the 5th level of the pulse opening realm. Does it matter? Jiang Ling said. You're actually still worried that I'll snatch away your position as young lord, right? Don't worry. I'm not interested in the position of young lord. I'm really not interested. Jiang Lei said. Then what do you want? What I want Jiang Ling opened his arms and said, what I want is this vast starry sky. Jiang Lei. Chapter 17 Brother. Looking at Jiang Ling's sudden middle-of-the-road behavior, Jiang Lei had the feeling that he wanted to kick him. Jiang Ling looked at the stars in the sky and said, Oh Jiang Lei, how big do you think the Jiang family is? How big is the Jiang family castle? How many people are in the Jiang family? What is the value of the Jiang family's industry? What realm is the strongest Jiang family strength? And how big is the Blue Flame country? What is the population of the Blue Flame kingdom? What is the strength of the Blue Flame kingdom? I married a former Holy Land holy maiden, and I also asked her how much land the Holy Land covered and how many regions it commanded. Do you know the difference? The Jiang family is too small. I don't want to be confined here. Miss Su has repaired my cultivation roots and opened my eyes. He pointed at the stars in the sky and said, You know what? Miss Su told me that some of those shining stars also have the existence of people or other beings. The vast expanse of the stars is also home to one cradle of life after another. I want to go farther, to see this amazing world. So, do you understand me now? Jiang Lei, He couldn't speak, suddenly feeling so small. Jiang Ling had already set his sights farther ahead, while he himself was still worrying about the position of young master of the Jiang family. Is it your own short-sightedness? No, it was his own lack of strength and potential. A small Baitsong city, the two big families were the Jiang family and the Feng family. He couldn't even suppress the Feng family's girl now, and he still wanted to talk about a more distant future? Not to mention the fact that above the two great families, there was also a city lord. In the younger generation of Baitsong City, it looked like it was Jiang Lei and the Win family's girl who were competing for the title of number 1, but it had long since been decided who the number 1 was. That was the son of the city lord. The city lord was in the Dragon Spine realm, and his son's talent was even third class, and he was sent to the Holy Moon Empire's state sect to further his cultivation. At the end of every year, the son of the city lord is to come back to the Koromochi, and in previous years, he has been the first. He couldn't even be number 1 in North Barn City yet, so how could he go farther? But being able to keep the position of the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Lei felt relieved in his heart again and felt grateful. It was indeed something he valued in his heart. Jiang Lei let out a long breath and said, I don't have such overly ambitious ideals. I know how to keep my feet on the ground and lead the family to develop little by little. That's why you're suitable for the position of Jiang family's young lord. Jiang Ling said smilingly, his demeanor relaxed. I'm probably only fit to be an idle cultivator. You've seen father's attitude. He doesn't want the two of us to start a conflict. I don't want to start a conflict with you either. In the future, you'll be at home developing the family, while I'll be traveling around. Perhaps one day in the future, I will encounter a difficult situation outside and need the help of the clan. Or perhaps I've obtained a great opportunity outside and my cultivation has improved greatly. so I can come back and help the clan as well. All in all, the future is yet to come. The kingdom of heaven is yet to be determined. And you and I are both dark horses. We're coming from two different directions. Working for ourselves and working for this family. Jiang Ling looked at Jiang Ling's face and let out a Alright, some words have been said and it hurts in my heart. You should also speed up your cultivation speed. Why don't you also cultivate a speed-type martial skill? Otherwise you won't be able to suppress the Wind family girl. I'll go first. Looking at Jiang Ling's back as he left, Jiang Ling suddenly shouted, "Brother!" Ha! Jiang Ling turned back. This was the first time in his memory that Jiang Ling had called him brother after he was confirmed as the Jiang family's young master. Good luck with your future. Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand to leave. After spending a happy night in the civilian area, Jiang Ling and Xiaodao returned to Jiangjia Fort with a shy stomach. The people were so enthusiastic that two people ate too much, going home and practicing martial arts to take the edge off. Su Shiyu called him to her room. Your father and the Grand Elder want me to become the honorary elder of the Jiang family. What do you think? Su Shiyu asked Jiang Ling. It's just an honorary elder. It's not like you have to take on any responsibility. Jiang Ling said. Don't worry. This name won't be able to tether you. Okay. Su Shiyu nodded and said. I plan to leave after the first of the year. What about me? Jiang Ling pointed at himself. Su Shiyu hesitated for a moment and said. There's a gap between your strength and mine, and I'll have a lot of inconveniences if I bring you along. That. Well. Jiang Ling sighed and said. Then the relationship between us. Su Shiyu looked at Jiang Ling and said. In order to dispatch some of the denizens, I may travel in all directions in the name of your wife, and perhaps in the future, we will meet again. Gang Nung. Su Shiyu's statement surprised him a bit. Is this trying to acknowledge their relationship? Jiang Ling scratched his head and said. Then will you come back? Will do. Su Shiyu paused for a moment, gave her answer, and added. Maybe later. You break out into a great fame, or I break out into some fame. It was either you coming to me or me coming to you. Either you're looking for me or I'm looking for you. Jiang Ling said with an odd expression on his face. Earlier you asked me how I felt about you. Now can I ask you? How do you feel about me? Su Shiyu. She did not say anything for a long time. So Jiang Ling waved his hand and said. Forget it. I know that I used to be a waste. In your heart I probably can't be counted as anything like a gentleman. Not to mention that this marriage was originally. You're not a waste. Su Shiyu suddenly said. Jiang Ling stalled. Su Shiyu said. Whether it's before your cultivation roots were restored or now, you are not a waste. Jiang Ling, you say I'm not a bad person, but I'd say you're a good person. Jiang Ling, the good guy card? Su Shiyu said. I don't know what to say about you, but you're good. Oh, Jiang Ling froze for a moment, responded, and added. That's enough. She didn't know what to say anymore, and Su Shiyu didn't say anything. The atmosphere was suddenly awkward and a bit subtle. You go back. I want to sleep. It was Su Shiyu who finally said. Oh. Jiang Ling nodded and got up to leave. After leaving Su Shiyu's room, Jiang Ling stood in the courtyard and looked at the night sky. The sky is full of stars and it's beautiful. Life is so beautiful. He suddenly exclaimed and went back to his room as well. The family New Year's mini trial was before the yearly North Sunqing Yanguan martial arts meeting. In a few days' time, it would be the North Barn City Year's End martial arts meeting, also known as the Barn Martial Arts Meeting. The entire 5 streets were decorated with lights. Food stalls neighboring, acrobats and opera singers were also everywhere. The central ring in the very center of Baikura Castle was where the martial arts meeting was held. It wasn't a martial arts meeting for all to participate in, but rather, the city lord appointed a few clans and organizations who would send their younger generation to participate. It could also be said that the New Year's mini-experiments of the various clans and organizations were identifying candidates in advance for the Koromokai. 3 members of the Jiang family, Jiang Ling, Jiang Lei and Jiang Shibi. The Wind family also had 3 people, while some of the smaller families and organizations further down the line only had 1 or 2 spots. Adding the son of the city lord of Baikura, there were 24 people in total. At this time, the Tsang Wu Hui hadn't started yet, and Jiang Ling was wandering around the snack street with Xiaotao and also Su Shiyu. Su Shiyu originally didn't want to come, but was persuaded by Jiang Ling for a long time. Even if you're a fairy, you still need to get a little bit of the earth's fireworks. Little Peach is the most lively. Left hand demon beast meat skewers. Right hand spirit rice balls. A moment to run here. Bring back a bucket of spirit rice popcorn for Jiang Ling. A moment to squeeze into the crowd and squeeze out again. Handing Su Shiyu a bucket of spirit flower brew. The year is over and everyone is happy. Jiang Ling also enjoyed this atmosphere, thinking about the New Year's Eve before traveling across the world. It had been a long time since there had been the same kind of lively feeling that there used to be. There's no firecrackers. I believe this fairy. Is fairy Su Shiyu Su from the Holy Land? Su Shiyu, who was watching a shadow theater in a circle with Jiang Ling, suddenly encountered someone hitting on her. Chapter 18. Su Shiyu was wearing a veil, but even if she couldn't see her face, her kind of aura like an exiled fairy could still attract attention. Jiang Ling turned his head and looked at the hitchhiker. Don't recognize it. The hitchhiker was hitting on him, but Su Shiyu didn't pay any attention to him and continued to stare at the shadow play. Only Jiang Ling suddenly felt that Su Shiyu reached out and pulled his hand. The corner of Jiang Ling's mouth curled up as he inquired to the accosting man. This brother? I wonder who you are. You don't recognize me? The accosting man shook the folding fan in his hand and laughed. That's right. You're a waste of the Jiang family, and you didn't have the chance to participate in that song Wu Hui in the past, so it's normal that you don't recognize me. Under the the hitchhiker suddenly took flight as a whole, spinning in circles toward the distance. Jiang Ling couldn't help but stare at Su Shiyu. Although he didn't see Su Shiyu make any moves, Jiang Ling knew that it was her who made the move. He cried, I don't even know who he is here. Su Shiyu continued to watch the shadow play and simply said, it's not like you're a waste. Oh, Jiang Ling froze, let out a laugh, and stopped talking nonsense, quietly accompanying Su Shiyu to watch the shadow theater. Well, the hands are so soft. The three of them played until a moment before the start of the Karabu Hui before rushing to the center ring, the resting place arranged by the Jiang family. City Lord Xiao Tianhao began his New Year's speech, and Jiang Ling noticed the young man behind Xiao Tianhao. Wasn't it the accosted young man who had been taken off by Su Shiyu's play? Jiang Ling poked Jiang Lei, who was by the side, and pointed at the young man and inquired, Lei, who is that person? Jiang Lei was stunned. Brother, don't you know? That's the son of the city lord, Xiao Iran. He is Xiao Iran? Jiang Lei was stunned, then said, it's not like I've ever seen it before as I didn't participate in that song Wu Hui. What's his strength? Jiang Lei said, I heard from my father that a few days ago he came back from the Holy Maiden Empire, and word came out that he was already at the peak of the pulse opening realm. The first place in the Kangwu Association is not his. Jiang Shibi, who was on the side, said indignantly, if I were to say that he has entered the Holy Moon Empire, what's the point of fighting with someone from such a small city like me? Isn't this obvious bullying? Oh, the peak of the pulse opening realm. Jiang Ling mused. City Lord Xiao Tianhao's speech ended, and it was followed by the announcement of the prizes for this song Wu Hui. The first place was one divine heavenly palace pill, which would allow a cultivator at the peak of the pulse opening realm to build a more solid foundation when entering the 5 prefectures realm. This reward was clearly prepared for Xiao Iran. He was the peak of the vein opening realm, while the reward for the second place was a second-grade medium spirit weapon, the Berserk Blade, and the reward for the third place was 5 vein opening pills. This arrangement of rewards was as if it was determined that the Wind family's girl would come in second place. The players then drew lots. Jiang Ling drew number 8, and his opponent, number 7, was the son of a mercenary troop leader. To the north of North Song City, there was the Tsang Granary mountain range, which was filled with numerous demonic beasts and spiritual herbs and medicines, and it was known as the Cultivation resource warehouse of the 5 northern cities of the Blue Flame country. Although families like the Jiang family and the Feng family had their own hunting and medicine gathering escorts, there were also numerous civilians and lone medicine masters, refiners, and so on. These people needed to hire others to enter the Tsangu mountain range, and mercenary groups were born as a result. This mercenary group used to be the largest mercenary group in Beitzong City, totaling over 200 people. The strength of the regiment leader, Jin Guangbei, was also at the 5 prefecture realm, and his son, Jin Shajiang, also had the 8th level of the pulse opening realm. This was naturally not a threat to the current Jiang Ling. Only at this time, Jiang Zhengming came to Jiang Ling's side and said, the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps is the accomplice of the accident that happened to your mother. Since you met it, don't hold back. Jiang Ling was staggered. Jiang Zhengming hadn't mentioned anything to him about his mother's accident. When he was young, he was not willing to let him live with hatred, and then after he became a waste, Jiang Zhengming did not expect him to take revenge, and did not put pressure on him to take revenge. Jiang Ling wanted to ask in detail, but Jiang Zhengming walked away. Lei, do you know about this? Jiang Ling poked Jiang Lei. Know some of it. Jiang Lei said, actually, father wanted to give your mother's hatred to me to avenge. Father didn't tell me explicitly, but I inquired of the clan elders. Back then, when father was still young and eldest mother was still alive. There was a rumor in the Kangang mountain range that a dragon spine realm fire forest demon beast had escaped from the inner mountain range and was seriously injured. Baitsong City has the Jiang family, the Wind family, and the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps going into the mountains to search. And on the other side, there are also people from Obsidian City and Rock Sword City going into the mountains. I don't know about the specific battle. Anyway, it was the battle where we were met with a strong enemy, and we were sneak attacked by the Golden Sword Mercenary Regiment. And your mother was sneak attacked in order to cover your father. So the Golden Sword Mercenaries are accomplices. An accomplice? Who is the main culprit? Jiang Ling asked. Main culprit? This I really don't know. Jiang Ling shook his head and said, the reason the clan elder was willing to tell me that the accomplice was the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps is because this mercenary corps is within the range of what my Jiang family is capable of exterminating. But the main culprit is powerful, and if the Jiang family were to make an enemy of it, they would easily be destroyed. In that case, Jiang Ling glanced in the direction of the Golden Sword Mercenaries. Jiang Lei said, even if the Jiang family is capable of eliminating the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, if they want to destroy them all in one fell swoop, they won't be able to do it unless the Jiang family also spares their vitality. Over the years, our Jiang family has been explicitly and implicitly wearing down the strength of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps. The old leader of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps and the previous leader have been pitted to death by our father in conjunction with the family clan elders. This current one, Kim Kwangbok, is the younger brother of the previous chief. If father's generation fails to finish off the Golden Sword Mercenaries once and for all, then it will be my turn. Jiang Ling said, this revenge, I will avenge. Jiang Lei glanced at Jiang Ling and said, on the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps side, you don't have to worry too much, they can't make any waves. Brother, you said you're far-sighted, and I also believe you'll achieve a lot in the future. On the side of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, leave it to me and the Jiang family, and if you have the ability, inquire and solve the main culprit. Jiang Ling nodded. With the first three groups played, the fourth group is where Gangnung and Kinsale take the field. Jiang Ling got into the ring and glanced at Jinsha River, his eyes dodging. Jinsha Jiang also looked at Jiang Ling with a grave expression, not daring to be careless. He was naturally aware of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps' situation over the years, and the Jiang family held great animosity towards them. If they had the chance, they would definitely pit each other to the death. I heard that this Jiang Ling used to be a waste of space, and had previously married a Holy Land waste of space girl as his wife. This matter had become the laughingstock of Baitsong City. However, some time ago, news came out that the Jiang family's waste had restored his cultivation roots and was able to cultivate, thanks to the gift of the Holy Land's waste woman. The Golden Sword Mercenary Corps had also inquired and said that Jiang Ling's cultivation level was the 5th level of the vein opening realm. Although it wasn't high now, the talent was even more terrifying than young Lord Jiang Lei. Moreover, this Jiang Ling was still the child of the woman from that accident. It was because of this grudge that the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps had encountered constant sniping from the Jiang family. They were naturally unwilling to watch the Jiang family produce another genius, so before they went up to the stage, Jin Guangbei Zhou instructed his son to kill Jiang Ling if he had the chance since he met up with him. Although this was the Karabu Kai at the end of the year, for the prosperity of the martial arts, it was organized to celebrate the end of the year, and heavy hands were not allowed. But right now, even if he spared being punished by the city lord, he still had to settle a future archenemy. At this moment, Jin Shajiang and Jiang Ling locked eyes, a pair of eyes like a falcon's revealing ferocity. Ever since he was a child, his father had told him that if a man was not ruthless, he would not be able to establish himself. Some of the old mercenaries in the mercenary group had also told him to be ruthless with his enemies. The killing intent emanating from the Jinsha River at this time was felt most directly by Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's gaze was a bit cowering, as if he didn't dare to look Jinsha Jiang in the eye, which made Jinsha Jiang even more confident. After all, he used to be a waste. Even if he can cultivate now, he still sucks. He's at the 5th level of the pulse opening realm. I'm at the 8th level of the pulse opening realm. Well, settle him within 10 moves. With the sound of a gong, Jinsha Jiang stormed out, condensing sharp golden light in his hands and chopping towards Jiang Ling. Chapter 19. Is it a coincidence? Weapons were not allowed to be used in a ring fight of a sparring nature. However, Jinsha Jiang used his palm as a sword and chopped out this palm that still carried an extremely sharp aura. If he was chopped without defense, Jiang Ling could not escape being chopped into 2 sections. What Jiang Ling chose to do was to back off and avoid the front line. Kinshasa misses a chop and throws another kick, which is dodged by Jiang Ling, followed by a series of feats of punches. Jiang Ling dodged when he could, And only when he couldn't, did he wrap his palms in yuan power and send in Jinsha River's attacks, and the occasional counterpunch was ineffective. In the ring he looked rather lousy. Humph, that's the extent of you. Take your life. Jinsha Jiang had the upper hand and was even more conceited in his heart. His attack was wide open, and he also attacked fiercely towards Jiang Ling without doing any defense. For a while, Jiang Ling was beaten back. Crossing his arms against it, he blocked Jinsha Jiang's strenuous kick, and Jiang Ling staggered back, shaking off his arms before looking at Jiang Lei at the bottom of the ring. Jiang Lei was confused. What are you looking at me for? Hit him. You can even beat me, but you can't beat him? And Jiang Ling's move, in Jinsha Jiang's opinion, was an attempt to seek help from Jiang Lei, or wanting to ask for the young master of the Jiang family's permission to admit defeat? Humph. Admit defeat? Who will I kill if you admit defeat? A bloodthirsty look flashed in Jinsha Jiang's eyes, and his right hand erected his palm as a sword, condensing a golden light like a very impressive martial art. He charged towards Jiang Ling once again, seemingly wanting to kill him in one blow. Die! Jinsha Jiang's right hand chopped out like a sword. Pust. Heads fell, and there was a deathly silence above and below the ring. What's the situation? Xiao Ran unexpectedly looked at the ring in the middle of the field that still used his arm to block his face in front of Jiang Ling, and then looked at Jinsha Jiang's headless body, ran a few steps and flopped down on the ground. Jinsha Jiang approached with a killing chance, and Jiang Ling stumbled back hastily. But how was it that Jiang Ling killed Jinsha Jiang back? Is this kid Jiang Ling lucky? City Lord Xiao Tianhao had seen the process clearly, but he didn't understand it either. Jiang Ling, who was panicking and retreating, seemed to have closed his eyes in resignation and raised his left hand to parcel yuan power to resist, while his right hand, which carried the light, seemed to be making a final struggle in general and swung in the direction of Jinsha River, swinging in the neck of the Kingswood River. Is it a coincidence? Jiang Guangbei was already enraged with rage, and with a single step of his feet, he rushed into the ring and caught Jinsha Jiang's corpse. Jiang Ling he looked up, his eyes reddening as he looked at Jiang Ling, a dense white light already condensing in his hands. Return my son's life, he roared and charged towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling backed up with a panicked expression while secretly unclasping the accompanying mind rope around his waist. He was about to maneuver the random heart rope in response when a bellowing cry rang out from the stage. Dare to hurt my son? Jiang Zhengming transformed into a furious fire lion, stepping on the cracked green bricks and crashing into the ring, his hands condensing berserk flame energy. Inferno Lion's Fist of Fury. This punch, intended to decimate Jin Guangbei, brought with it most of Jiang Zhengming's power. Jin Guangbei was shocked and hurriedly turned his attack into defense, defending against Jiang Zhengming's punch. The terrifying collision of energies directly blew out a large crater in the ground, and Jin Guangbei flew out upside down. Jiang Zhengming didn't stop and transformed into a furious lion, about to chase after him. However, a figure transformed into green light and blocked Jiang Zhengming's way. Enough, this is a yearly cut, not a life and death fight. The one who stood in front of Jiang Zhengming was none other than City Lord Xiao Tianhao. Jin Guangbei fell to the ground with a plop, spitting out several mouthfuls of tomato juice and trying 3 times to get up from the ground. His cultivation level was originally lower than Jiang Zhengming's, so how could he receive Jiang Zhengming's full force strike in a surprise attack? Not being dead was the greatest luck, but it was already a really serious injury. Jiang Zhengming grunted and shielded Jiang Ling behind him. Jin Guangbei looked at Jiang Zhengming in fear, and gave Jiang Ling a resentful look, and silently went up, collected his son's body, and departed with the golden sword mercenary core. Jiang Ling, killing someone by mistake at the Songwu meeting, disqualified from the competition. Xiao Tianhao glanced at Jiang Ling and said, on what grounds? It was clearly that Jinsha Jiang who was aggressive. Jiang Zhengming said, moreover, above the ring, fists and feet have no eyes. It was that Jinsha Jiang himself who was careless and didn't flash. So what business is it of my son's? Xiao Tianhao looked deeply at Jiang Zhengming and said, what do you want to do then? Jiang Zhengming said, naturally, no punishment will be done. The two men looked at each other, and sparks seemed to rub out between their eyes. Fine, I'll give Patriarch Jiang this face. Xiao Tianhao suddenly said, thanks a lot. Jiang Zhengming said thanks and led Jiang Ling out of the ring. It's a pity that I wasn't able to finish off Jin Guangbei. Returning to the Jiang family's area, Jiang Zhengming sighed. If he had the chance, Jiang Zhengming would never let go of anyone from the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps. But this time, he was blocked by Xiao Tianhao. Father, is that Jin Guangbei badly injured? Jiang Lei inquired. It's really heavy. I guess I'll have to recuperate for a few months after I go back. Jiang Ling nodded his head. So do we have a chance? Jiang Lei scratched a movement on his neck. However, Jiang Ling shook his head and said, this old boy is treacherous. After he goes back this time, he will definitely leave the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps temporarily and find another secret place to heal his wounds. It won't be easy to find him. Jiang Lei said, what I mean is, send the clan's old ancestor to track him down now, and take advantage of his illness. Jiang Ling glanced at Jiang Lei in surprise, nodded after a moment of thought, and said, have someone go back and notify your Grandpa Ming and Grandpa Shou, and have the two of them follow them over. Jiang Lei nodded and called out to his beloved subordinate and instructed him, and the beloved subordinate quietly left. Linger, well done. It was only at this time that Jiang Ming complimented Jiang Ling and said, the way you showed weakness. I looked at it and pulled my heart out, afraid that you had faked it, but you grasped it well. Jiang Ling hemmed and hawed and said, I was also afraid that if I acted too strongly, Jinsha Jiang would back down and admit defeat, and then I would have to stop. Jiang Ming sighed, you kid is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. I don't even know how much strength you're hiding. Jiang Ling hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. On Shao Tianhao's side, back on the city lord's throne, Shaoiran asked from the side, Father, why don't you disqualify that Jiang Ling? Is it necessary for us to give face to the Jiang family? Shao Tianhao said, the Jiang family is now connected to the Holy Land, so it's really inappropriate for us to interfere too much. Can't you see it? That punch of Jiang Zhengming's already has the hidden power of the Dragon Spine realm. He is bound to be at the peak of the 5 prefectures realm, just one step away from entering the Dragon Spine realm. He's already surpassed the old ghost of the Wind family. It should be because the Holy Land has given him some benefits. It's because of a sacred land scrap girl, and a Jiang family waste? Shaoiran glanced at Jiang Ling with some jealousy and said, if I were given this opportunity, maybe I could take advantage of the situation and enter the Holy Land to further my training. Jiang Ling, on what grounds? By virtue of the fact that he used to be a waste. Shao Tianhao sighed and said, it's hard to say such things as life encounters. Even if it's a supreme genius, it's inevitable that it will die in the middle of the road, a downtrodden beggar. It's also possible to soar. It's a pity. Shaoiran shook his head and said, I heard that Fairy Yinxiao is the #1 beauty in the Holy Land, and it's a pity that she couldn't get a kiss for a moment when she was down and out. Shao Tianhao glanced at Shaoiran, helplessly shook his head. This brat. But he still urged, if you meet Jiang Ling, don't be careless. I always feel that it's not a simple coincidence that he killed Jinsha Jiang. Shao Tianhao hummed, but there was an undeniable casualness in his eyes. The first round in the ring had been completed, and 12 people were decided for the second round of the lottery. Jiang Ling was lucky and drew a young hero from a small family with a cultivation at the 5th level of the vein opening realm. In this one, Jiang Ling fought with it for a few rounds before knocking it out of the ring. In the third round to determine the top 3, Jiang Ling drew straws and surprisingly encountered the Wind family girl. Chapter 20, can you take first place? Brother, it's up to you, Jiang Lei said. Jiang Ling nodded and leapt, mounting the ring. The Wind family girl, formerly known as Wind Yuling, was said to be gifted with the same talent as Jiang Lei, a wind attribute and extremely fast. Jiang Ling mounted the ring and stood in front of her. She curiously cocked her head, looked at Jiang Ling, and asked, I heard that you've regained your ability to cultivate, and that you're also cultivating exceptionally fast? Jiang Ling smiled and said, it was just a fluke. Please enlighten me. Feng Yuling grunted and assumed an offensive stance. At the sound of the gong, Feng Yuling sprinted, and her speed was very fast indeed. But Jiang Ling wasn't slow either. He didn't know what kind of footwork martial skill Feng Yuling cultivated, but his own phoenix soaring 9 heavens was definitely not bad. The two of them exchanged tangled hands in the ring, fighting and moving around, and in a matter of moments, a dozen moves had already passed. Wind Jade's spirit was wrapped in wind breath, and her speed got faster and faster, but Jiang Ling was still able to keep up. Indeed, it's not simple. He really did hide his strength. It's never as simple as the 5th level of the vein opening realm. Shao Tianhao calmly watched the battle in the ring and asked Shaoiran, what do you think? It's just a small carving skill. Shaoiran fanned his folding fan twice and said, the speed is good, but it's still a bit worse than me. Moreover, the yuan power he displayed is no match for me. Father, I'm not simply the peak of the vein opening realm. Indeed, you are now stronger than him. Shao Tianhao nodded and said, but has half a year passed since he was able to cultivate until now? Iran, how long did it take you to go from just entering the vein opening realm to the peak of the vein opening realm? Shaoiran couldn't help but be stunned, his face sinking slightly. Shao Tianhao said, If you treat him as an enemy, don't keep your hands open in a while. You can learn from his previous method and kill without thinking, but if you have no intention of making an enemy of it, then you may be courteous if you can face it in a moment. This son is by no means a pool animal in the future. If you don't make an enemy out of him, you can make a friend out of him. Is it to be an enemy? Xiao Ran looked at Jiang Ling in the ring, and then glanced at Su Shiyu in the resting area of the Jiang family out of the corner of his eye. Cloud Moon Holy Land's former holy maiden, the legendary First Beauty, Xiao Ran's natural heart tip itch. Originally, when he heard that Fairy Su had failed in her struggle, had her bones dug out, and her cultivation completely wasted, even though he coveted her beauty, he no longer had the intention of wanting to commit himself sincerely with her. After all, he was also considered a genius. What was the point of marrying a ruined girl? But before, when he had a momentary rise of lust and went up to strike up a conversation, he was slapped away by immortal Su, and only then did he realize that there was quite a big gap between the rumors and the reality. Fairy Su isn't an invalid girl anymore? Then himself and her. Xiao Ran's eyes twinkled. In the ring, Jiang Ling was still fighting with Feng Yuling. He had already figured out Feng Yuling's fighting style, and if he didn't have any hidden means, other than being fast, there was nothing else that stood out. Jiang Ling began to increase his power, and Feng Yuling was immediately at a disadvantage. She was forced to keep retreating by Jiang Ling, trying to dodge with her speed advantage, but Jiang Ling was able to keep up and continued to force her back. Not long after, Feng Yuling retreated to the edge of the ring. Jiang Ling connected with 3 more punches, making Feng Yuling unable to avoid them and withdrawing backward. Stepping out of the edge of the ring. Knock! The gong sounded. Jiang Ling wins. Underneath the ring, various voices of discussion rang out as everyone was surprised by the result. How come Jiang Ling won? Did this Wind family girl not eat today? The Wind family girl has done her best. It's us who have all underestimated Jiang Ling. His skills are definitely not bad. Some discerning people saw the truth and couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Ling walked out of the ring and Zhang Lei even said congratulations. He had been crushed by the Wind family's girls several times, and this time Jiang Ling could be said to have avenged him. Now, the second and third place will be our Jiang families. TSK TSK. Zhang Lei was excited. The second third. Jiang Ling but asked, that Xiao Ran, really unbeatable? This. Zhang Lei was stunned, then shook his head and said, anyway, I'm hopeless, but you, brother, I'm not sure of your true strength. If you can, give City Lord Xiao face. Zhang Zhengming walked over and said, he just gave me face by not disqualifying you from the duel, so let's give him face as well. After all, that first place prize was meant for his son. In that case, Zhang Hu is not about fighting and killing, it's about human feelings. Jiang Ling sighed and said, it's just a pity about that divine heavenly palace Dan. Zhang Zhengming laughed, it's just one divine heavenly palace Dan. It's not so bad that the Jiang family can't take it out. If you want it, I'll ask your grandpa Shou to refine one for you. Say, you're at the peak of the vein opening realm? He inquired Jiang Ling, with a look of astonishment in his eyes. If not, how could one have the idea of competing with Xiao Ran for first place? Just a few short months from entering the beginning pulse opening realm to the peak of the pulse opening realm. Was this possible? Could it be that Jiang Ling's cultivation ability had been restored, and he had even recovered into a demonic talent at the level of a holy son or daughter? No yet. Jiang Ling's reply caused Zhang Zhengming to let out a sigh of relief. If it's really that horribly talented, I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Get in the ring. Zhang Zhengming said to Zhang Lei. He wanted Zhang Lei to try Xiao Ran, so that Jiang Ling could see a bit of Xiao Ran's strength. Zhang Lei mounted the ring, and Xiao Ran also mounted the ring. 9th level of the vein opening realm now? Not bad. Xiao Ran nodded to Zhang Lei as if commenting, expressing his approval. Zhang Lei postures up, ready to go. The gong sounded, and Zhang Lei was the first to charge, his thunder fist surging with power. This punch was invincible in the Jiang family. Except for Jiang Ling, no one in the younger generation could take it hard. Even that girl from the Wind family didn't dare to take it hard, and could only maneuver around with her speed advantage. But Xiao Ran just took a step back with his left foot and caught this thunder fist from Zhang Lei with one hand. That's a good punch then. Xiao Ran was still wearing a smile, but he pushed Jiang Lei with a single palm, causing him to stumble. Zhang Lei's face sank as he changed his approach and continued his attack. But no matter how many times he changed his offense, Xiao Ran was able to deal with it easily. The difference in realm cultivation between the two alone was a bit much. This one lasted for a short period of time, and in the end, It was surprisingly Jiang Ling who had to admit defeat only after exhausting his spiritual energy. Xiao Ran didn't attack. But Jiang Ling hadn't broken Xiao Ran's defense since the beginning. Xiao Ran has become stronger. Jiang Zhengming shook his head and said, last year, Lei was still able to force Xiao Ran to fight. But this year, he can't even force him to fight anymore. Linger, don't force yourself in a while. Admit defeat if you can't beat them. Don't hurt yourself. Jiang Ling's gaze looked at Xiao Ran and nodded. Understood. Father. Su Shiyu, who had been just quietly watching, also suddenly walked over and said to Jiang Ling, be careful. That Xiao Ran should have opened a chi vein. Jiang Ling was surprised. At the vein opening realm, an ordinary cultivator was to penetrate the 12 orthodox meridians. In this small Beicong city, there might not even be a few people who had heard of the 8 strange veins. This Xiao Ran has already passed through a chi vein? Jiang Zhengming was also confused, but when he saw that Su Shiyu had spoken, he asked, then, according to Miss Su's opinion, does Linger have a chance to win? There is. Su Shiyu calmly said. Jiang Zhengming was shocked in his heart. Was Linger really this strong? Okay, Linger, when you go on stage in a while, you lose to Xiao Ran is all. But then he said so. Gang Nung. Jiang Zhengming laughed. We agreed to give City Lord Xiao a face, and you can't expose too much strength. Acting too demonic is to be envied by heaven and by others. Fine. Jiang Ling shrugged. He mounted the ring, and Xiao Ran also stepped on both feet and landed lightly on the ring. Chapter 21, Xiao Ran's Killing Chance. Xiao Ran was dressed in blue patterned white clothes, and his face was quite handsome and white. His graceful appearance would indeed make the average young girl's heart flutter. But Jiang Ling didn't have much love for him. Without saying a word, they sat up, waited for the gong to sound, and got ready to go to work. Xiao Ran, on the contrary, still stood there in general as a fluttering gentleman, looked at Jiang Ling and said with a smile, just now, in the snack street, I have offended much. I hope that Mr. Jiang doesn't mind. Jiang Ling couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Ran was apologizing? Why did he not believe it so much in his heart? But after all, people were polite with their mouths, and Jiang Ling responded, well said, but it's just a little misunderstanding. Xiao Ran nodded and said with a smile, my father said that your father is going to enter the dragon spine realm and needs to be saluted. Let's keep this one to the point, and I hope we don't ruin the friendship between the Xiao and Jiang families. Is that the reason? Jiang Ling dawned, thought for a moment, and said, I recognize myself as inferior to Mr. Xiao, and I hope that you will be merciful in a moment. Well, people give smiles. Jiang Ling also intends to give this face, symbolically fight for a while, just lose to Xiao Ran. It's true that the jungle is all about people. Xiao Ran laughed and posed as well. The gong sounded, and surprisingly neither of the two moved first, both taking up a defensive stance. Well, it's nice to both give each other face, but it couldn't be that both sides didn't move. Jiang Ling thought about it, but he stepped out and launched an attack. Well, the fight was so restrained that it just looked like a fake fight to anyone watching from under the ring. Xiao Ran also dealt with simplicity, attacking in defense and playing casually. It was a very harmonious scene, like an intimate sibling cutting up. This is too meaningless. Jiang Lei leaned back in his chair and said to his father, brother's acting skills, flunked. Jiang Zhengming said with a smile, not quite good. After all, it is the New Year's Eve cut. Should pay attention to a courtesy, pay attention to a celebration. There was a lot of talk of boredom from those watching under the ring, but gradually the situation escalated in the ring. The two of them were getting faster and faster, and their aura was getting higher and higher. Xiao Ran's body rose up with a dazzling blue light, while Jiang Ling's palm blade also brought out a scorching flame. As they fought, they even gradually fought with real fire. Fire and water. Under the ring, Jiang Lei's body also sat up straight, staring nervously at the ring. Up until now, the intensity of Jiang Ling's performance had been high, surpassing Jiang Lei, but Jiang Lei still murmured, it's not enough, it's not enough. With Jiang Ling's current level, Jiang Lei thought that there was still no way to defeat Xiao Ran, but that's where the escalation of the situation between the two ended, and both sides seemed to exercise restraint again. Jiang Lei couldn't help but glance at Jiang Zhengming. It's because of my father's instructions that Gangnung is starting to pull back, isn't it? Alas, a pity. Jiang Lei secretly sighed in his heart. He was still a teenager in the end, and even though he agreed with his father's statement in terms of the big picture, he actually had an urge to hope that Jiang Ling would win. Jiang Ling did start to tighten up, and was forced backward by Xiao Ran. He wasn't going to explode either. It was nice to just be forced out of the ring by Xiao Ran. Is this the strength of having penetrated a chi vein? He was also pondering Xiao Ran's true strength in his mind. Although the two of them fought more and more, Jiang Ling didn't use his full strength. And he also knew that Xiao Ran didn't use his full strength either. Passing through the chi vein was very unusual according to Su Shiyu. Jiang Ling thought so, and was about to exit the ring, but at this moment, a change occurred. Xiao Ran, who was also steadily pressing Jiang Ling's attack, suddenly had a blue light on his body, countless thin needles of light blue energy molding around him, and these needles emitted a biting, killing intent. Jiang Ling sensed the deadly danger in an instant, and all the yuan power in his body exploded in a flash. Countless fine needles shot towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling stepped on the phoenix soaring 9 heavenly steps and retreated rapidly. At the same time, his arms surged with blazing flames, and the phoenix wings' 100 cracks were displayed. Shatter me! The flames raged, crushing the incoming energy needles into vapor and dissipating them. But the energy needles were extremely numerous, and Jiang Ling kept waving his flame palm blade, but there were still fish that escaped the net. A few fine needles pierced into Jiang Ling's body, and Jiang Ling felt a sharp pain in his heart. Xiao Ran. Jiang Ling crushed most of the fine needles and looked up at Xiao Ran. And Xiao Ran was looking at Jiang Ling in surprise. He actually blocked it? Duong. The gong sounded. Xiao Ran wins. Jiang Ling backed up sharply to avoid the energy fine needles and exited the ring's range just now. Jiang Ling suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Linger. Jiang Zhangming immediately flew over. So did Su Shiyu, and Little Peach also ran over. Jiang Zhangming immediately pulled Jiang Ling's wrist to check the situation inside his body, and then couldn't help but be stunned. However, when he met Jiang Ling's eyes, a face of anger immediately surfaced again, and he looked at Xiao Ran and said grimly, "It's just a yearly sparring session. How dare you kill?" Xiao Ran looked indifferent and said, "Did I give the killers? Isn't Mr. Jiang still alive?" Instead, the one who has actually killed someone in this ring is Mr. Jiang, right? Su Shiyu also held Jiang Ling's other hand, and a warm energy surged into Jiang Ling's body. Jiang Ling immediately let out a long breath and took advantage of the situation to fall softly onto Su Shiyu. Su Shiyu, Patriarch Jiang, don't be angry. Ring sparring? It's inevitable that accidents happen. Xiao Tianhao stepped forward to round up the situation and said, "Now that your son is also not seriously hurt, I apologize for my son." His strong dragon spine realm cultivation was released, irradiating the entire field, and everyone could not help but be silenced. Humph. Jiang Zhangming snorted coldly, didn't say anything, and helped Jiang Ling back to the Jiang family rest area. The Nianguan Song Wu Hui is considered to be over, and the next thing is to announce the winners and award the prizes. Jiang Ling didn't go up to the stage and let Jiang Lei lead it back for himself. The wind attribute Gale Blade, which Jiang Ling couldn't use, also let Jiang Lei collect it first. As the year ends on a festive note, there are quite a few other events besides the Kuramukai. Jiang Zhangming and Jiang Lei still had to stay and continue attending, so they were helped back to Jiang's home by Su Shiyu and Xiao Tao. It was only when she returned to her own small courtyard that Su Shiyu said, "Alright, there's no need to pretend. Peachy, Gang Nung." His face suddenly regained its redness, and his originally shriveled breath returned to normal at this moment. "Young master, you're actually pretending?" Xiao Tao was surprised. "It should be hidden." Jiang Ling smiled and said, "But the injury is indeed a little bit. Little Peach, you go get some gold sore medicine." Xiao Tao immediately went, and Jiang Ling said to Su Shiyu, "Just now, Xiao Ran tried to kill me." "See," Su Shiyu said, "such a hypocritical person. You have to be on guard in the future." Jiang Ling sighed and said, "Is the Jiang family considered to have messed with a great enemy? The city lord is in the Dragon Spine realm, and Xiao Ran also has a background in the Sacred Moon Empire's state sect." Su Shiyu said, "Don't worry for now. Your father is about to break through to the Dragon Spine realm as well." "Really?" Xiao Ran said the same thing just now. "Really? In that case, there's still something to play for." Jiang Ling sighed in relief. Xiao Tao brought the gold sore medicine, and Jiang Ling took off his shirt. A few blue energy fine needles still pierced into Jiang Ling's body. Fortunately, Jiang Ling blocked most of the energy fine needles, and the key parts were protected, so he only suffered some flesh wounds. Xiao Tao carefully anointed Jiang Ling with the medicine, not missing a spot. After applying the medicine, Jiang Ling went back to his side room, recalling the fight with Xiao Ran and absorbing the experience. In the city lord's mansion, Xiao Tianhao changed into civilian clothes, looked at his son, and said, "Originally, when you apologized to Jiang Ling in the ring, I thought you were going to choose to be friends with him. I didn't expect that your final choice would be to lay a killer. Nice job with the disorientation. Just a lost cause in the end. Iran, is that move, the Sea of Bee Needles, your greatest trick?" Xiao Iran nodded, looking a bit unnatural, and said, "I once used this move to kill a demonic beast of the 5 prefecture realm, but I didn't expect Jiang Ling to be able to stop it." Xiao Tianhao God's face also sank a bit as he said, "Doesn't that mean that Jiang Ling has at least reached the peak of the vein opening realm? In just a few months, from a wastrel to the peak of the pulse opening realm. This Jiang Ling, a bit scary. Father, perhaps it's not as divine as you think," Xiao Iran, however, said. "In the Sacred Moon Empire's state sect, I learned about the strange veins and the secret techniques. That Jiang Ling's true strength feels like it's at the 9th level of the vein opening realm, but if he knows secret techniques, he'll be able to explode a very powerful battle force in a short period of time. But with this kind of secret method, the consumption will often be very high, and some of them even just hurt the body. Then Jiang Ling's last manifestation should be a manifestation of the aftereffects left behind after using a powerful secret technique. As for the source of the secret law, he has a former saintly wife. Yeah, former saintess." Xiao Tianhao felt a bit of a headache. Chapter 22, The Eve of Su Shiyu's Departure. Originally, the current Jiang family was becoming more and more difficult to deal with, and there was also a former holy maiden. Xiao Tianhao didn't know about Su Shiyu drawing a line with the Holy Land, and even everyone else in Baitsong City didn't know yet. In the eyes of most outsiders, the Jiang family was still the same Jiang family that had fallen into the lap of the Holy Land. This was even more frightening than Xiao Iran leaning on the Holy Moon Empire's state sect's thigh. The Holy Moon Empire, too, was under the rule of the Cloud Moon Holy Land. Even Xiao Iran had heard that it was the Holy Land's decision as to who the Holy Moon Empire's imperial lord should be. Now, Xiao Tianhao somewhat regretted letting Xiao Iran choose freely. If he had known, he should have clearly informed Xiao Iran that he should choose to be friends with Jiang Ling. Unfortunately, it's late. However, Xiao Iran was a bit indignant and said, "Father, if you can help me get Su Shiyu, then won't this thigh come to our family? What does he, Jiang Ling, have? He was once a waste. I'm more talented and stronger than him. If Su Shiyu is willing to help me, maybe I can enter the Holy Land. What do you know?" Xiao Tianhao rebuked. "The struggle in the Holy Land is definitely not as simple as you think. Things like Su Shiyu are not supposed to be based on talent or strength. Still want to get your hands on Su Shiyu? Your old dad and I aren't even necessarily a match for her. You know?" Xiao Iran was startled and asked, "She's that strong?" Xiao Tianhao sighed and said, "Iran, don't be a person controlled by your lower body, no matter what the reason is." Looking at that Su Shiyu's behavior, she should have already recognized Jiang Ling. Otherwise, why would she help Jiang Ling restore his cultivation roots? And why did she teach him such a powerful secret technique? The way she acted with Jiang Ling today shows that as well. Iran, don't get into trouble. When the year is over, return to the Sacred Moon Empire before it's too late, and just leave the Jiang family's matters to me. Father, Xiao Iran was still upset. Go back and rest, Xiao Tianhao said. Xiao Iran could only leave. Jiang family. Jiang Zhengming came to care about Jiang Ling's injury. Seeing that Jiang Ling's face was rosy and unharmed, Jiang Zhengming was also pleasantly surprised. Obviously, Jiang Ling was weak like that before. It was Miss Su who gave me the elixir. Jiang Ling pushed the matter onto Su Shiyu. Miss Su is really good to you. Jiang Zhengming sighed. Unfortunately, she doesn't intend to stay in the Jiang family. Lings, what about you? Me? Jiang Ling froze. Jiang Zhengming said, Lei told me that you also have the intention of going to the outside world, and father doesn't know whether to stop you or not. Why did you stop me? Jiang Ling was puzzled. Jiang Zhengming said, in terms of your current cultivation speed, you are naturally far ahead of Lei. I also understand that your future shouldn't be limited to such a small Baitsong city, but I've managed the Jiang family for so many years, and I actually quite hope that it will become more and more glorious. I believe you have the ability to do this. You can do a better job than Lei and bring the Jiang family to a new level. But if I keep you because of the family, I'm also cutting off your future. Again, I'm afraid that Jiang Lei won't be able to support this family. The main reason is that now that our relationship with City Lord Xiao has deteriorated again, I'm worried about the future of the Jiang family. I got the benefits of the Holy Land and was able to break through to the Dragon Spine realm. But what about the Jiang family is going to expand and go out of North Barn City. So will Ale be able to break through to the Dragon Spine realm in the future as well, and be able to manage a larger Jiang family? Jiang Ling said, Father, you're worrying too much. How old are you this year? 38. Jiang Ling said, You're only 38 years old. You're in the prime of your spring. You still have at least 20 to 30 years to train Ari. What will happen in 20 or 30 years? Who can say? With the expansion of the Jiang family, there will be more resources that can be obtained, and you will be able to give more to Ale. At that time, what the Jiang family couldn't do in the past, they might be able to do in the future. You're right. Jiang Jiangming smacked the flavor and nodded, seemingly putting down a brick in his heart, and said, If you really intend to go to the outside world to make a break for it, then I'm going to reconcile with City Lord Shao. Reconciliation? Jiang Ling frowned. Jiang Jiangming said, First bide your time and let the Jiang family develop. When the time comes and the Jiang family is even stronger, a small Baitsong City Lord will naturally not need to be on your mind. Alright, you can just decide on family matters, father. Jiang Ling said, I'll just cultivate properly. Brat. Jiang Jiangming laughed and cursed, saying, Go out and make a break for it. Be careful. Run if you can't beat them. Oh, got it. Riverbell nodded with a heady smile. With the words out of the way, Jiang Jiangming also felt all relaxed, patted Jiang Ling's shoulder and left his room. At the end of the year, the prospects of each member of the Jiang family seemed to be set. Jiang Ling's injuries didn't matter, and he recovered as good as new in a few days. Most of the time, he just indulged in cultivation in his room. The Lantern Festival passed, and finally, Jiang Ling had completely penetrated the 12 proper meridians to the peak of the unusual vein opening realm. Through the 8 strange veins? Jiang Ling repeatedly pondered over the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill technique, pondering over it several times, and then went to Su Shiyu for advice, fearing that he would miss something. Passing through the 8 odd chakras is a cultivation method that carries the characteristics of each individual. Even if they were all fire attributes, there might not be much difference between ordinary peak vein opening realm cultivators, but cultivators who had penetrated the Qi vein would have their own specialties. Some attacks became more domineering, some had their fire attribute yuan power become more fiery, and some became more gentle, with the effect of nourishing and prolonging one's life. According to the cultivation method of the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill, Jiang Ling would have a more domineering and fiery flame yuan power when he penetrated the 8 odd veins. However, Su Shiyu also reminded Jiang Ling, you don't have to stick to the way of Qi vein cultivation in the Gongfu. If you have other preferences, you can also prepare some pills or elixirs that are beneficial to Qi vein cultivation yourself, so that your flames will meet the expectations in your mind. For example, you can take the longevity pill to penetrate the Qi veins with life medicinal power, then your lifespan might increase slightly. Or if you want even more domineering flame yuan power, then use the flaming flame pill or an elixir of similar ability. Jiang Ling listened to Su Shiyu speak a lot and had his own plans in mind. He asked Su Shiyu, when do you plan to leave? Just in these few days. Su Shiyu said, I'll leave quietly by myself. Only you come to see me off. Don't let the Jiang family make a big fuss. Good. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. Su Shiyu left Jiang Ling some more Dan formulas so that he could give them to the Jiang family, as a small contribution to the Jiang family before he left. Of course, these were the same Dan formulas that she thought Jiang Ling would be able to use. Alas, it's time to part ways. Little Peach, you said that young master I'm going to go out and travel as well. Where will I go as my first stop? Jiang Ling, who had been cultivating all day, asked Little Peach. Go to Blue Flame City. Little Peach said, that's the capital of the Blue Flame country. It's the most exciting. Blue Flame City. Ah. Jiang Ling toyed with his teacup and said, there is no hurry. That is our midway stage. This first stop? I want to go to the Yellow Fish Village outside the city. Yellow Fish Village? After thinking for a while and not remembering where Yellow Fish Village was, Xiaotao inquired. Is that a small village? What's the point of going to Yellow Fish Village? Jiang Ling said. Yellow Fish Village. Ah. Next to it is the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps compound. Xiaotao could not help but be stunned. Golden Sword Mercenary Corps. Young master, do you want to go to revenge? Jiang Ling said. Revenge is one aspect. On the other hand, inquire about the news. The father, the real main culprit, refused to tell me about my mother, and no one else in the clan would tell me, so I had to ask around on my own. Oh, Little Peach was copying something for Jiang Ling, and after a while said, young master, then it's better for you not to rush to inquire about it yet. Master has said that the main culprit's strength and power are not simple. I don't think it's too late to inquire when you're in the 5 prefectures realm or the Dragon Spine realm. It's the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps. That what's his name leader. I've heard that he has the strength of the 5 prefecture realm as well. Jiang Ling said. That night father had the family clan elders go after him, but I didn't expect that Jin Guangbei had really escaped. But he's seriously injured for sure. And within a few months, he can only leave the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps to secretly heal his wounds. The Golden Sword Mercenary Corps? Aside from him being a 5 prefectures realm, there really isn't anything to be afraid of. Besides, I'm just saying I'm asking around. It's not like I'm asking around and doing it right away. That's fine. Peach didn't doubt it and continued copying. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day Su Shiyu was preparing to leave. The rest of the Jiang family was busy with their own business. Jiang Ling and Su Shiyu left the Jiang family fort and went outside of Baitsong City. Chapter 23, The Characteristics of Darkened Flames. You're out there alone. Be more careful. Grow a pair and don't get set up again. Don't believe any of the fancy words of the good-looking ones except me. If you can't beat it, run. At the moment of parting, Jiang Ling didn't know what to command, so he babbled some nonsense, making Su Shiyu feel speechless for a while. I'm leaving. Su Shiyu was dressed in a plain and elegant dress, walking towards the distance with a 10-meter step. She walked too fast and soon became a small dot in Jiang Ling's pupils. Alas, the wife is gone. Jiang Ling was a bit frustrated. Young master, you should have listened to me yesterday and taken the young lady down. The current young lady wouldn't necessarily refuse. Xiaotao skimmed her lips and said, this is good. You can't eat it even if you want to, right? What are you talking nonsense about? Jiang Ling rewarded Xiaotao with a popping chestnut and led her back to the Jiang family. Su Shiyu left. When will she go out and make a break for herself? Now is not the time. He now began to cultivate the 8 chi veins and asked the family for the fire flame pill and the longevity pill. These were the Dan formulas that Su Shiyu had left for Jiang Ling before she left, and Jiang Ling had offered them to the family to enhance the family's heritage, while also needing them himself. These were all first-grade pills, and the Jiang family had Grandpa Shou and a few first-grade alchemists who could refine them. In half a month's time, the Jiang family had spent a large amount of spiritual pills and resources to refine over 24 fiery pills and longevity pills for Jiang Ling. The cultivation of the strange veins had officially begun. Phoenix Fire Burning Sky Decision was originally a fire attribute technique that was on the hegemonic side, coupled with the fiery nature of the fire flame Dan. Jiang Ling felt a riot of fire yuan power in his body as soon as he started to cultivate the chi veins, and his meridians were shaken with pain after pain, and there was a fiery tingling sensation all over his meridians, which made Jiang Ling almost cultivate out of his fork. Luckily, there was also the longevity pill, which had a medicinal property that was on the mild side, relieving Jiang Ling of this unbearable feeling. Not surprisingly, the faint flame above the dantian was indeed involved in the cultivation of the chi vein. As soon as this faint flame joined in, Jiang Ling felt that the numbness and pain in his body had greatly diminished, and the speed of cultivation had accelerated a lot. What Su Shiyu had told him about cultivating the chi veins was at least 3 times as difficult as the 12 orthodox meridians, but Jiang Ling felt that his speed of cultivating the chi veins would not be too slow. He had cultivated at home for less than a month before he had penetrated a strange vein, and the dim flame had taken great credit. The characteristics of the strange veins that I have cultivated. Jiang Ling set up wooden stakes all over his small yard, ready to test his current power. As a palm blade went down, a wooden stake was instantly chopped and exploded. The scattered wood shavings had scorched black and partially turned into charcoal. This was Jiang Ling's ordinary attack without using martial arts. Overbearing and unusually hot. Overbearing. Blazing. These are the characteristics brought about by the Phoenix Fire Burning Heavenly Duel and the Flaming Dan. Jiang Ling raised his hand and looked at his hand wrapped with fire yuan power. The palm area was a bit swollen, and not using martial arts techniques to cut and burst a wooden stake was still a slight strain on Jiang Ling. However, under the wrapping of the fire elemental force, the swollen area gradually disappeared. The life force, the vitality, is from the longevity Dan? Jiang Ling used the dagger to give his hand a cut. Blood flowed out, and then wrapped it with fire yuan power. Sure enough, the wound gradually recovered. It's not just the effect of the longevity pill. There's also that dim flame at work. Jiang Ling felt carefully and came to a realization. The dim flame in his dantian was able to repair the yuan chakra roots and also repair the injuries on his body through the fire elemental power. It could truly be called a healing fire. But the cost is still consuming a sliver of my life energy. Jiang Ling sighed. It looks like the tonic medicine can't be reduced in the future. However, how do I feel that this flame is a bit brighter than when I first saw him? This flame at the dantian took on a dark and illusory red color, and at the very beginning it seemed as if it was going to be extinguished at any time. And by now, he felt that this flame had brightened up a bit and reddened quite a bit. Is it also growing with my cultivation refinement? Jiang Ling pondered. At this moment, Jiang Ling felt that his base strength had risen by at least 30% after penetrating one chi vein. If all 8 chi veins were penetrated, then I was afraid that it would have to multiply several times, or even 10 times. Those who cultivated strange veins were much stronger than the unusual peak of the vein opening realm. After penetrating a chi vein, Jiang Ling stretched his back, intending to rest for 2 days. In the evening, he took out a hexagonal-shaped long-range yuan power communicator, which was something Su Shiyu had left for him to use for the two of them to contact each other. Jiang Ling fed yuan power into the hexagonal gem of the communicator, and the patterns on the communicator slowly lit up. Not a moment later, Su Shiyu's voice came over. What is it? Missed you. Buzz. The bright light of the communicator went out. It was Su Shiyu's side that hung up. Jiang Ling once again inputted yuan power. Su Shiyu, say something directly. Jiang Ling said. Today I penetrated the first chi vein. Oh yeah? How could it be so fast? Su Shiyu inquired. Jiang Ling didn't answer, but asked, where are you now? What are doing? Su Shiyu didn't answer either, but said, since you have penetrated the first chi vein, then you can try to cultivate the technique of burning heavenly phoenix flame. It's hard to find strange flames in heaven and earth, so you'll cultivate one on your own. Burning sky phoenix flame. Jiang Ling pondered. This is indeed the divine martial skill that comes with the phoenix flame burning sky skill. The burning heavenly phoenix flame cultivated according to the original version of the Gong method had the same characteristics as the chi vein, overbearing and fiery. This flame was able to calcine yuan power within the body, making the fire yuan power more pure. At the same time, when one reaches the 5 prefectures realm, the burning sky beacon flame is able to be forced out of the body and used to fight against the enemy, alchemize pills, or refine weapons. This was also a special flame that needed to utilize the power of the chi vein in order to be cultivated. And the current Jiang Ling, too, just happened to possess this qualification. At this moment, Su Shiyu reminded him, and Jiang Ling's heart stirred. He then asked about the details of Su Shiyu's cultivation through the communicator. Su Shiyu told him a lot until the yuan power in Jiang Ling's body was close to being exhausted. Using this kind of communicator also consumed the yuan power of both parties. But Jiang Ling already knew quite a bit about the cultivation method of the burning sky phoenix flame, and he recalled it to himself. The next day, he began to try to condense this flame. Coagulating fire requires a core of fire, and then it is constantly coagulated and honed with yuan power for 77 or 49 days before the first strand of fire can be coagulated. Right now, Jiang Ling needed to find a fire elemental power core. Su Shiyu said that one fire flame pill would do, but for a better one, he could use a 2nd grade fire attribute pill, 3rd grade pills even. She said that Jiang Ling couldn't manage it yet. 2nd grade fire attribute elixir? Jiang Ling didn't know much about elixirs, so he took shoutout to Linshui Street to look for the Jiang family's old grandpa show. Jiang Sonso was the 2nd grade alchemist. After learning Jiang Ling's intention, Jiang Sonso stroked his white beard and said, the value of 2nd grade fire attribute pills can be difficult to refine. Oh, I have 2 fire attribute pills here, Firehouse Spirit Pill and Red Heart Pill, but there is not a complete pair of medicinal herbs for either of them right now. There are 2 ways to do this if the First Lord is in dire need. One is to find your father and use family resources to go buy you one at a high price. Or it's fine to spend a high price on spirit medicine and then give it to me to refine. The second is that you lead a family medicine picking team once and go to the deep mountains of the Tsang Grange to pick back the spirit medicine I need. Oh young master, you're also the first genius in the family now, so you should more or less contribute to the family. Go and lead the medicine picking team for once. Is it good to make some contribution to the family? Jiang Ling touched his nose and nodded. He went back to his father to clarify the matter, but he didn't see him. Jiang Jiangming was at the critical moment of breaking through to the dragon spine realm, and closed his eyes. At this time, the affairs of the Jiang family were managed by several elders assisting Jiang Lei. Jiang Ling then found Jiang Lei and explained his intentions. Leading a team into the mountains? Jiang Lei was first surprised, then flipped through the Jiang clan's medicinal herb indicators before looking at the map of the Tsangwan mountain range. It's true that the Jiang clan does have an intention to organize a medicine-picking team into the mountains once in the next few days. Jiang Lei scrutinized for a moment before saying, but the herbs you need for the Firehouse Spirit Pill will have to go into deeper places, and will require the clan elders or elders to follow. At that depth, there should be demonic beasts of the 5th prefecture realm. Chapter 24, Entering the Mountain. Are there any demonic beasts of the 5 prefectures realm? Jiang Ling inquired. Which is stronger or weaker? A human cultivator of the 5th prefecture realm or a demonic beast of the 5th prefecture realm? This small realm is also the same. It is generally the demonic beasts that are stronger, right? Jiang Lei said. Generally, demonic beasts have a strong physique, giving them a greater advantage in battle. But it's impossible to say. I've heard that several geniuses from the Blue Flame Country State Academy have the ability to defeat demonic beasts in the same realm. However, our Jiang family is considered to have been in contact with the Holy Land. I think the super geniuses inside the Holy Land. I'm afraid that they even have the ability to sweep away several demonic beasts of the same level. That's right, Jiang Ling said. Call me when the team leaves. I'll go too. No problem. I'll arrange for manpower, Jiang Lei said. After discussing some details, Jiang Ling returned to his own small courtyard and looked for Xiaotao to talk about this matter. Originally, I was afraid of the danger and didn't intend to take Xiaotao, but Xiaotao must follow. Young master, I can be very strong now too. Little Peach waved her small fists and said, I've also officially entered the vein opening realm now. I've already penetrated a Yuan vein, so a small demonic beast. It's no big deal. Already through a Yuan vein? Jiang Ling touched his nose and said, this speed is not slow. Counting up, the time when Little Peach had just started cultivating her Yuan veins was around 50 days ago. In other words, the time it took for Little Peach to penetrate a Yuan vein was at most this amount of time. This was already comparable to Jiang Lei's Yuan vein penetration speed, and Jiang Lei was supplied with the family's resources. If they were talking about cultivation talent, Little Peach, who had used those 3 pills to restore her cultivation roots, would at most be at about the same level as Jiang Lei. However, Xiaotao cultivated the same first-class technique as him, the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky technique. Little Peach didn't obtain many resources, but with such a first-class technique, it reached Jiang Lei's cultivation speed. However, Jiang Ling's cultivation speed was even faster. Sure enough, the boost provided to me by that dim flame is not ordinary. He sighed in his heart. Xiaotao insisted on following, saying that she wanted to take care of Jiang Ling's food and rest. Jiang Ling was pestered by Xiaotao and agreed. She tested Little Peach's battle power and it wasn't considered strong. But Jiang Ling had instructed her to cultivate the phoenix soaring 9 heavenly steps, and if she encountered danger, her escape speed wasn't slow. The team set off 5 days later, a vast team of 25 people, out of Baitsong City and into the Tsongrange Mountains. 25 people, counting Little Peach, 8 apprentice herb pickers and alchemists, 16 forceful guards from the Jiang family, and 1 maid. The strength of the guards was usually at the vein opening realm, and according to this calculation, Xiaotao was actually considered qualified. The leader, Jiang Zhangchun, was considered Jiang Ling's clan uncle, a powerhouse at the 2nd level of the 5 prefectures realm, who had opened the spiritual mansion of fire and the spiritual mansion of earth. The party entered the mountain cautiously, heading first for the first picking point. Perhaps it was the relationship between the large number of people. The first stage of the journey did not encounter any demonic beasts, even if there were occasionally demonic beasts peeping from afar. Because of the number of people, they ran away from a distance. After an hour's effort, he smoothly arrived at the first picking point, where there were large swaths of lingwu grass and panax ginseng, the herbs used to make the common golden sore pill. The party escorted the 8 apprentice herb pickers and alchemists through the area to pick herbs, while the guards spread out in all directions to escort them. Jiang Ling also checked around and came back as Xiaotao handed over water. Is it tiring to come out and suffer this offense with me? Jiang Ling sipped his water and asked Xiaotao. I'm not tired. The scent of the depths of this great mountain really smells good. Little Peach looked a bit excited, not a bit in fear. Jiang Ling smiled and walked over to a herb-picking young lady and watched her pick herbs. The youngest sister was also a member of the Jiang family, but she was a member of the Jiang family's collateral line, named Jiang Yushuan. Her aura was not strong, only at the level of the body-forging realm, so it was evident that her cultivation talent should not be considered good, and she did not receive the family's key cultivation, couldn't become a strong man. Then in other professions, to become a part of the force needed by the Jiang family, Jiang Yushuan chose to be a pill refiner. Now that she was an apprentice alchemist, Xiaotao had met her once at Grandpa Shou's place on Linshui Street. Jiang Yushuan cupped the jade knife and jade shovel in her veiny hands, digging the roots of the panax pseudo-ginseng on the surface of the soil, followed by getting the seeds off of it and scattering them inside the ground to bury them. It is the rule of the medicine pickers to keep the roots and seeds in order to realize the long-term harvesting of the herbs. Jiang Yushuan put a piece of root into the box and looked up to wipe the sweat from the tip of her nose. Young master, It was only at this time that Jiang Yuxuan saw that Jiang Ling had been looking at her and couldn't help but blush a little. "You pick your own. Don't worry about me." Jiang Ling laughed. He was just curious to see how this medicine picking was dug and picked. Some things can be learned by reading a book. Some things have to be practiced. Some things can be read and understood. Some things can't be read without instruction. For example, this medicine picking. Some things Jiang Ling did not understand. Had to ask Jiang Yuxuan before knowing. Which profession has its own tips and tricks? He couldn't help but sigh. With enough mature herbs dug in this area, the group took a short break and headed to the next area. Only as they continued to go deeper and deeper into the mountain range, demonic beasts started to appear one after another. Jiang Ling's responsibility was to protect the back of the group, but there was a sudden commotion up ahead. Several bloodthirsty rats suddenly burrowed out of the ground and pounced on a medicine picker. "Watch out!" Several guards stepped forward at the same time to block the enemy. Jiang Ling wanted to go forward to help, but an experienced guard stopped him. "A few bloodthirsty rats of the low-level demon pulse realm are just a few. They can handle it. We'll just guard the back. These hidey holes might as well be hiding in ambush behind them." Jiang Ling hesitated and nodded his head in agreement, not going to the front for support. The old guard's experience was quickly fulfilled as the underground at the back rattled. The soil crumbled away, and several bloodthirsty rats over a meter long also popped out of the ground, pouncing towards the two herb pickers, one of which was Jiang Yuxuan. She was so frightened that she let out a shriek. Jiang Ling was always on guard and reacted the fastest. His phoenix step was performed and he instantly blocked in front of Jiang Yuxuan. His long knife was sheathed and chopped out horizontally with flames. This blade, fast and fierce, directly cut the two bloodthirsty rats into 4 pieces. There were still 2 left, and the other 2 guards greeted them, catching the bloodthirsty rats to meet the enemy. Jiang Ling didn't dare to be careless and looked around cautiously. Jiang Yuxuan came back to her senses and whispered, "Thank you, young master." Jiang Ling looked back and then said, "It's fine. Hide behind me and don't move." A few bloodthirsty rats were quickly resolved. Fortunately, no one was killed or injured. 8 bloodthirsty rats and 8 fire attribute low-grade demon crystals were worth some money. The experienced guard began to pass on his experience to Jiang Ling again. "Young master. A few tiny bloodthirsty rats are just a few. You don't need to be so nervous. These small hand over to us people will be fine. You and the captain have the highest cultivation. You should conserve your strength at this time. If you encounter difficult and powerful demonic beasts behind you, that's when you should make your move. In that case, I've been taught." Jiang Ling accepted with an open mind. The party moved on to the next picking point and another battle. This medicine picking spot was guarded by some demonic beasts, which were tackled by the escort. These demonic beasts weren't of a high level, and Jiang Ling didn't put up a fight. After picking the herbs, the team changed places again for a short break, going into the mountains to pick herbs for as little as 2 or 3 days, or as much as 6 or 7 days, is a time-consuming and labor-intensive affair. They were still in the outermost reaches of the Kangang mountain range. The yuan power was not abundant. The medicinal herbs were only of low age, and the demonic beasts that were there were also of a low realm. "Young master, eat." Little Peach brought the food and used her fire elemental power to heat it up for Jiang Ling before handing it to him. "Young master, eat this." In addition to the convenient food prepared by the medicine picking team, Showdown surprisingly prepared some delicious snacks. Surprising Jiang Ling, this Little Peach, how it all feels like it's come for a trip into the mountains. In the afternoon, continue to pick medicine. Still in the periphery of the turn, encountered a few waves of demonic beasts attack. Jiang Ling also only once shot. Night came and set up camp. Now, Jiang Ling realized the difference between bringing Little Peach into the mountains and others. Chapter 25, Following the Mind Sao. Although they were all simple tents, the others slept in rough and hard traveling cloths that were spread on the ground after the ground had been sprinkled with insect repellent powder. However, Xiaotao had given Jiang Ling a whole set of fine and soft bedding for use at home. There's even aromatherapy. "Little Peach, you're well prepared enough." Jiang Ling couldn't help but smile. "That's for sure," Little Peach said proudly. "I've heard the guards say before that going into the mountains to pick herbs can be hard, and it's hard to eat and sleep, so I've already prepared this for young master." "Where's yours?" "Next to the young master." "Okay, pretty good." As one of the most important combatants and the youngest master of the Jiang family, Jiang Ling didn't need to take a night watch rotation, and after a day of marching, he also comfortably lay down on the soft bunk. It's still the outermost part of the Kangang mountain range, and I'm feeling a bit excited. I really don't know what kind of world is in the deepest part of the mountain range. I've heard that in the deepest part, There are powerful demonic beasts that surpass the dragon spine realm and can spit human words. TSK. He slowly closed his eyes and prepared to sleep, but not a moment later, he was called outside his tent. "Young master, can I come in?" It was the voice of the experienced guard. "Come in." Jiang Ling sat up. The tent was lifted and sure enough the experienced guard walked in. "What's that smell in your tent, young master?" Jiang Ling froze and twitched his nose, then said, "Are you talking about the smell of this incense?" The old guard looked at the aroma box on the side, and after a moment of speechlessness, he said, "Eldest young master, the noses of demonic beasts are generally very spiritual, and if the smell of this aroma were to spread out, it might attract some demonic beasts to attack. That way the animal repellent powder we sprinkled doesn't always work." "Ah, this." Jiang Ling froze, then said with an apology, "It's me who didn't think it through. I'll put it away." He put the aroma box into his storage ring and asked, "Any other questions?" The old guard looked at Jiang Ling's tent again, his eyes locking onto Jiang Ling's spread. He walked over and squeezed it, saying, "With such comfortable bedding, the eldest young master should be able to get a good night's sleep." Jiang Ling nodded and said, "Rest better and have more energy tomorrow." The old guard said, "But such comfortable bedding tends to make one sleep very deeply. If the demonic beasts suddenly attack and the eldest young master is still in his dreams, won't that spoil things?" Gang Nung. "You're right. I'll change it." He stowed the comfortable bedding in his storage ring as well, replacing it with a rough traveling cloth. The old guard breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Young master, it's not that my subordinate hates the rich and can't see others doing well. In this wilderness, it's better to be careful with everything. We're here to pick herbs, not to enjoy and play." "Understood." Jiang Ling nodded his head with an empty heart and said, "I'll have to ask you for more guidance on any shortcomings I have." The old guard revealed a smile, said twice that he did not dare, and exited the tent. Well, little Peach prepared for nothing. Jiang Ling shook his head helplessly. He went to Peach's tent and asked Peach to put away the aroma as well, but forget about the bedding. It's not like Peach needs to fight. Let her get a good night's sleep. The night was uneventful. When he got up the next day, Jiang Ling was still in good spirits. Packing everything up, the team continued on their way. As the group continued to go deeper, the number and locations of spiritual medicines increased, but so did the number of demonic beasts. The strongest time, he ran into 3-peak demon pulse realm python demon beasts, causing one of the guards to be seriously injured. It was Jiang Jingchun who stepped in and took care of them. The surroundings became more and more dangerous, and the team's traveling speed slowed down quite a bit. On the third day, they had reached the range of the mountain range near the middle, where there was a small forest of firethorns where they could collect firethorn berries, one of the medicinal herbs that Jiang Ling needed. First, the scout guards went to scout, and reported that they found traces of demonic beasts' lives, as well as fresh feces of demonic beasts, and judged that there might be powerful demonic beasts of the 5 prefectures realm, but there was no sign of the demonic beast. It may be well hidden or it may have gone out to hunt. I'll go take a look. Jiang Jingchun stepped into the firethorn forest and suddenly released his 5 prefecture realm aura. No response. The demonic beasts should be out hunting. Gather the firethorn fruit as soon as possible while the demonic beasts are out. Jiang Jingchun ordered. Youngest, Axe, you patrol the area around the firethorn forest and keep your eyes peeled at all times. The whole team was busy, and Jiang Ling was assigned the task of making the rounds. Herbalists gather firethorn berries quickly. They are fruits after all. Just find the right ones. Pick them and put them away. In less than a quarter of an hour, the already ripe firethorn fruits were picked. Prepare to retreat. Axe, Captain, we have a situation over here. It's that demonic beast coming back. 3 fiery horns, fiery red scales and armor. It's the triangle fire forest beast. The hot breath came to his face, and the huge fiery red scaled demonic beast with a length of 4 or 5 meters appeared in Axe's eyes with its prey in its mouth. Axe Head was the vice-captain and possessed the cultivation of peak ordinary Yuan Pulse Meridian. Facing a demonic beast of the 5th mansion realm, he nervously gripped his huge axe and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His own guarded elixir was plucked, and the triangle fire forest beast was naturally furious when it found out, throwing down the prey in its mouth and pouncing towards the axe. Behind the axe was a medicine picker. He couldn't retreat. Gritting his teeth and drumming up his Yuan power, he came to a hard fight with the triangle fire forest beast. He protected the medicine picker behind him, but he himself spat blood from his mouth and flew out backwards. The triangle fire forest beast roared and spat out a fireball towards the herb picker. The herb picker's face turned pale as he watched the fireball spew toward him. However, a figure arrived instantly like a fire shadow. and the steel blade in his hand emitted a loud and clear blade sound, splitting the fireball into two halves with a single slash. Back off! The silhouette crossed his sword and turned to shout at the medicine picker. Thank you, young master. The medicine picker reacted, said thanks, and hurriedly ran towards the back. Jiang Ling saved the life of this herb picker and turned back to look at the triangle fire forest beast. Leave it to me to deal with it. You steer from the side. Jiang Jingchun arrived a little late, but in the next moment he pounced towards the triangle fire forest beast, the long sword in his hand shining with golden light. The triangle fire forest beast also raised its terrifying flaming sharp claws, which were entwined with scarlet light, and collided with Jiang Jingchun. The terrifying energy spread. Jiang Jingchun fell back to Jiang Ling's side, and the triangle fire forest beast was also shaken back several meters. I hope it really works. Jiang Ling flipped his palm and a red rope appeared in his hand. It was the random mind rope that Saint Envoy Miao had handed over to him at the beginning, which was said to be able to trap a strong person of the 5 prefectures realm in any position. Jiang Ling threw out the accompanying spirit rope, which instantly turned into a shining red ribbon that nimbly floated towards the triangle fire forest beast. The triangle fire forest beast seemed to sense the crisis and spewed out a large amount of flames, wanting to incinerate the red ribbon. But the red ribbon shone with a red light and was surprisingly unafraid of fire. The red ribbon penetrated through the flames, nimbly shuttling between the limbs of the triangle fire forest beast, and suddenly a contraction pulled tight, directly tying up the limbs of the triangle fire forest beast, coming to a save hoof binding. With a thud, the triangle fire spirit beast fell to the ground, but it was still unwilling and struggled, trying to twist its head to bite the rope. Jiang Ling then controlled the extension of the rope with his mind, trapping his head again and wrenching it backward. The triangle fire forest beast immediately tilted its head back and lifted its chest, no longer able to move. Jiang Jingchun looked at this scene and sucked in a mouthful of cool air, saying, "This spirit soldier of yours is awesome." Jiang Ling casually flipped his hand and a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. It was the same one that Su Shiyu often took out and was left behind by Jiang Ling. With a jump, he arrived at the head of the triangle fire spirit beast and turned around to ask, "Is a living triangle fire spirit beast valuable?" Jiang Jingchun shook his head and said, "The adult ones can no longer be tamed, and their intelligence isn't high, so they can only be killed for the demon crystals." Jiang Ling let out an oh-so-subtle sound and cleanly stabbed the triangle fire spirit beast in the eye with his dagger. The triangle fire forest beast let out a miserable howl, but it couldn't move, and in no time, it was lifeless. "Open the skull and take the demon crystal." Demon crystals were the most precious, but demonic beasts were covered in treasure, and for the rest of the decomposition steps, Jiang Ling left it to the coming guards to take action. Jiang Zhengchun said, "If you have this treasure, our trip afterward will be much smoother." Jiang Ling said, "Binding demonic beasts of the 5 prefectures realm also consumes a lot of yuan power, so you can't use it more than once, then use it again at the critical moment." Jiang Zhengchun said. The guards quickly dismembered the triangle fire spirit beasts, and the group geared up and continued on their way. After passing through the basic herb picking point again, the team finished picking herbs and fortunately did not encounter any powerful demonic beasts. On the 4th day, as he continued to go deeper, Jiang Ling also felt a change in the concentration of yuan power. If one were to cultivate in this for a long period of time, it was estimated that the cultivation speed would be 1 or 2% faster. According to the route, there should be a yellow inferno tree up ahead, and its shoots are a type of medicinal herb we need to pick. Its fruit is also a less commonly used medicinal herb, but this time of the year is not the time for the yellow flame tree to bear fruit, so there aren't necessarily demonic beasts guarding it. We'll just pick the shoots. Monkey, you'd better go over there first. The scout guards set off again. Chapter 26, Imperial Relatives. The Du family. It wasn't long before the scout escort came to report. "We're a little late, and someone is picking up shoots at the yellow flame tree right now." "There's already someone?" Jiang Zhengchun frowned and asked, "Who is it that you recognize?" Looking at the attire, "It's someone from Rock Sword City's Du family." Rock Sword City Du family. Jiang Zhengchun's frown deepened, took out the map and looked at it for a while and said, "We will go from the west and go around to rely on them." Jiang Ling asked, "Which family is this Rock Sword City Du family? Do we need to avoid him?" Jiang Zhengchun said, "The Rock Sword City Du family is the largest family in Rock Sword City. Its patriarch is of the Dragon Spine realm, and is also the city lord of Rock Sword City, the Dragon Spine realm. Of course, that's not the main thing. The main thing is that they are a branch of the Du family, one of the 3 great families of the Blue Flame country. The Du family of Blue Flame City is a royal relative. There are daughters in their family who are imperial concubines in the palace. This relationship. Jiang Ling scratched his head. Anyway, it's better not to mess with it. Jiang Zhangchun said. And there's more than just this one yellow flame tree. And even if we can't pick it, the big deal is that when we need it, we can buy it from other stores. It's just a matter of spending some money. Understood. Jiang Ling nodded and continued to perform his duties as a rear guard. The group continued to travel, and within a short time, they arrived at the next location for picking herbs. The scout guards came to report that a demonic beast was on guard and was sleeping. It's a demonic beast of the 5 prefectures realm, the white-maned wolf king. Is it sleeping? Jiang Zhangchun called Jiang Ling over and said, if it's sleeping, maybe we can sneak in a wave. Use that red string of yours. Jiang Ling was dazed, and together with Jiang Zhangchun, they sneaked closer to the white-maned wolf king's lair in 2 directions. However, the white-maned wolf king's vigilance was also super strong, and the approach of a strong person directly woke him up. It opened its eyes and stood up, looking straight in Jiang Zhangchun's direction as a wind blade spat out. Damn it! Sneak attack failed. Jiang Zhangchun cursed, but was not discouraged, directly exploding his breath. A long sword appeared in his hand, flashing through the wind blades and stabbing towards the white-maned wolf king. In the next moment, the white-maned wolf king transformed into a white shadow and appeared directly above Jiang Zhangchun. The speed is really fast. Jiang Zhangchun's complexion flinched as he responded cautiously. He was suppressed by the white-maned wolf king's speed, and in a short period of time, he unexpectedly couldn't make a counterattack and could only defend. Just as the white-maned wolf king approached to sneak in another attack, a red rope shot sharply from the distance and wrapped around the white-maned wolf king's limbs. The white-maned wolf king was alert and instantly dodged. That red rope was naturally the random mine rope that Jiang Ling had secretly cast out, but unfortunately, it failed to build a success. At this time, Jiang Ling was also discovering a flaw of the random mine sao, which was that it wasn't fast enough. The white-maned wolf king retreated a dozen meters or so and looked in the direction where the red rope had shot from, his eyes showing a puzzled expression. The rope was coming from that place, but he couldn't sense an enemy in that direction. Is it so well hidden? The white-maned wolf king's eyes flashed with killing intent, wanting to explore it himself, but worried about Jiang Zhangchun's sneak attack, so he threw back his head and howled. The sound waves spread out, and in the back, a pair of green eyes surfaced. The wolf king, with his own pack. A dozen white-maned wolves gradually approached, causing Jiang Zhangchun to break out in a cold sweat. The auras of these white-maned wolves were all around the Demon Pulse realm, but their numbers were a few more than the number of Jiang family guards. Young master, Axe, you guys take care of the white-maned wolves. I'll stall the wolf king first. Jiang Zhangchun roared. Yes, Axe head, holding a huge axe, brought 3 guards and rushed over. The other guards, to stay behind to guard the medicine picker. Jiang Ling sighed and stopped hiding his aura. This secret method of concealing his breath that Su Shiyu had taught him was really good, and the wolf king with his sharp intuition had discovered Jiang Zhangchun but not Jiang Ling. But now, the wolf king had summoned the wolves, and Jiang Ling had to step in. The wolves came running, and their target turned out to be Jiang Ling. This was the wolf king's order. Having such a perfectly concealed scent enemy in the shadows made it feel terrible and wanted to get rid of it at the first opportunity. Jiang Zhangchun became anxious and roared, Axe, protect the young master. He tried to go for support himself, but the white-maned wolf king reached Jiang Zhangchun with a flash of shadow and tangled with him. Now, it turned into the white-maned wolf king dragging Jiang Zhangchun down. However, the wolf king had underestimated Jiang Ling's strength. A dozen or so white-maned wolves pounced on Jiang Ling, who didn't panic and sheathed his steel sword. The first white-maned wolf pounced, and Jiang Ling only slashed it, cleaving it forcefully, then kicked the second one away, took a few steps back, and cleaved the third one to death. Even though the white-maned wolves attacked continuously, Jiang Ling was able to cope with it while fighting and retreating. Within a few moments, 7 or 8 white-maned wolves had already fallen in a pool of blood. The miserable screams of the white-maned wolves continued to come, causing the eyes of the white-maned wolf king to turn red. Of these dozen or so white-maned wolves, several of them were his species. He angrily tried to charge towards Jiang Ling, but at that moment, Jiang Zhangchun executed a move that rained swords from the sky, also deadlocking the white-maned wolf king. This time, it became Jiang Zhangchun dragging down the white-maned wolf king again. Axe was also dumbfounded by Jiang Ling's bravery for a moment, but quickly rushed forward, roaring, "Good job, great young master." Then, intercepting a white-maned wolf with a powerful aura, he began to fight. He was also an expert at the peak of the Yuan Pulse realm, and after a dozen rounds, he also decapitated the white-maned wolf in front of him. When he looked up again, he realized that the rest of the white-maned wolves had already died under Jiang Ling's blade. Is the gap that big? Axe's mouth twitched. He took his own time to solve one. And this is a dozen of them for the eldest young master? Axe, watch out. Axe heard Jiang Jingquan's loud reminder. He turned around and looked at the white-maned wolf king pouncing towards him. Jiang Jingquan was unable to stop the extremely fast wolf king after all. Desperate to be injured, the wolf king also broke free from Jiang Jingquan's entanglement and killed. But this time it wasn't Jiang Ling, it was the axe. Axe didn't expect that one of the more powerful white-maned wolves with a stronger aura that he had randomly intercepted was the wife of the wolf king. Ah! The wolf king's claws were expanding in the eyes of the axe. In his urgency, the axe could only raise the huge axe in his hand. It's over. It's going to be accounted for here. He was angry and unafraid. As a guard, he had been in and out of the mountains many times, and had long since gotten used to living with his head on his belt, and he wasn't afraid of death. It's death, but I'm going to give you a hard hit. Axe fumed. To make a final counterattack, he roared, flames bursting forth, the loud and clear roar of his blade nearly piercing his eardrums. Boom! The white-maned wolf king flew out backwards. Aha! Flaming sword light? Axe froze and looked aside. The flaming blade light was cut out by Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling had unexpectedly rushed to his side, and had even shocked back the 5 prefecture realms white-maned wolf king with a single strike. Grand Master you! Jiang Ling didn't have time to listen to his nonsense, slightly toned down, and rushed up again with his feet on the Phoenix 9 heavenly steps. The eldest young master is really powerful. Is he in the 5-house realm yet? Axe had watched dumbfounded as Jiang Ling fought hard against the Wolf King several times without losing. At that moment, Jiang Zhengchun also arrived and joined Jiang Ling in besieging the white-maned Wolf King. Axe came back to his senses, knowing that he would not be able to participate in a fight at that level. Now it was 2 against 1, and the advantage was with the Jiang family, so he didn't have to be in too much of a hurry. Help them take care of the rest first. With the other guards, he dragged the corpses of a dozen or so white-maned wolves to a faraway place, dissected them, and took the demon crystals. On Jiang Ling's side, the 2-on-1 situation held the absolute upper hand. The wolf pack that had been cultivated with great difficulty was slaughtered, and his wife was also killed. The white-maned wolf king was also furious to the extreme. However, he still had the instinct to survive and knew that if he fought again, he would only end up in the northwestern part of the country. So he had the intention of escaping. As long as he can break free from the entanglement of these two, with his speed, he should be able to escape, right? Damn it, this human pup with the flaming sword was too fast to be slower than him. The Wolf King despaired for a moment. He gradually lost his strength, and Jiang Zhengchun delivered another heavy blow full of golden light, shocking him into tumbling to the bottom, and Jiang Ling took advantage of the situation and threw out the random mine rope. This time it didn't miss and gave the white-maned Wolf King a safe hoof tie. The white-maned Wolf King couldn't move, so Jiang Ling rushed up and stabbed at the eye. But Little Peach wasn't a medicine picker, and because of Jiang Ling's protection, he didn't have to participate in any battles. Although he felt quite fresh when he came in at the beginning, he later felt that it was not interesting. It wasn't like she could do anything in the group, and she was only allowed to wander around as much as she was allowed to while the group was picking up herbs. After settling the white-maned Wolf King, the party started picking herbs, and as Peach strolled around, she heard strange sounds. She sniffed and searched and found a cave. The tiny sound was coming from the mouth of this cave. What is it? Peachy wondered. Excavating the hole. The sound was getting clearer, like the cry of a young animal. When the hole was dug out and he got a better look, Peach called out, "Coyote pups?" Chapter 27, Alchemy Failure. 2 dark gray wolf pups, wailing in the pit, made Peach's pity rise. She took the 2 wolf pups out and held them in her arms to soothe them. Young master! Young master! Finally, she carried the 2 wolf cubs to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling was stunned and said, "This is a white-maned wolf cub? Where did you get it?" "Right there. There's a hole." Peach pointed in the direction. Jiang Ling and Jiang Zhengchun walked over and took a look. Jiang Zhengchun was more experienced and dug around again, finding a small hidden hole. Inside were some hidden spirit fruits. Jiang Zhengchun said, "These are some spirit fruits that help the cubs grow and lay foundations. They should be prepared in advance by the mother wolf for the cubs." Jiang Ling looked at Xiaotao holding the 2 cubs and teasing them and asked, "Cubs can be raised, right?" Jiang Zhengchun laughed. "Pups are naturally fine, but this is only a white-maned wolf pup. The average white-maned wolf isn't really that high when it comes to potential. By the time it reaches adulthood, its upper limit is usually around the Yuan Pulse realm, and there are very few of the 5 prefectures realm. so it's not exactly a brilliant war pet. What about the mounts? Jiang Ling asked again. The speed of the mount. White-maned wolf is really good. Jiang Zhengchun nodded. Jiang Ling looked at Little Peach with a look of love, and laughed. Then let's give it to Little Peach to raise first. Even if the ceiling isn't high, it's fine to raise it as a pet for fun. Really? Thank you, young master. Little Peach shouted out joyfully. Jiang Zhengchun looked at the map and said, all right, our mission is considered complete. We can return. The group returned, taking another day, and the 5-day trip to the Kurgan range came to an end. Returning to Baitsong City and feeling the crowds bustling about, Jiang Ling had a feeling of being a world away. Just after spending 5 days in the mountains and returning to the city, Jiang Ling felt something else. In the deep mountains, it was too tense, always on guard against the sneak attacks of wild beasts, and the only way to relax was to return to the gathering place of the human race. The task of picking herbs was successfully completed. Jiang Zhengchun went to resume his orders to Jiang Lei, while Jiang Ling returned to his small courtyard with Little Peach. Little wolf cubs be good. Oh. Little Peach held the 2 little wolf cubs and asked Jiang Ling, what should I feed them? Eat meat? So small. It hasn't even opened its eyes yet. It eats milk, right? Jiang Ling said. The Jiang family also has an animal farm. You go get some goat's milk, cow's milk or something. Oh, okay. Peach settled the 2 little wolf cubs, and then ran out, very much on the ball. Jiang Ling couldn't help but smile as he returned to his hut and pulled out the steel sword he was using. Well, he wasn't sure if he could even call this thing a knife now. The blade had already had its blade melted by his overbearing fire elemental force and was no longer sharp. I'm afraid it can only be called a piece of iron now. A good spirit soldier is also very important. Jiang Ling couldn't help but sigh. His current fire elemental force was so domineering that ordinary blades could no longer withstand it. They had to be at least an entry-grade spirit weapon. First-grade spirit weapons were for the Yuan Pulse realm, while second-grade spirit weapons were mainly for the 5 prefectures realm. This steel blade of Jiang Ling's was a first-grade spirit weapon, but it could no longer withstand Jiang Ling's overbearing fire elemental force. As for second-grade spirit weapons, the Jiang family actually didn't have many of them, and almost all of them were specialized. When someone was promoted to the 5 prefectures realm, then the Jiang family's forged soldier shop would build it for them. Ask Ari about it. See if you can get me a good knife. He first rested for a day, and the next day he first went to the Jiang family medicine shop to visit Grandpa Shou. Jiang Songso said with a kind smile on his face, the medicinal herbs were sent over yesterday. The eldest young master is indeed capable. I heard that you shone in dealing with the demonic beasts. 2 demonic beasts of the 5 prefecture realm. You were the main force in defeating them. Jiang Ling scratched his head in embarrassment and asked, Grandpa Shou, this firehouse spirit pill, can it be refined? Jiang Songso nodded and smiled. There are enough herbs to be able to refine it. However, it will take a few more days for the herbs to be processed. About 7 days later, I guess, it can be refined for you. Well, thanks Grandpa Shou. Jiang Ling left the medicine store and went to find Jiang Lei again, talking about the matter of the spirit soldier. You want a second-grade spirit weapon, Jiang Lei mused. With your strength and status, as well as your contributions, you do have the qualifications to want one. In that case, I'll have the forging soldier shop choose the materials to build it for you. Didn't you guys kill a triangle fire forest beast? That guy's demon crystal is just right to be the energy core of your spirit weapon. Well, then thanks a lot Lei. Having taken care of another matter, Jiang Ling returned to the small courtyard with a satisfied heart. Peach was already feeding the coyote pups goat's milk. The pills and weapons wouldn't be able to come out for a short period of time, so Jiang Ling first cultivated in his small courtyard. Passing through one odd vein gave Jiang Ling the strength to fight against the primary 5 prefecture realm, and he was curious to know what kind of strength he would have if all 8 veins were passed through. 6 days had passed, and Jiang Ling had just finished his cultivation for the day when a fellow from the Jiang family's medicine store approached him, saying that Jiang Songso had notified him to go to the medicine store. Is it my elixir that's been refined? Jiang Ling expectantly followed the fellow as he rushed to the medicine store. The result, however, surprised Jiang Ling. Jiang Songso seemed to have been waiting for Jiang Ling for a long time. Only he had a haggard face with a touch of pallor. Jiang Ling entered the pharmacy and called Grandpa Shou. Jiang Songso looked up. His legs were soft, and he was about to give Jiang Ling a knee. This startled Jiang Ling, and he hurriedly held Jiang Songso and said, Grandpa Shou, what are you doing? Young master, old age. Old age is guilty. Jiang Songso old tears flowed out and cried. The medicinal materials that you brought back from your desperate efforts and handed over to me to refine. But I failed to. Refine this. Jiang Ling froze. Refining pills, indeed, had a failure rate. The more advanced the elixir, the more difficult it was to refine. Jiang Songzhou was an alchemist that the Jiang family had cultivated for his entire life, and now he was a second-grade alchemist. It was reasonable to say that an elixir that could be refined at the second-grade level, the Firehouse Spirit Pill, was one. But the success rate of this refining is really hard to say. Jiang Ling hadn't considered this situation, and the refining failed. Old Immortal has sinned. Jiang Songzhou was about to kneel down again. Jiang Ling still held him back and comforted. Grandpa Shou, it's fine. Refining pills inherently has a failure rate. Not to mention this is a second-grade pill. I'll just think of something else. Young master, don't worry. I will definitely make up for this mistake. Jiang Songzhou wiped his tears and said in a firm tone, Grandpa Shou mustn't force himself. I'm not in a hurry to use the Firehouse Spirit Pill. Jiang Ling could only continue to comfort. Coming out of the pharmacy, Jiang Ling was disappointed. I'm afraid that the time to cultivate the Burning Sky Phoenix Flame will be delayed now. If you can't, you're still asking for Aries' help? Isn't that a bit much to ask of the family? Forget it. If you ask for more, you'll give back more later. In the end, Jiang Ling found Jiang Lei. Jiang Songzhou's failure in refining the medicine was not a surprise to Jiang Lei, but only a pity. He said, Grandpa Shou is getting old. Whether it's his body or yuan power, it's not as good as it was in his prime. Aunt Yuing is the next generation of alchemists we've trained, and now she's also just entered the realm of a second-grade alchemist. Next time, maybe you can get her to refine it. Jiang Yueying? Jiang Ling said he didn't recognize it. How's my knife? He inquired. How can a second-grade spirit weapon be forged that easily? It'll take at least 10 more days of effort. Jiang Lei said, Brother, during this period of time, just cultivate in peace. Anyway, you led the family's medicine-picking team into the mountains only once, and beheaded 2 5th Prefecture realm demonic beasts, and quite a few lower-ranked demonic beasts, so we've had a rich harvest. These credits are also enough to shut up the languid mouths of others. Jiang Ling said, I don't really care what they say about me. I've gotten used to it over the years. Jiang Lei, feeling a bit embarrassed, he asked, Brother, are you in such a hurry for your blades? It's nothing. Jiang Ling shook his head. Brother, there's something straight to say. Jiang Lei said, I know that you're strong now and will be even stronger in the future, but you're not strong enough to be invincible in North Sunqing City right now. At this time, the Jiang family can still help you. Jiang Ling looked into Jiang Lei's eyes and finally said, It's just a small matter. I just want to go to the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps compound to explore. Chapter 28, You don't want to cooperate? Jiang Lei's eyes widened. To the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps? You're planning to go alone? Jiang Ling said, I'm a smaller target by myself, but more people will be easily exposed instead. It's too dangerous. Jiang Lei shook his head and said, Their leader is injured, so they must be heavily defended during this time. Jiang Ling then said, The Golden Sword Mercenary Corps only has one 5 prefecture realm, Jin Guangbei, and he's seriously injured now, so it's a good time to probe them. The 5 prefectures realm won't necessarily be able to stop me, let alone the fact that there is no 5 prefectures realm in the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps right now. This, Jiang Lei hesitated and said, I'd better send a resourceful one and let him go with you. Jiang Ling shook his head and said, Unless it's an elder or clan elder in the family, anyone else going will drag me down. Jiang Lei then said, Then let 4th elder Uncle Zhengting follow you. He's a wind attribute and can run fast enough. This is fine. Jiang Ling thought for a moment, but still nodded. Without letting a person follow, I guess Jiang Lei is not at ease. Jiang Lei had someone call Jiang Zhengting over and explained the situation. Jiang Zhengting was of the wind attribute and was currently at the 3rd level of the 5 prefectures realm. Hearing Jiang Lei's request, he said, Since Jin Guangbei has not yet recovered from his serious injuries, then I would think that we can kill the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps at this time and eliminate them. Even if it's not a total annihilation, then we can still beat him to death. Jiang Lei said, There are still quite a few of them, so they won't be so easy to exterminate. Uncle Ting will go and explore the situation this time, and if there's a chance, I'll discuss it with the elders. Alright, Jiang Zhengting said, I think it's fine for me to go alone. Just wait for news from me. Young master, Gang Nung, you still don't like me? Jiang Lei said, This was originally proposed by my brother, so it's better to let him go. Don't worry, brother's strength isn't bad. Okay. Jiang Zhengting nodded. The 2 men set out at night, dressed in night clothes. The Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, when it was once glorious, could be said to be comparable in power to the Jiang and Feng families of North Sunqing City, numbering nearly 1,000. However, in the battle in the Kangang mountain range once, the old head of the mercenary group died of serious injuries, and several 5 prefectures' realm powerhouses were also killed. Then, under the explicit and implicit strikes of the Jiang family, it declined more and more, and now there were only about 200 people left. And after the news spread that Jin Guangbei had returned from another serious injury, and that even the young leader had been killed at the Nianguan Kangwu meeting, there was even more panic in the mercenary group. When Jin Guangbei disappeared in order to heal his wounds for fun, the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps began to have quite a few people who had the idea of leaving. There were dozens of people who had already put into action and fled the Golden Sword mercenaries without knowing where they were. The deputy chief killed a few of the men who tried to escape to try to establish authority and stop this running away. But it didn't quite stop it. Jiang Ling and Jiang Zhengting sneaked outside the Golden Sword mercenaries and watched from outside, just in time to see someone sneaking around with a bag on their back, tumbling down the wall covered in iron spikes. Even though his palms were scratched with blood, he endured the pain without making a sound and decided to run away. Just as he hadn't run far, a red rope flashed and instantly tied him into a dumpling. Who? What? Jiang Ling gagged him and took him to the far side. When it was far enough away, Jiang Ling pulled the gag out of his mouth and asked, "What's your name?" "Junior Li Tunan." "Good man. Don't kill me." Jiang Zhengting asked, "What are you doing leaving the mercenary group's compound at this late hour?" "This. Want to die?" "Say it." "Yes, yes. I don't want to stay in the mercenary corps and wait for death anymore. I want to leave the mercenary corps." "Waiting to die? Did you commit a crime?" Jiang Zhengting asked. "Everyone inside the regiment says that the Jiang family will be hitting us before long, and that we can't hold them back by relying on us without Captain Jean. Instead of waiting to die here, it's better to escape early. Dozens have already escaped." Jiang Ling and Jiang Zhengting looked at each other. Had the mercenary corps reached this point now? There were still more than 100 people left, and if it wasn't for an unknown 5 prefectures realm Jin Guangbei, the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps would be considered to have fallen to a third-rate mercenary corps. Jiang Ling said, "What other experts above the 9th level of the Yuan Pulse realm are in the mercenary group now? And what other arrangements are there? And the news of Jin Guangbei? Tell us all." "Are you guys from the Jiang family?" Li Tunan timidly inquired. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Say it." "Yes, yes, I knew you guys would call." Li Tunan, with a sobbing voice, began to honestly answer Jiang Ling and Jiang Jingting's questions. "Two good men. I've said all I know. Spare my life." Jiang Ling asked again, "How much do you know about the Arctic Spirit Fox incident in the Tsangwan mountain range 18 years ago? Tell us all." Jiang Zhengting couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ling. 18 years ago, Li Tunan recalled half a day. Said, "This I do not know. 18 years ago I was just a child of 8 or 9 years old. At that time I did not join the mercenary corps." Jiang Zhengting said, "This is a matter that is usually known only to those who are over 40 years old and are relevant. You don't need to ask him about this." Jiang Ling was silent for a moment before asking again, "Anyone in your mercenary corps who has been in the corps for more than 18 years? Tell me about it." "Yes, yes." Li Tunan spoke a few more names, and Jiang Ling secretly memorized them. "Two good men. Can you let me go? I promise I'll leave Baitsong City, go far away, and never come back." Jiang Ling collected the random heart rope, knocked it out, and threw it aside. Jiang Zhengting inquired him, "You're trying to inquire about what happened back then because of your mother, right?" Jiang Ling said, "I can't even know the main culprit who caused my mother's death, right?" Jiang Zhengting asked, "What are you going to do when you know?" Jiang Ling glanced at Jiang Zhengting and said, "Use this as motivation to silently cultivate and wait for the moment when you have the strength to take revenge." Jiang Zhengting couldn't help but stare. This kid, that's a beautiful thing to say, but really wouldn't be so impulsive as to take revenge right away? But having come, there was nothing Jiang Zhengting could do to stop it. The two of them infiltrated into the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, bypassing the basic organ traps and arriving at the core of the Mercenary Corps. Originally, it was the resting place of the leader Jin Guangbei, but now that Jin Guangbei wasn't here, it was the vice leader Yao Shangjin and 2 core members of the mercenary group who were staying here. This Yao Shangjin was the newly elected deputy leader of the Golden Light North, and had actually come to the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps for only 2 years. An ordinary Yuan Pulse Meridian Peak cultivation was nothing in either Jiang Ling's eyes or Jiang Jingting's eyes. "You wait for me to go over and slaughter him," Jiang Zhengting said. "It's better if I do it." Jiang Ling said. He wanted to capture the live ones and ask questions. Running out silently with Mindso, he drilled into Yao Shangjin's room, An angry curse seemed to come from inside, but then it turned into a low whimper. With the mind rope bundled fast, and extended a long section, gathered into a ball, blocked in Yao Shangjin's mouth. Jiang Ling controlled the follow the mind rope to roll outward, but through the small hole in the door and window he saw a cold light cut through the wall and lodged in the root of Yao Shangjin's thigh. Gang Nung. Good guy. Yao Shangjin had arranged organs and hidden weapons in this room, but as a result, he didn't expect that Jiang Ling didn't even need to enter the room, and bound him with the magical random mind rope. Now instead, he himself had suffered an arrow from his own organ. Jiang Ling continued to maneuver the follow mind rope to roll outward, only to have another cold light shoot out of the other wall with a poof. Yao Shangjin's shoulder was hit by another arrow, and it was so close that it didn't stick in his head. There shouldn't be any now, right? Jiang Ling looked at the short distance of 2 meters left, and his forehead couldn't help but see sweat. Yao Shangjin eventually was rolling to the door of the room. Jiang Ling opened the door and walked in with Jiang Zhengting. Jiang Ling took out his dagger and gestured at Yao Shangjin's neck, saying, "Answer our questions properly and you may live." Got it? Got it. Wink wink. Yao Shangjin rolled his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk? You don't want to cooperate? Killing intent rose in Jiang Ling's heart. It's probably poisoned. Jiang Zhengting said. His lips are purple. It might be poison on those 2 organ arrows. Gang Nung. Chapter 29, the main culprits are the Du family. Well, this deputy chief is indeed unlucky. Jiang Ling removed the ball of thread from his mouth and asked, "Where is the antidote?" "In the ring on your left hand. The red pill bottle. Blue pill." Yao Shangjin came up for air and said, rolling his eyes but still conscious, "It is really difficult for him." Jiang Zhengting removed his ring and searched for a while, and really found a red pill bottle, then poured out a blue pill and stuffed it into Yao Shangjin's mouth. Yao Shangjin swallowed, and for a short time he was still foaming, and after a while the toxicity was lifted, and his face was pale and gasping for breath. "Bear it and don't scream." Jiang Zhengting pulled off a piece of cloth from his body, rolled it around the poison arrow, and pulled it off him. Yao Shangjin almost gritted his teeth, but he didn't really scream yet, because Jiang Ling was right on the edge with a dagger across his neck. "If you make a sound, you're dead." However, when he slowed down, he spoke. "You guys are from the Jiang family, right? If you guys spare me and take care of Jin Guangbei, I can take the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps and defect to your Jiang family." When his words came out, both Jiang Ling and Jiang Zhengting couldn't help but stare. Leading the Golden Sword mercenaries to the Jiang family? Is this guy kidding? Looking at Jiang Ling and Jiang Zhengting and not speaking, Yao Shangjin added, "That Wu Xiling is an undercover agent sent in by your Jiang family, right?" Jiang Ling and Jiang Zhengting looked at each other again without speaking. What this Yao Shangjin said was out of his expectation. Jiang Ling asked Jiang Zhengting with his gaze, and looking at Jiang Zhengting's eyes, he didn't seem to know anything about undercover agents either. However, Jiang Zhengting did not say so explicitly, but instead asked Yao Shangjin, "Why do you want to defect to our Jiang family?" Yao Shangjin said, "That Wu Xiling of yours has already analyzed it with me, and I think he has a point. When it comes to the root of the feud between the Jiang family and the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, it's still because of that battle 18 years ago. The Jiang family suffered a backstab from the Golden Sword Mercenary Regiment during that battle, and the matriarch's wife was severely injured and died after going back to give birth to her son. This is the root of the hatred between the Jiang family and the Golden Sword Mercenary Regiment. But that was 18 years ago. After all, it's been 18 years. Some of the former members of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps have died and some have left. There aren't many of the old members left from that group that had participated in that battle. And the culprit, the Golden Sword Jin family, is now all that's left is Jin Guangbei. His sons are all dead. The current Golden Sword Mercenary Corps can be said to not have much to do with the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps of 18 years ago. Those of us, we don't want to pay for those people's faults. The accounts from back then shouldn't be counted on us innocents either. As long as you guys can settle Jin Guangbei, then I'll be the one in charge of this Golden Sword Mercenary Corps from now on. I don't want so many members of the troop to lose their lives because of what happened 18 years ago." Jiang Ling glanced at Jiang Zhengting and then asked Yao Shangjin, "How much do you know about what happened 18 years ago?" Yao Shangjin was stunned. "You're a Jiang family member. You don't know? When you're asked, you answer honestly." Yao Shangjin said, "I also accidentally met Jin Guangbei 2 years ago before I was invited by him to join the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps. How could I know about what happened 18 years ago? Some of the things I know were only known by asking the older members of the troop." Jiang Ling said, "Then let me ask you, 18 years ago, who did the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps unite with to harm our Jiang family?" Yao Shangjin was even more perplexed. This Jiang family member didn't even know this? At this moment, Jiang Zhengting said, "It's come to this point. You don't have to ask him, do you? Let me tell you. It's the Rock Sword City Du family." Rock Sword City Du family. Jiang Ling frowned. He still remembered that a dozen days ago, he had joined the team to collect medicine in the deep mountains, and when he was about to arrive in front of the yellow flame tree, the scouts came to report that it was the Du family of Rock Sword City. At that time, Jiang Zhengchun was unwilling to mess with the Du family and chose to take a detour instead. So, it's the Du family with the Dragon Spine Realm powerhouse, the one with a background of royal relatives? No wonder. Father and the entire Jiang family are unwilling to tell me the real main culprit. The current me really can't afford to mess with them. Are you alright? Jiang Zhengting looked at Jiang Ling's eyes changing and asked out loud. It's fine. Jiang Ling shook his head and said, just know the main culprit. I don't have any intention of doing anything about it now. Jiang Zhengting was relieved in his heart. It was good that Jiang Ling didn't have impulsive thoughts. For now, let's settle the matter of the Golden Sword mercenaries first. The two began to inquire about the recent situation of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps as well as some details about its personnel and setup, and also inquired about the situation of Jin Guangbei. Yao Shangjin seemed to really have the intention of defecting to the Jiang family, and he knew everything about the two men's questions. However, he also didn't know where Jin Guangbei's healing location was. This guy hides really deep. Regarding Yao Shangjin's attitude of defection, Jiang Ling and Jiang Zhengting didn't promise him anything. After all, it was hard to tell the truth from the lie at the moment. Jiang Ling wanted to meet the Wu Xiling he was talking about, but Jiang Zhengting stopped him. At present, he is afraid to determine the truth or falsehood of Yao Shangjin's claim. However, Jiang Ling questioned the older members of Yao Shangjin's group again, and then struck out, tying one of them up outside the mercenary group's compound. Regarding Yao Shangjin, Jiang Ling and Jiang Zhengchun did not kill him. If Yao Shangjin really intended to surrender, the peak of the vein opening realm could be a good fighting force for the Jiang family. The middle-aged uncle who had been tied over was already half white in hair. His age was estimated to be 50, and just by looking at his breath, he had the 8th or 9th level of Yuan Pulse Meridian. This person was called by Yueli, and according to Yao Shangjin, this person had participated in that battle in the Tsangwan mountain range 18 years ago. Jiang Ling let go of his mouth and he immediately opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Jiang Ling then asked him about what happened 18 years ago, but White Pill Leaves didn't know much. 18 years ago, he was also just a member of the bottom 2 or 3 levels of the Yuan Pulse realm, and that battle was just a fight with the ordinary guards of the Jiang family. However, Jiang Ling did know from his mouth the person who presided over the Du clan in that battle back then. Du Zitang? Jiang Ling murmured, memorizing the name. Jiang Zhengting sighed and said, since you already know, I won't hide it from you. Back then, Du Zitang had a cultivation at the peak of the 5 prefectures realm, and now he has even entered the Dragon Spine realm. Even if your father succeeds in breaking through to the Dragon Spine realm, he shouldn't be a match for Du Zitang, who has long entered the Dragon Spine realm for many years, and the Rock Sword City Du clan, nowadays, even has at least 3 Dragon Spine realms, not to mention they have the royal family at their back. The Jiang family is much worse than them. So, you must not be impulsive. I know, Uncle Ting. Jiang Ling's tone was calm as he said, I just want to learn the truth about that year first. Alas, it was for your own good that we hid it from you in the first place. Jiang Zhengting wiped by Yueli's neck with a sword and said, when you were in that kind of situation, being able to let you live out your life peacefully was the greatest consolation to your mother. I understand, Uncle Ting, no need to say any more. Let's go back, Jiang Ling said. The two returned in the night and came to see Jiang Lei. Jiang Zhengting explained Yao Shangjin's situation and inquired about Wu Xiling, resulting in Jiang Lei also being confused. I don't know about the matter of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps' undercover agent. I'm afraid that father is the only one who knows about such a secretive matter. It's just that father is in seclusion. Jiang Lei pondered for a moment before saying, you guys shouldn't spread the word about this matter. And regarding the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, we'd better press on. Jiang Zhengting had no opinion and left first. Jiang Ling was also about to leave, but Jiang Lei called out to him, brother, if the Jiang family had integrated the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, would you have a grudge in your heart? After all, that was an accomplice to your mother's murder. Chapter 30 Long sword in hand, pill in hand. Jiang Ling froze, and after thinking for a moment, he said, perhaps Yao Shangjin is right. 18 years have passed, and the members of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps have changed one after another. and those who were involved in that battle back then have either died or left, leaving not many behind. I don't have to transfer my hatred to them. If you can subdue them and increase the strength of the Jiang family, it's naturally a good thing, so don't worry about my emotions. As long as I kill Jin Guangbei, then the only enemies I have left are the Du family. Jiang Lei couldn't help but smile and said, "Brother, I knew you knew what was right." Jiang Ling smiled and waved his hand to leave. For several days in a row, Jiang Ling was cultivating normally until Jiang Lei called him over again. "Your weapon is forged." Jiang Lei placed a long knife with a sheath on the table and pushed it in front of Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling picked it up and looked at it, unsheathing his sword. Clank! The blade was 3 feet in length, like the style of the embroidered spring sword that Jiang Ling had seen in his last life, but the hilt was shorter and was held in one hand, and the blade has red and black lines on it, making the long blade more mysterious and fiery, and at the root of the blade, there was a red crystal inlaid, which was refined and polished from the demon crystal of the triangle fire forest beast. The place where the red and black lines converged was on top of this crystal. Jiang Ling mobilized the fire energy in his body and integrated it into the long knife, which immediately emitted a clanking sound. Good sword. Jiang Ling nodded. Not so much, but Quathing would be right. Moreover, he did feel that if he were to chop out a phoenix wing 100 split with this blade, he was afraid that its power would be multiplied. "It's good that you're satisfied," Jiang Lei said. "I heard that some days ago, Grandpa Shou refined your firehouse spirit pill badly. Do you still need it now?" "Needed." Jiang Ling sheathed his sword and said, "Is there any in the family? Also, is there anything I can do for the clan?" He didn't want to whittle down the family's resources. Jiang Lei said, "I've just gotten word here that the day after tomorrow, Linshui Pavilion on Linshui Street will auction off a few pills, and among them is a firehouse spirit pill. The family can get it for you if you need it. You don't have to feel indebted. You've already done a lot for the Jiang family, and I'm sure you'll be able to become a great tree for the Jiang family in the future." "All right." Jiang Ling then didn't push back and said, "When the auction starts, I'll go and take a look." Returning to his small courtyard, Jiang Ling saw that Little Peach was teasing the 2 little wolf cubs. Yesterday, the little wolf cubs had just opened their eyes, and today, Little Peach was going to train them to walk. In the beautiful name of early foot training, Jiang Ling let her go on her merry way and went into a state of cultivation himself. Linshui Pavilion, located on Linshui Street, was also considered a force in Sangbei City. Inside this powerhouse were pill refiners, weapon refiners, organ masters, puppet masters, talisman makers, demon hunters, treasure hunters, and many other professionals. Anyways, inside this force, it was a force that was formed by the joint efforts of many professionals in Baitsong City. Although it was loose, no one generally dared to mess with it. The sales and purchases that were operated in here were also varied, not only limited to things that were beneficial to cultivation and combat. Some fun things, strange and weird things, were also available here. In the old days, Gangnan used to hunt here occasionally. The master pill refiner in the Linshui Pavilion, Feng Ziying, was a 3rd grade level pill refiner, 1 grade higher than Jiang Songzhou of the Jiang family. This time, it was also an auction organized by Feng Ziying. The Linshui Pavilion did not cover a large area, and the auction hall setup was also not large. However, there were not many people who could participate in this kind of auction in Baitsong City, and there were only a few forces and clans. Jiang Lei and Jiang Ling had arrived with the Jiang family's guards, while someone from the Feng family had also arrived. Besides these 2 families, there were also the Tiger Head Mercenary Corps, the Zhao family, and some other weaker forces. The people took their seats and a maid served tea. Feng Ziying arrived a quarter of an hour later. He had a long white beard that made him look very old, but with a rosy face. He again looks very healthy and knows how to take care of himself. Feng Ziying arched his hand at the crowd and said, "Troubling all of you old friends to come over once again. The old immortal refined a batch of pills some time ago, and thinking that you all had a need for them, I called you all over." The Zhao family head laughed. "Elder Feng, look at what you're saying. Your pills are at the top of the list in Baitsong City, so how could we be too much trouble?" Feng Ziying stroked his beard with a satisfied smile and said, "You're the one who can talk. All right. I know you guys are busy, so I won't waste your time. Let's get started here. This time, there is 1 firehouse spirit pill, 1 waterhouse spirit pill each, as well as 1 bear and tiger vigorous pill, and 1 rejuvenation pill, all of which are 2nd grade pills. Of course, there are also some pulse opening pills, and ordinary body forging pills as additions. Everyone, let's start with the spring restoration pill. You all know its efficacy. It can be said to be the second life of a 5-prefecture realm cultivator, and it can save any multiple injuries. All of you watched the bidding. The head of the Wind family raised his hand and said, "I'll offer 200,000 coins." The expressions of the other forces could not help but stagnate. 200,000 coins. This was almost equal to the cap. Aside from the Jiang family, who else had the financial strength to compete? But Jiang Ling didn't have any intention of competing for it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Uncle Feng's atmosphere. The Feng family is really rich. The Jiang family won't compete." The Feng family head nodded in satisfaction, thinking, the Jiang family brat isn't bad at all. The spring restoration pill went to the Feng family head, and then there was an auction for the bear tiger vigorous pill, which was bought by the head of the tiger head mercenary corps. The water mansion spirit pill was still being auctioned off by the Feng family head, and Jiang Ling said some more compliments. And when it came to the fire mansion spirit pill, Jiang Ling stepped in and opened his mouth at $150,000, close to the highest value of the fire mansion spirit pill. He clasped his fists and rushed towards the Wind family head with a faint smile, saying, "Uncle Wind, my nephew has let you down twice. Can I let my nephew dip into the color this time?" The Feng family head laughed and said, "Good. Zhang Zhengming has two good sons. I will sell your face this time." "Thank you, Uncle Wind." Jiang Ling acted humbly and courteously. For spirit pills, all of which were auctioned off, Feng Ziying nodded in satisfaction and began to deliver the vein opening pills and ordinary body forging pills. Giving it away for free was a sort of compensation for other forces coming to the water pavilion but returning empty-handed. Returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Ling handed over the firehouse spirit pill to Jiang Ling and laughed. "It's not bad. Uncle Feng gave face and didn't make me spend more money than necessary." Jiang Ling rubbed his nose and said, "I thought the auction would be a fierce scene of you fighting for me." Jiang Ling said, "I've heard that some of the formal auctions in big cities are indeed like this, but this time it's also just a private auction for Master Feng of Linshui Pavilion. The people who are coming are all from Beitsong City and know their roots, so there's no need to make too much of a mess. The Fire Mansion Spirit Pill is an elixir to enter the 5 Mansions realm and cultivate the Spirit Mansion of Fire. Could it be that you've already reached the peak of the Pulse Opening realm, and are about to enter the 5 Mansions realm? Brother? This?" Jiang Ling thought for a moment and said, Lei, have you ever heard of a strange vein?" He told Jiang Lei about the knowledge related to qi veins, and Jiang Lei's eyes grew brighter as he listened. Lei was good to himself, and the current Jiang family was also good to him, so Jiang Ling didn't mind expanding the Jiang family's knowledge base, so that the Jiang family could have a higher potential. He even pondered whether or not to give the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill to the Jiang family as well. A first-class gongfu could turn the future of the Jiang family upside down. However, this also had to be asked to Su Shiyu. After all, this gong method was given by her. After returning to his small courtyard, Jiang Ling took out his Yuan power communicator. Inputting Yuan power, he ended up waiting for a long time without getting a response from Su Shiyu. Did something happen to her or not? Jiang Ling couldn't help but worry. By the time the next day rolled around, Jiang Ling was still asleep when his communicator buzzed and vibrated. He had placed the communicator next to his pillow before going to sleep, and with this vibration, Jiang Ling opened his eyes in a daze. "It's ringing?" He immediately sat up and picked up his communicator. It's good to have a response. Coming to the table and inputting Yuan power, Su Shiyu's voice came out from the other end of the communicator. "What is it that you want from me?" Chapter 31 Dragon Pool. Jiang Ling asked, "What did you do yesterday? Why didn't you answer my communication?" Su Shiyu said, "I'm in a secret realm. It's not convenient to contact." "Secret realm?" Jiang Ling was skeptical and asked, "Where are you now?" Su Shiyu said, "Entering the secret realm for the second time." "Gang Nung, what exactly is the matter?" Su Shiyu inquired. Jiang Ling said, "Can I pass on the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill to the rest of the Jiang family?" "Pass it on to who?" My father can." "Right, he is also fire attribute. Or the rest of the Jiang family?" Su Shiyu responded, "I've already given you the Phoenix Fire Heaven Burning skill, so you can just decide on your own. However, this is, after all, a first-class technique, and although it's nothing to the Holy Land, it's a great opportunity for the Jiang family. If you believe your father's words, then there's no problem. As for the rest of the Jiang family, I don't recommend it." "Okay, I understand." Jiang Ling responded and asked again, "Are you dangerous now?" There was a brief silence there. "Jiang Ling, there is no danger," Su Shiyu eventually responded. "Gang Nung, you have no credibility whatsoever in your answer after this silence. The secret realm is dangerous, is it?" Jiang Ling asked. Yes. Su Shiyu paused for a moment, but still answered. But so what if there is danger? Do you have the strength to come over and help me now? Jiang Ling couldn't help but stutter. Right. He was still just a small pulse opening realm, and he hadn't even finished penetrating the 8 chi veins. Over there, Su Shiyu added. Don't think too much. With your cultivation speed, it's already very fast. You'll be able to catch up sooner or later. Jiang Ling exhaled a long breath and said, Don't worry. I'm not discouraged. On the contrary, I'm more motivated. That's good. Su Shiyu said. And don't be too hasty and get carried away. I know. Jiang Ling said. What kind of secret realm is on your side? Su Shiyu said. A secret realm that can allow me to recover 70% of my original strength and restore my cultivation talent to first class. Gang Nung. As a former holy maiden of the Cloud Moon Holy Land, Jiang Ling felt that she once had the strength to exterminate the entire Baitsong city, or even 10 Baitsong cities by herself, recovering 70%. That's also terrifying. At least now Jiang Ling can't hope to catch up. Moreover, Su Shiyu's talent hadn't recovered to first class by now? I really don't know how scary she used to be. All in all, you're not even close, I guess. Jiang Ling said with concern to be careful, and after Su Shiyu responded, she hung up the communication. Is my cultivation speed fast? He pondered in his mind. Su Shiyu's master had once expressed surprise at Jiang Ling, saying that his cultivation speed was comparable to that of a core disciple of a Holy Land. It was also just a surprise, not a shock. To be compared to a core disciple of the Holy Land was to show that in the Holy Land, there were still those who cultivated faster than him, and as a former holy maiden, Su Shiyu, who possessed superlative talent, I'm afraid that it was once even more so. No slacking off. Jiang Ling sighed. Start practicing now. Su Shiyu hung up the communication and had a momentary lapse of concentration. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he dispersed the soundproofing shield around him and turned to a man off to the side. When the man saw Su Shiyu walking towards him, he revealed a smile that he thought was handsome and said, Fairy Su. Finished? Su Shiyu said. Let's go. At this time, the surrounding birds and flowers were fragrant, but Su Shiyu had already seen quite a few white bones along the way. Underneath the wind and sunshine, there are hidden killings. It's such a secret place. This secret realm was discovered by this man. After Su Shiyu learned of it by chance, she came to ask him about the situation in the secret realm, and judged that there was something in the secret realm that could allow her to recover from her injuries. However, the man's condition for being willing to tell Su Shiyu about this secret location was that Su Shiyu would help him explore the secret realm. The two then completed their temporary teaming. At this time, Su Shiyu was walking in front. In the environment of flower rain full of sky, Su Shiyu condensed a colorful shenlight barrier in front of her, blocking a piece of flower petals with killing intent, hidden in the flower rain. This was the last level in the secret realm, and the man had already gained a lot. The two of them moved smoothly and forward, and in a short time, they arrived before a gatehouse. The plaque hanging above the gatehouse also flowed with 5-colored arcane light. Written on the plaque were the 3 copper-colored characters of the dragon pool. The flow of 5-colored arcane light shone down, covering the entire area in front of them. The man couldn't help but look excited as he took 2 steps forward and said, Legend has it that the place where the great saint of the demon race, the great sage of the flipping river, lived for a long period of time immersed in a place that can make people shed their bones and transform their bones into the dragon transformation pool. Fairy Su, can we indeed go in? Su Shiyu said. I'll try. She pushed the colorful arcane light barrier in front of her, and approached and made contact with the colorful arcane light shield that covered the entire area. As soon as the two forces came into contact, they reacted at once, and the two seemingly identical forces boiled up as soon as they met, following closely behind. Not long after, Su Shiyu's colorful shenlight barrier was bounced off, and Su Shiyu had to take a step back. No? The man's face changed slightly. Su Shiyu didn't reply, but instead reached out, and a ferocious power surfaced in her hand. The power of a demon. The man's heart shook dramatically. His pupils shrank, and he looked at Su Shiyu with an inexplicable fear. What's wrong with this fairy Su? Could it be some powerful transformed demon king of the demon race? Su Shiyu used this power to stick on the 5-colored metaphysical light barrier and felt it carefully. She stood still like that for a quarter of an hour, and the man's patience was wearing thin. Fairy Su, did you sense anything? He finally asked out loud. Su Shiyu opened her eyes and once again condensed the multicolored shenlight protective barrier and approached the huge multicolored shenlight shield. What made the man shocked happened. It looked like the same colorful shenlight, the barrier of Su Shiyu that was rejected away for the first time, but this time it softly fused into the colorful Shenlight shield. Afterwards, Su Shiyu placed her palm on top of the shield and began to slowly feel it again. She stood still like this again, and a quarter of an hour passed, making the man's heart anxious, and he couldn't help but raise his voice to inquire again. Fairy Su, is it ready? No, man. There was nothing he could do without it but wait. His hands fidgeted a little uneasily, sometimes clenching his fists, sometimes stretching them. After a full hour, Su Shiyu opened her eyes and softly said, "Open." The colorful Shenlight barrier slowly cracked open a large one-person rift, and Su Shiyu slowly walked in. "Come in." She turned to the man. The man was a bit hesitant, but as he watched that rift gradually shrink up, he couldn't care less and stepped in. After he also entered the area, he only felt a spiritual jolt and said, "What a pure heaven and earth yuan power." He took a deep, intoxicated breath. Then, as if he thought of something, he opened his eyes and looked behind him. That gradually shrinking fissure, by now, had closed and returned to its original form. "Fairy Su, can us still go out?" Su Shiyu said. "Don't worry, although it will take some effort, naturally you will be able to get out." "That's good." The man was relieved, though he would be. "Go on." Su Shiyu turned around and continued walking forward, stepping on the stone path. As he went deeper, the heaven and earth yuan power became denser and denser. There seemed to be a vague sound of water up ahead, and the man perked up. "Is it the dragon transformation pool that's coming?" The dense vapor thickened, and in a flash, a pool of water bubbling with warm vapor appeared in the eyes of the two. The water in the pool was dense and seemed to carry a multicolored aura. In the center was a spring with gurgling water, and in the back was a tiny gap draining outwards. This turned a pool of dragon transformation water into living water. "The dragon transformation pool," the man called out in surprise. Su Shiyu wore a veil and said in a calm tone, "According to the agreement, you will leave immediately after taking the pool water." The man took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, Fairy Su. I'm taking a little too much water though." Su Shiyu turned her head, looked at the man's smiling eyes, and said, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even if you take all the pool water." The man couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that the water of the dragon transformation pool, in which this great sage of the flipping river had been soaking for years, was not the most precious? "What is it that the fairy wants?" the man asked. "No need for you to worry," Su Shiyu said. "Fetch water, then I'll send you away. Do not delay, or I will strike." The man's mind tightened. Chapter 32, Don't want to be stabbed in the back a second time. He only knew a little about Fairy Su's methods, but only the little he knew made it very tricky for the man to cope. He wasn't willing to fight with Fairy Su casually. "Alright, since Fairy refuses to reveal it, Mr. Hai won't ask." The man suddenly smiled sagely and walked over to the dragon transformation pool, flipping his hand and taking out a black bottle inscribed with Tao Tai patterns. He put the black bottle into the dragon pool, and the water in the dragon pool immediately poured into the bottle as swiftly as a funnel. What seemed like a palm-sized bottle, in a few moments, had been filled with a jar of water. The water in the dragon transformation pool was rapidly decreasing, and the water level dropped at a rate visible to the naked eye. Not long after, already half the pool of water had been put into the black bottle. At this time, the man, however, took the bottle out and sneakily threw another red pill in the remaining half of the pool of water surreptitiously. The pill melted when it met water, turning into a light red color and then disappearing without a trace. The man then stood up, turned to Fairy Su and smiled. "Mr. Hai is not a greedy person. This dragon transformation pool water is for those who see it. The remaining half will be given to Fairy Su." Su Shiyu didn't respond, but said, "That shroud still needs me to open it for you. I'll send you away." Instead, the man said, "There's no need to trouble Fairy Su. I still have a Qiankuan transfer talisman on me, so I can just leave on my own. Fairy goodbye." After saying that, the man walked towards the distance. Su Shiyu looked at his back as he faded away, waiting for him to turn the corner and disappear before she murmured, "There are free methods of leaving that you don't use, but instead use the Qiankuan shifting talisman that is of higher value to you. Are you really trying to leave?" She didn't go looking for the man. She just calmly came to the dragon transformation pool, taking a white pill. Su Shiyu wrapped her palm in colorful arcane light and probed into the water of the dragon transformation pool. A moment later, she revealed a look of realization. "So that's how it is, really underhanded." In the next moment, Su Shiyu and her clothes, like a fish leaping into the water of the dragon transformation pool. A quarter of an hour later, the surface of the water rippled, and Su Shiyu's head emerged from the surface. Her face flushed red. She floated out of the dragon transformation pool and landed on the ground. And with a flip of her palm, a milky white glowing crystal appeared in her hand. This milky white glowing crystal emitted a very active aura of life and yuan power. Its light flicked on and off, as if it was a heart beating. This is the legendary Dragon Heart Divine Crystal. Once the great sage of the Flipping River used the water of the Yuanli pool as a solution and wanted to use it to transform into a dragon. The world thinks that the most precious thing is the dragon transformation pool water. But actually the divine power of the dragon transformation pool water comes from this dragon heart crystal. After saying that, Su Shiyu put away the dragon heart divine crystal, sat down in place, and performed her gong methods. It seemed that the aura she showed was not very strong, only the dragon spine realm. It was just that the color of the redness on her face seemed to be getting thicker and thicker, and her breathing gradually became more and more rapid. Her situation, it seems, is not good. So it's the dragon heart crystallization. The man who had originally left suddenly slowly surfaced not far away, looking at Su Shiyu, who was sitting on the ground. A triumphant look came on his face. Fairy Su, doesn't it feel like your body is hot, but the yuan power inside is cold? You were hit by my hot blood cold yuan pill. I don't know if you've heard of this kind of pill? I've heard of it. Su Shiyu opened her eyes and said, it's an elixir invented by the evil outcasts of the Purple Cloud Dan sect, which can make one's body boil with fervor while one's yuan power falls into a state of inertia. The man smiled evilly and said, Fairy Su, why are you so cold to me? Obviously, I'm the most outstanding young talent of the Zixia sect. I don't know how many women fantasize about me, and you're as cold as ice. Now that you've been hit by my elixir, do you still have that kind of attitude towards me? Su Shiyu said, you want to defile me? You should know that I am capable of killing you afterward. The man, however, raised a finger and shook it, smiled obliquely, and said, the evil outcast of the Purple Cloud Dan sect, Li Qiufa, has invented more than just the hot blood cold yuan pill of rare and strange things. Oh, I naturally have a way to make you obedient. Su Shiyu said, I advise you not to come over and give me the antidote. The woman said don't. The man smiled evilly and took a step, thinking he was elegantly approaching Su Shiyu. Su Shiyu's gaze, however, suddenly became calm and said, it's a pity that you lost the chance to live. 5-colored arcane light surfaced on her body surface, and immediately following that, the 5-colored arcane light in the sky stirred. The man sensed the movement and couldn't help but look up. Instantly his face changed dramatically. You can control the restraints here? Su Shiyu said, I've already been backstabbed once. I don't want to be backstabbed a second time. Colorful arcane light converged in the sky, condensing into a colorful spike that was aimed at the man. Without saying a word, the man turned and fled towards the distance. However, the colorful spikes in the sky were even faster, like a rain of swords, falling indiscriminately at the area where the man was. Although the man's speed wasn't too slow, how could he dodge in the face of so many colorful spikes attacking at a wide range? He used all his means to try to shatter the colorful spikes, but the results were all ineffective. He cast another powerful shield and released the Tautai Dharma phase to resist, but he still couldn't block the powerful multicolored spikes. In an instant, he was impaled by spikes, his hands, feet and body pinned to the ground. The man screamed miserably. Fairy Su, Mr. Hai knows his mistake. Hai Mao is willing to put all. Pust. The last of the colorful spikes pierced into the man's head, and the man's pupils instantly dilated before he lost his life. Su Shiyu let out a sigh of relief, and the reddish color on her face gradually faded away. She stretched out a finger, and a ball of light red energy wrapped in yuan chi seeped out from her fingertip. This was what the man with the surname Hai said, the medicinal power of the hot blood cold yuan pill. The medicinal properties of this evil elixir were parsed out after Su Shiyu probed into that remaining half of the dragon transforming pool water with her hand. What the man with the surname Hai probably didn't know was that after that evil outcast from the Purple Cloud Dan sect had later grown to the point where the Purple Cloud Dan sect itself couldn't be removed, it was the sect leader at the time who had approached the Cloud Moon Holy Land and asked for the Holy Land's help. In the end, it was the Holy Land that stepped in and removed the traitor for the Purple Cloud Dan sect. What evil means that traitor had? What evil elixir he had created, was recorded in the Holy Land's volumes. As a former holy maiden, Su Shiyu understood this. Hot blood cold yuan pills. No more than that. Su Shiyu has his own way to deal with it. She walked up to the man and pulled off his storage ring. Clearing away his mental brand, Su Shiyu took out some of the items inside. Quite a few things were his harvests in this Flip River Great Sage Dragon Transformation mysterious realm. A large portion of these harvests were obtained by relying on Su Shiyu's help to unlock the prohibitions. She looked at the hall and pondered. This secret realm was not the most important leftover secret realm of the Great Sage of River Flipping. It could only be considered as a place that the Great Sage of River Flipping had temporarily chosen in order to make some sort of breakthrough. Thus the harvest was not a lot. The most important Dragon Heart Divine Crystal she had already obtained. However, in addition to the harvest in this secret realm, there were also some things that the man with the surname Hai already had. These things were of little use to Su Shiyu. Perhaps Jiang Ling could be of use? She couldn't help but think. At this moment, Jiang Ling had just swallowed the Firehouse Spirit Pill and refined it into the core of the Burning Sky Phoenix Flame according to the method in the Gong method. The Firehouse Spirit Pill, a second-grade pill, was originally a pill for cultivators of the Five-House realm to cultivate. The strength of its medicinal power was such that even a normal peak Yuan Pulse realm powerhouse would not necessarily be able to withstand it. However, Jiang Ling cultivated a first-class technique and had penetrated a Qi vein, and his body's strength was much stronger than the average vein opening realm. These conditions allowed his body to withstand this massive medicinal power. Of course, that's not the hardest part. The Firehouse Spirit Pill was an elixir used for cultivation, but Jiang Ling was going to use it to become the core of a special flame's fire, which meant that he needed to refine the pill's medicinal power without absorbing it. If the huge medicinal power was used for cultivation, this pressure in his body would gradually decrease. Instead, Jiang Ling had to keep it in, which put a greater and more lasting burden on his body. He began to grind the medicinal power with his fire elemental power, to turn it into a true fire core, and this compression and grinding made Jiang Ling suffer. He felt that his dantian was being rammed, almost cracking his dantian. A huge energy kept rushing against his dantian, almost about to crack it. This is damn hard. Jiang Ling wiped off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, revitalized his spirit, and continued to grind this medicinal power. It was a protracted battle, and Jiang Ling was so focused that he ignored the constant vibrations of the Yuan Power Communicator placed next to him. What is he doing? Looking at the Yuan Power Communicator that had not responded for a long time, Su Shiyu slightly frowned her eyebrows, somewhat displeased. It's like calling your boyfriend and him not answering. Earlier, he told me that he got the Fire Mansion Spirit Pill. Could it be that this is the moment for him to refine the core of the Fire Seed? Su Shiyu couldn't help but guess. Thinking of this, Su Shiyu couldn't help but rise a trace of worry in her heart. Refining the Fire Seed core when only one Qi vein had been penetrated was actually somewhat dangerous. Chapter 33, Su Shiyu is back. With only one Qi vein penetrated, the Yuan power in Jiang Ling's body was not strong enough, so he was afraid that he would have to suffer a lot if he didn't hold on in the end and let the medicinal power of a Firehouse Spirit Pill spread out violently at his dantian. Then Jiang Ling might become useless once again. Should we rush back to take a look? Su Shiyu must not think. Somewhat worried about Jiang Ling. At this moment, she was in the Flip River Great Sage's Dragon Transformation Pool secret realm, so it could be said that she was incomparably safe. With the Dragon Heart Divine Crystal in her hand, she could completely recover her injuries completely in this secret realm first, and her realm was restored to what it was before she was injured. Anyway, everything is in hand. It's fine if it's a while early or a while late. Su Shiyu finally decided to go back to the Jiang family first. As for the Jiang family, within Jiang Ling's small courtyard, in Jiang Ling's room, Jiang Ling was lying on the bed with his eyes lifeless, with blood left at the corner of his mouth. Still, he had underestimated the difficulty of honing the core of the fire. Several times there were small accidents, and it was thanks to his tougher body that he withstood them. Young master, the tonic medicine is here. Xiao Tao walked in with 2 bowls of medicine. Grinding the core of the fire consumed too much Yuan power and placed a heavy load on his body. During these few days, he only had a small amount of free time each day to be able to rely on the secret method in the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill to temporarily seal this core energy first. After the sealing time had passed, he would have to continue to hone this fire core. Each day of rest was no more than 4 hours. During this period, Jiang Ling had to sleep, eat, move his stiffened body, eat vein opening pills with tonics, and cultivate for a while to replenish his Yuan power. The schedule is tight. Such days, Jiang Ling had to hold out for 49 days. The first strand of the Burning Sky Phoenix Flame was really not easy to refine. He drank the tonic brought by Little Peach and stretched. Little Peach, how many Yuan veins have been penetrated? 2 strips. Little Peach was a little excited, but then asked Jiang Ling in a little whisper, "Young master, am I not even a little faster than young master Lei's cultivation speed? It seems like a little bit." Jiang Ling said after pondering for a moment, Now counting the time required for Little Peach to penetrate a yuan vein was around 40 to 50 days. A few days faster than Jiang Ling probably, but not much. If Little Peach also has pills, Jiang Ling couldn't help but ponder. Xiaodao's status in the Jiang family was a maid after all, and it was impossible for the Jiang family to provide him with many pills. And during this time, Jiang Ling hadn't asked for pills because he didn't need them. Well, I should have a share in the family now, right? Ask for my share and give it to Peach? He thought so. Drink the medicine, move around, and continue the grind of the fire. Grinding the core of the fire seed became more and more difficult the farther back one went. The dantian of that fire mansion spirit pill was constantly being compressed, and in the end, it would grow in intensity and become more and more difficult to convince and control. Waiting for the 20th day, Jiang Ling activity time has been reduced from 4 hours a day to 3 hours. Is the sleeper looking a little inadequate up? Careless. Jiang Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the fire seed core inside his body, which had already emerged in a state of fire. I should have known that I would have penetrated the 2 chi veins first. With that level of yuan power, it's only possible to ensure that there's no danger. I don't know if it's going to hold up for the nearly 30 days that follow. No matter what, Jiang Ling had to persevere, or else the more than 20 days of hard training would be in vain. After grinding for another day, Jiang Ling sealed the core of the fire temporarily, drank the medicine prepared by Xiao Tao, and went to bed. There is no extra time for him to move his body nowadays. 3 hours later, Jiang Ling opened his eyes and prepared to continue grinding the fire after eating the vein opening pill. Sitting up, his eyes turned and he was not surprised. Am I blind? Jiang Ling rubbed his eyes. Well, Su Shiyu was still sitting on the edge of the bed. It's really blurry-eyed, or else I'm not awake. Jiang Ling pinched his thigh again. Hiss ouch. Miss Su? Su Shiyu spoke. You have indeed begun cultivating the burning sky phoenix flame. It was my carelessness that I didn't remind you. The energy seal in your body wasn't stable before, but now I've reinforced it for you. Jiang Ling, reaching out, he wanted to touch Su Shiyu's face like a delicate flower. Su Shiyu slapped his hand away and said, Still not awake? Jiang Ling coughed lightly and came back to his senses, saying awkwardly, Wake up, wake up. By the way, why did you come back? Su Shiyu said, I contacted you several times with my communicator, but you didn't respond. Blame me. Jiang Ling patted his head and, with dark circles under his eyes, said, These days I've let the fire of the burning phoenix flame toss me around so much that I don't even know about anything else. The sealing in my body. Jiang Ling looked inside his dantian and realized that outside of his originally sealed yuan power, there was another layer of thick, earth-colored yuan power sealing. This, I remember you seem to be water attribute? Jiang Ling was puzzled. Su Shiyu said, The earth attribute sealing is even thicker, and after reaching the 5 prefectures realm, it is practically all 5 elements. The 5 mansions, which correspond to the 5 organs, also correspond to the 5 elements. The attribute limitations you think are actually nothing more than personal preferences or specialties. The Yuan chakra meridian penetrates the 8 strange veins, and the 5 prefectures realm establishes the roots of the 5 elements chakra. This is what makes the elite disciples of the Holy Land different from other ordinary cultivators. Jiang Ling drifted off, looking at Su Shiyu's stunningly beautiful face, somewhat intoxicated. Then I'll sleep a little longer. Jiang Ling said, I've been a bit sleep-deprived these past few days. Okay. Su Shiyu wasn't in a hurry and turned around to leave the room. After another 2 hours, Jiang Ling sat up violently. Having gotten enough sleep, his mind was incredibly clear. Am I dreaming that Miss Su has returned? He hurriedly looked inside his dantian and discovered the thick layer of earth elemental power sealing. Asterisk 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 asterisk? It's true. She really came back. Jiang Ling immediately changed his clothes and put on his shoes and ran out of the room. Peachy, Peachy, coming young master. Xiaotao ran over holding the dinner plate. Is the young lady back? Yeah, it's in the side room. Go over there. Jiang Ling brought Xiaotao to knock on the door of the side room, and Su Shiyu's voice did come out from inside. Come in. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and pushed the door to enter. The face that seemed to be in a dream came back clearly. It's really back. Why did you come back? Inquired Jiang Ling, suddenly feeling again as if he had asked this. Oh yes. Having awakened himself and asked Su Shiyu once, he answered himself again. Oh, it seems that I didn't respond to your contact. This was obviously worrying about himself. Jiang Ling had a hint of beauty inside. Thank you for reinforcing my seal. You're welcome. Su Shiyu's gaze turned to Xiaotao and said, Xiaotao, take this and go to the Jiang family's pharmacy to look for the Jiang family's alchemists and have them refine it. Xiaotao took it and looked at it, puzzled. Fire defeating spiritual liquid. Does young master need to defeat the fire? Gang Nung. Ahem. Xiaotao, don't talk nonsense. Go to find Grandpa Shou. Go to the other pharmacy to find Aunt Yuing. Yes, young master. Peach went out with the prescription. Jiang Ling was about to ask about the effects of this fire-defying spiritual liquid, but Su Shiyu asked first. That illusory flame inside you, what's going on? Illusory flame? Jiang Ling's heart snapped. Was it the dim flame within his dantian that Su Shiyu had discovered? It was also true that she had helped herself reinforce the Yuan power seal, so naturally, she had observed her dantian. Jiang Ling thought for a moment and said, I don't know how it appeared, but it's beneficial to me without doing any harm. Do not know. Su Shiyu stared at Jiang Ling's eyes. A few moments, shifted away and said, you have a number in your own heart on the line. That group of flames is not simple, and I can't move the slightest bit against it. Gang Nung. His own control over this dim flame within his dantian was also not strong. Su Shiyu's current strength was surely not simple, nor could he shake it. This was a secret that belonged to Jiang Ling himself now, and now that Su Shiyu had discovered it, there was nothing he could do about it. He changed the topic and asked, when we contacted before, you were in a dangerous secret realm? It says it's a secret realm that can restore your strength and injuries? Now have you recovered? Not yet, Su Shiyu said, but the chance has been obtained, and recovery is just a matter of time. I came back to see how close you were to cultivating the burning sky phoenix flame. Originally, I intended for you to take 3 steps, but then I didn't contact you, causing you to directly swallow the entire Fire Mansion spirit pill. Your own Yuan power may not be able to sustain you until the 49th day. What are you going to do if I don't come back? Chapter 34, 49 days of hard work for nothing? What can be done? Ask the family elders or clan elders to step in. Jiang Ling shrugged and said, I don't have enough Yuan power of my own, but there are still people in the clan. It can't be that I've worked hard for over 20 days for nothing and just wasted it. Family? Su Shiyu muttered, then nodded and said, it's also a solution. But then, this Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill of yours won't be a secret. Moreover, what you said before, that you wanted to pass on the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky decision to the Jiang family or your father, I think it's better to forget about it. In a short period of time, it's impossible for the Jiang family to make a qualitative leap. At that time, if the news of the Jiang family obtaining a first-class technique gets out, it will be a curse rather than a blessing for the Jiang family. If a stronger power has the intention of exterminating the Jiang family because of this, it's impossible for the Jiang family to stop it. Other than that, in this tiny Blue Flame country, the Blue Flame country's royal family, or any of the 3 great families, or any of the 10 strongest families, are not something that the current Jiang family can resist. Therefore, this Phoenix Fire Burning Sky decision, it is still only you who cultivates it, and at most, Xiaotao cultivates it again, so don't easily pass it on to others. Otherwise, it might just be inviting trouble for others. This is fine. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, the moment I ascend to the top of the heap, I'll give this technique to whomever I want. Ascending to the top of the world, Su Shiyu said, these words are the words that the holy lords of the various holy lands don't dare to say with certainty that they can do it. If you can really go that far, a small first-class technique, you won't be able to look at it. There's no need to go that far. If you condense your Yuan spirit one day and step into the Yuan spirit realm, this Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill can be passed on to the Jiang family. Yuan spirit realm. Jiang Ling thought back to the cultivation realm Su Shiyu had told him about. Forging the body, opening the veins, the 5 mansions, the dragon's spine, and the spirit platform. And then after that, it's the Yuan spirit realm. Jiang Ling looked at Su Shiyu and asked, were you at the Yuan spirit realm before? Su Shiyu shook her head. Her complexion seemed to be a little frustrated. I used to. Forget it. You first build the foundation of cultivation is, from the body forging realm to the spirit platform realm. It's all about laying the foundation, or what can be called cultivation. After the spiritual platform realm, it is true cultivation, cultivation of truth. I will stay in the Jiang family for a month to help you complete the condensation of the burning sky phoenix flame spark. A month? Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. Then he moved back to the side room. Originally, after Su Shiyu left, Jiang Ling moved back inside the main house, thinking about the days when he just moved back, sleeping in the bed where Su Shiyu once slept. He even lost sleep for a night. Now, it's moved back to the side room. With Su Shiyu around, Jiang Ling honed the fire core much faster. Originally it would take about 30 days, He let go of his cultivation and took 15 days to finish honing the core. Inside the dantian, Jiang Ling completed the final step, using yuan power to ignite the little reddish glowing core, transforming it into a true fire. A strand of crimson fire kept swaying at the uppermost part of Jiang Ling's dantian, tiny but bright. It's finally done. Jiang Ling was relieved in his heart. In the future, there will be one more means. I can use it to meet the enemy, cultivate, and perhaps even touch alchemy, refining weapons with it. Hey. Jiang Ling was in the middle of his conjecture when the accident occurred. The dim flame located underneath the dantian suddenly sprang up and swallowed the fire of the burning sky phoenix flame. Jiang Ling instantly felt that he had lost his connection to the burning sky phoenix flame. Asterisk. You spit it out. Jiang Ling yelled inwardly, trying to control the dim flame to spit out the burning sky fire seed. However, this dim flame was not very much under his control in the first place. At this moment, it engulfed the burning sky phoenix flame spark, and Jiang Ling's efforts to manipulate and shake it couldn't make it spit out the fire. I've worked so damn hard for a month to condense this baby. Utama. Seeing that he couldn't shake it, Jiang Ling mobilized the yuan power in his body and kept bombarding the dim flame. However, this dim flame was just like what Su Shiyu had called it before, with a nature similar to nothingness. The yuan power bombarded on it. Surprisingly, it just shuttled through, not having the slightest effect on it. Jiang Ling's efforts were fruitless for half a day. He couldn't help but wail, and could only watch as the fire of the burning heavenly phoenix flame shrunk bit by bit in the flames of nothingness and finally disappeared. This originally dim flame seemed a little brighter, a little more real. What the hell are you? Jiang Ling was helpless and realized that the dim flame had returned to calm. Then he tried to maneuver it again. It was still just a case of only being able to manipulate him to move inside and outside of his yuan chakra roots. However, when he tried to use yuan power to bombard, the yuan power traveled through the flames, and its effect caused Jiang Ling to stare in disbelief. That strand of yuan power was hammered, and although it became less, it was more condensed and became more powerful. Isn't this an effect of the burning sky phoenix flame that aids in cultivation? Jiang Ling marveled. Could it be that this dim flame has absorbed the burning sky phoenix flame spark and possesses the characteristics of the burning sky phoenix flame? He had tried a few times one after another, and found that this burning sky phoenix flame could really exercise his yuan power and make his foundation more solid and deep. But other than this passive hammering, Jiang Ling was still unable to manipulate this dim flame to answer the enemy or do anything else. Is this considered good or bad? Jiang Ling looked odd and opened his eyes. Your complexion keeps changing. Is something wrong? Su Shiyu asked. The matter of the dim flame inside her body was already known to Su Shiyu, so Jiang Ling said, that void flame swallowed the burning sky phoenix flame spark. Su Shiyu frowned and said, can you let me feel inside you? Jiang Ling nodded. Su Shiyu reached out her hand and pressed it on Jiang Ling's belly, closing her eyes. Her yuan power entered Jiang Ling's body, and when she felt the dim flame, she couldn't help but be stunned. The flame, it seemed to grow, with the attribute of devouring other flames? Su Shiyu pondered, and the rich water elemental energy surged into Jiang Ling's body, wrapping up the dim flame and then launching a siege. It still doesn't work. Although the dim flame had solidified a lot, it still seemed to carry a characteristic similar to nothingness, and Su Shiyu's water elemental force had no effect after it passed through. She transformed her water elemental force into gold elemental force again and chopped at the dim flame with a sharp attribute, still without any effect. However, when she transformed her yuan power into the fire attribute and tried to invade the dim flame finally reacted. While the dim flame refined and hammered this fire elemental power, it also erased the mark belonging to Su Shiyu, and then injected it into Jiang Ling's dantian. This massive yuan power became Jiang Ling's. Jiang Ling and Su Shiyu were both stunned. This flame has this effect? Su Shiyu was silent for a moment, inputting another stream of yuan power. This time her yuan power transformed into a state of thick ink, repelling away the other yuan powers within Jiang Ling's dantian. Jiang Ling was a little scared to look at it, and the dark flame seemed to react to this ink-colored yuan power as well, constantly swaying. Su Shiyu transformed this ink-colored yuan power into a mini black dragon and rushed towards the dim flame. The dark flame swayed and shifted under the constant churning of the black dragon. Miss Su, this flame is very helpful to my cultivation. Don't scatter it. Jiang Ling reminded. Su Shiyu, however, said with a grave expression, the secret methods of the Holy Land have no effect on it. This flame of yours has an uncomplicated origin. Doesn't work? Jiang Ling froze. The ink-colored scaly dragon looked fierce, but Jiang Ling also sensed that it seemed to be getting smaller. and although the dark flames looked dark and soft, they never went out. Su Shiyu finally gave up and put back the ink-colored auger dragon that had become much smaller, and her palm left Jiang Ling's abdomen. Jiang Ling suddenly felt a lot of yuan power emanating from within the dim flame, which was more than the one from Su Shiyu that he had just refined. This huge yuan power was fed into Jiang Ling's dantian, causing Jiang Ling to feel that his dantian was a bit swollen. Holy, don't let this go to waste. Jiang Ling immediately entered a state of cultivation and impacted the chi vein with yuan power. And at this moment, the dim flame remained as before, dividing a sliver of flame to help Jiang Ling penetrate the meridians. Jiang Ling's yuan power had become more condensed, and the dim flame seemed to have grown, and seemed to help Jiang Ling's cultivation even more. He felt that his speed of penetrating the chi veins was much faster. Hiss this fire. It's really not simple. It's really good too. After a while, Jiang Ling opened his eyes and said, I feel that I'll be able to penetrate a chi vein in 20 days. 20 days. Su Shiyu's complexion is a little complicated. In the beginning, how many days did he pass through one chi vein? It seemed to be a double chi vein in January. That is, 1 in 15 days. But back then, he had the help of the jade bone and was assisted by various rare elixirs from the Holy Land. And now, Jiang Ling relied on this flame to reach the speed of one chi vein in 20 days. If there is another cloud vein chi dan from the Holy Land, he might also be able to reach the speed of one chi vein in 15 days. That dim flame of his, is it a magical talent no less than my jade bone? Su Shiyu couldn't help but get lost in thought. Jiang Ling's voice brought her back to her senses. Miss Su, what should I do with this burning phoenix flame? Do I have to cultivate it again? Chapter 35, The Jiang Family Actions. The burning phoenix flame spark was swallowed by the dim flame. Whether this was an accident, or whether it would be the same from now on, Su Shiyu and Jiang Ling weren't sure. But in terms of knowledge and experience, Su Shiyu felt that this wouldn't be the last time. In response to Jiang Ling's question, Su Shiyu thought for a moment and said, let's give up the cultivation of the burning phoenix flame for the time being. I guess if you cultivate it again, you'll still end up being devoured. Anyway, this void flame is beneficial to you, so you can use it first. I once read in a book that there are some wonders that are truly impossible to manipulate before their possessor's strength is low. The void flame at your dantian is most likely like that. Perhaps when your cultivation level is high, you'll be able to manipulate that void flame. That's right. Jiang Ling sighed in relief and said, then my next step is to continue practicing? Aha. Su Shiyu said, I'm leaving too. Ah, this? Jiang Ling froze, then tried to ask in a small voice, should we not stay a few more days? You have something else? Su Shiyu asked rhetorically. It's fine. Jiang Ling said, but you've worked hard for so many days. You can rest for a few days. Su Shiyu asked again rhetorically, what? Can't give me up? Jiang Ling. Why did he feel that Su Shiyu was smiling? It must be a case of blurred eyes. Su Shiyu said, I can't stay for too long. What I need has already arrived and I need to find a safe place to retreat and recover. Not in the Jiang family? Jiang Ling asked. Su Shiyu said, the place has been found. It's the secret realm of the once Flip River Great Sage's retreat breakthrough. The same secret realm I broke into before. After saying that, Su Shiyu reached out and flicked her hand on the table again, and a bunch of things appeared on the table. This is the basic 5 elements spiritual elixir, usually used by the 5 prefectures realm, and with your current realm and physique, you will be able to withstand its medicinal power as well. There are 30 of them in there, enough to last you a month. This is a battle puppet, wolf type, with dual attributes of wind and fire, focusing on speed and attacking and killing, with poor defense. Perhaps there is a place for you to use it. This is a 3rd grade technique, the 9 elements divine thunder technique. You can't use it, but you can secretly give it to that younger brother of yours as your contribution to the clan. A 3rd grade merit law isn't too treasured. This is. Su Shiyu introduced Jiang Ling to one item on the table, and Jiang Ling was a little dizzy from listening. So you're a soft touch? All this, all for me? Or else? Su Shiyu asked rhetorically, it's not like I can use it. Oh, well, thank you. Jiang Ling couldn't help but smile. After Su Shiyu introduced Jiang Ling and told him to put it away, she stood up and said, all right, I'm leaving, no need to see me off. Sending is still necessary. Jiang Ling hurriedly said, you purposely delayed your own recovery for me, and you've also spent your yuan power for me these days, so how can you not send it off? Oh, come on then. Su Shiyu was silent for a moment, nodded, and took Jiang Ling's hand. Jiang Ling's heart tip-topped, then the body shuddered hard again. He only felt that he was wrapped in a rich yuan power and his eyes were filled with a blue arcane light. In the next moment, he only felt a tremor around him and blackness before his eyes. When everything dispersed, Jiang Ling raised his eyes and realized that he had already arrived outside of Bateson City. What divine ability! Spatial shift? He was shocked in his heart. Was Su Shiyu already this strong? She used to be this strong when she was a holy maiden? At this moment, Su Shiyu let go of Jiang Ling's hand and asked him, "How does it feel?" "I'm so weak." Jiang Ling thought about it and said so. "And then?" Su Shiyu asked again. "I want to get stronger," Jiang Ling said with a firm voice again. The corner of Su Shiyu's mouth curled up as she nodded and said, "I'm leaving." With one step, she was already 100 meters away. In the blink of an eye, Su Shiyu's figure disappeared in Jiang Ling's eyes. "Why does it feel like the gap is getting bigger and bigger?" Jiang Ling muttered helplessly. She hasn't fully recovered yet. She'll definitely become stronger after recovering again this time. Her master did the same thing back then, appearing and disappearing at random in my house. TSK. This magical world of cultivation. Jiang Ling's heart yearned even more. Returning to the Jiang family, he first found Jiang Lei and gave him the 9 Elements Thunder God skill. Jiang Lei took the 3rd grade technique 9 Elements Thunder God skill, looked excited, and asked, "This is given by sister-in-law?" "Sister-in-law." Jiang Ling touched his nose, did not deny it, said, "It's Miss Su who asked me to give it to you. This gong method you secretly cultivate yourself. Don't reveal it, otherwise, it might be coveted by someone with a heart." "Thank you, brother." Jiang Lei's spirit lifted. "Is father out of the gate?" Jiang Ling asked. Jiang Lei scanned the surroundings and whispered, "Father has already come out of the gate, but he didn't show himself. The breakthrough was successful? It should be. What does Dad want? Golden Sword Mercenary Corps? It's time to clean them up." Jiang Lei said. "Father hides in the shadows and waits for Golden Light North to show up. According to the timing, Jin Guangbei should have finished healing his wounds, but he hasn't returned to the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps. Father wants to lure the snake out of its hole and recruit the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps. So if Jin Guangbei High cares about his mercenary corps, he'll have to show up. Brother, this matter should not be publicized, do not speak of it to anyone else." "Oh." Jiang Ling nodded and said, "Do you need me to participate in anything when the time comes?" "No need. Brother, you can just cultivate." Jiang Lei said. "The Golden Sword Mercenary Corps doesn't have any more powerhouses of the 5 prefectures realm, so I'll be able to handle it with the Jiang family guards. And even if Jin Guangbei appears, besides father, we still have a few elders to cope in secret." "All right." Jiang Ling shrugged and said, "Then I'll go back to practicing." "Brother, give you this." Jiang Lei pushed another box to Jiang Ling and said, "Actually, it should have been given to you a long time ago. You have recovered your cultivation talent. This is the vein opening dam that the family has equipped you with. And in the future, there will be 5 of them every month." After saying that, he came closer and whispered, "There are 10 pills in this box. And this time I gave you 5 more in an extra batch, so don't say anything to others." "Oh, thank you, Ari." Jiang Ling smiled and put the box away. Pulse opening pill, used by pulse opening realm cultivators. But at this time, Jiang Ling was already at the peak of the vein opening realm, and had also penetrated at Qi vein. So this ordinary vein opening pill was a bit weak for him. It should still be the basic 5 elements spirit pill that Su Shiyu had left for him that was more suitable for the current Jiang Ling. However, this vein opening pill, taken for little Peach to use, was just right. Leaving Jiang Lei's room and returning to his own small courtyard, Jiang Ling called for Xiao Tao. "Young master, where is the young lady?" Looking at the empty room, Peach was puzzled. "Already gone." Jiang Ling sighed and said, "Young master, the young lady has come back especially for you, and you still haven't managed to take her down." Xiao Tao said with hatred, "Where is that manliness you used to have?" Jiang Ling cried and laughed. "Is this how manliness is used? Xiao Tao, don't learn the bad way. Here you go with this." He handed the box containing the vein opening pill to little Peach and said, "Vein opening pill. It will help your cultivation." "Young master, you gave it to me. What do you use for yourself?" Jiang Ling said, "The vein opening pill is too weak for me. I'll use a stronger one." "Really? Show me." Peach didn't believe it. "You little girl." Jiang Ling was helpless and took out a jade bottle, saying, "This is the pill that Miss Su prepared for me. It's much better than the pulse opening pill." Peach opened it and looked at it. Well, couldn't read it. It's not like she knew much about potions, but it smelled quite fragrant and felt invigorating is all. So he believed Jiang Ling's words and put away the vein opening dan. There was no need for Jiang Ling to be concerned about the family's affairs, as he entered a state of cultivation in the small courtyard he was residing in. using the basic 5-element spirit pill for cultivation. The effect was even better than Jiang Ling thought. This was after all a second-grade pill for the 5 prefectures realm. And the potency wasn't normally strong. Coupled with that growing dim flame, Jiang Ling felt that it wouldn't take him more than 15 days to get the second chi vein through. Jiang Ling was immersing himself in cultivation, while 10 days later, the Jiang family's action against the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps had finally begun. Chapter 36, The Du family intervenes. The Golden Sword Mercenary Corps residents, nowadays, looked more and more cold. Vice leader Yao Shangjin also seems to be open to this. No longer care about the cohesion of the mercenary group, but instead all-day deep living shallow, as if closed-door cultivation in general. The big and small affairs in the mercenary group were all run by Wu Xiling nowadays. This Wu Xiling was the one that Yao Shangjin had once suspected, the one that the Jiang family had planted as an undercover agent in the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps. Although Wu Xiling never admitted it, when Yao Shangjinhai was still managing the affairs of the regiment, Wu Xiling had advised him to join the Jiang family. Even if Yao Shangjin didn't point this out, he still thought that Wu Xiling was a member of the Jiang family. Now that Yao Shangjin was too lazy to take care of things and Wu Xiling was managing the mercenary group, he was even more unconcerned about publicizing the Jiang family's power and Jiang family's benevolence in the mercenary group. Benevolence and whatnot. These mercenaries who licked blood from the blade might not care, but the Jiang family's power was real. With a strong leaning on them, they can also live a little safer. Moreover, because of that particular marriage, Wu Xiling had revealed, intentionally or unintentionally, that the Jiang family had a hint of connection with the Holy Land, and had also implicitly stated the news that the Jiang family head had received benefits from the Holy Land and would break through to the Dragon Spine realm. This caused the members of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps to be even more in awe of the Jiang family. Wu Xiling's propaganda had already had a small effect, and half of the members of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps had already said that if the Jiang family was willing to come and surrender and offered good treatment, they would follow Wu Xiling to surrender to the Jiang family. For the other half, there are those who have the intention but are afraid to make up their minds. Others feel it's a whirlwind and don't want to get involved, looking for an opportunity to slip away. And those who truly intended to insist that the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps remain independent, or loyal to Jin Guangbei. Practically none of them were left. There were so many old members from 18 years ago who had also long sensed that the winds of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps were blowing in the wrong direction and were planning to escape. But these few people had long been under Wu Xiling's surveillance. Anyone who made a move to escape was brought back and beheaded, and none of them escaped. Now, Jiang Lei brought Jiang Zhengting, the fourth elder of the Jiang clan, and 100 Jiang clan guards, to find them. Deputy leader, the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Lei, is here. Aren't you going to meet him? Although it was Wu Xiling who presided over the actual affairs, a major event such as defection, in the absence of the head of the group, Jin Guangbei, it was still necessary for the deputy head of the group to personally make an appearance. Therefore, Wu Xiling approached Yao Shangjin. Yao Shangjin came out of the house, causing Wu Xiling's heart to jump. This aura, the 5 prefectures realm. Yao Shangjin has broken through to the 5 prefectures realm? He was originally at the peak of the vein opening realm, and it seemed that the results of these days of intensive cultivation were not small. However, Wu Xiling was only surprised for a moment before regaining his composure. Having just broken through to the 5 prefectures realm only, the people from the Jiang family who came today, on the surface, included the 4th elder Jiang Zhengting, who was at the 3rd level of the 5 prefectures realm. Yao Shangjin glanced at Wu Xiling and said, "Has the leader not shown up yet?" "No." Wu Xiling said, "I think he's probably too scared to come." "Maybe." Yao Shangjin said, "Go ahead and deal with it. I'll be there later." Wu Xiling frowned, seeing that Yao Shangjin had no intention of going to meet the Jiang family. So he said, "The purpose of the Jiang family's visit this time is clear to you, and it's up to you to decide whether or not to defect. By not showing up, do you want to leave the decision of such a great event in my hands?" Yao Shangjin said leisurely, "You think too highly of me. In the end I'm just a deputy. What decision-making power do I have?" "Don't worry. How could the chief not have any news about such a big matter? He is bound to arrive. Just wait," Wu Xiling said after a moment of silence. "Alright, then I'll go see the Jiang family. In fact, you know in your heart that even if the headmaster has returned from his injuries, he won't be able to make any waves today." After saying that, Wu Xiling turned around and left. Yao Shangjin looked at Wu Xiling's back, shook his head, and returned to his room. Why didn't Yao Shangjin know what Wu Xiling said? But is Jin Guangbei the kind of person who sits back and waits for death or flees in distress? It wasn't a long time together, but it wasn't in his mind. Yao Shangjin wasn't sure what other waves Jin Guangbei would make. He also didn't dare to make a judgment on whether or not the Jiang family would be able to successfully integrate the Golden Sword mercenary corps. Therefore, before the final result came out, Yao Shangjin only wanted to hide himself. As for the words he had uttered earlier after being tied up by Jiang Ling that he intended to lead the Golden Sword mercenary corps to surrender and lower their prices, although it wasn't quite the truth, it was a move he intended to make only after the Jiang family had resolved Jin Guangbei. Otherwise, Jin Guangbei was still alive, and he always felt that he would be missed by him. Inside the parlor of the Golden Sword mercenary corps, Wu Xiling and Jiang Lei, Zhang Zhengting were seated in separate rows, talking to each other. Next to them were a few of the more important Golden Sword mercenary corps members, and also a few members who had promised that they would follow Wu Xiling to defect to the Jiang family, listening to their deliberations, talking about past grudges, talking about the dissolution of grudges, and finally talking about the treatment they care about the most. It seemed as if the Golden Sword mercenary corps' incorporation into the Jiang family was already going to be a fact. The discussion was about to come to fruition, but at that moment, an accident occurred. Riotous voices seemed to resound outside, causing Jiang Lei and Zhang Zhengting to change color. They had just stood up when they saw a young man carrying a blood-spitting Jiang family guard in his hands and walked into the meeting hall. Looking at the clothing and insignia of the young man and the two middle-aged men behind him, Jiang Lei couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Rock Sword City, Du family. The young man threw the Jiang family guard towards Jiang Lei. The guard then poofed and rolled down to Jiang Lei's feet without a sound. He clapped his hands and laughed coldly. The Jiang family is really playing a good game. Wanting to take advantage of Captain Jin's absence to take out someone else's lair? Who are you? Jiang Lei asked in a deep voice. You are the young master of the Jiang family, while I, am the young master of the Du family. Come, let me try your success as a young master. After saying that, a thorny iron fan appeared in the young man's hand and suddenly chopped away, slashing towards Jiang Lei's neck. His speed was so fast that Jiang Lei barely even reacted, and between panicking and retreating, he was already taken advantage of. The young man made another grabbing attack, forcing Jiang Lei into a corner. Thunder Fist. Jiang Lei was born angry. The raging thunder yuan power in his body rushed, ignoring the young man's attack. He blatantly counterattacked and punched the young man straight in the heart area. His sudden counterattack made the young man also couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. At this time, his attack had been completed, and then withdrawing it would be a foregone conclusion. Between hesitations, his iron fan bone plunged into Jiang Lei's shoulder, and Jiang Lei's thunder fist struck the young man's shoulder. The blow that exchanged injuries caused both sides to retreat with injuries. Jiang Lei leaned against the wall, his left shoulder stained red with blood. The young man, on the other hand, was also continuously backed up by the impact of Thunderfist, and by the time he came to a stop, his left arm was hanging limply. Jiang Lei's Thunderfist was not small in power. The young man's slender eyes stared at Jiang Lei with a gloomy expression. I didn't expect to get the upper hand and end up losing both. His cultivation, which is clearly weaker than mine, is a bit strong in martial arts. Young master of the Jiang family, I didn't expect to have two skills. The young man's heart flashed with an appraisal of Jiang Lei, but his eyes gradually regained their calm. A middle-aged man behind him stepped forward, took the young man's left arm, fumbled with the shoulder for a while, and then lifted it upward. Click! It's connected, the middle-aged man said. Young lord, you are harboring a light-hearted mind. Although the other party is said to be just a small clan, since they can become the young lord of a clan, they are naturally not to be underestimated. The young man said. Fourth uncle's lesson is right. I was careless. Jiang Lei swallowed a healing elixir and sprinkled a bottle of golden sword pill on his left shoulder wound, and asked in a deep voice, what is the Du family here for? The young man said. Naturally, it's to incorporate the Golden Sword mercenary corps. Jiang Lei said. You guys want to take advantage of the fire? Obviously the one who took advantage of the fire was your Jiang family, wasn't it? The young man smiled disdainfully and said. Moreover, I have enough credentials here. Oh, credentials? Jiang Lei froze. The young man reached out and brushed his storage ring, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. He showed the piece of paper held in his hand to Jiang Lei and said, look carefully, this is the personal handwritten letter from Captain Jin. He has written in here that he is leading the entire Golden Sword mercenary regiment to defect to our Du family. It's written right here in black and white. What is this if not proof? Chapter 37, Kim Kwang-buk's own handwritten letter. Jin Guangbei's own handwriting? Jiang Lei frowned. Wu Xiling stood up and walked over to the young man and tried to take the handbook to check it out. But the young man dodged and inquired, "Who are you?" "My name is Wu Xiling, captain of the first team of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps. Let me take a look at the handwriting to see if it's the leader's handwriting." The young man, however, did not give the handwritten letter to Wu Xiling, but said, "You are not Yao Shangjin? This handwritten letter is for Vice Commander Yao Shangjin. You are not qualified. Tell Yao Shangjin to come out." Wu Xiling didn't act, but asked, "Where is our leader?" Since the headmaster intends for the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps to defect to the Du family, he has to come out and meet us, right? Could it be that the handwritten letter is a fake? The young man's face sank slightly and he said in a cold voice, "You dare to doubt me? What are you? Don't you want your life anymore?" Behind him, the two middle-aged men, each took a step forward, releasing a powerful aura. Fifth House Realm. 2. Jiang Jingting's face sank slightly as he also stood in front of Jiang Lei, releasing his own pressure to resist. Just 1 against 2. He resisted hard. Just as he was about to lose his hold and retreat, a lion's roar rang out from in the outside. The faces of the two Du clan's 5 prefectures' realm powerhouses changed, and they hurriedly withdrew their momentum and moved their feet, one after the other, to block the young man from the Du clan. Inside the courtyard of the residence, Zhang Zhangming stepped into the receiving room with his feet on the flame lion steps, like a dragon like a tiger, passing by the 5 prefectures' realm as well as the young man, and didn't make a move. He walked straight to Jiang Lei and looked at his wounds, then turned around and looked at the young man from the Du clan and said, "Since both your and my families want to subjugate the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps is destined to cease to exist today. Let me look at it this way. How about letting the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps people choose which one to join on their own? Those who are willing to follow my Jiang family, my Jiang family will take them. Those who are willing to follow your Du family, your Du family will take them. Young Master Du Qianyu, what do you think?" The young man, Du Qianyu, looked at Zhang Zhangming with a grave expression on his face and said, "You really have broken through to the Dragon Spine realm. Young Master Du clan is too kind." Zhang Zhangming said, "It's all thanks to the gift of the Holy Land that I was able to break through to this realm." Zhang Zhangming pointed out the relationship between the Jiang family and the Holy Land, which made Du Qianyu also have to be a bit wary of Zhang Zhangming's proposal. He also had to think about it. Seeing that Du Qianyu didn't say anything, Zhang Zhangming added, "You may not be able to make a decision on this matter either. It's better to ask the person behind you to come out. Du Ziteng, I know it's you who has arrived right?" Zhang Zhangming's voice was like a lion's roar, and his words spread throughout the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps compound. "What you're proposing, it's not very good." A rather lethargic voice rang out from outside the door of the receiving living room, and a middle-aged man in a rough linen shirt walked in. "Du Ziteng." Zhang Zhangming looked at him, called out, and said, "Sure enough, it's you who's here." Du Ziteng casually flung his sleeves and looked around, suddenly pointing out a finger towards Wu Xiling. A morose white light attacked Wu Xiling's brow. "Humph." Zhang Zhangming snorted coldly, and with a similarly large wave of his hand, a red strong wind blew the white light away. Wu Xiling didn't even react, and only after the white light was blown away did he take 2 steps back in horror. "Don't you bully people too much," Zhang Zhangming said as he stepped in front of Wu Xiling. Du Ziteng smiled disdainfully and said, "You are quite interesting. Having just entered the Dragon Spine realm only, do you really intend to fight me?" Zhang Zhangming's face was grave as he said, "Perhaps I'm not a match for you on my own, but today, I'm not the only one from my Jiang family here." He let out a roar like a lion, and outside the courtyard, several powerful auras immediately rose with him. Although it was only the 5 prefectures realm, there were as many as 5 channels. Even though 1 or 2 could not pose a threat to the Dragon Ridge realm, but 5 of the 5 prefectures realm, Du Ziteng would have to weigh them up. Well prepared enough. Du Ziteng, however, did not panic and said, "With so many people, I really can't suffer. However, it's still possible to retreat with the young lord, but if you really do it, then you're at war with my Du family." Zhang Zhangming, the Jiang family wants to go to war with my Du family. "Are you sure?" Zhang Zhangming said, "I don't have any such intention. I'm just discussing the belonging of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps with you." Du Ziteng said, "Jin Guangbei's handwritten letter is here with me. What else is there to say? Moreover, what you should be worried about right now shouldn't be these people from the mercenary group. What you should be worried about is that punk son of yours. Oh yeah, I heard that he's salty on the back of his wastrel wife, right?" Zhang Zhangming's face changed as he asked sternly, "What do you mean?" Du Ziteng said in an old-fashioned manner, "Your punk son killed Jin Guangbei's son. Can Jin Guangbei not hate him? Just in time. You've brought the Jiang family's core combatants here." The Jiang family fort is now empty, right? Jiang Zhengming looked startled. Jin Guangbei had taken advantage of their visit to the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps compound to raid the Jiang family fort? Father, let's go back. Jiang Lei was a bit anxious. No harm done. Jiang Zhengming, after being surprised, instead calmed down and said, there's still your mother on the Jiang family side, and a clan elder. Jin Guangbei alone can't make any waves. But brother trust your mother, Jiang Zhengming said, and then said to Du Zitong, since my Jiang family has come out in force today, naturally, we couldn't have come for nothing. Wu Xiling, go gather the members of the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, and if they are willing to go with my Jiang clan, bring them over to the Jiang clan guards. This, knows. Wu Xiling hesitated for a moment, sidestepped, and circled around a few of the powerhouses. Du Zitong said, young master, you should go too. Take the handwritten letter from the Golden Head and explain the identity and power of the Du family. I believe you should be able to pull in quite a few people. I know, Uncle Tang. Du Qianyu glanced at Jiang Zhengming and turned to leave. The situation is stronger than the people. This time the Jiang family came a bit too many people. Even though he is holding a handwritten letter from Jin Guangbei, if the Jiang family does not give in, then he can only do his best. Since both sides didn't choose to tear their faces off, there is still maneuvering to be done. At this moment, within the receiving living room, Jiang Zhengming and Du Zitong faced each other. The two did not say a word, but a flash of red and white seemed to flash through the air. No real hands were made, but the secret exchanges were going on. And within the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps' open territory, there was no need for Wu Xiling to gather anything more, as most of the members had already arrived. Some of them were holding their blades and looked at the Jiang family's guards with a nervous expression. Gentlemen, Wu Xiling stepped in front of the crowd and said loudly, the purpose of the Jiang family's visit this time is not for revenge or killing. I've told you guys many times before. The strongest force within our Baitsong city today is the Jiang family. By defecting to them, we will have a safer life and be better sheltered. Now those who are willing to defect to the Jiang family with me, stand to my left. Just as Wu Xiling finished speaking, Du Qianyu's voice rang out, here's a handwritten letter from Captain Kim. Anyone who has seen the handwriting of the Gold Chief, come up and identify it. This time, Du Qianyu took the initiative to let people come up to identify the handwriting, and so many two people really came up to check it. Then said, it's really the regimental chief's handwriting. The head of the regiment is asking us to defect to the Du family? Captain Wood, what's going on? Wu Xiling's face sank as he said, the Du family is not a family of my Baitsong city. Are you planning to leave your homes? Du Qianyu said, don't say it so harshly. Is Rock Sword City far away? It's right next to Baitsong City. Moreover, Rock Sword City is much more prosperous than Baitsong City, and the Du family is much stronger than the Jiang family. Do you guys think that the Jiang family head breaking through to the Dragon Spine realm is powerful? For your information, we, the Du family, have 3 Dragon Spine realm powerhouses. Our Rock Sword City Du family is a branch of the Imperial family Du family. It is obvious who is the better choice and who is the thicker tree. Need I say more? It's just a matter of moving to a more prosperous city to live. Is that hard? I'm here to promise you better shelter and, if you have family, a bigger house. Will you choose the Jiang family? Or the Du family? Chapter 38, Jin Guangbei's Sneak Attack. Du Qianyu's words had reached such a level, how could he not let people be moved? There were still more than 100 people in the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, and originally, Wu Xiling had even secretly pulled in more than half of them. But now Du Qianyu's speech and promises had made many of them decide to choose the Rock Sword City Du family. More than 90 people chose to stand behind Du Qianyu, and only 23 people remained who chose to stand on the Jiang family's side. These 20 or so people were mostly from Wu Xiling's detachment. This result made Wu Xiling's face a bit gloomy, but he couldn't say anything, because this was originally the method Jiang Zhengming had chosen. The two families brought in people based on their abilities, and the Jiang family was now inferior to the Du family, so they naturally had fewer people to choose from. He took a deep breath, replaced it with a smile, and once again made a promise to the 23 people who had chosen the Jiang family. Since they chose the Jiang family, treat them well. At this moment, inside the receiving room, the secret exchange of hands between Jiang Zhengming and Du Zitong was still continuing, but Jiang Zhengming was already slightly at a disadvantage, his own aura being suppressed and contracted. After all, he had just broken through to the Dragon Spine realm, several years behind Du Zitong. However, at this moment, Du Qianyu walked in with 2 5th Prefecture realm guards and said, Uncle Tang, I've pulled in over 90 people. That's 80 to 90% of all the members. He spoke with a smug look. Well done. Du Zitong complimented, then slowly collected his aura. Jiang Jiangming, you've disappointed me a little. He looked at Jiang Jiangming, raised his chin slightly, and said, could it be that your Jiang family, with the support of the Holy Land, can only achieve this much? Jiang Jiangming said, I don't count today as a defeat. There will be a long time to come. Ha! Du Zitong laughed a few times with a leathery smile and turned toward the outside. Over 90 members of the former Golden Sword Mercenary Corps were taken away by the Du family. Father, you've secretly arranged so much, and you've just done the Du family a favor? Jiang Lei was a bit indignant. Ah Lei, learn to endure. Jiang Jiangming looked at most of the departing Golden Sword Mercenary Regiment members and said, the Du family is powerful, and the current Jiang family must not compete with them. Don't show your fangs until you're absolutely sure. Now that the Jiang family has you, Linger, and I've broken through to the Dragon Spine realm, it will develop even faster in the future. Don't let this one gain or loss mess you up. Yes, father. Jiang Lei clenched his fist and took a deep breath, then slowly loosened it. Ling's child. Jiang Jiangming suddenly Du Zitong's previous words. Golden-like North sneak attacked the Jiang family. Assassinated Jiang Ling. Although the Jiang family still had some defense. What if Jin Guangbei didn't go alone? What if he was determined to take revenge even if he laid down his life? Ari, you preside over the closing. I'll go ahead. After saying that, Jiang Jiangming quickly walked toward the outside. Jiangjia Fort. Jiang Ling came out of the room and stretched, then sat down on the recliner. He stretched out his hand and wrapped crimson yuan power around his palm, finally penetrating the second Qi Vena. 14 days, a little sooner than I thought. At this rate, there are still about 3 months to go before reaching the true peak of the vein opening realm. Is this speed considered fast or slow? How does it compare to the elite disciples of the Holy Land? Well, during the evening, contact Miss Su and ask her. Jiang Ling rested for a while, and a long sword appeared in his hand, ready to practice some martial arts. It was only at this exact moment that a mournful alarm suddenly sounded from the western location of the Jiang family fort. This alarm sounded for less than a second and then came to a screeching halt, but in the blink of an eye, a second mournful alarm sounded through the Jiang family fort. Enemy attack. Jiang Ling immediately looked to the west. Young master, what's going on? Little Peach also ran over. Little Peach, go inside and don't come out. Jiang Ling's expression was grave. He sensed that direction. There was a powerful fluctuation of yuan power. Is it the 5 prefectures realm that's attacking? Today happened to be the moment when Jiang Lei brought the Jiang family's main battle force to the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps to recruit them, and the moment when the Jiang family fort was slightly empty. Someone took advantage of the void? Jiang Lei should have an arrangement. I'll press on for now. Jiang Ling didn't immediately go for support because someone from the Jiang family had already stepped in to deal with it. Who is trespassing on the Jiang family castle? A bellowing cry rang out from the north of the Jiang family fort, and a silhouette quickly scurried up to the roof of the house, jumping several times in a row to block the attacking visitor. The two of them exchanged palms and waves of yuan power exploded. The person who had come to sneak up on them did indeed have the 5 prefectures realm. The sneak attacker was dressed in gray, but was unidentifiable with a mask that covered his head and face. He didn't reply to the Jiang family elder's shouting question, and drummed up his yuan power to tangle with the Jiang family elder. And just at that moment, yet another powerful aura rose violently in the east, which also had the intensity of the 5 prefectures realm. Unbridled. A woman's drink resounded through the heavens and the earth as a green shadow jumped onto the roof of the house and rushed towards the east. It was Jiang Ling's Yang who struck. The assailant from the east, also dressed in gray, covered his head and face, trying to hide his identity. Jiang Ling's Yang exchanged blows with it and then tangled. There won't be a third person, right? Jiang Ling stood in the courtyard with his sword, frowning in thought. At the southern main gate, a powerful aura of the 5 prefectures realm rose. Jiang Ling owned this crow's mouth. It was just that this time, within the Jiang family fort, there were no 5 prefecture realm powerhouses to deal with it. But the defense of Jiangjia Fortress was naturally more than that. Yang took out a rattling arrow and shot it into the sky to send out some sort of signal during the lull in the fight with the enemy, followed by her voice resonating through the Jiang family fort once again. Jiang family Iron Guards, move out. The Jiang family Iron Guards, all of whom were composed of cultivators at the 9th level or above of the pulse opening realm, wore heavy armor and worked in strict coordination. In a short period of time, they could also use their armor and yuan crossbows to drag down a 5 prefecture realm powerhouse. Jiang Ling didn't care much in the past, but now that the Jiang family was in a time of crisis, he had seen some of the cards that the Jiang family was hiding. This reassured him slightly. If there are only 3 of them, the Jiang family can still hold up. There shouldn't be a 4th person, should there? In the next moment, Jiang Ling abruptly turned his head and faced north, somewhat speechless. In that direction, the aura of the 4th-5th prefecture realm infiltrator rose. Good guy. A 4-sided siege? Jiang Ling raised his eyebrows. Jiang family guards, head to the north gate for support. It seemed that the Jiang family fort didn't have any more cards left, and the Jiang family guards that were deployed were just the guards that were responsible for ordinary guarding work in the Jiang family fort. Although there were quite a few of them, their cultivation levels were generally at the lower levels of the vein opening realm, and they did not pose a threat to the 5 prefecture realm powerhouses at all. Is that all? Jiang Ling muttered. And with a big flick of his hand, a 2-meter-long metallic luster organ wolf puppet appeared in front of Jiang Ling. This was what Su Shiyu had left for him, a wolf puppet that possessed the battle power of the 5 prefectures realm. And at this moment, it came in handy. Go on. Jiang Ling was just about to urge the wolf puppet to support the north gate, but he abruptly raised his head and looked at the roof of the main room. Jin Guangbei? Little trash dash Jin Guangbei on the roof of the room, all dressed in black robes, now revealed his face, gritted his teeth and stared at Jiang Ling. Today I will avenge my son and cut you into pieces. Those 4 all had no qualms about exploding their breath and were stopped by the rest of the Jiang family, while you submerged your breath and broke in. Jiang Ling looked at Jin Guangbei and said thoughtfully, so, those few people were just stalling for you, and your real target was me? The fact that he wasn't nervous at all made Jin Guangbei even angrier, and with a long leap, a long sword appeared in his hand, and in the next moment, he was in front of Jiang Ling. The sword light was piercing and sharp, and as Jiang Ling retreated, the wolf puppet beside him turned into a hurricane and lunged towards Jin Guangbei. The wolf golem also had a combat power of around the 2nd or 3rd level of the 5 prefectures realm, and Jin Guangbei didn't dare to be careless, turning around and sparring with the wolf golem, with each side retreating away. Humph, I didn't realize you had such a powerful puppet. Jin Guangbei looked at Jiang Ling with a grim expression and turned around. A piercing light shot towards Jiang Ling. A concealed weapon? Jiang Ling didn't dare to be careless and performed the phoenix soaring 9 heaven steps to dodge it. The blinding light swept past Jiang Ling and shot into the doorpost of the distant side room. Knock! With a loud bang, that door pillar was immediately impacted with a large hole and directly snapped. The destructive power of the 5 prefectures realm is very strong. Can't let you tear down my yard. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow and ordered the wolf puppet to charge at Jin Guangbei once again. The wolf puppet was fast and had strong attacks. The first time they collided, Jin Guangbei felt it. This time, facing the wolf puppet's charge, Jin Guangbei didn't take it hard and chose to dodge instead. Only at this moment, he suddenly felt something coming from behind him, and a cold sense of crisis suddenly spread throughout his body. He didn't have time to think much, and his entire body quickly rolled forward. When he re-landed, he looked back and realized that there was a glowing red rope floating in his original position. Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel pity. This glowing red rope, naturally, follows the mind rope. In the end, it was a little slow, allowing Jin Guangbei to dodge it. If the dark one didn't work, then let's come to the light one. Jiang Ling maneuvered the wolf puppet and red rope, and together they attacked towards Golden Light North. Chapter 39, Capturing Jin Guangbei Alive. The wolf puppet was ferocious. The red rope was difficult to entangle, and Jin Guangbei wanted to get close to Jiang Ling but couldn't, which gave him a big headache and gnashed his teeth. This little punk married a waste girl wife and got so much creation. The heavens are really unfair. Jin Guangbei dodged one of the wolf puppet's lunges and was about to charge at Jiang Ling again, but nay, the accompanying mind ropes wrapped around him again, and he had to slice them apart with his sword. This sway mind rope was, although it was only a second-grade spirit weapon, its toughness exceeded Jin Guangbei's imagination. His attribute was metallic, and his yuan power originally carried a sharp characteristic, but after cleaving the sway mind rope several times with his sword, the sway mind rope was not broken. This gave him a headache. Let's take care of this wolf puppet first. He couldn't do anything with the follow mind suwa, so he targeted the wolf puppet. The wolf puppet attacked ferociously, and Jin Guangbei was originally unwilling to engage with it. However, since he decided to settle the wolf puppet first, he internalized his calculations, once again dodging the wolf golem's several lunges, and following the several entanglements of the mind rope. Jin Guangbei looked a little bit in a mess. In a moment of inattention, he was hit by the wolf golem's attack from behind. The sheer force of it caused Jin Guangbei to stumble forward and lunge, and he rolled with the momentum, rolling down the wall. The outer garment ruptured, revealing a pair of inner armor inside that shone with golden light, At this moment, he looked like he was unable to retreat, holding his long sword in his hand and staring at the wolf golem with a gloomy face. In the next moment, the accompanying mind ropes entwined. Jin Guangbei had no choice but to jump onto the wall, and the accompanying mind ropes wrapped around towards his feet again. Jin Guangbei could only leap into the air. It was difficult to borrow strength in the air, and the wolf puppet transformed into a hurricane, pouncing towards the golden light north. It was difficult for Jin Guangbei to dodge, but a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. His long sword bloomed with a brilliant light, already condensing a very strong martial art. The brilliant sword light lit up as Jin Guangbei slashed at the wolf puppet's neck, which was what he considered to be the wolf puppet's weak point. His guess wasn't wrong, and his strike was strong enough that the wolf puppet's neck was severed by his sword. But, it's a puppet. It doesn't know pain. It doesn't know death. At the same time, the wolf puppet was fast enough. At the moment his sword came into contact with the wolf puppet, the wolf puppet didn't dodge and was still striking, its sharp metal wolf claws plunging into Jin Guangbei's abdomen. Pust! Even though it was protected by the inner armor, the wolf puppet attacked strongly, and the wolf claws penetrated through the inner armor, as well as the Yuan power defense of the Jinguang North 5 Prefecture realm. This strike caused Jin Guangbei's abdomen to take a heavy blow, and his dantian was damaged as well. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of him. However, the wolf puppet that was the biggest threat to him was still taken care of. He fell to the ground, but quickly climbed up, kicked the remaining remnants of the wolf puppet to the side, and climbed up, blood dripping from his mouth as he looked at Jiang Ling with a fierce expression. I'll see what else you have. Zip! With the flash of the mind rope, Jin Guangbei was tied up in a knot. Too weak. Jiang Ling shook his head, drew his long sword, and slowly approached. I had thought that you should be able to rush me, but you've disappointed me. A surprise for you that you had no chance to see. He stabbed into Jin Guangbei's dantian, nullifying his cultivation and destroying his cultivation foundation. Jiang Ling-Jin Guangbei's eyes were glaring with blood, with the mind rope extended out a section, shrunk into a ball of thread, and gagged into Jin Guangbei's mouth. I don't have time to interrogate you right now. Jiang Ling turned around, raised his long sword, and leaped onto the roof of the house, jumping from the roof to the north gate. Just before he could get close, the intruder from the east gate released a loud arrow, and the 4 intruders from the 5 prefecture realm directly retreated. Surely it's for me? Jin Guangbei failed and they retreated? Jiang Ling frowned. The Win family is coming to help. The city lord's mansion is coming to help. The enemy retreated. But at that moment there were sounds of support from a distance. 2 forces each had a 5 prefectures realm come to their aid, stopping a retreating intruder. Seeing this, Jiang Ling Ernyang also chased after the intruder, wanting to take him down. Only this intruder also knew that the situation was not good, and disintegrated the blades in his hands, cracking them into several fragments and shooting them at the 2 people who came to his aid. Those 2 failed to stop this intruder by dodging first, with the other 3 picking them up. They fled towards the distance. Mrs. Jiang, nothing happened to the Jiang family fort, right? The Wind family chaser inquired. Thanks to the Wind family for their support. Jiang Ling Ernyang sighed in relief, and suddenly, as if she had remembered something, she looked in the direction of Jiang Ling's small courtyard. In that direction, a powerful battle had erupted earlier as well. It was also after the battle there that the enemy in all 4 directions retreated. At this point, Jiang Ling Ernyang naturally also saw this, and also knew who the main target of the attackers was in this attack on the Jiang family fort. It's none other than Gangnung. Both of you, thanks for coming to help. My Jiang family still has some things to take care of, so when my husband returns, I'll go to the city lord's mansion and the Feng family to thank them. The 2 people who came to help also said politely. Mrs. Jiang is polite. It's good that the enemy has retreated. In that case, we won't bother Mrs. Jiang anymore. When these 2 left, Jiang Ling Ernyang grunted in dissatisfaction and said, you don't come to support when the battle is tight, and you come to earn favors when the enemy is trying to escape. It's just as well that it was stopped, but it wasn't. I don't think it's a good idea to avoid this North Barn City Aid Pact. This agreement was given to the forces of Baitsong City when the previous city lord was in office, and it was continued and reaffirmed when it came to Shao Tianhao. It's hard to say whether the forces are sincere or not, even though they've all signed on. Jiang Ling Ernyang flew back to the courtyard and went to Jiang Ling's small courtyard first. At this time, within Jiang Ling's small courtyard, Jiang Ling was having a bit of a headache. He had captured Jin Guangbei alive. Yes, and now that the battle was over, he planned to interrogate him. As a result, he had just loosened the red rope thread ball in Jin Guangbei's mouth, and before the first question was finished, This Jiang Ling shouted with a fierce face. Jiang Ling, even if I die, I'll curse you to not have a good death dash. Then he bit his tongue very hard and was really hard on himself. Jiang Ling hurriedly gagged him again, but it was too late, and Kim Kwangbok had already bitten his tongue. Not to the point of biting my tongue, but I guess I won't be able to speak anytime soon. At this time, Jiang Ling Ernyang also landed in his courtyard and met Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling could take care of a 5 prefectures realm cultivator on his own? Lings, did you catch this alone? She opened her mouth to inquire. Jiang Ling said, it wasn't me who did it. It's me who has a puppet with the battle power of the 5 prefectures realm. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Jiang Ling. You have a puppet with a 5-fu realm battle power? Jiang Ling Ernyang's gaze looked in the direction Jiang Ling was pointing and saw the remains of the wolf puppet, and could not help but be dazed. She walked over, picked up the wolf puppet and looked at it, saying, the damage is only to the neck area. Spend some money and ask the puppet master of Lin Shui Pavilion to fix it. It should still work. That's nice. Where did you get this puppet? Miss Su left it for me. Miss Su, she is really good to you. Left a lot of good things for you. Nowadays, my Jiang family is considered to have 2 puppets of the 5 prefecture realm. Yang said. 2? Jiang Ling froze and asked, was there originally one? Originally, there was a soldier's front puppet with a 5-fu realm battle power. Yang said, I let go of him to go to the North Gate earlier. That's so. Jiang Ling suddenly realized that he had originally released the wolf puppet and also wanted to go support the North Gate. The Jiang family possessed more undercards than he knew. After all, he used to ignore family affairs. Yang set aside the remnants of the wolf golem's body and head and walked towards the bound Jiang Ling. Ling sure, loosen his mouth. I want to interrogate him. Yang said. He bit his tongue. Jiang Ling said somewhat helplessly, this guy even has some backbone. Bit your tongue? No fear. Ernest said, just throw him to me and I'll make sure he says everything he needs to say. Jiang Ling's second mother, now Mrs. Jiang, was in charge of the family's punishment. Then give it to Ernyang. Jiang Ling said, tie it with this red rope first, and return it to me after the trial. Good. Ernyang nodded, sized up Jiang Ling, and asked, you're not hurt, are you? No. Then Ernyang will leave first. She grabbed Jiang Ling with one hand and left area Jiang Ling's small courtyard. Golden Light North. Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, this is even settled. Jiang Ling moved his shoulders and lamented. Peach, come out. Boo. Young master. The door opened directly to fight. Xiaotao quickly ran over, pulling Jiang Ling's sleeve and constantly flipping through it. It's good that you're not hurt. At last Peach breathed a sigh of relief. It's not like I hit it. Jiang Ling shrugged and walked towards the remnants of the wolf puppet. It can be repaired? Then it would be good to ask the family to help fix it. He put the puppet's remnants and head into his storage ring and prepared to go back to the house. It was only at this moment that another even more powerful aura broke into the Jiang family fort, causing Jiang Ling to look up. He let his heart drop when he felt it was a familiar scent. It's the father who's back. Chapter 40, The Jiang Family. Little trouble. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zhangming had landed within Jiang Ling's small courtyard. Lings, are you okay? It's fine. Jiang Ling responded. Father, your aura is so strong. Is this the Dragon Spine realm? Jiang Zhangming nodded and asked, has Jiang Ling been here? Jiang Ling said, he has been caught and sent to Ernyang for interrogation. Caught? Jiang Zhangming froze and asked, what happened? Jiang Ling then told the story of the attack on the Jiang family fort that had just happened, and then asked, Father, has the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps been taken in? Jiang Zhangming also shook his head and sighed as he talked about the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps. Then said, it's good that you're fine. Now that the Rock Sword City Du family is considered to be once again tied to us, you should be careful of them in the future when you go out to practice. Jiang Ling is connected to the Du clan, and those 4 masked invaders, they might as well be connected to the Du clan. They are not less hostile to our Jiang family. Let's have a family meeting when Ale returns. Linger, you also attend. Me? Jiang Ling pointed at himself and said, Father, you don't want to assign me any duties, do you? Jiang Zhangming asked rhetorically. If you were assigned one, would you fulfill it? Jiang Ling hesitated. He didn't want to be chained to the family. Forget it, didn't intend to let you do anything for the clan. Jiang Zhangming waved his hand and said, Baitsong City is too small. You need to go out. Letting you attend is actually mainly to recognize you. After all, you've done a lot for the Jiang family during this period of time. Provide many Dan recipes. Take medicine picking teams into the mountains. Provide information on strange veins. provide high-grade techniques, nightly visit the Golden Sword mercenary group, and capture Jin Guangbei alive. Each of these are great feats. And your own strength is actually quite strong, isn't it? It should be able to rival the 5 prefectures realm. It's just a matter of giving you an elder position for a bit. Youngest elder of the Jiang family. Sounds great, doesn't it? The youngest elder of the Jiang family. Jiang Ling smacked his lips and said, that sounds okay. However, I'm still planning to go out and practice. Of course, Jiang Zhangming said, even if I let you become an elder, I only intend to give you a famous and unrealistic title, and I won't be able to tether you. Well, it's just like Miss Sue's honorary elders. Then I'll be an honorary elder too. Jiang Ling grinned. You little slicker. Jiang Zhangming laughed and cursed, then said, let go of your hands and go make a break for it. The future of the Jiang family is in your younger generation. He could not help but feel some emotion in his heart. This brat, although not born in a great disaster, I did not expect to rewrite the destiny because of this strange affinity. No, that kinship alone may not have made him who he is now, or because of the choices he made in the first place. I hadn't realized before that this kid was able to sit still in the face of Fairy Sue's beauty, if that time he chose to. There's a real possibility that the Jiang family will never recover. This kid is a blessing. Jiang Zhangming couldn't help but think to himself, alright, you continue to cultivate. I'll go take care of family affairs. He waved his hand and left Jiang Ling's small courtyard. He took away Jiang Ling's tattered wolf puppet and was going to look for the Lin Shui pavilion to fix it for him. The puppet of the 5 prefectures realm. Jiang Zhangming also had an eye for it. If this thing could belong to the Jiang family, then it would undoubtedly add a good base card for the Jiang family. It was a pity that it was given to Jiang Ling by Miss Su, and it belonged to Jiang Ling's private person, so he couldn't force it on him. Jiang Lei had brought back more than 20 people from the Golden Sword mercenary corps, and it would take more than 10 days just to properly install them and arrange positions for them. The family did hold a family meeting as well, and Jiang Ling was there. A series of change measures made Jiang Ling's head spin when he heard them. He realized that as the patriarch of a family, there was really a super wide variety of matters to deal with. The distribution of family elixir resources, the distribution of weapon resources, the distribution of daily life resources, the growth of the younger generation, the turnover and development of industries, the tilting of resources for family professionals, and the maintenance of relationships with other forces. Although there are many clan elders to help, but the general direction, or need to clan Jiang Zhangming gatekeeper, and regardless of the patriarch, it was the elders with real power in their hands who were in charge of various tasks, and they had a long list of tasks in their hands. It was the youngest, Jiang Lei, who had taken out a stack of reports on the state of affairs during the time he had been managing the Jiang family. It gave him the illusion of being a former corporate cowhorse. He couldn't help but wonder if these people really had time to cultivate. Jiang Ling made up his mind in his heart that he would never accept a real position of power assigned by his father, and Jiang Zhangming hadn't arranged any duties for Jiang Ling, but he had also given him the title of honorary elder in light of his merits to the Jiang family. Returning to his small courtyard, Jiang Ling once again indulged in cultivation. Rock Sword City, Du family. Du Zitang reported the situation to Patriarch Du Ziyu. Du Zitang said that Jiang Zhangming broke through to the Dragon Spine realm. There is indeed something about it. It looks like he did receive benefits from the Holy Land. With the support of the Holy Land, in time, it might become a great enemy of my Du family. Du Ziyu tilted his head and looked at a portrait of an old man on the wall and said, Jiang Zhangming, just a wasted old worm. No need to get too attached. It's impossible for him to make another big breakthrough and enter above the Dragon Spine realm. It's not even certain that he'll be able to finish cultivating the first stage of the Dragon Spine realm. What we need to worry about is the Jiang family's descendants. Xianyu told me that Jiang Lei's Yuan power cultivation isn't as good as his, but his explosive power is very strong, so he might be able to grow into one of the counted powerhouses within the Blue Flame country in the future. So be careful with that Jiang Lei. Of course, most of all, it's that rumored trash Jiang Ling. It's because of him that the Jiang clan fell into the super tree of the Holy Land. He has regained his ability to cultivate and has performed well at the Kangwu meeting, taking second with his strength at the 9th level of the Pulse opening realm. On this natural talent, although it's not necessarily a natural talent, he may be even more terrifying than Jiang Lei, and there's still potential. Du Zitang asked, want to go out and finish them off? Du Ziyu frowned and said, do you want to have the Du family robbed? The Jiang family has a connection with the Holy Land, and we haven't figured out exactly what kind of connection it is. If we really want to move the Jiang family openly, what if the Holy Land will step in? Let's not talk about our little Rock Sword City Du family. or the imperial city Du family, or even the entire Blue Flame country, the Holy Land can be annihilated with the palm of one's hand. That relationship between them and the Holy Land is rumored to be because of that strange marriage. It seems like it's just a very coincidental and unappreciated relationship, but how it actually is, we don't know. If this is just a joke from the Holy Land, why is Jiang Ling salty? The behavior of the Holy Land is difficult to fathom. And you had a test run against the Jiang family fort this time. The Jiang family's bottom card counts for nothing, but Jin Guangbei still didn't come back alive, right? It was just for him to kill a little punk, and he missed. You say, did Jiang Ling solve him himself? Or did the Jiang family's means solve him? Or did the Holy Land set up some means in the Jiang family to solve him? Du Ziting hesitated for a moment and said, the pillar combatants of the Jiang family fort have all gone over to the Golden Sword Mercenary Corps, and their undercards were also exposed in that battle. So, it's likely that it's the Holy Land's means, right? Du Ziyu said. If it's a means left by the Holy Land to the Jiang family, would you say it's in the hands of the Jiang family? Or in the hands of Jiang Ling personally? It's, Dutton said, unable to speak. Du Ziyu said, don't underestimate this brat Jiang Ling, although the rumor is that he is just playing the role of a waste in this childlike marriage, but it turns out that he is not a waste now. We don't know what consequences we'll suffer if we presume to automate him. Du Ziting asked, should we just let those two grow slowly? Du Ziting looked at the old man on the wall for a long time before saying, if Jiang Ling honestly stays in the Jiang family, then the potential is limited and there is actually no need to worry. But it's only if it aspires to a wider heaven and earth that it will have stronger potential. If that's the case, only then can we strike in secret while it's out. Remember, it can only be done in secret, and it's best if he dies by accident. But there's no telling when this thing of Jiang Ling walking out will happen. So for now, ignore the Jiang family. Our focus is not there. News has come from within the Imperial City's own clan that the once every 3 years Blue Flame Mystic Realm is about to open. And there should be 1 or 2 spots for us. Before it opens, I hope to help Qin Yu break through to the 5 prefectures realm. That way, he'll have a chance to compete for the final 5 elements Heavenly Spirit Water. Yes, Du Ziting responded in a low voice. Go out. Du Ziyu said. Du Ziting left. Jiang family, Jiang Ling. Du Ziyu looked at the portrait of the old man on the wall, murmured, this is a small trouble. The imperial city of this family's plot. Careless, the Du family will fall into 1,000 catastrophes. Time to save some for later. The small courtyard of Jiang Ling. A blazing fire shadow with a blazing flame blade was curling like a whirlwind in the courtyard. This is Jiang Ling practicing martial arts. Chapter 41, Lu Ruyan's Discontent. Suddenly, the flaming whirlwind came to a halt and the flames instantly dispersed, revealing Jiang Ling's figure. The ground was already scorched black. Young master, too strong. Xiaotao hid at the edge of the wall against which she was leaning and applauded as she said, young master, with such a powerful martial skill, isn't it true that even master can't defeat you? Jiang Ling let out a long breath, withdrew his sword and laughed. Little Peach, don't brag nonsense. Father is now in the Dragon Spine realm. The Dragon Spine realm is more powerful than you can imagine. I am, right now, still at the Pulse Opening realm. Really? Xiaotao said suspiciously. But young master, I've also seen people from the 5 prefectures realm fight, and it feels like their might is no match for young masters you. Jiang Ling said, aggression is like fire. Fire attribute battles are supposed to be heavy on might and sound. It's normal for me to be more vocal. In terms of real combat prowess, I'm not even close. Young master is the best anyway. Little Peach confidently waved her small fist. Jiang Ling smiled and swept his gaze across his small courtyard. It's too small. He couldn't help but sigh. Today was the day he penetrated the 3rd chi vein, and the yuan power in his body became even more powerful. Now that he was practicing his martial arts, the phoenix soaring 9 heavens and phoenix wings 100 cracks were executed at the same time. And the sound was so loud that this courtyard of his was already going to be unable to accommodate him practicing his martial arts. There was also a schoolyard and a ring within the Jiang family fort, but Jiang Ling didn't want to practice in plain sight anymore. Time to walk out? He couldn't help but ponder. There were no more than a few of the basic 5 elements spirit pills that Su Shiyu had left for him, so if he still wanted to continue to maintain such a high rate of cultivation, he would have to think of another way. Either you rely on your family or you rely on yourself. However, the Jiang family wasn't that big, and the 1st grade vein opening pills could still be supplied, while the 2nd grade pills were few and far between. The few 5 prefectures realm and the Jiang family each received a mere 1 2nd grade elixir per month. There were times when the family's business was not doing well and the family did not have much money coming in, so they might not even be able to secure one per person. Relying on the family. Unrealistic. Gotta figure it out on my own. Jiang Ling sighed. Spend money on it? Go into the mountains and pick up the medicine myself, then find someone else to refine it? Or do I dabble in the way of alchemy myself? He began to ponder over this question. Money. He didn't have much, and it probably wasn't appropriate for the family to supply him with extra. And in terms of picking medicines, Jiang Ling only knew the skinny knowledge, and the way of alchemy. Jiang Ling didn't even know the slightest thing about it. But medicine picking or alchemy, they are all good money-making professions. Jiang Sanzhou of the Jiang family, even if he wasn't the Jiang family's chief alchemist, with his ability as a second-grade alchemist, he was able to earn a lot of wealth. And for independent alchemists, herb harvesting and alchemy are generally not separate. They had a strong power of their own, and it was very appropriate for them to pick the herbs they needed and then refine them into pills for their own use or to sell to others. Of course, in addition to the way of picking medicine and refining pills, there is also the way of mining and refining weapons, the way of puppets, the way of charms and formations, and many other professions that can make money. It's time to make money on my own. Jiang Ling stroked his chin and thought, recalling certain memories from his previous life. He inwardly favored the way of medicine gathering and alchemy. Go ask Grandpa Shou about it. The next day, Jiang Ling took Xiaotao and went to the Jiang family pharmacy on Linchui Street to look for Jiang Sanzhou, to learn the way of alchemy. Hearing Jiang Ling's request, Jiang Sanzhou was a bit surprised, then said, Young master, the knowledge of the way of alchemy is complicated. It's not that easy to learn. You are gifted. You should put more energy into cultivation. As for pills, there is a family to supply you. Jiang Ling said, Grandpa Shou, ordinary vein opening pills aren't of much use to me anymore, and the second-grade pills family doesn't actually have many of them, so I hope I can refine second-grade pills myself. In this way Jiang Sanzhou pondered. Then on the basis of not delaying the eldest young master's cultivation, the young master will come to me every day to learn for 1 hour to recognize medicines and pick medicines for alchemy well. Okay, thanks Grandpa Shou. Jiang Ling left the Jiang family medicine shop with satisfaction. Since the second day, Jiang Ling had been learning about pill refining. As Jiang Sanzhou said, the alchemy knowledge is indeed numerous and redundant. Just the piece of recognizing medicine. Jiang Sanzhou asked him to memorize more than a dozen books. And as for the higher the grade at the back, the more books and knowledge he needs to memorize. It would be at least 3 months after that when he really wanted to start learning alchemy and pill refining by hand. Cloud Moon Holy Land. Ruyan Residence. The cloud-covered peaks, viewed from afar, have a sense of dust and purity. And the buildings at the top of this peak are gilded and dog-eared, yet they feel like prosperous palace buildings. This was the place where the new Holy Maiden of the Cloud Moon Holy Land lived and practiced on a daily basis. It was also the place where Su Shiyu had once lived. Nowadays, the gate has been changed, and the architectural style has been greatly altered. A pink figure stepped on the Cloud Moon shuttle and flew through the clouds on the mountainside into the Ruyan residence. Holy Maiden, Miao Jiner is at your disposal. Saint Envoy Miao entered the hall of the Ruyan residence, respectfully bending down to the golden-suited woman in front of him. Ruyan Lu, the current Holy Maiden of the Cloud Moon Holy Land. The same face was exquisite, like an immortal. However, it was the kind of immortal that was stronger and had a mortal heart. Lu Ruyan looked down at the respectful Miao Jiner, and suddenly with a wave of her big hand, a wave of golden light spilled out, sending the sacred envoy Miao flying backwards, crashing into a golden dragon and jade pillar, and spewing out a mouthful of blood. I'm not satisfied with what happened to the Jiang family. Ruyan Lu opened her mouth, her tone sullen. Sacred envoy Miao was injured and her chest was stuffy, but when the Holy Maiden was angry, her heart trembled with fear and she hurriedly climbed up, kneeled on the ground and said, Holy Maiden, please don't be angry. I was also hoodwinked by that kid Jiang Ling, who knew that kid was superficially moralistic, but in reality, he was a liar who lied without blushing. Holy Maiden, I'm going to go to the Blue Flame country again and kill that punk. Ruyan Lu said in a cold voice, Are you asking me to break my trust inside the Holy Land? The Sacred Lord has already commanded not to make another move against Su Shiyu and the Jiang family. You dare to disobey the Sacred Lord's order? This, Holy Maiden rests her anger. I will do whatever the Holy Maiden tells me to do. Saint Envoy Miao froze, then hurriedly kowtowed again. She kowtowed for a while, her forehead reddening, before she heard Ruyan Lu say, Get up. As Sacred Envoy Miao climbed to his feet, Lu Ruyan continued, I want you to send someone to the Blue Flame country to turn Jiang Ling back into a waste. Remember, it's a sneaky send. Don't be noticed, and don't kill that Jiang Ling. Yes, Gina remembered. Saint Ambassador Miao hurriedly responded. Go, Ruyan Lu said. The matter of Jiang Ling is just a small matter. You have to continue to collect Yi Zhishi's intelligence for me. She should be going to the Red Moon Remnant site. Help me find out who will follow her. Yes, Holy Maiden. Sacred Envoy Miao nodded respectfully, then exited the Ruyan residence's golden hall. Ruyan Lu turned around and walked into the back hall. Yi Zhishi, Su Shi, you can't even fight me. You're a tiny Taiyin spirit body. How dare you fight me? Just a tiny spirit body. Do you think you're a Taiyin saint body? This time, I will also make you lose your reputation and be destroyed. Inside the gilded building, a grim laugh faintly rang out. The Jiang family, the patriarch's family office room. You said that you're going into the Tsangwan mountain range to practice? Jiang Lei listened to Jiang Ling's words and said suspiciously, You're by yourself? Jiang Ling nodded and said, Recently, I've been learning about recognizing and picking medicines, and I feel like I've learned something, so I went into the mountains to test myself. Then you can't go alone either. Jiang Lei said, You should at least have a companion to help you out when you're resting. Keep watch, or scout the way for you or something. No need. Jiang Ling said, Independent pill refiners, demon hunters, often possess the ability to survive alone in the deep mountains. If I can't even do that, how am I going to make it out there in the future? Well, you're on notice, so don't worry about me. You and father are really, alas. Well, Jiang Lei laughed bitterly. Ever since father broke through the dragon spine realm, he doesn't stay at home much anymore, and has also gone into the Tsangwan mountain range alone to hunt demons. I'm tired of leaving a huge Jiang family to me. Now you're going in too. Jiang Ling shrugged and said, It's not like I'm in charge of any family affairs. Leaving won't add to your burden. Father, well, after he broke through to the dragon spine realm, he also wished to utilize his strength to hunt more demonic beasts and provide more resources for the family. The Jiang family will see a wave of rapid growth. Father doesn't want to give up this opportunity, right? I know this too. Jiang Lei said, I guess I'll also be the beneficiary of your training. Jiang Ling said, Alright, then I'm leaving. Don't fall behind in your own cultivation. Well, take care. Jiang Ling prepared everything and was ready to enter the mountain. No peaches. With Xiao Tao's current cultivation level, it was indeed a bit dangerous to go into the mountain with him. Xiao Tao's strength wasn't enough, and rashly bringing her in would only slow down his pace. Late at night when there were fewer people, Jiang Ling went out of Jiangjia Fort and left Baizun City. This intoxicating deep mountain atmosphere. Entering the jungle, Jiang Ling took a few deep breaths, feeling the yuan qi that was gradually thickening up in the mountain. Rustling, rustling, not far away. There has been the sound of demonic beasts stalking. Jiang Ling appeared in his hand with a long knife. His eyes glanced over. The first prey. Here it comes. Chapter 42 Assassin of the Dragon Ridge Realm. Click. The large demonic beast's head was chopped off, and Jiang Ling quickly snapped out the demonic crystal, cut the 4 hooves and the unicorn horn on its head, and collected its blood. Then, he picked and collected the fruits of the lookout flowers he was guarding and threw one to bury in the soil. Within a short time, a huge 3 to 4 meter long unicorn demonic beast was finished being dismembered by Jiang Ling. This one-horned rhinoceros has the strength of the 3rd level of the 5 prefectures realm, right? It's not my limit yet. Well, am I to advance a little farther? There's no more maps. I'll have to explore on my own. Packing up everything? Jiang Ling quickly left the scene, and not long after, a group of brown wolves surrounded him, feasting on the remaining limbs of the demonic beast. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, had already returned to his temporary resting stronghold, a hole in a large, thick tree. This was the 15th day he had been in the mountains. From the very first day, because he was alone, he was constantly attacked by various demonic beasts. In the beginning, they were all pulse-opening realm demonic beasts that posed no threat to Jiang Ling and were easily killed by him. However, the later he got, the deeper he went into the Tsangwan mountain range, the stronger the demonic beasts that attacked him became. 5 days ago, he had encountered the first attack of a demonic beast of the 5th prefecture realm, relying on the ability of the random mind rope to bind it and then decapitate it. However, every day after that, there was at least one 5 prefecture realm demonic beast sneaking up on him. The good thing is that each time, the danger was turned into a battle, wounded and bloodied, but ultimately survived. Now, he was becoming more and more familiar with survival in the jungle, gradually becoming the hunter from the hunted. This one-horned rhinoceros was the strongest demonic beast he had hunted so far. Returning to his temporary habitat, Jiang Ling sat down on his knees and began to cultivate. This was his life in the jungle, either hunting or being hunted, or practicing. Although it was said that he didn't have the support of pills, Jiang Ling's cultivation speed didn't slow down much. One was that the yuan power in the mountain range was much denser, and the other was that the ample battles were beneficial to his cultivation, and seemed to benefit him, keeping his yuan power in an active state. Half an hour later, Jiang Ling opened his eyes, exuding a powerful aura for an instant, yet quickly converging, the fourth strange vein, through and through. Jiang Ling clenched his fist, and rich yuan power wrapped it. Well, since we've made a breakthrough, let's go further into the depths. Feeling the ample yuan power in his body, Jiang Ling took a deep breath and made a decision. Let's get full first. He took out a thick rhinoceros leg and rinsed it with water, then roasted it with fire elemental power. In no time at all, the flavorful fine meat bubbled with meaty aromas. Jiang Ling did not dare to delay. A few mouthfuls to eat, so as not to waste too much time, the aroma of meat drifting too far. He then erased any traces of his having lived here and prepared to leave. Jiang Ling, who had just buried the dead leaves into the tree hole, suddenly turned around and hid on the other side of the tree hole, very alert. In the other direction, a man dressed in black with a face mask, holding a long stick, slowly walked out of the forest. Jiang Ling's pupils shrunk. Dragon Ridge Realm. He drew his sword and sheathed it, while an explosive projectile appeared in his hand, hidden behind a tree, ready to strike. The man stood 3 meters away from the tree hole and said, "Come out. Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to turn you back into a waste." Jiang Ling frowned and asked, "Are you from the Rock Sword City Do family?" "Rock Sword City Do family?" The man in black was puzzled, then said, "Consider me from the Rock Sword City Do family." Jiang Ling said, "If you're from the Rock Sword City Do family, then you should want to put me to death. Just want to turn me back into a waste? Are you from the Cloud Moon Holy Land? You still have some brains." The man in black sneered, "Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. I'm not from the Holy Land." "Not from the Holy Land?" Jiang Ling frowned. "As for who I am, you don't need to guess. It's better to be an honest loser." After he finished speaking, he struck out with a stick. His speed was absolutely fast. The long stick directly penetrated through the tree wall behind the tree hole, and struck Jiang Ling's abdomen directly. After practicing in the jungle for so many days, Jiang Ling's reaction speed was definitely not slow, but the other party was, after all, in the dragon spine realm, and with this stick of his, Jiang Ling only had time to sidestep and dodge it, but the powerful residual force of yuan power still tore the clothes of his abdomen apart, and also grazed the skin of his abdomen. Jiang Ling endured the pain, turned around and threw the explosive projectile in his hand, then ran wildly towards the distance. A dragon spine realm powerhouse. He was foolish to fight the other side. The explosive projectile shot towards the man in black, who reached out with one hand, trying to hold the projectile easily. However, the projectile drew a steep arc, a steep downward spiral, and hammered heavily on the ground. Boom! The explosive projectile explodes, bursting into a burst of fire or smoke. The black-robed man covered his face, and then with a big wave of his hand, he used yuan power to blow away the smoke and fire. And when he looked up, Jiang Ling had already thrown himself dozens of meters away. "Humph, sneaky little slicker." The man in black snorted coldly, and with a single step, he chased towards Jiang Ling. A dragon spine realm powerhouse. Even if he wasn't good at speed, his outburst was faster than the pulse-opening realm. In less than 10 seconds, he arrived behind Jiang Ling. He struck out with his stick, and Jiang Ling could only forcefully turn around to fend it off. The long knife came into contact with the long stick, and immediately emitted a bright and uncertain light that seemed to show signs of being broken. It was a sign that the long blade was being suppressed, or even broken. The long knife in Jiang Ling's hand was only a second-grade spirit weapon that the Jiang family had built for him, whereas this black-clothed man was at the dragon spine realm. The weapon in his hand should be at least a third grade. Moreover, Jiang Ling also felt a powerful force pushing towards him. The strength of the dragon spine realm was indeed powerful. He hurriedly turned blocking into unloading, but the effect was not strong even in his haste. Under the instability of his body, he could only roll on the ground, woefully dodging the blow. By the time he raised his head again, the black-clothed man's attack had already arrived again. Jiang Ling simply could not think too much, and could only roll to avoid it. His body covered in dirt and fallen leaves, he quickly stood up, his feet stepping on the phoenix soaring 9 heaven steps, and the long sword in his hand danced wildly, transforming into a whirlwind of flames as he fiercely counterattacked. There was no escape. This man in black was faster than him. There was only resistance. The power that erupted in an instant from the Phoenix Wing 100 cracks combined with Jiang Ling's yuan power that had penetrated the 4 chi veins made the black-robed man quite shocked as well. He raised his stick to block, and a thick earth-colored barrier surfaced on top of the stick. Boom dash! Flame yuan power erupted, and the aftermath spread out, nearly snapping the tree next to it. The black-robed man's earth attribute defense martial skill was cracked, and he himself was knocked back a few steps by Jiang Ling's blow, his back slamming into a tree. He shook his body, dislodging the residual force of Jiang Ling's attack, and the trees behind him shattered. This kid, the black man's eyes are gloomy, and his hands holding the stick are shaking a little. The odd vein, and it should have penetrated more than one. Did the ruined former holy maiden guide him in his cultivation? This kid, what a hit! But it's going to turn back into crap today. The black-clothed man took a deep breath, and the contemptuous attitude that he had originally harbored dissipated a bit and began to take it seriously. He struck 3 stick shadows in a row, causing Jiang Ling to be unable to take care of himself, and he took a stick to his left arm. After all, he was in the dragon spine realm, and a casual strike made one of Jiang Ling's arms swell up. Jiang Ling gritted his teeth and endured the pain, once again performing the Phoenix Wing 100 cracks, shocking back the man in black, and with a flip of his palm, a porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He crushed the mouth of the bottle and took out a scarlet pill, cold blood boiling yuan pill, a life-fighting elixir given to him by Su Shiyu. The medicinal properties of this elixir were the exact opposite of the hot blood cold yuan pill. The hot blood cold yuan pill was to make the body's blood dry up and the yuan power become inert and operate poorly, an evil use of medicine. On the other hand, the cold blood boiling yuan pill's function was to make the blood cold and the body's pain decrease, but the yuan power boiled and stormed, achieving the effect of calmness and the explosion of yuan power. It was an elixir used for fighting for one's life. When an elixir entered his body, Jiang Ling only felt his body suddenly heat up, and then it went cold. His face also flushed at first, then turned a little white. Only the boiling yuan power made the black-robed man frown when he looked at it. This kid, having eaten the outbreak elixir, is kinda tricky. Not only that, Jiang Ling also let out a low roar, and his hair instantly turned the color of snow white. The black-robed man's brows furrowed, and his eyes seemed to carry a hint of jealousy as he said, "The snowplow's secret art. That wasted woman even taught you this?" Chapter 43, The Killing Heart of the Man in Black. Jiang Ling exhaled a breath with coolness and said slowly, "You even know the snow cloud secret technique, and you still say you're not from the Holy Land? Even if it's not truly from the Holy Land, it must be related to the Holy Land, to the Lu Ruyan lineage, right?" The man in black snorted coldly and said, "You talk too much nonsense." He pointed his long stick repeatedly, hitting Jiang Ling's various joints directly, but did not attack towards Jiang Ling's heart-throat, head and other parts of his body. Swallowing the cold blood boiling yuan pill and performing the snow cloud secret art, Jiang Ling's strength rapidly increased as his long sword dissipated and blocked, dissolving all of the black-robed man's attacks, and then chopping out slash after slash, entering a counterattack stance. The attack of Jiang Ling in this state was something that even the man in black didn't dare to be careless about. He also concentrated on blocking, but Jiang Ling's slashes were faster than each other, and he was forced to keep retreating. This kid's strength to fight for his life is so strong. However, using 2 methods of forcing potential in succession, I'll see how long you can last. When you enter your moment of weakness, that's when you'll be at my mercy. With this thought in his mind, the black-robed man simply stopped thinking about counterattacking and only thought about getting through this berserk state of Jiang Ling. The one who couldn't hold on any longer than Jiang Ling was Jiang Ling's blade. The blade was a second-grade spirit weapon, and it was already wailing continuously as it kept colliding with the black-clothed man's long stick. Jiang Ling's last slash, which used almost all of his body's strength, was both a fierce Phoenix Wing 100 cracks and a strike that crumbled its own blade. The long knife shattered, and the blade fragments carried a furious fiery blade aura, chopping at the man in black, seemingly leaving no way back. The man in black was also stunned, and then his heart rejoiced. When this kid's state receded, he didn't even have his blades anymore, and he was still not taken by his own hands, but only after blocking this wave of wild and messy attacks. He let out a low roar as a thick tortoise armor-like yellow aura surfaced on his body, which seemed to be a defensive martial skill. Under the Phoenix Wing 100 Splits Fierce formula, the turtle armor-like yellow aura cracked out quite a few gaps, but in the end, it was still blocked. The shards of the blades that kept on impacting also shot at the tortoise armor-like defense, cracking it even more. Jiang Ling's blade had shattered, and the man in black was about to counterattack, but he only saw Jiang Ling's body shorten and crash into his arms. Close combat? A hint of doubt flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. Just the next moment, a huge sense of crisis spread all over the black-clothed man's body. He didn't see the hidden Jiang Ling's hand, but his intuition felt a huge crisis. This made his sweaty hairs stand on end, and his body's yuan power surged into the tortoise armor-like defense, causing the defense, which had cracked quite a bit, to recover once again. A dagger plunged above the turtle armor defense without warning. What shocked the black-clothed man was that the crystalline light-emitting dagger had easily penetrated his tortoise shell-like yellow on defense, and then stabbed straight into the black-clothed man's abdomen. The black-clothed man only felt a pain in his abdomen, and the yuan power in his body was immediately disorganized. The crisis of life and death caused him to burst out in strong resistance. He gave up his long stick and condensed the yellow energy beast head with both hands, pushing it towards Jiang Ling. This energy beast head was shaped like a dragon's head and an oval head, exuding a great sense of oppression, and also causing Jiang Ling to feel a great crisis. He drew his dagger and did his best to fend it off, only to feel a mountainous force pouring towards him. Jiang Ling mobilized his entire body's yuan power to resist, but he was also shocked by this energy and trembled tremendously. His chest suffered a heavy blow, and he couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards, landing heavily on a tree and rolling to the ground. You wasted my dantian? The man in black staggered, covering his abdomen as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Obviously he was ordered to waste Jiang Ling's dantian and yuan chakra roots and turn him back into a waste. How come he had become a waste himself now? That dagger, what kind of divine weapon is it? Jiang Ling spat out another mouthful of blood and rose from the ground, grinning and revealing blood-stained teeth before turning around and running. For a short period of time, the man in black still had the power to fight. Jiang Ling had seriously injured him, or even wasted him, and he ironically bore a monstrous grudge. Although Jiang Ling had also seen before that the black-clothed man's attack was not in his vitals, and seemed to really have no intention of putting himself to death. But now that Jiang Ling had injured him so badly, and might even have ruined him, who knew if the black-clothed man would be so enraged that he would disregard everything? It's better to avoid them for now. The man in black was seriously injured, and when he saw Jiang Ling escaping, he had no intention of chasing after him, so he hurriedly sat down and swallowed a healing elixir, wanting to stabilize his injuries first. It was just that Jiang Ling's dagger was really powerful, penetrating into the wound so deeply that it directly poked a big hole in his dantian. And yuan power couldn't stop leaking out. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the yuan power within his dantian to drain out. How many treasures did this kid, that waste woman, give him? Is it true that the two wastrels have merged, just as the sacred envoy Miao said? The black-clothed man secretly gritted his teeth, constantly swallowing healing pills and consuming his life essence greatly, using secret techniques to temporarily preserve his yuan power from leaking out. His injuries were barely stabilized. But the man in black no longer had any intention of pursuing Jiang Ling. His eyes shifted several times before he finally turned around, ready to leave. At that exact moment, a fiery red stream of light shot from the distance, heading straight for his face. Annoyed, the man in black waved his hand to chop up the fiery red streams of light. But the wound, which was barely stabilized in the first place, had a tendency to disintegrate again, scaring him into hastily retracting his strength. Moreover, the fiery red stream of light was a thunderbolt projectile, which was chopped and exploded by the man in black at close range, and the impact of the explosion shocked his chi and blood. Can't stay any longer. The man in black had a bad feeling in his heart and turned around to flee outside. Only his spirit stayed taut, and there was a rustling behind him, a sound that sounded as if someone was tracking, as if a hunter was stalking his prey. Shoo! Another thunderbolt projectile was shot at him, and the man in black tried to dodge it. But it crashed on the ground in front of him and exploded directly. The black-clothed man's face flushed from the impact, blood dripping from the wound in his abdomen once again, his yuan chi leaking out once more. Little brat dash, he gritted his teeth, his eyes scarlet as he looked behind him. Hidden shadows dotted far away as if staring him down. The black-robed man's heart was in despair, but in a flash, it turned into a vicious viciousness. I can't get better, so you can go to hell. Anyway, it's a deep forest. So when the time comes, just reply to the Miao Sacred Envoy saying that you were killed by that what's-her-name Du clan, and you won't be able to blame me for it all the same. The black-clothed man's heart was filled with killing intent, and the long stick appeared in his hand once again, to make a life-sacrificing fight. He endured the leakage of yuan power from his abdomen and stormed towards Jiang Ling, but Jiang Ling turned around and fled. You retreat. I'll chase you. You fight. I'll retreat. The man in black gritted his teeth, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Back off? Do you really think I can't get up to speed? He also swallowed a black elixir, and his body began to emit the aura belonging to a demonic beast. Jiang Ling promoted the warning sign and retreated violently at extreme speed. But a black shadow emitting black smoke transformed into an extremely fast black light and arrived in front of him at extreme speed, and the brown energy faucet blasted out with a punch. Jiang Ling only had time to block with his dagger, but he felt like he had been hit by a mountain, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. He directly crashed through a large tree and sprayed a mouthful of blood in midair. Rumble drops to the floor only to find that his right hand is broken. This life-sacrificing strike from the man in black was too powerful. Jiang Ling gritted his teeth, picked up the dagger with his left hand, and stood up against a large tree. And at this moment, the black-clothed man's state was also poor to the extreme, with blood flowing from his abdomen and his yuan qi leaking out. He didn't have much yuan qi left in himself. I want your life. Still with a vicious face, the man in black rubbed out the energy faucet with one hand and pressed it towards Jiang Ling. At this moment, Jiang Ling was seriously injured. Avoiding was not able to avoid. Eyes also appeared ruthless color. Mobilized the remaining little yuan power, cohesion in the dagger above. Also towards the black man stabbed. Click. Pust. Jiang Ling's body was smashed into the trunk of the tree, and his dagger was stuck into the black-clothed man's neck. The man in black stared at Jiang Ling with wide, dead eyes. Only, his eyes couldn't turn anymore. His body slowly leaned back and with a plop, he planted himself on the ground. Jiang Ling wowed and spat out another mouthful of blood, wanting to come out from within the tree trunk but realizing that he was no longer capable of doing so. His chest was a bit sunken, his 5 organs hurt like cut flesh, and just the action of struggling made Jiang Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I'm damn not dying, am I? With that, he nestled within the trunk of the tree, barely scrutinizing his situation with his internal vision. The body's a mess. The glow of the light cluster representing the 5 viscera was dimmed. The dantian in his body was almost empty, and the yuan veins and qi veins that had been penetrated were broken in many places. The left shoulder blade was cracked, the right lower arm was fractured and broken, and several ribs were broken. This terrible situation. Jiang Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly, glanced at the man in black, and said, I'm considered to be wasted once again. So you're considered to have completed your master's mission, aren't you? Finish the mission? Thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't think them through. He felt his vision blur a little, as if sleep was coming on. You can't go to sleep yet. If you do, you might not really wake up. Jiang Ling braced himself for sleep and focused his attention on the dim flame. Chapter 44, Jiang Ling is wasted again. The dark flames seemed to have sensed the crisis within Jiang Ling's body as well, splitting into multiple strands and advancing towards all parts of Jiang Ling's body. The left shoulder blade was wrapped. The right small arm bone was wrapped, and the ribs and spine were wrapped in dim flames. Jiang Ling felt his life energy draining away, but he also felt his skeletal injuries being repaired. The dim flames after having devoured the burning phoenix flame fire seed, the healing ability was much stronger. Jiang Ling felt the bones emitting a crunchy and itchy sensation. The bones were being repaired quickly. He also had some medicines such as healing pills and great tonic pills in his storage ring, and at this moment, he also took them out with his left hand that could barely move and swallowed them into his mouth. 2/4 of an hour later, Jiang Ling regained some of his strength and his injured bones recovered a bit. He exerted himself again and finally broke free from the tree trunk. His body went limp and he collapsed on the ground. There was another pain all over his body. After taking a few breaths, Jiang Ling stood up shakily and walked towards the black-clothed man's body, removing the black scarf from his face to see his face, not recognizing it is. Peeling his storage ring from his fingers and searching his body, Jiang Ling briefly checked it out and then walked towards the outside of the jungle. Injured like this, it's probably going to take 10 days and half a month to recuperate. He stumbled towards the outside, finding his last temporary housing stronghold and hiding in it first. With a badly bruised body, sleepy and tired, he really needs to rest. He took a careful internal look to make sure he wouldn't be asleep for the rest of his life before he let out a sigh of relief and lay down to rest in the earthen cave. Without realizing it, he slept, and the dim flame inside his body was repairing his body silently. When I woke up, it was dark and the nightly chirping of crickets was all around me. Jiang Ling felt a weak sensation of overdraft, as if he couldn't use a bit of strength in his body, but he rolled over and felt less pain in his body. Looking inward again, he found that the fissure in his left shoulder blade had closed. His right arm was barely attached, his chest was no longer sunken, and his ribs had been reattached. This dim flame, it's still pretty good. Jiang Ling sighed in relief. The only drawback was that he felt physically weak and had lost a serious amount of his life essence. having used 2 secret arts that overdrawn his potential before, and the dim flame was absorbing life essence to heal his wounds. At this moment, Jiang Ling felt like he was already overdrawn. In his own storage ring, the tonic pills had already been used up, so he started searching the black-clothed man's storage ring and retrieved a bunch of pills from it. Xionghu de tonic pill. This is supposed to be a tonic. Jiang Ling looked at the label attached to the pill bottle, searched out a bottle of Dazhong pills, poured out one and smelled it. It was indeed an invigorating aroma, and it felt so much better than the tonic medicine taken from the Jiang family's pharmacy. Jiang Ling ate one and felt a fiery life force fill her entire body, as if a riverbed that had run dry had been refilled with water. Still a turbulent flood, Jiang Ling's face instantly flushed. He felt that his whole body was hot, and he was a bit dizzy and nauseous. Suddenly, he felt that his nose was also hot, and when he touched it, it was actually a nosebleed. TSK, overdrawn the body, and as a result, it was tonified too fiercely all of a sudden, presenting the appearance of young hyperactivity. Jiang Ling couldn't help but sigh. This black-clothed man's barren tiger tonic pill was truly tonic, as he is now too weak. Only a small tonic is suitable. As a result, a big tonic is overdone. However, he didn't dare to waste the medicinal power, barely controlling it so that it all flowed to the dim flame in his dantian. Absorbing this medicinal power, the dim flame seemed as if it had also taken a tonic, surging up and swaying continuously. It split out several strands in a row, wrapping Jiang Ling's entire body skeleton into it, and began to calcify it. Although it was said that his left shoulder blade, right arm bone and a few ribs were injured the most, but in reality, after such a life and death battle, his whole body was traumatized to a certain extent and needed to be repaired. Jiang Ling felt a fiery heat in his body, as if his body was placed in a steamer, causing a hot sweat to break out on his forehead. But the comfort emanating from his body being repaired made Jiang Ling a bit reluctant to give up again. This hot and dry and comfortable feeling made Jiang Ling feel very strange inside. Never mind. Survive this wave and leave it alone for a while. Jiang Ling breathed a sigh of relief and had his own plans in mind. The fiery sensation lasted for nearly an hour before ending, and Jiang Ling felt that his bone injuries were almost healed. He stayed in this underground earth cave stronghold for a day, after he had fully recovered. When the dim flame was going to repair Jiang Ling's 5 organs, Jiang Ling tried to stop it. He tried to transmit his thoughts to the dim flame in the form of his consciousness, but the result was that the dim flame shrunk back into a ball and stayed in Jiang Ling's dantian and didn't move again. Well, it can't be forcibly controlled, but it seems to be able to communicate? This dim flame, is it a life? My dantian, where a flaming life lives. Jiang Ling tried again to communicate with the dim flame in the form of consciousness, but the dim flame didn't respond in any way, leaving Jiang Ling helpless. Is it impossible to respond? The consciousness responding doesn't work either? It seemed that Jiang Ling could only unilaterally convey conscious thoughts now. Never mind. Take care of yourself first. At this time, Jiang Ling's bones had sort of recovered, but his internal organs and meridians were still in a state of serious injury. He had regained a bit of his battle power, but it was severely insufficient. A stronger vein-opening realm demonic beast might put him back in crisis. However, the good thing was that he had also stepped out of the zone where the demonic beasts of the 5 prefectures realm were active, and had already walked to the edge of the jungle of the Kangang mountain range. Approaching out of the mountain range, Jiang Ling looked at the sky beyond the jungle, clenched his teeth, and struck his abdomen with a palm. Pop! The root of the Yuan chakra shattered into 2 halves. Jiang Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered toward Baitsong City, Jiangjiobao, the central schoolyard. Jiang Lei was distributing this month's cultivation pills to the younger generation of the Jiang family, a group of young teenage girls, looking excited, with anticipation in their eyes. They had all heard that this time, each person would be given an extra vein-opening pill, and those who were excellent would be able to get 2 more. I heard that it's the clan chief who went deep into the Tsangwang mountain range and found many spiritual medicines and hunted many demonic beasts, returning home with a full load. A dragon spine realm powerhouse, terrifying as it is, has brought a lot of resources to the clan. We also followed the light. Listening to the murmurs of the teenage girls below, Jiang Lei couldn't help but feel some emotion. Father's breakthrough is starting to bring benefits to the Jiang family. I don't know how brother's experience in the Tsangwang mountain range is going. How many resources can he bring back to the Jiang family? Although the realm isn't enough, it always feels like what brother can bring to the Jiang family won't be less than father. Wait until brother gets back. Jiang Lei began taking names and distributing cultivation pills. Young lord, it's not good. A Jiang family guard ran in and shouted. The young master appeared at the city gates covered in blood. What? Jiang Ling stood up violently, knocking over the box presenting the elixir on the table. He let his subordinates pack up the pills, and then took his guards and rushed out of the Jiang family castle. As a celebrity of Baitsong City, Jiang Ling did not say that no one from Baitsong people knew of him, but at the very least, as a soldier guarding the city gates, he was able to recognize him, and one of the aspects that they needed to work on was recognizing people. The blood-covered Jiang Ling appeared at the city gate with a staggering pace, and the soldiers guarding the gate were instantly shocked when they recognized him, and called for someone to notify the city lord's mansion and the Jiang family, and then helped Jiang Ling to their camp to rest, and also called for a healer and a pill refiner to give Jiang Ling a healing elixir and put on a golden sore medicine. By the time Jiang Ling arrived with his men, the physician had already finished giving Jiang Ling a preliminary diagnosis. Jiang Ling's heart was in his throat as he looked at Jiang Ling, who was covered in blood. "Brother, who hurt you like that?" He was furious. Jiang Ling opened his eyes and said with a weak face, "Take me back to the Jiang family." "Okay, home. We're going home." Jiang Ling immediately had a stretcher prepared, and surrounded by a group of guards, he returned to Jiang family fort. It was the physician who wanted to give Jiang Ling the results of his diagnosis, but he didn't even have time to do so. The physician could not help but sigh and say, "Alas, what a poor child, born unable to cultivate. His roots are crippled." It was not easy for the foundation to be repaired because of the Holy Land. Now it's surprising to have suffered such a calamity and become a cripple again. It wasn't that the physician had a big mouth, but the city lord's office had sent an official to inquire about Jiang Ling's condition. The physician didn't dare to hide anything and told the official the results of his diagnosis of Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling was wasted again. His Yuan chakra root cracked into two halves. Chapter 45, I'd better die last time. Jiang Ling was seriously injured and carried back to the Jiang family fort. Soon, Jiang Songzhou and Jiang Yueying were both called over from the estate. Jiang Zhengming also appeared in Jiang Ling's small courtyard. "Young master," Xiao Tao cried with pear blossoms and rain, constantly traveling back and forth between the small courtyard, the kitchen and the storehouse, serving the medicines for the two pill refiners. "What's the situation?" Jiang Songzhou came out of Jiang Ling's room with a tired face, and Jiang Zhengming rushed forward to inquire. Jiang Songzhou shook his head with a disheveled face and said, "No, it's a root injury, just like before. There's nothing I can do." Jiang Zhengming clenched his fists tightly with anger and helplessness in his eyes. "Why did the gods punish Lingzer so much?" he said. Not long after, Jiang Yueying also came out from the house, facing Jiang Zhengming's expectant gaze. She only shook her head helplessly. However, she still said, "Matriarch, don't be too sad. Even though we don't have a solution, but the young master has recovered once after all. It means that there are divine medicines in this world that can restore the cultivation foundation. It's definitely inside the Holy Land. If the matriarch can contact the previous Miao Sage envoy or find Miss Su back, there should still be hope." Sacred envoy Miao. Jiang Zhengming gritted his teeth. He is still not clear about who actually did this. What if it's someone from the faction of the Holy Envoy Miao or the current Holy Maiden? "Master, young master is calling you in." Xiao Tao, with red eyes, came from the house to call Jiang Zhengming. Jiang Zhengming hurriedly walked into Jiang Ling's house. "Lings, how are you doing?" Looking at his old dad's anxious face, Jiang Ling revealed a smile and said, "Don't worry, it won't die. Don't worry about me. Father will come back at night time. Now I want to rest." Jiang Zhengming froze for a moment, but looking at Jiang Ling's calm eyes, he finally chose to believe Jiang Ling. Who did it? What was the purpose? Is there any way to recover? Where is Su Shiyu? Jiang Zhengming had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Jiang Ling at the moment, but Jiang Ling said he wanted to rest, so Jiang Zhengming did everything according to him. He told all the people to disperse, leaving little Peach alone to take care of Jiang Ling. In the end, he wandered around the courtyard for half a day and had no choice but to leave. Xiao Dao fed Jiang Ling the medicine, and his eyes were still red and swollen. "Young master, if I had known I would have gone into the mountains with you. You just didn't take me. Although I am not strong, but there is really a danger. Xiao Tao can help young master block a knife or two. Now that young master has become like this, what can I do?" Little Peach cried sadly, and Jiang Ling couldn't bear it. So he said, "Little Peach, go outside and see if there are any bystanders. I have something to say to you." Xiao Tao froze for a moment, then went out of the room, carefully explored the room, and even climbed up to the roof to explore, and finally returned to the house and said, "Young master, no one is there." Jiang Ling let out a long breath and said, "Little Peach, if young master tells you that young master intentionally got himself this injury, and that the Cultivation Foundation was shattered again by myself. Do you believe me? What? Xiaodao's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Why are you doing this, young master?" Jiang Ling sighed and said, "Young master, I was in the Tsangwan mountain range. I was indeed sneak attacked. The sneak attacker's goal was not to kill me, but to turn me into a waste again. Young master, this injury you have, was it caused by that hateful sneak attacker?" Little Peach inquired. Jiang Ling said, "Half and half. This time it was really close to death. The sneak attacker's words reveal a break. If I'm not mistaken, this sneak attack was not directed by Sage Envoy Niao. It was also secretly directed by the current Sage Maiden Lu Ruyan's lineage. Ruyan Lu's lineage doesn't care if such a small person like me lives or dies, but it's their twisted pleasure that I become a waste once again, perhaps also as a punishment for having deceived them. This Ruyan Lu is too detestable." Little Peach said hatefully, "How could an evil person like her become the Holy Maiden of the Holy Land?" Jiang Ling said, "I don't know if this is the only time for such punishment and sneak attack. If their goal is to make me become a waste again, then I'll just do as they wish." "Ha, young master, no way," Xiaotao immediately retorted. "It's not easy for you to be able to cultivate, and you're so good at it, so how can you just give up? Little Peach will definitely find a way to let young master recover. By the way, young lady should be able to help you recover." Jiang Ling raised his head and stroked Little Peach's head, saying, "Don't be so hasty. What I said about it being as they wished is only on the surface. I returned from the gates of the city stained with blood, and many people saw it, as well as soldiers from the city's defense, and a physician diagnosed me. I'm sure the news that I become a waste again will soon spread in Bei Karama City, and even spread more widely. The people from Ruyan Lu's lineage will definitely probe this news. As long as I'm back to being a loser in their message, that's all that matters. As for my cultivation roots, well, don't worry Little Peach, I have a way to restore them." "Really?" Peach's eyes widened. "Really?" Jiang Ling pinched Peach's nose and said, "But when you meet others, you still have to put on a sad demeanor, just as if the young master had been turned back into a waste. Oh young master, you're trying to hide it from the world." Xiao Tao revealed a happy expression, and then reconfirmed by inquiring, "Young master, can your injuries really be repaired?" "Of course," Jiang Ling said. "You have to keep this news a secret for me." "Aha!" Peach nodded vigorously, then rubbed her face to make herself into a sad expression. "Well, this expression, Peach's acting skills are not bad." "Alright," Jiang Ling sighed in relief and said, "Go to Grandpa Shou's place, and Aunt Chu Ying's place, and ask for some warming pills. Young master still needs these if he wants to recover. Remember, it's a sneaky ask." "Understood young master." "Ah, sad. Little Peach nodded happily, then froze, changed her expression to sadness again, and walked out. It was late at night, and most of the people in the Jiang family fort had gone to sleep. Jiang Zhengming arrived at Jiang Ling's small courtyard. "Ling's father, come in." Jiang Zhengming entered Jiang Ling's room and found that his face looked much better. This brought a slight sigh of relief to his heart, but there was still a wave of sadness that could not be dispersed. Physical injuries can be healed, but the roots of cultivation. "Father, the injury to my cultivation roots can be repaired." With a single sentence, Jiang Ling gave Jiang Zhengming the brightest hope. His eyes lit up as he asked, "Lings, are you telling the truth?" "Of course, I broke my own cultivation foundation. I certainly have a way to do it myself." "Jiang Zhengming?" Jiang Ling told the story of the attack on his training in the jungle and said, "Everything I did was still to confuse that Holy Maiden of the Holy Land. It's just that I'm worried that their dissatisfaction isn't just against me personally. What if they're dissatisfied with the Jiang family as well?" "Father, I don't want to drag the Jiang family down. I want to leave." "Leave." Jiang Zhengming was bitter inside, wanting to retain, but could not. What Jiang Ling said was not unreasonable, and some of his previous guesses were correct. It should be the Holy Land side, the people from Lu Ruyan's lineage who had made a move. This kind of thing has been done once, and now it is the second time. Jiang Zhengming looked at Jiang Ling with a kind of powerless pain. That high and mighty current Holy Maiden didn't care to take Jiang Ling's life, and only took pleasure in his suffering. Jiang Zhengming wanted to grab that high and mighty man down and stomp him hard on the ground. But, is it possible? Not likely, and probably not for the rest of my life. Just one of the Miao Sein ambassadors under the Holy Maiden would be able to topple the Jiang family. He could only endure. Jiang Ling asked, "Father, do you think I'm swindling my death? Or is it an excuse to go out and look for a cure for my injuries?" Jiang Ling's inquiry was painful for Jiang Zhengming to hear in his heart. "If I hadn't been unable to give Linger shelter, Why would I have let Jiang Ling come up with this hopeless plan? Without waiting for Jiang Zhengming to reply, Jiang Ling muttered to himself, if the excuse is to go out for the method of treating injuries, there's no guarantee that Lu Ruyan's lineage won't strike again. Ugh, I might as well die for once. Chapter 46, Leaving Home in a Fraudulent Death and Entering the Grange Again. Fraudulent Death. Jiang Zhengming listened to Jiang Ling's intentions, agonized and helpless. Jiang Ling said, I'm afraid this is also a technical job. Should I die today, or after some time? If I die again after some time, then let's let Grandpa Shou and the others treat me during that time? This matter of my leaving home by fraud was intended to be told only to my father. But who are the people who might not be able to conceal it when it is carried out? Father, think of a foolproof plan for me. Jiang Zhengming took a deep breath, first putting away the pain in his heart and organizing his mood, and said, if you really intend to swindle your way to death, you'd better die tonight. Your injuries have been examined by Jiang Songzhou and Jiang Yueying, and although they are not life-threatening, there is still the possibility of a sudden deterioration. After all, your previous opponent was a possible assassin from the Holy Land, and it's possible that he had some kind of hidden means. As for the covering of your body, I'll be mad for a while from the pain of losing my son and sending black people away with white hair, so that no one can go near your body. Jiang Ling asked again, and what if someone wants to dig my grave? Jiang Zhengming is speechless. Ling heiress brain circuit is really. This is not thinking a little too miserable. Jin Guangbei was tortured to death by your second mother, blurred his body and threw it in your grave. Well, okay. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and nodded. If you're going to die tonight, you'd better leave the Jiang family castle now. This is about to leave awe. Jiang Ling was in a bit of a trance. This lie of swindling to death or becoming a waste again was a ploy he had conceived when he had tackled the man in black in the jungle. At that time, he only had this idea, not realizing that once he came back to discuss with his father, he would have to leave the Jiang family immediately, more or less shedding. But Jiang Ling didn't hesitate any longer and got up from the bed, saying, then father will send me out now. Oh yeah, these things, count them as a small contribution to the family before I leave the family. Jiang Ling walked over to the table and a bag with the smell of blood appeared on the table. This is what I gained from going into the Kangara mountain range to practice and slaying demonic beasts. More than 40 vein opening realm demon crystals, 9-5 prefecture realm demon crystals, some demonic beast materials, and some medicinal herbs. There's also this 5 prefecture realm wolf puppet. Leave it to the Jiang family as a base card. Jiang Zhengming also walked to the table and pushed all the things towards Jiang Ling and said, all these things, you take them back. Use what you can use yourself. Those you can't use, take them and sell them. It's already my incompetence. The incompetence of the Jiang family, that I couldn't shelter you. So how can I make you pay for the Jiang family again? Take it all back. Father, these. Listen to father and take it back. Jiang Zhengming spoke with a firm resolve. Jiang Ling was helpless, but his heart was warm and he silently put these things away again. Wait for me for a while. Seeing Jiang Ling put everything back, Jiang Zhengming sighed and turned to leave Jiang Ling's room. When he came back again, he slipped a storage ring into Jiang Ling's hand. It's a cruel world out there. There's nothing father can do for you. Take these. Father. Jiang Ling's eyes were moist. He had planned to give the family things he couldn't use, but he didn't realize that he hadn't given them away, and his father had given him quite a few things. Jiang Zhengming took Jiang Ling into his arms, and his eyes moistened. Late at night, Jiang Zhengming secretly brought out 2 people from the Jiang family castle. One was Jiang Ling and the other was Xiao Tao. Crossing over the city wall, Jiang Zhengming brought them beyond Sangbei city and landed them safely. When they reached a secluded place, Jiang Zhengming put down the 2 of them and said, let's part ways here. Linger, I hope that when I see you again, you will have surpassed your father and become famous throughout the world. Little Peach, take care of the young master. Yes, master. Jiang Ling gave his father one last hug and resolutely turned away. Stepping into the jungle, Jiang Zhengming watched his back until he disappeared. Ugh, he sighed, then clenched his fists. Linger, Lei, I'm going to develop the Jiang family into a powerful family, one that can provide shelter for you and make it impossible for anyone to harm you. He swore in his heart and returned to the Jiang family castle, leaving aside how Jiang Zhengming pretended to be crazy. Let's just say that Jiang Ling left Baitsong City and once again entered the Tsangwan mountain range. There were roads at all 4 gates outside Baitsong City that led to the surrounding villages or other cities. But Jiang Ling chose to enter the Karag Range Mountains. His body's injuries had been treated by the combined efforts of Jiang Songzhou and Jiang Yueying, and he had regained a certain amount of combat power. Although he couldn't exert his full strength yet, Demonic beasts under the 5 prefectures realm couldn't pose a threat to Jiang Ling anymore. The next step was to repair one's Yuan chakra roots first. The reason he dared to dry shatter his Yuan chakra roots again was naturally because of that dim flame. If Jiang Ling hadn't communicated with the dim flame and told it not to repair his Yuan chakra roots yet, I'm afraid that his Yuan chakra roots would have started to be in the process of being repaired by now. Moreover, this time, Jiang Ling's Yuan chakra root was injured a bit better than before. Before, it was directly shattered into 8 petals, but now Jiang Ling only cracked it into 2 halves. Moreover, the dim flame had also strengthened a lot more than when he first arrived in this world. He estimated that in less than 5 days, his Yuan chakra roots would be repaired as before. Let's go, little Peach. First take you to the stronghold that the young master used to leave behind. Oh yes, Peachy was full of fighting spirit. Phoenix wing 100 cracks. Click. Holding a steel sword, Xiao Tao leapt forward and decapitated the bloodthirsty rat in front of him. Smooth landing and handsome closing of the knife. Then he ran to Jiang Ling with cheers and begged for compliments. Young master, little Peach can also kill demonic beasts. Well, not bad. Jiang Ling stroked little Peach's head and said, but that position just now, just now. You could have used a teasing knife stance and directly given the bloodthirsty rat a throat wipe. The throat is a vulnerable area, and the defense can be broken with very little force. Surviving in the jungle. Physical strength is still something you can save. Oh, got it. Young master. Xiao Tao listened attentively to Jiang Ling teach her about surviving in the jungle. The young master is now injured, so I am the young master's sword to protect him. Jiang Ling then went up, peeled back the fallen leaves next to a hole, and said, this is what I've found before. The first stronghold that's considered safe. I didn't expect 10 days to pass and be occupied by 2 bloodthirsty rats. Xiao Tao curiously looked inside and frowned. Young master, it smells so bad inside. The smell of bloodthirsty rats, I guess. Jiang Ling said, let's just clean it up and sprinkle some medicinal powder. Alright young master, leave it to me. Xiao Tao got busy. Jiang Ling also followed to help. Not long, the cave was cleaned out, and the odor dissipated. The 2 people burrowed into the hole and huddled together. After little Peach acclimatized, she asked, young master, how long do we have to stay here? 5 days at most. Jiang Ling said, Peach, during these 5 days, you have to adapt to living in the jungle and bring up your vigilance. This isn't like the last time you followed a team into the mountains. Be on your toes. Aha! Peach nodded vigorously. Alright, I'm going to start healing. Peach, you go patrol around the stronghold and hunt. There shouldn't be any demonic beasts above the 5th level of the pulse opening realm here. But you should also be careful not to fall into the siege of the swarming demonic beasts. Don't go too far from the center of the stronghold. Not more than 3 miles. You must be back before dark. Jiang Ling instructed her a lot and slipped her a few more thunderbolts before letting her leave. After Xiao Tao left, Jiang Ling took a breath and entered a state of healing. Jiang Ling is dead and Jiang Zhangming is crazy? When Du Ziting heard this news, his first reaction was, no way. The Jiang family climbed the tree of the Holy Land. And Jiang Ling's hidden means are said to be quite a lot. So how did he die? Who struck? Jiang Ling went into the mountains to practice and was victimized by a powerful demonic beast? Roots destroyed again. Dying from serious injuries? Is this true? As Du Zitang listened to the news that his inner circle had inquired about, the first thing that struck him as bizarre was the fact that he went to find his elder brother, the patriarch Du Ziyu. Brother, the news that Jiang Ling is dead, is it true? Du Ziyu said. It should be true. This is the news that came out from the Baizong City Lord's mansion. At that time, many people witnessed Jiang Ling returning to the city bathed in blood. There were also physicians who tested him. Who in the world struck? Was it really a powerful demonic beast? What do you think? Du Ziyu asked rhetorically. I think it's unlikely, Du Zitang said, unless the Jiang Ling is a little cutie that dares to mess with demonic beasts that shouldn't be messed with. It may not be cuteness, but perhaps it's generated arrogance? Du Ziyu said. Chapter 47, Su Shiyu delivers opportunities. What? Du Ziting was puzzled. It can't be, can it? Du Ziyu said. He was a waste since he was a child, and he married the sacred land exiled fairy overnight, and was favored by the fairy, and regained the ability to cultivate. Not only that, the recovery cultivation ability is also extremely outstanding. In Jin Guangbei's assassination earlier, he didn't know what method he used and even crossed realms to kill Jin Guangbei back. If you were a teenager, would you have thought you were immensely talented and blessed? This will be right? Du Zitang said after thinking about it. Du Ziyu continued. If it was a calm young man, he would definitely not have made the decision to go into the mountains alone for training when he had only just cultivated for a short while. Like Jiang Ling, it's rumored that he's also gone into the Tsangwan mountain range to practice, but each time he followed the Jiang clan's team. And Jiang Ling has only been cultivating for a short while, and he dares to go into the mountain range to practice alone. What do you think his mentality is like? Will he think that he'll definitely be able to soar? And that he'll be able to turn misfortune into good fortune even when he encounters danger? Du Ziting was speechless, and surprisingly, he felt that what Du Ziyu said made sense. Generating arrogance is his greatest weakness. Du Ziyu said. With this kind of mentality to enter the Tsongfangshan mountain range to experience alone, it is indeed possible for him to be bold enough to mess with a demonic beast that he can't afford to mess with. Brother, what you said is indeed very likely, right? Du Ziting hesitated for a moment and uttered words of approval, although he thought it was a bit odd. His brother had always been smarter than he was, and since he said it was likely, it was just as well to believe it. Besides, brother is the patriarch, so he can't go against brother. Can he? He's not stupid, Du Ziyu added. However, to say that Jiang Zhengming is crazy, this is unlikely. Du Ziting froze. Du Ziyu said, after all, he has 3 children, and Jiang Lei is also a young talent capable of carrying the Jiang family in the future. He also has a daughter, Jiang Lun, who is said to have been taken away to be cared for by the Holy Envoy of the Holy Land. Losing a son who has been wasted for a long time is just a matter of losing a son. It's not enough to make him go crazy. After all, he's also a qualified clan leader then. I don't believe his mental capacity is that bad. A brief moment of excessive grief, perhaps, but I think he should adjust quickly. Brother, you have a point, Du Ziting said with a dazed look on his face. It seems like we still have to be careful of the Jiang family. Du Ziyu, however, said, I've said that the Jiang family is only a minor problem, so there's no need to be overly concerned. Now that Jiang Ling is dead, it's an even smaller problem. Although Jiang Zhengming has broken through to the Dragon Spine realm, his subsequent cultivation ability won't be too sufficient. Although Jiang Lei is also considered an outstanding talent, he has limited potential. Zitung, our eyes should be on Chu. Make a trip to Blue Flame City and pay a visit to the Danding sect to see if you can buy a 5 prefectures foundation establishment Dan from them. We have to let Shan Yu lay down a sufficient foundation before entering the 5 prefectures realm. Yes. Du Ziting said no more and left the Great Hall. What good things are given to Shan Yu? My son won't get these good things. His face was a bit grim, but there wasn't much he could do. Who made Du Ziyu the patriarch? Du Ziting prepared his carriage and set off for Blue Flame City, the Holy Land. The House of Smoke. Inside the splendid hall, the sacred envoy Miao was pleading with Ruyan Lu. Holy maiden, forgive me. Jiang Ling he is dead. Lu Ruyan's face was calm, but the words that came out of her mouth were not merciful at all. What do I need you for if you can't do such a little thing? Saint Envoy Miao hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, saying, yes, Jiner deserved to die, but Saint Maiden, please rest assured that the assassin I sent out is also dead, so we don't have to worry about the news leaking out. So what if it leaks? It's just a waste. For this small matter, the Holy Lord will not yet drop a big sin on me. Ruyan Lu said, don't you think that what you should ask for a pardon for is that you made a mistake in gathering information about Yi Jiqi? Why does she have a pure willow? Why would the Holy Maiden of Taishu appear at the Red Moon Remnant site? The lack of information you gathered killed one of my sword slaves. You know? The massive pressure pressed down on Saint Envoy Miao's body, directly crushing her to the ground. Holy Maiden, rest your anger. Jiner knows she's wrong. Struggling to raise his head, Saint Envoy Miao pleaded for mercy and cried out, the Taishu Holy Maiden is not to be feared. Jiner has already inquired about one of her weaknesses. The pressure on her disappeared, and the Miaosheng envoy climbed to his feet, but remained on his knees. However, seeing her lips move slightly, she utilized the secret sound transmission method to transmit information about one of the Taishu Sacred Maiden's weaknesses to Lu Ruyan's ears. Lu Ruyan's face slowed down a little and said, if what you say is true, then you will be spared this time. Get up. Thank you, Holy Maiden. Sacred Envoy Miao climbed up. Lu Ruyan said, provoked by Yi Jiqi, the Taishu Sacred Maiden has already made a date with me to fight. This battle concerns the face of the Holy Land. I can't avoid it, and I must win. You inquire more about the weaknesses of the Taishu Sacred Maiden for me, and after this matter is done, I'll bestow you with the Spirit Platform secret pill. Yes, thank you, Holy Maiden. A light appeared in Saint Envoy Miao's eyes before he asked, what about the Jiang family side? Ruyan Lu said, Jiang Ling is all dead. Don't bother with them. What about Su Shiyu? Sage Envoy Miao asked. According to the informant, she left the Jiang family. Used to search for her? A ruined girl who has already lost her jade bones. What is there to worry about? Ruyan Lu said. Do you still think I'm not busy enough? Just keep a casual eye out. Don't worry too much about it. Yes, Jeaner knows. Go on. Sacred Envoy Miao respectfully stepped back and left. Holy Maiden of Taishu. Ruyan Lu looked into the void outside the Great Hall. Click. An unlucky sawtooth pig was poked in the eye by Peach, followed by a throat wipe. Its huge body charged toward inertia for some distance before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Food done. Little Peach put away his sword and quickly put the corpse of the sawtooth pig into his storage ring. Then Jiaojia leaped up and in a few rises and falls, he had already disappeared into the area. A demonic beast came over shortly afterward, smelling the smell, but nothing was found except for some bloodstains. Young master, back today. Back? How was the harvest today? Inside the low cave, Jiang Ling inquired with a smile on his face. Little Peach said, hunted and killed a brown wolf at the 6th level of the pulse opening realm, a sawtooth pig at the 5th level of the pulse opening realm, and 3 black clawed rabbits at the 4th level of the pulse opening realm. Young master, shall we eat pork or rabbit? At this time, Xiaodao's body was more slender compared to when she was at home, but it was also more powerful. A head of black hair was no longer tied into a braid, but was simply pulled up. A pair of necklines and pant legs are also tied with ribbons for easier movement. There's a bit more of a feral feel to it now than when it was a small family affair at home. Eat pork. Jiang Ling laughed. Peach, let's contact Miss Su tonight. Oh, contact the young lady? Good. Peach's eyes glowed. Jiang Ling began to dismember the sawtooth pig, and after washing away the blood with water, he roasted it with fire yuan power. On the other hand, Little Peach flipped his palm, and 2 coyotes and a small fox were released from his storage ring. In Xiao Tao's hand was a storage ring that could store living things, which Jiang Ling had searched from the black-cloaked man's storage ring, and he himself had one. However, he hadn't used his own, and the 2 white-maned wolf cubs from before, as well as the newly captured firefox cubs, had been given to Little Peach to feed. Peach is very fond of these furry little guys. For 1 pig, Jiang Ling ate 2 legs, and Xiao Tao ate 1, and also fed the 3 little ones some pork. The little wolf cub that had been raised for a month had grown up a bit and was extraordinarily affectionate towards Little Peach. After the meal, Jiang Ling took out his communicator and inputted yuan power to contact Su Shiyu. Not a moment later, Su Shiyu's voice came out from within the communicator. What's wrong? Jiang Ling said. I've come out of the Jiang family and started my training. Su Shiyu returned. That's good. How many chi veins have you penetrated now? 4. Su Shiyu seemed to be silent for a while before responding. Very fast. No slower than I was at first. Oh, not slower than you? Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. Su Shiyu was the former saintess of the Cloud Moon. Could this be assumed that he had saintess level speed in the cultivation of the vein opening realm's strange veins? Su Shiyu said. The fastest I could get through a chi vein in the beginning was 15 days. And you seem to be a little faster. It looks like it won't take long for you to get to the point of penetrating the 8 strange veins and reaching the peak of the vein opening realm. Regarding the preparations before entering the 5 prefectures realm, as I told you before, you can prepare a 5 prefectures foundation pill, and if you can also prepare the Xionghu vigorous pill, the heavenly elemental nourishing prefectural pill, and the earthly elemental nourishing prefectural pill. But for now, you can contact me once before you're ready to enter the 5 prefectures realm. Ha? Is there anything you can't say right now? Jiang Ling inquired. Su Shiyu said. Of course you can say that it's to send you a chance. Chapter 48, the 8 curious chakras passing through, returning to Earth. What chance? This immediately aroused Jiang Ling's curiosity. The dragon transformation pool. That is, the place where I once healed my wounds. Su Shiyu said. The dragon transformation pool. Sounds lofty. Jiang Ling sighed excitedly, then asked, by the way, how is your injury? It's already recovered. Su Shiyu returned. That is to say, you are now back to 70% of your former strength? Jiang Ling said. I'm curious, just how strong is it? Su Shiyu didn't respond to this question, but instead asked Jiang Ling what he had to do afterward. Jiang Ling said, let's spend some time in the Tsangwan mountain range first, at least until all 8 strange veins are connected before leaving the mountain. Then, visit the capital of the Blue Flame country, Blue Flame City. By the way, I plan to dabble in the way of alchemy, and if I need pills in the future, I'll refine them myself. Yes, Su Shiyu responded. I also understand the way of alchemy, so if you have any questions, you can always ask me. But it's best to have someone who can teach you by example and personally instruct and demonstrate. There are some things that can't be comprehended just by reading and explaining them. So, are you coming over? Jiang Ling asked. I still have my own things. Su Shiyu said. The way of alchemy, the way of refining weapons, and the way of rune formations. In fact, you should be exposed to all of these, and it would be best to study them in depth, especially the way of refining weapons and the way of rune formations, which involves the manifestation of your battle power after the Yuan spirit realm. Oh, how? Jiang Ling inquired. The so-called Yuan spirit realm, the condensation of the Yuan spirit, is the initial exploration of cultivation, beast spirit, soldier spirit, elemental spirit, or any other artifact spirit. Each has its own wonderful use, and the spirit weapon that is built according to your Yuan spirit is the one that suits you best. It's best to build it yourself. The way of rune formation can be useful in your condensation of Yuan spirit, or in refining weapons, or in alchemy. The origin of runes and formations is actually derived from the patterns in the heavens and earth, and after constant evolution, the current cultivable path was formed. So that's how it is. Jiang Ling drifted off. Su Shiyu gave Jiang Ling some basic knowledge of the Tao of refining weapons and the Tao of rune formations and then said, I'll give you these first, so you can slowly digest them. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Where are you now? Doing what? Jiang Ling asked again. I have taken in an apprentice and am preaching. Su Shiyu hesitated and said, male or female? Female. Oh, quite good. Jiang Ling revealed a smile and said, collect a few more, then start your own sect. Then the sect grew bigger and stronger, and slowly, it developed into a holy land. Su Shiyu's side was quiet for a while, presumably defeated by Jiang Ling's naivety. After a while Su Shiyu said, the Cloud Moon Sacred Land has developed from the initial Cloud Moon Little Building to the current Sacred Land, experiencing the time of two great emperors changing their positions. During this period there were ups and downs, honor and disgrace, prosperity and decline and prosperity, and so on and so forth for I don't know how many times before the current Holy Land came into being. How can it be that easy to become a holy place? And, forget it for a second. Hang up. Su Shiyu's side took the initiative to hang up the communication, causing Jiang Ling to reveal a bewildered look. And what? Young master, why don't you tell young madam about your injury? Xiaodao asked in disbelief. What's there to say? Jiang Ling said. Hasn't it already been restored? Saying it to her would make her worry for nothing? Oh man, it is to bury blood and bitterness in his heart, and then to stand before his woman in great stature. Peachy, are you out of your mind? What kind of life lesson is this? Alright Peach, tomorrow we'll go to the deeper parts of the Harem mountain range. Go to bed early and raise your spirits. When the time comes, we'll occupy an area and become a demon lord as well. Sounds like fun. Peach was excited. Communicating. Peach began to cultivate while Jiang Ling silently read his notes. Previously, Su Shiyu had explained to him the basics of the Tao of refining weapons and the Tao of rune formations, and he had memorized them all, and now he needed to digest them. There were also books on the way of alchemy, which Jiang Ling also read for a while. Originally, he had planned to follow Jiang Songso to learn alchemy, but now that he had left the family, he could only gain knowledge from books on his own. Feeling that it was about time, the two went to sleep. There is no need to rotate the night watch, both are getting into the habit of being alert in their sleep. On the second day, the two of them headed deeper into the Harem mountain range. This was an area that Peach hadn't hunted in yet, but Jiang Ling had already hunted here. Peachy, go, follow me to the rodeo and define our territory. Yes, enclosure was the behavior of demonic beasts at the top of the food chain to determine their territory. While normal 5th prefecture realm demonic beasts left imprints with their Yuan power on trees or rocks, Jiang Ling left slash marks with his Yuan power. The second-grade spirit blade he had before had shattered during the battle, but it was good to find the weapon in the black-robed man's ring as well. The best weapon was none other than the long stick used by the man in black himself, which was either of the 3rd or 4th grade. In addition to that stick, the man in black also had knives, swords, guns, and other weapons in his storage ring. Jiang Ling chose a wide-bladed long knife from among them, and after trying it out, he felt that it should also be a second-grade spirit weapon. After circling for an afternoon and sleeping at night, Jiang Ling ended up with a provocation the next day when he went out hunting. A thunder dog of the 5 prefectures realm snarled at him. Perhaps it was when Jiang Ling circled and encroached on its territory. Jiang Ling shrugged his shoulders as the fire elemental energy in his body boiled. You're the first prey I've had since my recovery. Drawing and charging, the bright flaming blade flashed. The thunder on flashed at first, but it quickly dissolved again. The body of the thunderdog fell from the air and rolled to the ground, its limbs twitching. Its neck had been slit and was nourishing blood. Jiang Ling withdrew his sword and let out a long breath. This thunderdog was only at the first or second level of the 5 prefectures realm. Surprisingly, it had already posed no threat to him. Slowly, the thunderdog didn't move, his life aura dissipating, and Jiang Ling snapped out his demon crystal, then collected the entire corpse. After listening to Su Shiyu speak about the basics of the Tao of rune formation and the Tao of refining weapons, he knew that demonic beasts were all treasures. Its blood can be refined into spirit ink or spirit sand for drawing talismans, and if it is the bones of special parts of powerful demonic beasts, it can also be used to refine weapons. He found the thunderdog's guardian elixir, the purple berry, and after picking and storing it, he left his lair. Jiang Ling toured the area, leaving his blade marks in new areas. Of course, this was neither the previous area nor the new area that Jiang Ling intended to possess for a long time. He was also going to take Peach on a constant quest to go deeper and deeper. 10 days had passed. Jiang Ling had already changed several areas with Little Peach, and the number of demonic beasts of the 5 prefectures realm that had died in Jiang Ling's hands had exceeded 10 fingers. Inside the cave, Jiang Ling opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The 5th strange vein, through and through. With more strength, Jiang Ling dared to go deeper. Of course, as they went deeper, the demonic beasts they encountered became stronger and stronger. After stumbling upon a Dragon Ridge realm demonic beast, Jiang Ling stopped going deeper and instead discerned the direction and started exploring horizontally. A month down the line, he had changed many places and killed more and more 5th prefecture realm demonic beasts, and his body was filled with the smell of blood. And at this time, a month had passed, and Jiang Ling had also penetrated 7 chi veins, and was only missing the last one, so he could penetrate all 8 veins. 5 days later, Puah dash. Jiang Ling emerged from the river with his head and wiped his face. A shower can be so refreshing, and it's a good thing this new territory has a river running through it. Going ashore, steaming his body dry with fire elemental power, and changing into new clothes, the refreshed Jiang Ling stretched his body. 8 strange veins, all of them are connected then. He clenched his fist, and the dense fire elemental energy lingered on it as if it was going to burn. At this moment, he felt that his yuan power was more than 10 times more than before he had penetrated the chi vein, not only quantitatively, but also qualitatively. Originally, chi veins could make yuan power take on characteristics and be strengthened. Jiang Ling's yuan power had also been refined by that dark flame, making it even more tough and powerful. Moreover, in terms of physical strength, Jiang Ling's improvement was also very great, and he felt that just in terms of physical strength, he was no longer inferior to some of the powerful 5 prefecture realm demonic beasts that were known for their strength. If I were to enter the 5-house realm in this state, TSK, but Miss Su still wants me to preferably prepare the 5 Fu foundation pills, Tian Yuan Earth Yuan Fu nurturing pills, and whatnot, and send me a chance to transform the dragon pool, strengthen a few more waves before entering the 5-house realm. I'm afraid to think about it. Will I float? Jiang Ling felt that he was quite strong right now. Well, in the same realm, it should be quite strong, but the vein opening realm? The realm was still too low. Well, it can't float yet. Peachy, young master. In a few rises and falls, Xiaotao landed in front of Jiang Ling, her hands becoming more and more sharp. Behind her, 2 young wolf cubs ran happily. Jiang Ling picked up one, rubbed it, and said, "It's time for us to go back to the human race's survival area to take a look. Sell some demonic beast materials and buy some supplies. I also have to prepare the pills I need, and you need them too, Little Peach, and it would be best to build a proper spirit weapon." And Jiang Ling broke his hands and counted a bunch of things, and finally sked. "It looks like there's quite a lot to do," Little Peach said. "Young master, don't be in a hurry. One by one. We still don't know which area of the city we are in." "That's also true." Jiang Ling stretched out his finger to point in the direction of the sun and said, "That direction should be the direction to leave the Tsangwang mountain range. Come on Peach, let's go back to Earth." Yes. Chapter 49, The Storyteller, Battle of the Holy Virgins. Beyond the Tsangu mountain range, Greystone City. This was a city that was even smaller than Beitsong City, and was not considered prosperous. It was said that the strength of the city lord was only at the primary level of the Dragon Spine realm, and some of the forces in the city, and then there were no other Dragon Spine realms. That is, there weren't many cultivators of the 5 prefectures realm. However, it could also be because cultivators were not prominent within Greystone City. The commoners here were quite active. Many areas were bustling with ordinary people. The streets were quite lively, but the vendors were selling ordinary items. Occasionally, a few tricksters could be seen, and these tricks were only rare in the eyes of cultivators, but they drew loud shouts of approval from ordinary people. Jiang Ling took Little Peach and entered the city. Young master, eat this. Xiaotao bought over 2 strings of sugar gourds from somewhere and handed Jiang Ling one. The two of them bit into sugar plums and toured the city. Young master, there's a fire breather performing there. Young master, this kitten is so cute. Shall we buy one? Young master, the embroidery building, want to go in and have some fun? Gang nung. After almost 2 months in the jungle, Peach looked excited to be suddenly back on Earth. What the hell is the embroidery house? We haven't been in it since we got here. Okay? Ahead. There were quite a few more people piling up, and it seemed like there was something fun going on again, so Peach immediately went up to them. She wasn't weak now, and quickly peeled out a path and led Jiang Ling to the front row. Oh, so it's a storyteller, telling stories. Snap. The storyteller slapped the waking wood and spat across the room. To say that this Taishu holy maiden, is also a poor person. The proud daughter of heaven, paired with the saint son of Taishu. That's a match made in heaven anyways. It's a pity that this Taishu saint's son doesn't know how to cherish it. He has become entangled with a female goblin. Is there anything good in a demonic beast's changed person? Those are all fox winks that seduce men. That Taishu holy maiden saw them metacomplex with her own eyes, and was so angry that she spat out blood, and has been left sick ever since. Alas! Pity that Taishu holy maiden, who was told by the Cloud Moon holy maiden about the grievances in her heart and knew about this weakness of hers, and having been hit by the Cloud Moon holy maiden's soul enchantment technique, under the chaos of the square, she was struck in the chest by the Cloud Moon holy maiden's palm, spitting blood again. Alas! Pity! The best part of the story told by the storyteller seemed to have passed, and Jiang Ling only heard the results. The Virgin of the Void? The Sage of Cloud and Moon? Are the stories told by the storyteller made up, or are they true? If it was true, this Cloud Moon holy maiden, was she referring to Su Shiyu, or Lu Ruyan? I don't know if this storyteller is telling an old story or a new one. He leisurely listened to the storyteller finish his speech, collected the bounty from the listeners, and prepared to close the stall. The crowd dispersed as well, leaving only Jiang Ling and Xiaotao still behind. Jiang Ling took out a few yuan coins worth 100 and threw them to the storyteller. Yo, this guest, you are atmospheric. The storyteller was full of smiles, arched his hand towards Jiang Ling and said, the guest is still not leaving. Is there something you want to ask the villain? Jiang Ling laughed. That's a wonderful story to tell. The story you're telling, is it true or false? Hey, what's the harm in being true or false? Isn't it enough to hear it wonderfully and feel energized in your heart? The storyteller laughed. Guest, your breath feels a bit scary to me. You must be a very powerful cultivator. This story of mine. Half of it is from hearing, half of it is my own additions and changes some. If not, it sounds uninteresting. That's so. Jiang Ling said. Then the Cloud Moon holy maiden in this story of yours, and the Taishu holy maiden, do you know their names? The storyteller said. I noticed that you and this one beside you were the last to squeeze in, so you should not have heard what I said earlier. The name of the holy maiden of Taishu is Li Jingyi, and the name of the holy maiden of Yunwei is Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan. Jiang Ling dawned. That means that if the story told by the storyteller itself actually happened, it was recent. Well, let's contact Su Shiyu later and ask about it. Jiang Ling thanked him and left the storyteller's stall. The two of them found an inn and stayed there first. At night, Jiang Ling contacted Su Shiyu. Miss Su, all 8 of my chi veins have penetrated. So soon? Su Shiyu returned. Where are you now? It's still in the Blue Flame country, a small town called Greystone City. You stay there for a few days, and when I'm done with what I have to do, I'll come find you. Oh, good. Is Su Shiyu coming back again? By the way, before that, I was all practicing in the Tsangwang mountain range, and also today I just returned to the place where the human race lives, and I heard the bookman tell a story about the battle of the sacred maiden. He told Su Shiyu the story he heard from the storyteller and inquired, is this true or false? It's true, Su Shiyu responded. This news, it's already spread amongst the Holy Lands, and it's also known amongst the great powers. I've also heard about it. Jiang Ling said, the current Lu Ruyan, isn't she very strong? It feels like she's so popular. Su Shiyu said, what you heard is a story after all. I know more. Lu Ruyan, although you win, you lose. Ha? Jiang Ling froze and asked, what's going on? Su Shiyu said, the Taishu sacred maiden, the void sky spiritual body, is able to weaken by 3 points for any attack against her. In conjunction with the Taishu ancient scripture of the Taishu Holy Land, it would be difficult for a Saint Sun level cultivator of the same level to break through the defense. Ruyan Lu simply couldn't break through Li Jingyi's defense. If it wasn't for Ruyan Lu's deception and the borrowing of external objects, the winner of that battle would have changed hands. So that's how it is. Then the storyteller's tale of the holy son of Taishu and the female goblin. Is there really such a thing? Is this the heart disease of the Taishu saintess? Su Shiyu asked back. You're gossiping? Gang Nung. No. I'm a man. How can I gossip? Just want to learn about the strange anecdotes and grow my knowledge. Su Shiyu didn't answer Jiang Ling's question, but instead said, perhaps, there is still hope for me to return to the Holy Land and reclaim the position of Holy Maiden. Jiang Ling, you still have this thought in your mind? Su Shiyu said. It's just a sigh of relief. Ruyan Lu took my jade bone, but her battle prowess is a bit worse than I thought, and she doesn't seem to have fully utilized the jade bone's abilities. Jiang Ling asked, you want to reclaim your jade bones? How could you not want to? Su Shiyu said, after all, it's something in my body. Jiang Ling stroked his chin and inquired, putting aside the jade bone of yours, if you and Lu Ruyan are strong, who is stronger? What do you think? Su Shiyu said, I also had a sparring session with the Taishu Holy Maiden. That time, I suppressed her. If it's all without the jade bone, would you believe me when I say I can suppress Ruyan Lu? Faith. Jiang Ling said, you used to be able to sit in that position of the Holy Maiden. Surely you didn't rely solely on the cloudy jade bone. I admire that bounty of learning in your head. Are you encouraging me? Su Shiyu said, it's not like there aren't people who have gone against the odds to become a Saint Lord with a mortal body, such as the current Violet Sky Saint Lord, TSK. This Violet Sky Sacred Lord, so strong? Jiang Ling said, anyway, I think you're very strong. On the other end of the communicator, Su Shiyu revealed a smile and asked, you've reached the peak of the true Yuan Pulse Meridian now. What are your thoughts about the 5 Fields realm? Ideas? Jiang Ling thought for a moment and said, ordinary 5 mansions realm is to cultivate the 5 organs, which correspond to the 5 elements, and cultivate the 5 organs into a strong and tough existence that can hold Yuan power. This process is also known as building a mansion. Cultivators whose own attributes are within the 5 elements have an easier time cultivating in this realm. But there are also many cultivators whose attributes are outside the 5 elements, like wind attribute, thunder attribute, ice attribute or something. But in fact, these elements can't escape the 5 elements, such as water begets ice, gold and water beget thunder, and fire and wood beget wind. However, cultivators of attributes other than the 5 elements generally also need to establish an additional Yuanfu corresponding to their own attributes, which means that they need to cultivate their 6 internal organs. Therefore, the general cultivation of the 5 Fu realm is to cultivate 5 or 6 Fu. But it's also mentioned in the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky decision that if one wants to lay a firmer foundation for subsequent cultivation in the 5 prefectures realm as well, then it's actually possible to establish more Yuanfu. In addition to cultivating the most basic 5 elemental Yuanfu, one can also use the reasoning of attribute catalyzing to establish more such as thunder attribute, ice attribute, wind attribute, and light attribute Yuanfu. In that case, in the subsequent cultivation and battles, it will be much easier for one to utilize multiple attributes of Yuan power to fight, with explosive power and the ability to switch Yuan power attributes. In terms of the Phoenix Fire Burning Sky skill alone, it's actually not a single fire attribute cultivation technique. In the realm of the 5 Fathers realm, it's likewise possible to utilize attribute transformations to increase the speed of cultivation and combatability. So, if possible, I would like to cultivate the all-attribute Wufu realm. Very well. Su Shiyu returned. I'm satisfied that you have this ambition. However, there's one more thing you didn't say, and that's the cultivation of the Yuan Road. Chapter 50 Phoenix Flame swallowed again. Su Shiyu lost her link. I know. The 5 elements Great Wheel of Reincarnation. Jiang Ling said. The average person cultivates the 5 Fugue realm, and it's enough to complete the cultivation of the 5 Viscera. But it is actually possible to further strengthen the connection between the 5 Fu, i.e., between the 5 Viscera, to establish the Yuan Road, also called the Yuan Bridge. When the Yuan Bridge is established and the 5 elements are connected, it is the Great Wheel of the 5 elements. Su Shiyu asked, are you going to cultivate this? Jiang Ling said, my cultivation speed isn't slow, so it's okay to stay at the 5 prefectures realm for some time to build a good foundation. Su Shiyu added, in fact, There is another method of borrowing external objects to cultivate and strengthen the foundation of the five prefectures realm, known as five prefectures embracing spirit. This method is more common in the Holy Land, and amongst some great powers. There are people who can do it, because it requires some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The average cultivator can't afford it. I haven't heard of this one, Jiang Ling asked. What's the deal with the five prefectures embracing spirits? It's just borrowing external objects to cultivate. After the 5 Fu realm cultivation is completed, or after the cultivation of a certain Fu is completed, integrating spiritual objects with the same attributes that can be fused into the body within the Yuan Fu can strengthen that Yuan Fu. The burning sky phoenix flame that I let you cultivate back then. If you succeed in cultivating it, it is considered a fire attribute spirit in its own right, and can be fused into the Yuan Fu of the heart. So that's how it is. Jiang Ling was dazed, then sighed. It's a pity that the burning phoenix flame was swallowed, and that dim flame doesn't listen to me. Let's talk about this matter later, Su Shiyu said. You can stay in that Greystone City for the next few days, and I will be able to go over after 7 days at most. Okay, Jiang Ling said. Then I'll cultivate in peace first, and by the way, I'll collect the pills I need before entering the 5 prefecture realm. Su Shiyu, hanging up. The comms returned to quiet. Jiang Ling let out a long breath, then entered the cultivation state, looking inward at his dantian. The dark flame was still in the heart of the dantian, wrapped around the Yuan chakra root, slowly swaying. This flame, why won't it listen? Jiang Ling was helpless, trying to maneuver the dim flame to appear in his palm, but as a result, he still couldn't do it now. Will it really keep devouring flames? Devouring other flames to grow? Don't you let me have other special flames? Is it so overbearing? Su Shiyu had told him that the dim flame might continue to devour flames, so she told Jiang Ling not to cultivate the burning phoenix flame yet. Wasn't it a bit unreasonable that he couldn't have his own special flame now that he was a fire attribute cultivator? No, I'll try again. Jiang Ling intended to cultivate another strand of the burning sky phoenix flame. First, there had to be a fire mansion spirit pill. As it happened, in that storage ring that his father had given him before his departure, there was a firehouse spirit pill. Nowadays, my Yuan power is more than 10 times of what it was back then. The time needed to grind the energy should be greatly reduced, right? Will Su Shiyu come over in 7 days at most? Well, it's worth a try. Jiang Ling swallowed the firehouse spirit pill and began to compress the energy once again. This time he was much more relaxed, and it took him just one night to compress this huge mass of energy to the first stage. Afterwards, he used Yuan power that was a dozen times stronger than before to form a seal within his body and slept beautifully. He woke up the next day with plenty of time to get more rest. Well, check out the stores in this town. Jiang Ling had quite a few things in his hands. Materials of demonic beasts, demon crystals, and spirit medicines, all of which he couldn't use for the time being at the moment. He first bought some essential medicines and food for jungle survival, and then walked into a spirit weapon store. This spirit weapon store sells spirit soldiers, inner armor, and armor. It also sells medicine cauldrons, fire furnaces, casting hammers, wind chests, as well as talisman-making tools, seal carving tools, etc. Some of the things used by professionals. This place basically has them all. Su Shiyu asked Jiang Ling to touch the way of refining weapons, the way of runic formations, to carry out practical exercises. These things were essential. Jiang Ling stepped through the door of the store, and the store assistant warmly came forward to greet him. I need a pill refining cauldron, and by the way, I'll also take a look at fire furnaces, casting hammers, and whatnot, and the talisman making and seal carving tools as well. This confused the shopkeeper and asked, what exactly is your profession? Jiang Ling laughed, it's not confirmed yet, just contact them all. Yes, this way please, guest. Listening to the shopkeeper's flowery introduction, Jiang Ling felt that everything in his store was good. The king's wife sells her own melon and boasts about herself. This is also because Jiang Ling is just understand the skin of these tools, really cannot judge the good and bad, only feel the shopkeeper boasts that their own family's things are good. The only thing he knew more about was the pill refining tripod, and when he was in the Jiang family, Jiang Sanso taught some of it, and he also read a lot of books. He chose one of the store's treasures, a third-grade medicinal cauldron that could withstand up to the flames of the dragon spine realm. As for casting hammers, seal engraving pens, pestles and mortars and pestles, Jiang Ling only chose some elementary ones because he was afraid of being fooled. But looking at the shopkeeper's still smiling face, Jiang Ling always felt if he had already spent money in vain. Well, Maybe it's just that people are professionally trained to face their guests with a professional smile. Bought a bunch of things and put them in the storage ring, spending over 100,000 yuan coins on Jiang Ling, the cash money in hand. Used most of it. However, there were also good things in his hands that he hadn't sold. It was also time to dispose of the loot in his hands. Wearing a mask, he approached a power called Zhujia village in Greystone City, where the three lords were all at the 5 prefectures realm. A weapon refiner, a pill refiner, and a talisman maker. Hearing that Jiang Ling wanted to sell demonic beast materials and demon crystals, these 3 people naturally welcomed it. 3 demon crystals of the 5 prefectures realm, as well as the demon beast materials on them, demon beast blood, and 3 more spiritual medicines made the 3 manor masters' eyes hot to the core, and made Jiang Ling their guest of honor. And these 5 prefectures realm demon crystals were actually less than a tenth of Jiang Ling's harvest. Your son's voice is young, so he is really young and talented. I wonder from which family. The 3 naturally also wanted to inquire about Jiang Ling's details. Jiang Ling claimed his surname Hai and did not give his name, which caused a blank look to flash across the eyes of the 3 manor masters. There were no strong families with the surname Hai in the Blue Flame Country, and there were no young handsome men with the surname Hai in the Blue Flame Country they had heard of. C is a fake surname? Or is this young man from outside the Blue Flame Kingdom? Jiang Ling wasn't comfortable saying it explicitly, so they stopped prying, and after the transaction was completed, they chatted idly. It was said to be small talk, but in fact, it was basically Jiang Ling asking them questions. Ask for knowledge of the way of alchemy, the way of weaponry and the way of rune formations. This made the 3 manor masters even more suspicious. This young man, asking such basic questions. Could it be that these basic questions were not taught by the powerful forces behind him? And, asking for knowledge of all 3 professions. Is this young man so greedy? He wants to be involved in all of them? Fortunately, the questions Jiang Ling asked were very basic, and they all answered some of them. If it involved their core skills, I'm afraid they wouldn't be so generous. As it was getting late, Jiang Ling regretfully left the Zhu Manor. Chatting with the 3 masters of the manor, he felt that he had gained a lot. After grinding the energy of the firehouse spirit pill for a while longer in the evening, Jiang Ling fell asleep. The next day, he approached the 3 lords of the Zhujia village and sold them a dozen or so demon crystals and demonic beast materials from the vein opening realm demonic beasts, then continued to chat. This made the 3 manor masters a bit helpless. They were also very busy. How could they just accompany Jiang Ling to chat and give him knowledge? But people have done 2 more deals with themselves, so it's not good to kick them out. So there was another day's delay. But on the 3rd day, Jiang Ling came again, and the faces of the 3 manor masters couldn't help but twitch. Can't you just trade it all in one day? As it turned out, this time, Jiang Ling had come to buy something. To buy pills. The 5 Fu Foundation Establishment Dan, the Heavenly Yuan Nourishing Fu Dan, and the Earthly Yuan Nourishing Fu Dan. They don't have them here, but they do have a Bear Tiger Vigorous Dan here. Jiang Ling paid 120,000 coins for it. He still wanted to make small talk, but this time, the Grand Banker directly gave Jiang Ling some books as a token of appreciation for the successful transaction, so that Jiang Ling could take them back and read them himself. This is because you're tired of me. Jiang Ling could only bid farewell helplessly. For the next few days, Jiang Ling stayed honestly in the inn, honing the core of the burning heavenly phoenix flame fire seed in his body. With his full strength, the speed of the formation of the fire core greatly accelerated, and on the 7th day, he really honed the fire core successfully, giving birth to a strand of fire. Then, the dim flame within the dantian was like a cat smelling the flavor of roasted fish, swishing towards the fire of the burning sky phoenix flame. Well, again? I won't let you get away with it this time. Jiang Ling couldn't manipulate the dim flame, but he could manipulate the burning sky phoenix flame spark he had cultivated. He maneuvered this wisp of fire to dodge the pounce of the dim flame. Ha! Really think I? Whoosh! The dark flames lunged again, their path surprisingly arcing. Jiang Ling once again maneuvered the fire to dodge it, but the dark flames split into 2 more, encircling the burning sky phoenix flame spark back and forth. I'll you at $%. Jiang Ling inwardly cursed as he watched the dark flames wrap the burning sky phoenix flame spark and lose contact with himself. This ing. Jiang Ling was furious and used his yuan power to bombard the dim flame again, but it was only impotent rage and did not cause any damage. The dark flames digested the burning sky phoenix flame fire seed, and the color became a bit more intense. At this time, it seemed a bit inappropriate to call it a dim flame anymore. This was because this flame was already as bright and swaying as a normal flame. Forget it, don't get mad or angry. Jiang Ling took a few deep breaths and thought, at least this flame can help me cultivate. And when I'm injured, it can help me recover from my injuries. Well, let's wait until Miss Su arrives. Then on this day, Jiang Ling waited until the evening, but Su Shiyu didn't even show up, nor did she contact him with her Yuan power communicator. Chapter 51, Bringing It to Me in All Its Glory. This made Jiang Ling worry. Did something happen to Miss Su? The next morning, Jiang Ling used his Yuan power communicator to contact Su Shiyu again, and the result was no contact. This made Jiang Ling in a difficult position. To go to her? Looking for? Don't even know where it is. Continue to wait in Greystone? His next stop was prepared to head to Blue Flame City. Within Blue Flame City was the Danding sect, the largest alchemy sect in the Blue Flame country. Only the Danding sect could steadily produce the 5 prefectures foundation establishment Dan. Jiang Ling was going to look for them to buy it. Only now, it seems to be dragging in Greystones. Wait for 3 more days. Maybe Miss Su was delayed by something and will contact me when the problem is solved. At this time, he had already reached the peak of the true vein opening realm, and he was not yet planning to enter the 5 prefectures realm, so he stopped cultivating first. During these 3 days, he began to study those books that the 3 masters of the Zhu family estate had sent him. It's all the basics. It's all understandable. It's just so much content that it takes some time to memorize. During these 3 days, he used his Yuan power communicator to contact Su Shiyu every night, and the result was that he didn't connect. This caused the worry in his heart to intensify. Forget it, let's go to Blue Flame City first. With Miss Su's strength, it should be a breeze to rush from Greystone City to Blue Flame City after she resolves her own matters and contacts me. Jiang Ling had a plan in mind and was ready to leave tomorrow. As a result, when the next day arrived, just as Jiang Ling was about to check out of his room at the inn, the Yuan power communicator responded. This made him so happy that he rushed back to his room and got on the comm. Miss Su, are you okay? It's fine. I was delayed for some time in Blue Flame City. There is a chance for you here. I explored it for you, entered a secret realm, and was delayed for 3 days. It's good that it's fine. Jiang Ling breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's really troublesome that you're still exploring the secret realm for me. What kind of chance is it? Su Shiyu said, I'll tell you about it when I go to Greystone City. Jiang Ling said, take it easy. Are you in Blue Flame City right now? Yes. Jiang Ling said, my next destination is also Blue Flame City. Let's meet up in Blue Flame City. Also good. Su Shiyu responded. The two hung up their communication, and Jiang Ling sighed in relief. It's good to be okay. He still checked out of the room, took Xiao Tao and bought 2 horses, and headed to Blue Flame City. The Blue Flame Kingdom had 128 cities, and the Blue Flame Imperial City was in the center. From Greystone City to Blue Flame City, if you take the official road, you have to pass through more than 10 cities. Horses were just ordinary horses that needed to rest and eat grass. By the time they walked to the 3rd city, 3 days had passed. Alas, the world of cultivation is just inconvenient for ordinary people. But then again, the speed of highly advanced cultivators is faster than the technology of the previous world. Jiang Ling shook his head helplessly and sold his horse in the 3rd city, spending a large sum of money to buy an adult demonic beast mount, the white-maned wolf. The 2 white-maned wolves that Little Peach had raised were still only juvenile bodies and could not be used as mounts. He shared a wolf with Little Peach and spent another 3 days to arrive outside the Blue Flame Imperial City. Blue Flame Imperial City, lively and prosperous. Jiang Ling and Xiao Dao found a remote inn to stay in, then contacted Su Shiyu. In less than a quarter of an hour, Su Shiyu appeared in Jiang Ling's room. So soon? Jiang Ling was surprised and invited Su Shiyu to sit down at the table. Miss Su, I don't know how to thank you. You sent me the Dragon Transformation Pool opportunity and explored the secret realm for me. Su Shiyu said, there's no need to be so polite. It looks like you've really reached the peak of the vein opening realm. Jiang Ling said, I've already taken a Bear Tiger Vigorous pill, and I came to Blue Flame City because I want to buy the 5 Prefectures Foundation pill from the Danding sect. As for the Heavenly Yuan Nourishing Mansion pill and Earthly Yuan Nourishing Mansion pill that you mentioned, I inquired about these 2 pills on my way here, and it seems that Blue Flame City doesn't have any such pills. It's normal that there isn't. Su Shiyu said, this was originally an elixir formula that was researched in the Holy Land, and it hasn't been passed down to this tiny Blue Flame country. I'll prepare the Heavenly Yuan Nourishing Mansion pills and Earthly Yuan Nourishing Mansion pills you need. You don't have to worry about it. This. Jiang Ling scratched his head and said, Miss Su, I really don't know how to thank you. Our relationship. Raw? Su Shiyu asked. Need you to keep mentioning thanks? Our relationship. Jiang Ling coughed lightly. changed the topic and asked, "Didn't you take an apprentice? Where is it?" "I didn't bring her here. Her name is Chu Honling." Su Shiyu introduced Chu Honling's situation, and Jiang Ling realized that this Chu Honling turned out to be the eldest lady of a family. Su Shiyu master was invited by his parents and received a heavy money to receive a disciple. This family, on the other hand, was already outside of the Blue Flame country and even outside of the Holy Moon Empire's sphere of influence. Su Shiyu had already run out that far? Jiang Ling couldn't help but be staggered. There are teleportation rune formations that are always open between the big powers, so you can use them by spending some yuan stones. Su Shiyu gave an explanation. There is also a single-pointing teleportation array within Blue Flame City, designated towards the Holy Moon Empire. So, Jiang Ling drifted off and asked again, "You said you were delayed in Blue Flame City for a few days and explored a secret realm. Was that secret realm the Blue Flame secret realm?" Su Shiyu asked. "You know?" Jiang Ling said. "Originally I didn't know, but along the way, I also inquired along the way. The most famous secret realm within this Blue Flame City is the Blue Flame Secret Realm. Every 3 years a Blue Flame Festival is held in it, a carnival feast for the young cultivators under the age of 30. At the Pulse Opening Realm, the 5 Prefectures Realm, and the Dragon Spine Realm can enter it and compete for the legendary chance. I've heard that there is Dragon Bone Essence inside, which naturally condenses into an elixir known as the Dragon Bone Elixir, which is immensely beneficial to the cultivation of the Dragon Spine Realm." Su Shiyu nodded and said, "It is precisely this secret realm that I explored." Jiang Ling asked in surprise, "You can enter? This secret realm has to be under 30 years old." "Ahem. Of course your age is no problem, but it requires the highest Dragon Spine Realm cultivator to enter. Moreover, it's not the time for the Blue Flame Mystic Realm to open, is it?" Su Shiyu said, "I have my own way to hide my cultivation and sneak in. Only, this Blue Flame Mysterious Realm is indeed rather miraculous, and although I was able to go in, I couldn't take the Dragon Bone Dan inside. The 5 elements Heavenly Spirit Water and the Dragon Transformation Pool Water can't be taken either. It has unique means of protection." "Wait, Dragon Transforming Pool Water?" Jiang Ling asked. "You said that the piece of chance you're going to send me isn't the Dragon Transforming Pool Water?" Su Shiyu said, "This Dragon Transformation Pool Water is different from the Dragon Transformation Pool Water I'm going to give you. The so-called Dragon Transformation Pool obtains the meaning of a fish leaping into a dragon. In some forces, quite a few spiritual liquid pools that can cause cultivators to undergo a large metamorphosis, or even shed their bones, will take this name. The Blue Flame Mysterious Realm's Dragon Transformation Pool Water is nothing more than spiritual pool water that has a strengthening effect on the meridians of cultivators at the vein opening realm. And the Dragon Transformation Pool chance I'm going to send you is a spiritual liquid bath that truly contains dragon power." "It really contains dragon power?" Su Shiyu paused and said, "It depends on how you understand powerful beings like dragons, I guess. Rumor has it that the formation of the Blue Flame Mysterious Realm is related to a deep-sea blue dragon. However, based on my observation and exploration of the Blue Flame Mysterious Realm, this deep-sea blue dragon, its pre-birth realm is estimated to be a powerful demonic beast of the Taiyin realm or the Sun realm. It is said to be a dragon, but in fact, it is at most an augur dragon or a snake dragon, a python. As for the Dragon Transformation Pool chance I'm going to send you, its original possessor, the Great Sage of the Flipping River, was a mighty demon race great sage in his lifetime, a magnificent being who embodied the Great Tao. But even so, there are records in the Holy Land that the Great Sage of the Flipping River is nothing more than an augur with a profound Tao. He felt that there were true dragons in the world and wanted to evolve towards the true dragons of legend. And so there was this dragon pool. In addition to the Dragon Transformation Pool, the Holy Land also recorded that the Great Sage of Flip River had traveled up to the heavens and down to the earth, searching for the true Dragon Gate, but it seemed to be fruitless. The Great Sage. Jiang Ling smacked his lips and said, "It's too far away from me. How powerful is the water of the Dragon Transformation Pool left behind by this kind of existence?" "Not exactly powerful, but just right for you," Su Shiyu said. "He can make your physique undergo a metamorphosis, as powerful as a dragon." "Okay, when are we going?" Jiang Ling asked. Su Shiyu said, "There's no rush, since the Blue Flame sacrifice is around the corner. You might as well participate. I can't secretly bring out the Dragon Bone Pill, the 5 elements Heavenly Spiritual Liquid, and the Dragon Transformation Pool Water, so you'll go in by participating in the Blue Flame Ritual and take those things into your own hands openly and honestly." Chapter 52, The Persistent Tormentor. "Participate in the Blue Flame Ritual?" Jiang Ling said. "That's fine. but I've heard that Blue Flame sacrifice participants are teleported into the Blue Flame mysterious realm based on realms. The vein opening realm was assigned to the region of the vein opening realm. The 5 prefecture realm was assigned to the region of the 5 prefecture realm. And the Dragon Spine realm was assigned to the region of the Dragon Spine realm. At my current realm, I should be assigned to the area of the vein opening realm, right? Probably what I can get is the so-called Dragon Transformation Pool water. I probably won't have a chance to get that what with the 5 elements Heavenly Spirit water and the Dragon Bone Dan. Su Shiyu said. I've also inquired about this, so I've prepared 3 sealed flames for you. Look, Su Shiyu flipped one hand, and a blue flame with a flickering blue light appeared in her palm. Jiang Ling looked at the blue flame and seemed to sense an aura from a demonic beast from within. So, it's a demon fire? Su Shiyu said. This is the blue flame demon flame from the blue flame mysterious realm, which I secretly brought out when I explored the blue flame mysterious realm. The 3 regions of the blue flame mystic realm are separate regions, separated from each other by a blue light shield, and participants from each region may not cross the blue light shield. But when I analyze the nature of the blue light cover, its origin is this blue flame. I've cast a secret technique in this blue flame demon flame, so you can use this blue flame to cross the blue light shield and traverse in different areas. However, my ability is limited, and I only brought out 3 flames, so you only have 3 chances to shuttle. Su Shiyu took out 3 fire storage bottles engraved with special patterns and filled them with the 3 blue flames, then affixed a yuan symbol seal and handed it over to Jiang Ling. After Jiang Ling put it away, he said, in that case, if I want the best dragon bone pill, I need to enter the Dragon Ridge realm. Do I have to compete with the Dragon Ridge realm's cultivators for the chance? That's a little difficult. Su Shiyu said. The so-called Dragon Bone Pill is useful for cultivators of the Dragon Spine realm. You may not be able to withstand the medicinal power of the Dragon Bone Pill right now, so that's not something you have to have right now. What you need is the Dragon Transformation Pool water and the 5 elements Heavenly Spirit water. Actually, it doesn't matter about the water of this Blue Flame Mystic Realm's Dragon Transformation Pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool chance I'm going to send you is too much better than the one in the Blue Flame Mystic Realm. What I want you to get is the 5 elements Heavenly Spirit water. It is indeed a miraculous spirit liquid, and I'm letting you get it in relation to the cultivation method of the 5 mansions containing spirits that I told you about. Miss Su, please elaborate. Su Shiyu said. I infiltrated the library cabinet of a top 10 family and found a record about the Blue Flame country's 5 elements Heavenly Spirit water. It's considered a strange item that can be integrated into the body to aid in cultivation. Although it is water, it has both the characteristics of the 5 elements, which means that no matter which Yuanfu you incorporate the 5 elements Heavenly Spirit water into, it will strengthen that Yuanfu and aid in the cultivation of that Yuanfu. That's so. Jiang Ling said. Then I'm the one who needs to compete with the cultivators of the 5 prefectures realm? Well, there's still fun to be had here. Have some fun? Su Shiyu saw Jiang Ling from top to bottom and said, it's even if you hide your clumsiness in front of others, do you still need it in front of me? Although you are at the pulse opening realm, your true strength is only stronger than even the peak of the 5 prefecture realm. Oh yeah? Jiang Ling awkwardly touched his nose and said, after all, I haven't fought against a real 5 prefectures realm, so I don't know how strong or weak they are. I don't think we can underestimate them. The cultivators participating in the Blue Flame secret realm are all young heroes of the Blue Flame country. Who doesn't have some real skills? Compared to demonic beasts of the 5 prefectures realm, they should be a bit stronger in the same realm. Do you call this self-effacing? Or do you really not recognize your own strength enough? Su Shiyu said thoughtfully, is it necessary for me to take you to meet a real genius? I feel that any disciple who walks down from the Holy Land's green sapling peak should be able to sweep away the so-called geniuses of the Blue Flame country. Jiang Ling, then how am I better than those disciples on the green seedling peak you mentioned? You, Su Shiyu thought about it and said, you are better than 99% of the people, and the remaining 1% may not exist. Doesn't exist? Su Shiyu said, the true pride of heaven, the great fortunate ones with special talents, don't appear every year. When there are no such people appearing, at the realm of the pulse opening realm, you are no weaker than any of them. If there is one, it is of unknown strength. I didn't pay attention to Green Seedling Peak before, so I don't know if any demons have come out, but I haven't heard of one that's too famous, or else it would have already sensationalized the Holy Land. That's right, Jiang Ling said, it's just that my means are a bit too few, and currently I only know Phoenix Soaring 9 Heavens and Phoenix Wings 100 Cracks, as well as the 2 secret arts you passed on to me. It's not too powerful, but it's too one-dimensional after all. Also, my blade is broken and I don't have a proper one. There are also those 3 kinds of pills you said. I came to Blue Flame City, and I also have quite a few things to do. Su Shiyu said. Just go about your business outside. I'll stay hidden in the shadows and guard the law for you. Protector. Jiang Ling said. Will there be a big person in this Blue Flame City who will make a move against me? Su Shiyu said. When you return from the Blue Flame mysterious realm with the most benefits, do you think there will be people coveting it? Will. Jiang Ling nodded and said. There are definitely some people who are cannibalistic. Su Shiyu said. Go about your business. I'll leave first. Wait. You don't live here? I'm going to stay hidden in the shadows. How can I live here? Also, I need to find a quieter place to refine the heavenly Yuan nourishing house pill and the earthly Yuan nourishing house pill for you. Alright. Jiang Ling had no choice but to nod. Su Shiyu left again. And Jiang Ling rested for the night before taking Little Peach to find the medicine store run by the Danding sect. As the largest alchemy sect in the Blue Flame country, their pill store could be found by casually asking around. And after entering their medicine store and casually asking the fellows, they took out the 5 prefectures foundation establishment pill that Jiang Ling needed. Jiang Ling didn't have many yuan coins in his hand and planned to exchange demon crystals and demon beast materials with them. When the fellows in the medicine store saw the 5th mansion realm demon crystals in Jiang Ling's hand, they also looked normal. Not surprised. Seeing him like this, Jiang Ling simply took out 5 prefecture realm demon crystals in one breath and still didn't let the store's big steward receive them. One could only say that it was worthy of being the largest alchemy sect in the Blue Flame country. And it was the fellow who had seen a lot. Jiang Ling not only bought the 5 house foundation establishment pill, but also exchanged it for several 100,000 yuan coins. Right now his hand was not too short of money. Not short of money? Jiang Ling thought about what he had to do again, and it seemed like a few 100,000 wasn't much. Leaving the Danding sect's medicine store, Jiang Ling inquired about the better forging stores in Blue Flame City. He was looking for someone to build a spirit soldier of his own. Many people had recommended him to go to the Mountain Shaking Hammer Forging Shop, a store that was on par with the Royal Forging Shop. However, the Royal Forging Shop was generally for the royal and bureaucratic children to create spiritual weapons and artifacts, while the Mountain Shaking Hammer Forging Shop was for everyone. Jiang Ling then arrived at the Mountain Shaking Hammer Forging Soldier Shop. Business was hot inside the forged soldier shop, and there was even a long line at the receptionist fellow who forged first-grade spirit soldiers. Even at the reception fellow for the second-grade spirit weapon that Jiang Ling wanted, there were 7 or 8 people waiting. How long do I have to wait until this goes? Half a year may not even be my turn. Jiang Ling was helpless and planned to change places. This brother, if you don't want to wait, you can go to the Heaven Mending Craftsman Forging Soldier Shop. Someone came over and said to Jiang Ling, although the Heaven Mending Artisan Forging Soldier Shop is not famous, the quality of the spirit soldiers it creates is still good. You're a trustee, aren't you? Jiang Ling crossed the man's eyes and said, look at what you're saying. Don't believe me. Find someone else to ask around. Master Lan of the Heaven Mending Artisan. That's a famous fire refining hammer. Master Lan. Never heard of him. Jiang Ling said. How is it better than Master Yu of the Mountain Shaking Hammer? Yu Yan? He's only worthy of burning fires for Master Lan. The man snorted. Jiang Ling didn't know what to think of this trustee anymore. What a big mouth. Many people who came to the Mountain Shaking Hammer Forging Soldier Shop were actually rushing to Master Yu Yan Yu. Jiang Ling no longer cared about him and turned toward the outside. The Mountain Shaking Hammer Forging Shop was crowded. So let's go to the Divine Gold Forging Shop, which he had inquired about and ranked second. Well, there were quite a few people. This brother, just listen to me. The Heaven Mending Artisan Forging Soldier Shop. It's definitely beyond your imagination. I'll go. Why did you show up again? Jiang Ling looked at the familiar trustee in front of him and said unhappily, you're stalking me? He hadn't detected this person's aura. This was a hidden expert? No. The man hurriedly waved his hands and said, I just took a shortcut and guessed that you would come to this Divine Gold Forging Soldier Shop. Brother, just listen to me. I definitely won't pick you. Our Blue Master, that is a famous teacher, has long been famous for many years. I haven't heard of it after years of fame, and neither has anyone else in this Blue Flame City. Who are you clueless about? Jiang Ling said, don't follow me or I'll beat you up. He turned to leave and thought about it, planning to go to the Obsidian Forging Armament Shop. Well, this was the third-ranked forged soldier shop that he had inquired about. Obsidian Forging Store is less people, but Jiang Ling asked and realized that they have a few orders for second-grade spiritual weapons. Want to build for Jiang Ling? That will have to be scheduled 2 months later. Alas, the Blue Flame sacrifice is just around the corner. There's less than a month left. Where can I wait? Jiang Ling shook his head helplessly. This brother, the heaven-mending artisan forge shop is worthy of your trust. Holy, you! Jiang Ling couldn't help but clench his fists as he looked at this familiar tormentor. Chapter 53, Maiden Alchemist. Brother, don't be angry. Don't be angry. This trustee hurriedly arched his hand and said, you look like you're in a hurry too, or else you would have already placed an order in the mountain-shaking hammer-forging soldier shop. In this case, I'll take you to that forged soldier shop to take a look. And if you're not satisfied, just come back again. It's just a look. There's no charge. Jiang Ling sized up the tormentor and surprisingly realized that his aura wasn't simple either. He hadn't cared about him before, but only now, under careful sensing, did he feel that he was vaguely exuding a dangerous aura to him? But his specific realm, Jiang Ling couldn't feel it, and he was obviously also utilizing the same secret method of concealing his cultivation as Jiang Ling. Where is that store of yours? Just west of town, on Cardinal Street. Alright, show me around. Jiang Ling said, if I'm not satisfied, but I'll turn my head and leave. Don't worry you, absolutely no problem. This trustee patted his chest, and also thoughtfully rented a car for Jiang Ling, taking him to Cardinal Street in the west of the city. The street was not big and not really lively, with a few vendors scattered about, hawking cheerfully. Jiang Ling was secretly alert in his heart. Tor led Jiang Ling to that heaven-mending artisan forging soldier shop very quickly. Senior uncle, I've brought you a guest. Tor yelled towards the store. Sure enough, it's a trustee. Hearing him call out to his senior uncle, Jiang Ling thought in his heart. From the forge store, a girl with pigtails of about 1.5 meters came out and slowly walked up to Jiang Ling and Toli. She sized up Jiang Ling, and Jiang Ling sized her up. At this moment, Jiang Ling's body was tense. His fingers flicked over his storage ring, on guard at all times. This girl, unexpectedly, unabashedly exuded a powerful aura of the dragon spine realm. And it was definitely not an ordinary dragon spine realm. This isn't a fairy tale, is it? But at this moment, the girl sized up Jiang Ling and said, this is the guest you brought back? This doesn't dress like a rich man. A rich man? Could there be a fraud? The yuan power in Jiang Ling's body was already poised to explode. At this time, Tuo Air, however, accompanied him with a smile and said, Senior uncle, don't just look at the dress, look at his aura. I can't even see through his aura. Yet it feels dangerous. This must be a genius of a great power who has been practicing in a low profile. The 1.5 meter girl resurveyed Jiang Ling, and her complexion unexpectedly became grave as well. Okay little bean, you still have a good eye. This customer, don't you keep tensing up. Although my store has fewer customers, it's a proper store and won't do any black-handed trading. Jiang Ling still didn't relax, and the girl shook her head helplessly and inquired, do you want to build a spirit soldier, customer? I come from the Sacred Moon Empire's heaven-mending sect, under the tutelage of the Grand Master of Weapon Refining, and I can forge spirit weapons of 5th grade and below. Only fine products come out of my hands, so don't worry about it, customer. Holy Moon Empire? Jiang Ling's eyebrows jumped. That trustee also said at this time, customer, if you have any requests, just mention them, I'll continue to be busy. The trustee turned to leave. And the girl asked Jiang Ling once more if he wanted to build a spirit weapon. Jiang Ling thought for a moment and said, I want to build a knife. A 2nd grade spirit weapon. Can it be done? 2nd grade. Are you sure you want 2nd grade? The girl said with some surprise. Although I can't see through your true realm either. I can feel a raging power within you. I'm afraid that a 2nd grade spirit weapon can't bring out your strength. Jiang Ling, not enough money. Girls. Is this really a genius from a major power who came out to practice in a low profile? On second thought, the geniuses of the great powers who came out to practice didn't have their own suitable spirit weapons? They need to come to him to build them? Some doubt grew in her mind, but the girl asked, how much money do you have? $100,000. That's really only enough to fight 2nd grade spirit soldiers. The girl's demeanor became a bit more casual as she said, thought a single big deal had come. Never mind. Idle. Tell us what you want. Knife. This style. Fire attribute. Jiang Ling took out a graphic of the embroidered spring blade that he had drawn and showed it to the girl. Yes. The girl looked at the diagram and asked again, are there any other requirements? Like attaching a blade-breaking weapon pattern to make the blade a bit sharper? Well, you can also add sturdy weapon tattoos so that the blade is even stronger. The power in your body is too strong, or else the blade won't be able to withstand it. With the fire attribute, you can also add the bursting weapon pattern if you want the blade to be more powerful. It's okay. The girl said a bunch of things that Jiang Ling couldn't quite understand. This made the girl even more suspicious. but she patiently explained to Jiang Ling. It made Jiang Ling understand more about the path of refining. As Su Shiyu had said, the way of rune formations and the way of weapon refining were indeed very related. Since it increases the power of the sword, it's good to add it. Alright guest, the girl said, but if you want to add so many runes, ordinary fire spirit iron won't fit, otherwise the knife will easily melt after a few uses. Well, it would be best if I could use the red flare spirit iron, and add to that the rune guilt for you, using my secret number 3 guilt. If there were any more fire attribute demonic beast bones ground into special bone powder and added to it when forging, it would also make this blade even more fierce. Would you like one, sir? Jiang Ling nodded. He would naturally be happy if he could strengthen the power of the sword. The girl asked again. The blade body yuan crystal you need, customer, is naturally of the fire attribute. I wonder how many are needed. How many? Not one? Jiang Ling asked. The girl laughed. For ordinary refiners, arranging one may be their limit. I'm under the tutelage of a great master. Believe me, if you need 3, I can arrange all of them for you, making your blade more powerful. A fire attribute, as the main yuan crystal, a fire attribute or wood attribute, as a secondary yuan crystal of an auxiliary nature, and a metallic demon crystal as an auxiliary attacking yuan crystal, so that the knife can be even sharper. What an eye-opener. Jiang Ling sighed. The way of refining weapons is vast and profound. What is this? The girl said. My master has built peak spirit weapons with 10 yuan crystals. Is the more yuan crystal the better? Jiang Ling inquired. Generally speaking, yes, but it also depends on the situation. Such as, Jiang Ling asked the girl for advice on the problem, and the girl really explained. Is there a requirement for the sheath? Is it okay to use the skin of a red flame demon python? I have the skin of the red flame demon python of the Dragon Ridge realm here. It's absolutely suitable for your blade. I can also make you a nourishing sheath, which has a power bonus on the first blade you draw out in battle. Is the skin of the Dragon Ridge realm expensive? The young girl hesitantly said. This can ask you for less money. Okay. Jiang Ling nodded. Well, the general idea is already there. The girl looked at the graphic drawn by Jiang Ling for a while, then said, what you're forging is an extremely strong third-grade treasure blade. Jiang Ling, have I fallen into a hole dug by this little dwarf? He couldn't help but think to himself, wanting a second grade, only to have the girl keep giving the knife enhancements in this area and that, unknowingly giving it an upgrade? Hiss. Jiang Ling said, I said that what I need is a second-grade sword. Young warrior, listen to me. A second-ranked sword definitely won't be able to withstand your scourge. The girl put on an old-fashioned tone and said, the fire attribute is also the most furious. You don't use a good spirit weapon. In case you have an accident in battle, where will you go to cry? Is money or life important? But I only have $100,000. The girl glanced disdainfully at Jiang Ling and said, do you believe this yourself? I gave you so much reinforcement, but you didn't reject it in the slightest and didn't look worried about money. Jiang Ling was speechless. And how much does the knife cost? The girl said, seeing that you are my first guest, I won't ask for more. Well, 1,200,000 yuan coins. I'll build you a. Hey, don't go. Looking at Jiang Ling who turned around and was about to leave, the girl hurriedly ran over to stop and said, it can be negotiated. This way $1,180,000. Jiang Ling stepped on his feet in the phoenix soaring 9 heaven steps and went around the side of the girl. The girl was surprised, and also performed a kind of magical pace, blocking in front of Jiang Ling again and staring at him with her head raised. Gang Nung. He circled. She blocked. He ducked. She stopped. He fled. She chased. The two are almost chasing each other out of Cardinal Street. The dark contest didn't seem to be divided into winners and losers. The girl seemed to be a bit impatient and said, Alright, name a price. As long as it's not too low, I'll build it for you. 100,000. Don't go too far. Jiang Ling thought for a moment and said, I only have more than 300,000 yuan in my hand, but there are some refining materials that I can pay for myself. So, what do you have? The girl asked. Chapter 54, The Princess and the Du Family's Prince. Jiang Ling said, I have demonic crystals of the 5th house realm. Fire attribute. 2 of them. He didn't sell all of his demon crystals. The fire attribute demon crystals were the ones he kept for his own use. The demon crystal of the 5 fu realm, said the girl. After all, it's a 3rd-grade spirit weapon now. Well, it's inappropriate to use the demon crystal of the 5 fu realm as the main yuan crystal again. That demon crystal of yours can only be used as a subsidiary yuan crystal, and only one can be used. Well, count you against 50,000 yuan coins. If you give me another 400,000 yuan coins, I'll build you a third-grade treasure weapon. I told you I'm at only $300,000. A genius like you must have a lot of treasures in your body. Just take something out to offset it. Take something against Jiang Ling thought about it and said, 400,000 yuan coins. Are you sure? Okay. Go back to your forge store and I'll show you something. Oh, is it a baby? The girl perked up. The two of them returned to the store, and Jiang Ling took out a long stick of tattooed gold. This was exactly his weapon that he had gotten from the man in black that he had killed in that Sangwang mountain range back then. This long stick. It was at least a third-grade spirit weapon. The girl took the baguette and weighed it, then inputted yuan power to try it out, and said, sloppy, belonging to the lower class among the third-grade spirit weapons. Well, Jiang Ling responded, bringing the baguette over and putting it away again, saying, well then, take a look at this. He took out another second-grade spirit sword. Sloppy, second-grade spirit weapon of the lower class. I guess. What about this gun? Sloppy, and a second-grade inferior spirit weapon. Jiang Ling put away all the weapons and laughed coldly. You're coaxing me again. How is it that every spiritual weapon has become inferior when it comes to your mouth? It's really not good. The girl said, have you never seen anything good? When I forge your precious sword, you'll know what a divine weapon is. Gang Nung. In that case, I'll give you a deposit of 20,000 coins first, and I'll pay the remaining 380,000 on the day the spirit soldier is forged. Is that okay? Sure. The girl said, you can pick it up in a month. Can you go faster? Jiang Ling asked. Faster? The girl cocked her head at Jiang Ling and asked, could it be that you're rushing to get it before the blue flame sacrifice begins? Are you going to participate in the blue flame sacrifice? Well, come to think of it, you do have enough strength. 2. You're not in the Dragon Ridge realm, are you? No. No? Then it's the Fifth Mansion realm. For the Fifth Mansion realm to give me such a strong feeling. You really are a super genius then. Jiang Ling was speechless. Let her think what she wanted. It's a pity. If you're in the Dragon Ridge realm, maybe we can work together in the secret realm. Cooperation? Jiang Ling asked. Are you going to participate in the Blue Flame Mystic realm as well? Yes. Why else would I come to this tiny Blue Flame country? The girl said. But I'm not here for any Dragon Bone Dan. Of course, I can take the Dragon Bone pill if I have the chance. Jiang Ling took out the deposit and gave it to the girl, saying, can you forge it in time for the Blue Flame sacrifice? The girl said, don't worry, I can do it in a hurry. That would be a pleasure. You're welcome. Jiang Ling was ready to leave and walked out of the store when he happened to see the previous trustee rushing over with 2 more carriages. Is this bringing guests over again? Jiang Ling thought to himself. MS. Blue. We're here. Mr. Du. You can get off now. Mr. Du. Jiang Ling's ears twitched. Would the one surnamed Du within Blue Flame City be the one he thought was the Du family? There was also the Blue surname. The royal surname of the Blue Flame Kingdom. Could it be someone from the royal family? A woman in a green dress came down from the carriage in front of her, while a male gentleman in a black power suit came down from the carriage behind him. Yo, this brother, did you place an order? This trustee saw Jiang Ling and inquired with a smile. Down. That's good. Don't worry brother. My master uncle's skill. That's definitely this. Tor said to Jiang Ling with a thumbs up. He then shouted toward the store. Senior uncle. I've brought you another customer. Okay, little bean. The girl walked out of the store and couldn't help but be stunned at the sight of Miss Blue. You're the eldest princess of the royal family. Her Highness Lan Kaixian? It's me. The woman in green said. I heard this man say that there is a master refiner here who is even more powerful than Master Yu Yan. Is that you? The girl smiled confidently and said. I don't dare to say that I'm better than. I'm sure it's not bad at all. But if Her Royal Highness the Rapunzel of the royal family needs to build a spirit weapon, how come it's not in the royal family's forged soldier shop? It's just some cooperation with the mountain-shaking hammer-forging soldier shop. So this master nephew of yours treats me as an ordinary person who goes to the forging soldier shop to place an order. I heard him say that there is someone even more powerful than Master Yu Yan. So I came to take a look. At this time, that trustee also looked at Lan Kaixian with some surprise, and said, You're the eldest princess of the royal family? Didn't I already state that? So what about you? He looked at the black power suit male again. Me? I am the husband of the eldest princess, the great emperor's son-in-law. The black power suit male smiled crookedly and said in a playful tone, Duke Du, please respect yourself, Lan Kaixian said. The royal family did not agree to the Du family's marriage proposal. Sooner or later, Duke Du, however, smiled leisurely, looking casual. Don't pull things between you guys at my place. Want to build a spirit soldier? You can make a request, the girl said. Still don't know your honorable name? Lan Kaixian inquired. My last name is Lan, the orchid of orchids. You can just call me Master Lan. Good, Master Lan. I wonder how many grades of spirit weapons you can build. Feel free to mention it below the 5th grade. What a mouthful, Duke Du said at this moment. Your realm is only the dragon spine realm. How dare you claim that you can build a 5th grade spirit weapon? Do you know what the concept of 5th grade is? That's a treasure that can only be used by Yuan Ling elders to raise. What are you? The girl froze for a moment, then held her head high as if to scorn him and said, Is your realm high? It's just a little mongrel of the 5 prefectures realm. Well, the roots are pretty ordinary too. I can beat you 10 times with one hand if you're like that. Duke Du's face went cold, wanting to get angry, but with a twinkle in his eye, he revealed a leisurely smile and said, Good, since you boasted about it, I'll place an order with you, and if it doesn't satisfy me, I'll smash your store. Your realm is higher than mine? It doesn't matter. There are experts of the spirit platform realm in my clan. The Blue Flame Country's spiritual platform realm. Ha! The girl gave a disdainful laugh and said, First, tell me what kind of spirit weapon you want to build? Square heavenly painted halberd. It should be of the 3rd grade. Metallic. With a 3rd grade artifact pattern. 3rd grade metallic demon crystals for the elemental crystals. And it should be crafted with jade spirit gold. Can it be done? Small point. The girl said. How to be considered successful? Let's set a rule first. Don't be hard to say you're not satisfied when I'm done. Duke Du flipped his hand and took out a long knife, saying, This is a 3rd grade spirit knife. When you build it, let them slash at each other. And whoever breaks it, loses. The girl took the knife and looked at it, saying, This little thing of yours is a bit interesting. Okay, the loser sends the other 1 million yuan coins. Dare to bet? Why wouldn't I dare? Snap, and the two high-fived. Duke Du withdrew his palm and said, I'll come to pick up the spirit soldier 25 days later to see how your halberd really is. Excuse me, the girl said. Your order is the 2nd one, and I have to attend the blue flame ritual afterward. Our bet can only wait until 2 months from now. The 2nd one? Duke Du frowned and asked, Who was the first? It's me, Jiang Ling, who had been watching the show from the side, spoke out. Duke Du only glanced at Jiang Ling before saying to the girl, What is this? Put my order first. People are in a hurry, the girl said. And, first come, first served. I follow the rules. Duke Du said. How about I raise you 100,000 coins? Oh, pay? The girl looked at Jiang Ling and inquired. What do you mean? Jiang Ling, you're not asking me to add money too, are you? You know, I don't have any money. Ha! Duke Du didn't say anything, but only gave a mocking laugh. The girl said, It's not that I'm asking you to raise the money. I'm following the rules, but you can build him first if you agree. Jiang Ling, I definitely don't agree. Duke Du's cold eyes looked toward Jiang Ling and said, Don't know how to appreciate yourself? The girl hemmed and hawed and said, Why don't you spend some money and buy his spot? Okay. Duke Du didn't seem to take the money seriously and said to Jiang Ling, Here's $100,000 for you. Give up the first place. Jiang Ling was speechless. Is this Mr. Du stupid and rich? Chapter 55, You Can't Kill Me. Claiming to have a spiritual platform realm cultivator in his family. Then this Du Gongzi was undoubtedly that imperial family. The Du family. 100,000 coins is small potatoes to such a core son of the family. Jiang Ling looked at the overbearing Duke Du and calmly said, Sorry, don't want to let. Since you don't know how to appreciate it, then go to hell. Duke Du said. His right hand wiped on his storage ring, and a bloodline dart appeared in his hand. He casually shot, and the dart transformed into a line of blood and shot towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's feet flashed with fire, dodging the dart, and in the next moment, he had appeared in front of Duke Du, and his casserole-sized fist smashed directly into Duke Du's face. The speed of this sudden attack was so fast that Duke Du couldn't react at all, staggering back a step and failing to dodge Jiang Ling's punch. But although Jiang Ling's fist smashed up, Duke Du's waist suddenly glowed, and a small golden shield suddenly coalesced around his face, blocking Jiang Ling's fist. Boo! Duke Du was shaken back, but was not injured. With an ugly face, he looked at the jade pendant at his waist and realized that a crack had appeared on it. Spiritual weapons that automatically protect their owners are rare. Surprisingly, It was wasted here just like this once. Duke Du's heart felt as hard as if he had eaten a fly. You seek death. Duke Du squeezed out a few words through his teeth. His right hand wiped on his storage ring again, and a tattooed gold and black pole blood-bladed square sky halberd appeared in his hand. He raised his halberd and aimed it at Jiang Ling. Yo, spirit soldier is not bad. The girl looked at the Fong Tian halberd in Duke Du's hand and a flash of light flashed in her eyes, but then said, I'm not a place to fight here, so Duke Du should be more restrained. This is Blue Flame City. My Du family does things. Who dares to stop them? Duke Du snorted coldly, his eyes carrying killing intent as he looked at Jiang Ling. Who dares to block? The girl hemmed and hawed and looked at the eldest princess, Lan Kaixian, and said, You're the eldest princess of the royal family. Do you dare to block it? Lan Kaixian looked at Jiang Ling, then at the girl, and said to Duke Du, Duke Du, that's enough. Stop being unreasonable. Even if you act strong in front of me, I won't agree to this marriage of the Du family. The way you're acting, it only makes me think more that you're just a dude. And remember, Blue Flame Country is the world of the Blue family. Blue Flame City is the imperial city. Duke Du, however, laughed coldly and said, Your Highness the eldest princess, doesn't the Blue family still maintain the royal majesty now? Or does it still depend on the maintenance of our Du family? It's only when our two families join forces that we can keep the Blue Flame Kingdom at peace. You want to save this brat? Yes. Promise the marriage between the two families and I'll let this brat go. Gang Nung. There's a story between this royal family and the Du family. It doesn't seem to be ironclad? The eldest princess looked at Jiang Ling and said, I don't necessarily want to save his life. I just don't like your arrogant attitude. If you insist on making a move, I will report it to the inspectorate afterwards and convict you of murder. The inspectorate? Ha! Duke Du just let out a laugh, clearly not caring. The head of the inspection department has become a member of the Du family. How can he be convicted? Just report it. He danced the Fong Tian halberd, spanning 3 meters in 1 step, and arrived in front of Jiang Ling in 2 steps. The Fong Tian halberd carried golden energy and chopped down towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling stepped on the phoenix soaring 9 heaven steps and easily dodged it, and a wide-bladed long knife appeared in his hand. He could sense that the Fong Tian halberd in Duke Du's hand was not simple. But the weapon he was more comfortable with right now was the second-grade spirit knife, which was much worse than Duke Du's Fong Tian halberd. However, a sword is just a weapon, and whether it can be effective depends on the person using it. Jiang Ling dodged a strike and quickly counterattacked with lightning speed. The first blade accurately teased the lower half of Duke Du's body. The speed of the knife was so fast that Duke Du was so shocked that he jumped away in a panic and a cold sweat. Without waiting for him to stand still, Jiang Ling's second blade had already struck, pointing straight at his brow. Duke Du's eyes widened as he tried to dodge again. Only his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Click! A small golden shield coalesced on Duke Du's face once again and was shattered by this slash from Jiang Ling. Duke Du also took the opportunity to retreat and get a brief respite. He took a few shocked breaths and looked at the jade pendant at his waist. That jade pendant had already developed a second crack, which made Duke Du's face even more ugly. How is this person so strong? Obviously the breath was so weak that it wasn't even as good as scum. Looking at the jade pendant around Duke Du's waist, Jiang Ling also frowned slightly. This Duke Du's jade pendant is really good. It automatically protects its owner, and it seems that it can be used more than just once. And how many times can it be used? In the next moment, the sound of air bursting rang out as Jiang Ling crashed through the air and appeared in front of Duke Du in a brutal stance, raising his sword to slash. The strong pressure caused Duke Du to die. In his haste, he raised the square heavenly halberd in his hand to block across the bar. When the long knife broke, but the blow was so powerful that Duke Du was shaken backward a few steps, and the bricks on the ground shattered. And without waiting for him to stabilize, he felt a force coming from the bottom up, half of the blade picking at the Fong Tian halberd. This tremendous force caused Duke Du to no longer be able to hold the Fong Tian halberd. The Fong Tian halberd was picked into the air and was kicked by Jiang Ling, collapsing a wall. Jiang Ling slashed again, towards Duke Du's face. Wait! Duke Du finally felt the crisis of death and shouted out. Jiang Ling's blade seemed to have really stopped, just as Duke Du had just breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Ling jumped up again like a fish leaping, and in the blink of an eye, he was at Duke Du's back, half of his long sword coming out again. Click! The golden light condensed into a small shield, blocking Jiang Ling's strike, but at the same time, it was also cleaved. It can be blocked from behind as well. What a comprehensive defense! Duke Du's face turned pale, his hands scrambling away from Jiang Ling, and he roared in a desperate rage. Kill me! The Du family won't let you go! Snap! The jade pendant around Duke Du's waist fell to the ground and shattered into 4 pieces. This jade pendant can only withstand 3 fatal attacks. Looking at the pieces of the jade pendant that fell to the ground, Jiang Ling grinned, revealing his white teeth, and raised his blade at Duke Du. You can't kill me. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Jiang Ling's body, Duke Du's body trembled continuously and he roared out as if he had changed his voice. I'm the first son of the Du family. My father is at the spirit platform realm. My Du clan has a Yuan spirit ancestor. You can't kill me. You won't live if you kill me. Plop. Blood splattered as Duke Du fell to the ground powerlessly. Hey, you really killed him. The girl froze for a second and said, anyways, this is in someone else's territory after all, and the Du family is still the head of the land after all. You're going to be in a lot of trouble later. Jiang Ling jerked off Duke Du's storage ring and said, if I don't kill him, I won't be in trouble? Do you think he'll spare me when he goes back? Moreover, the ground is. Here is the imperial city. It should be the world of the royal family. He glanced at Lan Kaishan and said, Your Highness, Rapunzel, I've helped you solve a problem. Don't you have any indication? Lan Kaishan looked at Duke Du's corpse and didn't react for a moment. Only when Jiang Ling asked her did she come back to her senses, took a deep breath, and said, You've gotten into big trouble. Jiang Ling asked, Could it be that what this person said is true? The royal family is now relying on the Du family to hold up its face? Lan Saishuan's eyes flickered, her expression hesitant. She was pondering whether or not to tell Jiang Ling about the royal family's current predicament. She was similarly unable to see through Jiang Ling's aura, but Jiang Ling was able to behead Duke Du with ease. This Du Gongzi is a direct descendant of the Du family, but not the first son. However, in terms of cultivation, he also had the 3rd level of the 5 prefectures realm, which was not considered weak. Yet Jiang Ling was still able to behead it easily, so his strength was bound to exceed this realm. Peak of the 5 prefectures realm? Or even the Dragon Ridge realm? I think it's a young man by the sound of his voice. Teenage genius? If so, it's worth the royal pull. Even if he wasn't, then he had become an enemy of the Du family. An enemy of an enemy can become a friend. Having figured out a few things, Lan Kaishan took a deep breath and said, The royal family has indeed encountered some difficulties lately, and the Du family is so powerful that it already has insubordinate intentions. This gentleman, if you kill Du Qianlin, the Du family won't let you go. The royal family can offer you shelter. Chapter 56 Lan Saishuan's pulling together. Jiang Ling said, The princess has misunderstood. The Yuan spirit realm is just that. It's not that scary. I was trying to say, Your Highness the eldest princess. This Duke Du died here, and only a few of us know about it. Can you keep it to yourself? The refiner girl snorted and said, Didn't you say that the Yuan spirit realm isn't that scary? Why are you still hiding it now? After all, more is better than less. Jiang Ling said, I still have things I need to stay in Blue Flame City. The alchemist girl suddenly smiled badly and said, Sooner or later, the news of his death is going to be exposed. And when the Du family searches for clues and asks me about it, am I going to say it, or not? Jiang Ling was speechless and said, I've placed an order with you, so you're going to sell out your guest's information? The way you say that, you even killed my guest. The girl said unhappily, I still have 1,000,000 yuan coins to bet with him, and this is a sure win game for me. You killed him? Where am I going to get this 1,000,000 yuan coins? Jiang Ling said, What's wrong with that? Why don't I bet with you instead? Well, this knife. He took out Duke Du's previous knife from his storage ring, looked at it, and said with satisfaction, 3rd grade treasure knife. Not bad, but it's a pity that it's not of the fire attribute. What precious sword. Garbage. The girl said disdainfully. The one I'm going to build for you is 100 times better than this. 100 times better? There has to be a limit to bragging. Jiang Ling said, 100 times better. That mustn't be a 4th and 5th grade spirit weapon? Hey, do you want a 5th grade spirit weapon? The girl suddenly came over and said, Now that you've taken all of that Duke Du's belongings and have the money, why don't you build a long-term spirit weapon? As long as you place your order with me, I won't tell anyone that you killed Duke Du. Jiang Ling was speechless. Good guy. He just seized a bunch of family belongings, and she turned her head and wanted to snatch them over off. Build a long-term use spirit soldier. But Jiang Ling really intent on it. He roughly checked the contents of Duke Du's storage ring. The yuan coins alone were above 3 million, and the other things looked good as well, estimating the total value to be at least 2 million yuan coins. How much do you charge for a 5th grade spirit weapon? Jiang Ling asked. $10 million without bargaining. Pit father you are? Jiang Ling said unhappily, Why don't you go rob The girl also spoke unhappily. Little brother, do you know what a 5th grade spirit weapon means? A divine weapon used at the Yuan spirit realm. If you take it, you'll have no problem going hard against the Du clan's Yuan spirit realm ancestors. No. Jiang Ling shook his head vigorously and said, there are only 2 million yuan coins in this storage ring of Mr. Du's. 2 million ah. The girl shook her head and said, that can't be helped. 2 million can only build a 4th grade spirit weapon. That's fine. A 4th grade spirit weapon is also enough for you to use for a long time. Come on, bring the money. Jiang Ling said, I didn't say I wanted to order a 4th grade spirit weapon. Is that so? Do you believe that I'll turn around and run to the Du family and tell the Du family the news that you killed Duke Du? The girl showed her teeth at Jiang Ling. Holy, you threatened me? Jiang Ling said, you give me back my 20,000 yuan coins, and the demon crystals as well. I'm not booking with you. You're not going to make me a dime. Do you really think that I'm afraid of that old Du clan ancestor? I'm just kidding. The girl changed her eyes to a smiling face and said, it's just a mere Du family. I actually don't put it in my eyes. But after all, we're in someone else's territory now, so it's better to be careful. In this case, if you add me another 1.5 million coins, I'll give you the opportunity to upgrade your 3rd grade spiritual armament into a 4th grade spiritual armament, so you won't lose out. $1.5 million. Jiang Ling stroked his chin and pondered. Well, actually, he didn't know if it was considered expensive. His previous insights in Baitsong City had made him not quite understand the value of 4th grade and above spirit weapons, and he hadn't asked Su Shiyu about it. He pretended to think for a moment and said, okay, but I have one condition. On what terms? Jiang Ling said, I'll live with you during this period of time, and you'll teach me the way of refining weapons. The girl's eyes widened as she pointed at herself and said, you want to worship me? You're overthinking it. It's just a simple transaction. Jiang Ling said, you don't need to teach me your core skills. Teach me the basics. Learning the basics, that's fine. The girl said, don't worry. Even if it's basic forging knowledge, I still have my own unique techniques. Follow me and learn. It's no worse. However, we also have to move first. If you kill Duke Du here, the Du family will notice in less than 2 days. They'll come here looking for it, and it'll be trouble to find you and me. Let's just slip away. Good idea. Jiang Ling complimented. Oh yeah. What about this Rapunzel? The girl pointed at Lan Kaixian. Jiang Ling asked Lan Kaixian, can the princess keep my secret? Lan Kaixian took a deep breath and inquired, are you really not afraid of the Du clan's Yuan spirit realm ancestor? Your own strength shouldn't be enough to make you so. The girl said, I don't have to think about it to know that there must be someone behind this guy. By the way, I also have someone behind me. We just don't want to get into that much trouble. You'd better not talk nonsense. Now the royal family's situation is not too good. If you offend me and this guy, again Lan Kaixian said, Master Lan has misunderstood. I will naturally conceal it for the two of you, but after all, the Du family is powerful in this imperial city. If the two of you end up being embarrassed by the Du family, you can come to the princess's mansion to find me, or directly take this token and go into the palace to find the emperor as well. The royal family will certainly provide shelter for the two of you. After saying that, Lan Kaixian took out a token and handed it to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling took it and looked at it, and after thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, thank you for the princess's kindness. This goodwill. Mr. Hai accepts it. Seeing Jiang Ling accept the token, Lan Kaixian couldn't help but smile. It's good that you didn't reject it. There's a chance of pulling it together. But this Grandmaster Lan is right. This Jiang Ling is so powerful at such a young age. There must be someone high up behind him. She had previously wanted to take advantage of Jiang Ling's offense against the Du family to first draw them in and then recruit them. Now it seemed that people might not look at this small blue flame kingdom's royal family. It can be a friend, and it might be a strong foreign aid at a critical moment. Rapunzel thought in her heart. Let's go. Beanie, pack up. Okay, little master. The two of them went inside to clean up the store while Jiang Ling tried to put away Duke Du's body. Prince Hai, leave the corpse to me. Lan Kaixian said. I will give the Du family an explanation. Oh, what are you going to explain? Jiang Ling inquired. I would say that he offended a Yuan spirit realm powerhouse and was beheaded by a Yuan spirit realm powerhouse. Yuan spirit realm, the Du clan has to weigh a few points as well. So, you think that the high person behind me is only at the Yuan spirit realm? Jiang Ling inquired. I wouldn't dare. Lan Kaixian said. To be able to defy the Du clan's old ancestor, one should at least be at the Yuan spirit realm. Maybe letting them underestimate their enemies will pit them against one or two others. Anyway, don't worry, Duke. Hi. I won't disclose Duke's information is all. Then I'll leave it to you. Jiang Ling searched the corpse again and found nothing, handing the body over to Lan Kaixian. Lan Kaixian left. The girl and her nephew quickly emptied the store and walked out saying, "Where are we going? This is the west side of the city. Why don't we go to the east side of the city?" Jiang Ling said, "I don't know much about Blue Flame City. You find a place." "Alright, young master nephew, go find a place. Something secluded." The young master nephew who had worked as a trustee and walked the streets was indeed familiar with Blue Flame City and led the two of them straight to their destination. Secluded was indeed secluded enough. Just too shabby. Most of the people living in this area were ordinary people who didn't cultivate. Just like the slums on the side of the luxurious city in the previous life. There's a place like this in the rich imperial city of Blue Flame. TSK. Jiang Ling sighed. Egu. Uncle. Just a little cheaper. Okay? Please, please, please. Not far away. Master Lan, the master refiner, was relying on his petite appearance to pamper the uncle owner of the store, leaving Jiang Ling speechless for a while. The uncle's colorful soul granted that he was dazzled by the girl's lovely appearance and giggled as he agreed to the girl's request. After it was done, the uncle collected the money and drifted away, and the girl turned her head and stuck out a thumbs up to Jiang Ling. "As for you," Jiang Ling said breathlessly, "a few $100s of rent. You open and shut hundreds of thousands of up and down the refining master. In order to this money, even to such a point, a few hundred yuan coins is not money now. Don't know how expensive it is if you're not at home." The girl said, "I think when I was in trouble, a dollar coin I had to keep close as a treasure. You have hard times too? Can't imagine it." Jiang Ling touched his nose and said, "You guys clean up first, I'll go pick up a companion." "You have company?" "There is." "How many?" "One. One is okay. Take over." Jiang Ling went back to the inn to find Xiaotao. Earlier, she had gone off on her own to spy on the news. Back at the inn, Jiang Ling saw that Xiaotao was already waiting in the guest room. "Young master, you're finally back." Xiaotao stepped forward and took out a palm-sized pamphlet, saying, "Young master, look at this. This is the information of some of the more famous participants at this Blue Flame ritual, and some people are secretly selling this." Chapter 57, Participants of the Blue Flame Ritual. Jiang Ling opened it and looked at it, and Xiaotao continued, "The number of people attending the Blue Flame sacrifice exceeds 1,000 every time. The three great families have people attending every year, as do the top 8 families. I also heard from an old man that because the Blue Flame ritual is held once every 3 years, the interval isn't too long, so it's not the first time some people have participated. Some of them have already gained the benefits inside, and they take pleasure in killing and seizing treasures in the Blue Flame's secret realm. Young master, be careful when you run into these people." "Well done, little peach," Jiang Ling said. "Pack up your things, let's move." "Move where?" "A secluded place." "Good." The two also quickly finished packing and retired to the guest room. Coming to the east of the city in the People's District, the store that had just been rented, Jiang Ling found that the two of them had already packed up, and all the furnishings that should be in a forge store had been put up. Jiang Ling looked up and frowned. He approached the store, saw the nephew who was packing up his belongings, and asked, "Why is the sign of the Heaven Mending Artisans Forging Soldier Shop still hanging on the top of this store?" The master nephew grinned and said, "Brother, hi. This was originally a plaque for our store." Seeing the girl holding a piece of unknown metal as big as a person's head over, Jiang Ling said to her, "We are the ones who just got into trouble, and you're still hanging this plaque. Are you afraid that the Du family's people won't be able to smell it and find it?" "That's all I have. A plaque." The girl beamed and said, "Besides, in such a remote place, how could the Du family find it?" "Yo, is this the companion you brought back? What a cute sister." The girl suddenly scurried over to Peach and raised her arm, wanting to touch Peach's head. Peach was a bit taller than this girl. It was rather strange for this girl to act like a big sister. Peach dodged twice, but the girl's hand touched Peach's head as if she could track it. Little Peach looked at Jiang Ling accusingly. "Cough. Master Lan, stop it." Jiang Ling said, "It's better to take off the plaque." The girl shook her head. "Who knows about this forge store of mine when it's off?" Jiang Ling said, "Are you really doing business? Why do you find such a remote place for doing business? You're just here in Blue Flame City waiting for the time when the Blue Flame ritual opens. Business or not, it doesn't matter, right? Besides, who's going to see a plaque in such an out-of-the-way place?" "Really?" The girl deflated and called out, "Doozy, take the plaque off. This, have to Lou." Master nephew cried and laughed. This plaque or master uncle just let him hang up soon. After the plaque was removed, the girl called Jiang Ling over, patted the lump of metal he had carried over, and asked, "Do you know what kind of spirit gold this is?" Jiang Ling became interested and stared at the lump of metal for a while, saying, "Could it be the red flare spirit iron you mentioned?" Red flare spirit iron is fine for forging 3rd grade spirit weapons, but not 4th grade. The girl said, "This is phoenix iron spirit ore. Look at the pattern on it. Doesn't it look like a fire phoenix feather? This is my prized collection, so give this guy of yours a chance to use it, and be greatly thankful." "Not sure." Jiang Ling shook his head and said, "But I suddenly thought of a question. Would it take more time to forge a 4th grade spirit weapon? Will it be in time before the blue flame sacrifice?" "Don't worry about this. It's no worse for me," the girl said. Spirit weapons below the 4th grade generally require the processes of selecting materials, refining gold, molding, embedding cores, inscribing and gilding, and the later stages. It's nothing more than a longer process of alchemy, but it's not a delay. "Trust in my strength." "All right." Jiang Ling nodded. "Didn't you want me to teach you about refining? It's just as well. I'll teach you about gold refining first, using spirit fire to extract the spirit gold essence within the spirit ore." "Okay, I'll watch you do it practically," Jiang Ling said, rubbing his fists. Coming in front of the fireplace, the girl raised her hand and twisted it, and a blood-red flame appeared at her fingertips. The moment this blood-red flame appeared, Jiang Ling seemed to feel the dim flame inside his body jump a little. He seemed to have transmitted an intention that was longing for this blood-red flame, wanting to devour it. "Is this also a special spirit fire?" Jiang Ling thought as he looked at the blood-colored flame in the girl's hand. The girl casually waved her hand and the blood-colored flames were thrown into the fire furnace. The next moment there was a loud boom, and a blazing fire ignited within the fire furnace. This is the furnace that is specially used for refining weapons, which can increase the power of the flame and facilitate calcination. Afterwards, the girl lifted the piece of phoenix iron spirit ore and threw it into the furnace. At this moment, he began to explain to Jiang Ling, "The process of refining spirit gold is a very time-consuming and energy-consuming process. It mainly depends on the strength of the spirit gold and how rich the essence of the original ore is. Of course, it is also related to one's own cultivation. With a cultivation level like mine, coupled with this blood demon flame of mine, extracting 5th grade spirit gold can be done. And for beginners with a lower realm, they can usually only extract low-grade metals or other materials. Of course, it can't be ruled out that there are some high-grade spirit gold that is originally pure and can be used without refining. If you want to cut this process out, you can go to some stores and buy ready-made already refined spirit gold. It's just spending money to save money. Of course, extraction is only the first step. There are some spirit golds that, in their pure form, may not work well or have flaws. At this point there needs to be a second step. Fusion. Add some other spirit gold, or add demonic beast bone powder, or other materials to increase the strength of the spirit gold. As for what to add, it will require your extensive knowledge and experience. Sounds a bit like manufacturing alloys. Jiang Ling couldn't help but think of a term from his previous life. The girl began to operate in earnest, increasing the intensity of the flames, and the specialized fireplace seemed to have blue veins flickering constantly. The girl explained again. Professional fireplaces usually have insulating runes engraved on them. It's to prevent the energy in the fireplace from radiating out. Otherwise, it would both lower the temperature inside the fireplace and make the people outside the fireplace uncomfortably hot. In order to speed things up, I am now raising the blood demon flame to its maximum energy, and the heat insulating ability of this fireplace is close to its limit, which is why this heat insulating rune is constantly flashing. You should also remember this. When the heat insulating runes are flashing, don't increase the temperature, otherwise it will be detrimental to the fire furnace. A good refining fire furnace is also expensive. Jiang Ling hummed and used it as a response, staring earnestly at the way the girl manipulated the flames. Alchemy, indeed, has some doors. Perhaps it was also an art. Jiang Ling just felt that the girl's gesture of manipulating the flames carried a bit of panache. This refining lasted for a whole day, and the girl also gave Jiang Ling a lot of knowledge. By the time evening came, the girl maneuvered a black metallic liquid to float out of the furnace. She controlled the massive liquid and entered a special black stone box that had been prepared long ago. "This is considered refining completed?" Jiang Ling asked. "If you're just asking about the refining, that's considered done," the girl said. "But there are many more steps behind it before the refining one is considered complete. Rest today and continue tomorrow." "Fine." Jiang Ling stretched. Returning to his room in the evening, Jiang Ling took whichever pamphlet Xiaotao had given him and read it. On it, there was information on some of the powerful players participating in the Blue Flame ritual this time. Of the Pulse opening realm, Du Lingfang, one of the Du family's 4th generation frontrunners, peak Pulse opening realm, just turned 16? Much faster than Alei's cultivation speed. Li Feng Yun of the Li family, one of the 4th generation frontrunners of the Li family of the 3 great families, peak of the Pulse opening realm, also just turned 16. The Niu family is even stronger. A 15-year-old at the peak of the Pulse opening realm. TSK, the 3 great clans are really not simple. The 4th generation's frontrunner is already on the verge of entering the 5 prefectures realm. Lan Ziming, Imperial family, peak Pulse opening realm. Well, the Imperial family isn't simple either. The people from the 8 strongest families are all in here as well, but they are the 3rd generation and not the frontrunners. But there are 7 of them who are at the peak of the Pulse opening realm. TSK, the top 8 families aren't weak either. They also have spirit platform realm powerhouses in their families, and their family businesses aren't small. 5 prefecture realm, Du Qianhai, peak 5 prefecture realm, 3rd generation of the Du family. Water attribute, has already participated in the Blue Flame sacrifice once. It looks like this. Chapter 58, so it's Master Mei. Li Jin Lei of the Li family, Thunder attribute, peak of the 5 prefectures realm, has also participated once. These 3 great clans, they just have deep roots. The Pulse opening realm, the 5 prefectures realm, they all have peak cultivators of the corresponding realms participating, and some of them have participated more than once. This Blue Flame mysterious realm requires those who are still under the age of 30. These people, there's still quite a bit of potential in the future. Alas, when I think about my Jiang family, it's the ones with okay talent that want to cultivate to the 5 prefectures realm. That's usually 30. Not to mention getting to the peak of the 5 prefectures realm. The gap between an ordinary family and the 3 great families is really not that big. The royal family surprisingly only has one at the 4th level of the 5 prefectures realm. An outsider? Someone from the Holy Moon Empire's state sect. The Holy Moon sect? Also at the peak of the 5 prefectures realm? There are quite a few peak experts at this level of the 5 prefectures realm. Wait, this portrait. Jiang Ling stared at the portrait of a man named Zhu Gang and couldn't help but be dismayed. Isn't this the trustee? The portrait of this man named Zhu Gang was none other than that nephew of Master Lan. Earlier, when I heard Master Lan call him Little Duzzy, I thought he had the word Do in his name. But now he was actually called Zhu Gang? He jumped out of bed quickly and walked over to Yugen's bedroom, knocking on the door. Brother, hi. What's up? Is this you? Coincidence, I guess. Is that so? Jiang Ling said. It also says in this pamphlet that it comes from the Holy Moon Empire's heaven-mending sect. Coincidence, I guess. Coincidence your ass. So your name is Zhu Gang. This. Zhu Gang scratched his head and said, going out, be careful. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Is your last name really Hai? Really? You swear? No hair. Ha. Zhu Gang also took out a pamphlet identical to the one in Jiang Ling's hand and shook it, saying, I've looked at this too. How come there doesn't seem to be a portrait of you? There are none in the 5 prefectures realm or the Dragon Ridge realm. But you are definitely not simple. So did you look around in the chakra opening realm? You're at the vein opening realm? Too perverted, right? Zhu Gang was astonished and looked through it, but after half a day of searching, he said doubtfully, there's no you. Jiang Ling shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't say I'm at the vein opening realm. So your realm is confidential. Zhu Gang's face darkened. Jiang Ling looked at the cover of the pamphlet, then carefully looked at the back, and said, the writer of this pamphlet is quite a bull. Knowing the participants of the 3 great clans' 8 strongest clans, and those who came from refining Sacred Moon Empire are also clear. Sacred Moon sect visitors are said to be invited by the royal family and the Du family. There is no low profile, and it's normal for them to know when they show up brightly. How is it that you, the sneaky one, have gotten into the eyes of this preparer? What do you mean by sneaking around? Zhu Gang said unhappily, I'm just ordinary looking and not easily noticed. Jiang Ling flipped back to look at the powerful contestants in the Dragon Ridge realm behind him. Li Qinyan, who ranks first in the Dragon Spine realm, the 2nd generation of the Li family, 3rd level of the Dragon Spine realm. Is this portrait serious? Why does it look so old? Is it really not over 30? Zhu Gang lightly coughed and said, it's not written. People used to cultivate earth attribute mainly. Looks a bit earthy. In 2nd place, Du Ziyue, 3rd level of the Dragon Spine realm. 3rd place. Ha, this 4th. Jiang Ling pointed to the third girl's portrait and showed it to Zhu Gang, saying, "Do you dare to say that this is not that senior uncle of yours? Your master's uncle's name is Meiyu? I'll talk to your senior uncle." She also said her surname is Lan. Jiang Ling turned around, ready to leave. "Forget it." Zhu Gang pulled him back and said, "Even if you tell your senior uncle, she won't care and will admit it in a big way, much less be embarrassed. I came up with this idea of using a fake name. Senior uncle. He doesn't care about these side issues. In this way Jiang Ling said, "Your senior uncle is quite powerful, ranked in the 4th place. This sacred moon sect's visitors are all ranked 5th. Zhu Gang said, "The information of the people in this pamphlet is believable, but don't trust the rankings. If we really want to fight, in the same rank situation, the ones from the Sacred Moon Empire can hang the native ones of the Blue Flame Country. It's probably written this way to take care of the face of the 3 great families of the Blue Flame Country. What I'm just curious about is why you're not on this. I'm a nobody." Jiang Ling closed the booklet and said, "Who wrote this booklet? Do you know?" Zhu Gang thought for a moment and said, "There is 100 Dawn sect in the Sacred Moon Empire, and its inner and outer disciples are spread throughout the various regions under the jurisdiction of the Sacred Moon Empire. The Blue Flame Kingdom is also an imperial vassal. There should be people from the 100 Dawn sect here as well. The only people I can think of who are that well informed are probably the people from the 100 Dawn sect." "The 100 Dawn sect Jiang Ling said, "Do they have any characteristics?" "The characteristics are probably just not characteristic," Zhu Gang said. "Inside, there are bulls and snakes. The 3 religions and 9 streams are basically all there. There are powerful and strong people. And there are also a large number of small characters who are not in the mainstream." Hearing Zhu Gang say that, Jiang Ling couldn't help but think of the storyteller he had met in Greystone City earlier. A storyteller from a small Greystone City could know what happened among the huge Holy Lands. Could he be someone from the 100 Dawn sect? Zhu Gang said, "Of course, the 100 Dawn sect isn't omniscient, and there are many things they don't know. But some of the things that are famous, they usually know a thing or two about. A few days ago, rumors circulated that the wasteful husband that the former Cloud Moon Holy Maiden married died. This news was said to be spread by the people of the 100 Dawn sect, and it was also quoted as a joke by quite a few people at the time." Gang Nung. He looked at Chu Kong and didn't say anything. Zhu Gang also sized up Jiang Ling and said, "I was curious about what you are. For someone who wants to participate in the Blue Flame sacrifice, it's surprising that the people of the 100 Dawn sect didn't include your information." Jiang Ling asked, "Do you know what they rely on to gather information?" "This is really hard to say," Zhu Gang said. "Some people say that they have that divination method of asking about the heavens and the earth, while others say that they have a secret treasure that can know about everything under the sun. Others say that they have the heritage of the 6-eared demon clan, and can hear everything under the sun. Some people also say that they have special mesmerizing and sneaking methods that can confuse the relevant people and spy on them without their knowledge. Is this reliable or not?" Looking at Zhu Gang uttering so many possibilities, Jiang Ling was puzzled. "Unreliable," Zhu Gang said. "The 100 Dawn sect itself puts out a lot of smoke and mirrors so that you can't tell the real from the fake. Don't worry about that. It's break time." He yawned, ready to rest. "I'll go then." Jiang Ling thought about it, and in the end, he didn't go to find Grandmaster Lan, but went back to his room. Well, it should be called Master Mei now. The next day he continued to follow Meiyu to learn about refining weapons, and inadvertently nudged Meiyu's surname. As expected, as Zhu Gang said, Meiyu admitted it in a big way, and even asked Jiang Ling to call her Aunt Mei. "No, you're like this, and you're asking me to call you Aunt?" Looking at Master Mei's height of less than 1 meter 5, Jiang Ling was very unhappy. "I'm older than you. That means I'm your elder." Scream. No call. "How old are you?" "I'm 29 and I'm 29 and I'm still so cute. Aren't I great?" Jiang Ling was speechless. Isn't it taboo for women to ask their age when they get older? Why is this guy still so proud? But once he thought that this was the world of cultivation, Jiang Ling felt some understanding. Cultivation was something that could increase one's lifespan, from the forging body realm to the spirit platform realm. Although it was said that they had not yet reached a qualitative change, the further one cultivated, the longer one's lifespan would normally be. A normal spirit platform realm would normally live to be 200 years old, and after condensing the Yuan spirit, this is the starting point of cultivation, and the lifespan can reach directly above 500 years. That's why in a small place like the Blue Flame Country, those who had condensed their Yuan spirit were also called old ancestors, because they could really live for a long time. This woman was now in the Dragon Spine realm, definitely the best amongst cultivators of the same age. Jiang Ling felt that it would not be a problem for her to condense her yuan spirit in the future. With a future lifespan that can reach over 500 years, that 29 is indeed still like the childhood stage, plus her deceptive height and looks, maybe a child grandma in the future. Hey, are you thinking of something impolite? Master Mei looked at Jiang Ling's sudden exclamation and her expression became displeased. No, just marveling at your outstanding talent and ageless goddess, Jiang Ling said, then asked about refining knowledge to change the topic. Master Mei thought that Jiang Ling was complimenting her, narrowed her eyes and smiled, continuing to explain to Jiang Ling. During this period of time, Jiang Ling followed her to learn about refining weapons. He also witnessed Master Mei swinging a sledgehammer. The scene of the little girl swinging a nearly 2-meter casting hammer clanging iron and shaping the spirit blade was a scene that truly made Jiang Ling feel very emotional. In the blink of an eye 25 days passed, and Master Mei handed over a crimson sword to Jiang Ling. Look at your knife. Chapter 59 Opening of the Blue Flame Secret Realm. The sheath made from the skin of the red flame spirit python made Jiang Ling feel a wave of warmth when he gripped it. He gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand and slowly unsheathed it. Inch by inch, the blade was drawn out, and it seemed as if a fire was flickering and a phoenix was clearing the air. Oh, here comes the feeling. Jiang Ling's eyes also lit up. He felt the sword in his hand, and the yuan power in his body seemed to be stimulated and ready to go. Clang! The long knife was sheathed, and its crimson blade seemed to shimmer with red light in the dimly lit forge store. The 3 demon crystal yuan cores on the blade, 2 red and 1 gold, flowed with light. The lines on the body of the blade like phoenix fire feathers also seemed to be alive. With his sword in his hand, Jiang Ling felt like he could neatly cut the blacksmith store in half with a single slash. It was the dragon spine realm that came. He didn't need to fight for his life, but he could still fight it squarely. This knife is beautiful. Jiang Ling raised the knife above his head and sighed. That's for sure, Master Mei proudly said. Refining weapons is also an art. Sister Mei, thank you so much. Jiang Ling sheathed his sword and gave a thank you. After getting along for more than 20 days, the two of them were quite familiar with each other. It was impossible to let Jiang Ling call her aunt, and for the sake of her being older than herself, she called her sister. A thank you and that's it? Where's the money? Jiang Ling slipped Master Mei a storage ring and said, it's in here. Master Mei examined it and was all smiles. Alright, just wait for the blue flame secret realm to open. Jiang Ling put his sword away, stretched, and said, it's been more than 20 days, and the Du family's people really haven't checked over. Is that reasonable? It means that Lan Kaixian really didn't tell us off. Master Mei said, this Rapunzel is quite alright. Shu Gang walked over holding a bucket of scraps and said, I've also inquired these days. The Blue Flame country's royal family originally had 2 Yuan spirit realm old ancestors, but one died in the past exploring the Red Moon residual site. Now there's only one old undead left, who can't suppress those 3 great clans. As for the Du family, it's rumored to be involved with Elder Qian Hong of the Sacred Moon sect. I don't know if it's true or not. Old Monster Qian? Master Mei said. What does he care about such a small country? Is there anything he sees in it? I don't know. Shu Gang said. Maybe it's just an unintentional hookup. Or maybe they gave Old Monster Qian some favors or threw their weight around so that Old Monster Qian gave them a little support? But I'm sure the support isn't much. It might just be a casual verbal support from Old Monster Qian. And then the Du family took it seriously. Otherwise, although the Du family has acted arrogantly and overbearingly in the Imperial City, they haven't directly ousted the Blue family from power yet, and they also keep a low profile outside of the Blue Flame country. At this moment, Xiao Tao walked in from outside and signaled Jiang Ling with her eyes. Jiang Ling understood and said, I'll go back to my room and cultivate for a while. Go speak your whispers. Master Mei rolled her eyes and went about her business with a large bucket of residue in her arms. Jiang Ling brought little Peach to his room and asked, what is it? Xiao Tao whispered, young master, I've inquired and found out that Xiao Ran is also in the Sacred Moon Sect's team. Xiao Ran? Jiang Ling was surprised, then asked, is he still at the peak of the vein opening realm now? I don't know. Ugh. Peach said, I just heard someone call out to him from the street, and then I looked from afar and it was really him, but I didn't get close for fear of being discovered. He shouldn't know that I'm here too. Jiang Ling said, there's no need to deliberately look for him. Wait until we enter the Blue Flame mystic realm and run into him. Okay, young master. Xiao Tao said. Young master, has young madam contacted you? Contacted. Said that the heavenly elemental nurturing house pill and earthly elemental nurturing house pill had been refined, and agreed that I would go and pick them up. Peach, you go for me once. Yes, young master. How many yuan veins have you penetrated now? 7 bars now. the speed is still a bit slow. Jiang Ling said, when I learn how to make pills, I'll make some vein opening pills with you for you to use. Little Peach said, young master, it's important that you refine the pills you need first. Jiang Ling laughed, when I learn how to make pills, I'm bound to start from the easy to the hard. First I'll learn how to make vein opening pills, then I'll learn how to make the pills I need. If this vein opening pill is refined, it would be better to put it away. If not for you to use it, then for whom? Alright, you go rest too. Let's just wait for the blue flame ritual to open. Then you have a good rest too. Young master. Aha. On the third day, Xiaotao brought over both the heavenly Yuan nourishing house pill and the earthly Yuan nourishing house pill, which Jiang Ling took and refined in his house. There was no increase in strength, and this was not an elixir used for cultivation, but rather an elixir to strengthen the 5 mansions to prepare for the cultivation of the 5 mansions realm. On the 4th day, the day of the opening of the Blue Flame secret realm arrived. Jiang Ling signed up for it under the name of Martial Hai and entered the huge teleportation array wearing a mask. It was a huge teleportation array that was divided into 3 circles, with the innermost position teleporting the Dragon Spine realm, the middle layer teleporting the 5 prefectures realm, and the outermost layer teleporting the vein opening realm. Jiang Ling stood at the outermost level, which left Master made dumbfounded. This kid is at the vein opening realm? Impossible, right? Whose open vein realm slaughters the 5 prefectures realm like a chicken? You think you are the Holy Land. Can't really be a visitor from the Holy Land, can you? At this time, Master Mei had so many questions in her heart that she wanted to ask Jiang Ling, but thinking of the agreement that the two had made before they came, she could only hold it in her heart first. She, Shu Gang, and Jiang Ling entered the teleportation array in 3 directions, pretending not to recognize each other. On the main altar, the emperor was burning incense and praying, and the minister of ceremonies was presiding over the ceremony. Jiang Ling let his eyes look at the emperor. Very young, a teenage emperor. No wonder Lan Kaixian is the eldest princess at a young age. The emperor is even younger. Zhu Gang had also inquired about the emperor's rumors. Originally, the emperor 3 years ago was a spirit platform realm cultivator who was powerful and also had real power coming from the emperor. However, with the unexpected passing away of a royal ancestor, the emperor was also assassinated during a tour. There are rumors that the Du family hired the assassin. Since the emperor passed away, the Du family joined forces with a holy envoy of the Holy Moon Empire to introduce the son of the old emperor as the new emperor. There were also rumors that the Du family had framed the new emperor's former empress, making whichever consort of the Du family the empress. This little emperor at the moment is nothing more than a puppet. Jiang Ling looked at that emperor for a few moments, then stopped looking and turned to look for an acquaintance. Sure enough, in the circle of the 5 prefectures realm, he found Xiao Ran's figure. He's already at the 5 prefectures realm? Well, before that it was the peak of the vein opening realm, and he also penetrated at Qi vein. Now it seems like his cultivation speed isn't slow either. Let's hope he's strong enough to watch. Jiang Ling hadn't forgotten the previous incident at the Heart Nian Tsang martial arts meeting in Beitsong City, where Xiao Ran had suddenly killed him. As the emperor finished sharing the ritual, the huge teleportation array slowly lit up. After a burst of strong blue light, more than 1,000 ritual participants were teleported into the blue flame mysterious realm. The scene shifted in front of Jiang Ling's eyes, and he found himself on top of an open grassland. A growl came from behind him, and a demonic beast with blue flames burning all over its body and scarlet pupils pounced. Jiang Ling deftly dodged its pounce and landed in the distance, sizing up the blue fire demonic beast. It might not be accurate to say that it's a demonic beast. This thing carried flames all over its body, as if it was a special kind of life made up of blue demonic fire. Is this the blue flame beast spirit from the blue flame mysterious realm? Jiang Ling sized up the being that resembled a blue fire wolf. Blue flame sacrifice. All participants needed to do was to kill this blue flame beast spirit in the secret realm. Inside this beast spirit, there was a crystal called the blue flame beast crystal. After obtaining this crystal, as long as you gather a certain amount of it, you can go to the designated location in the secret realm and exchange this crystal for a reward. And the reward is the benefits of this secret world. As for how many of these crystals were needed, each blue flame sacrifice required a different one. It was said that the amount needed seemed to be related to how many blue flame beast spirits had been generated in this blue flame mysterious realm within these 3 years. This wolf form blue flame beast spirit in front of Jiang Ling exuded an aura of around the 11th or 12th level of the pulse opening realm, which wasn't powerful for Jiang Ling. For most of the open pulse realm participants who entered the blue flame mysterious realm, they could also be resolved. After all, those who were able to participate were usually at the peak of the pulse opening realm and had a bit of means. The next thing they had to compete was to see who found and killed more blue flame beast spirits. It's time to get a grip. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and the phoenix blade appeared in his hand. Namely, the one that Mei Ruyu had built for him, named the Phoenix Blade. One step, one slash, and the blue flame beast spirit wailed and dissipated into blue flames. Snapping, a thumb-sized blue diamond-shaped crystal fell to the ground. Jiang Ling picked it up and looked at it. Fire attributed, with an aura of demonic power. Why does it still feel a little wet? What a strange beast crystal. Jiang Ling put the beast crystal away and ran quickly across the grassland. Not far away, he had seen a second blue flame beast spirit. Chapter 60 Blue Light Barrier. A blue flame beast spirit at the vein opening realm was a slice of goods to Jiang Ling. All he needed to do was find more blue flame beast spirits. With his feet in the phoenix wing's heavenly soaring steps, Jiang Ling's speed was definitely not slow. An hour had passed, and there were already more than 20 blue flame beast spirits that had died in his hands. Shu Gang said that normally 20 pulse opening realm blue flame beast crystals can be exchanged for 1 drop of dragon transformation pool water. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but at most 5 more. I should have already gotten enough together here, but it's rumored that it can be redeemed multiple times as well. It lasts for 3 days anyway. There's no rush. Keep killing. He killed the blue flame beast spirit in a windy manner, and without realizing it, he had already opened up a huge gap with the other peak pulse opening real mirrors. Only an hour had passed, and most of the others had still only killed a few. After killing a few more, Jiang Ling ran into the first other person. This person didn't seem to be in that pamphlet. Not someone worth noting at the pulse opening realm, but when he saw Jiang Ling, he unexpectedly rushed straight over. Hand over the blue flame beast crystal you're holding and I'll spare your life. Pust. The crimson blade light flashed, and the human head was separated. Jiang Ling pulled off his storage ring and looked at it. Only 4 blue flame beast crystals? How poor. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Ling continued to search for the next blue flame beast spirit. Kid, it's your bad luck to meet me. Pust. Seen your brother. There's a lone one here. Take him. Kid, how dare you not run when you see me? Duelingio? Then take your life. Put. Jiang Ling put away his sword and took out water to take a sip for a short rest. Good fellow. Are those who enter the blue flame secret realm so murderous? Dare to rush at the sight of people? Jiang Ling flipped one hand and several storage rings appeared in his hand. With 6 storage rings, he had only brought 28 blue flame beast crystals, which was 2 less than what he had obtained from killing the blue flame beast spirit himself. Jiang Ling's efficiency is indeed a bit faster. 58. Exchanging 2 is no problem. Find a few more blue flame beast spirits to kill and go to a specific place to redeem your rewards. Jiang Ling raised his head and looked into the distance. There, a figure was running in his direction. The silhouette seemed to have discovered Jiang Ling as well, slightly reversing its direction and rushing towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling was speechless, thinking that this might be another death delivery. As expected, the man saw Jiang Ling, saw that he didn't recognize him, and his breath wasn't strong. Holding a long spear and commanding green flying spikes, he rushed over. Surprisingly, it's Du Lingfang? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. This guy was ranked number 1 in the vein opening realm in that pamphlet. Although that ranking wasn't very believable, since he could be ranked, he was at least not weak among the younger generation of the Blue Flame country. Jiang Ling could also feel that he was a bit stronger than the few peak pulse opening realm that he had killed before. It's just a little bit stronger. Put. Retract the knife. Jiang Ling stripped his storage ring and took another jade pendant from his waist. This jade pendant was the same as the one of that Du clan's son, only at the moment there was an extra crack. This Du Lingfang really is a bit of a status holder, and also has this kind of life-preserving item. It was just that the Jiang Ling at this time was different from the Jiang Ling of a month ago. The strength of the phoenix blade was such that even the small green-colored shield formed by this jade pendant couldn't block it. I remember it being able to be used 3 times. Probably able to block an attack from the peak of the 5 prefecture realm. That Duke Du coalesced a golden-colored small shield, and this Du Lingfang coalesced a cyan color. Is the small shield that coalesces related to one's own yuan power attribute? This kind of thing is of little use to me. Well, I can go back and give it to Peach for defense. Jiang Ling checked this Du Lingfang storage ring again and surprisingly found 20 blue flame beast crystals. TSK. Worthy of being ranked number 1 on the pamphlet. I wonder if he killed this himself or robbed someone else. Probably both. 78 pieces up. No more kills for rewards. Jiang Ling packed up his belongings, took out a map, confirmed the direction, and rushed towards that particular location for redeeming rewards. His speed was extremely fast and his location wasn't very far, and it took him a quarter of an hour to reach this particular area. The altar, shrouded in deep blue light, emitted an eerie, mysterious aura. Moreover, this dark blue light cover seemed to have a spirit. In a trance, Jiang Ling seemed to feel a pair of fuzzy eyes looking at him, and then disappeared, as if by mistake. Walking inside this dark blue shroud of light, there were a few lines written on the sign in front of that offering table. 22 blue flame beast crystals for 1 drop of dragon transformation pool water. Jiang Ling counted 66 blue flame beast crystals and placed them on the offering table, and the blue runes on the side of that offering table automatically lit up. A wave of fluctuations swept across the offering table, followed by a darker colored blue light shield wrapping the pile of blue flame beast crystals on the offering table. A blue energy seemed to rise within the light shield, resembling a flame and smoke, and in this energy, the pile of beast crystals even slowly dissolved. The offering table is absorbing the energy of these beast crystals? Jiang Ling couldn't help but think. In a moment's effort, the pile of beast crystals completely dissolved and disappeared. A small bowl then rose up from a small platform at the back of the offering table. In that small bowl were precisely 3 drops of liquid that shimmered with a faint blue light. So this is the dragon transformation pool water? It has an effect on the vein opening realm? Jiang Ling took the small bowl over and stared at the water of the dragon transformation pool. Other than feeling the rich yuan power, it was impossible to see what was going on. In any case, just put it away first. He took out a small jade bottle and filled it with 3 drops of dragon transforming pool water. Well, get ready to head to the area of the 5 prefectures realm. This dragon transformation pool water was just a small dish. Su Shiyu said it would be best for Jiang Ling to get a drop of 5 elements heavenly spirit water. He stepped out of the dark blue shroud of light and couldn't help but be stunned. There are others who have come to redeem it as well. This person seems to be above the pamphlet. A teenage genius from the Holy Moon Empire? When this person saw Jiang Ling, he didn't show any killing intent. Instead, he revealed a smile and inquired, "Brother, you exchanged a drop of dragon transforming pool water?" Jiang Ling said, "Beast crystals aren't enough. I have to keep collecting them." He then asked, "How many do I need to be able to redeem them?" 22. TSK. I did collect enough, and I have 3 more. The man said, "How many are you missing? Brother, do you want me to lend you a few?" Jiang Ling froze and asked, "What did you say?" The man laughed, "How many are you short? If it's 3 or less, I can lend them to you." Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh. In this blue flame mystic realm, all the others he encountered were trying to kill him to take the beast crystals. How did he run into one here who took the initiative to send them out? Is this guy serious? Jiang Ling said, 6 short. The man shrugged and said, "Well, love it. I can't make up the amount you have, so go fight again yourself. It's fine. Thanks all the same," Jiang Ling said. The man smiled and stepped into the dark blue shroud of light. "Okay, this person." Jiang Ling sighed and turned to leave. There were over 500 people at the blue flame sacrifice at the vein opening realm, and those who were able to gather more than 20 of them at this time were naturally the best among them. Someone from the Holy Moon Empire has some skills, but Jiang Ling didn't need to care. He followed the map Su Shiyu gave him and rushed in the direction of the 5 prefecture realm area. In the middle of the journey, there were a few more ungrateful ones who wanted to kill and take over the goods, and they were wiped out by Jiang Ling with a single slash and seized the storage ring. Half an hour later, Jiang Ling saw the blue light cover that Su Shiyu had mentioned, which meant that he had reached the border of this area. The blue shroud of light went upwards from the ground, straight into the clouds. The sky was the same color. Su Shiyu said that the sky was also such a shroud of light. It appeared to be a translucent blue shroud of light, but Jiang Ling couldn't see any other scenery when he looked out through the shroud. It was as if the outside of this blue light cover was void space, or as if this blue light cover, although translucent, was so thick that it had already covered the outside scenery. He reached out and chummed the blue light barrier, and it was indeed hard. He slashed at it with his phoenix knife, leaving no marks. Jiang Ling took out a fire storage bottle given by Su Shiyu and took out a blue flame. Miss Su said that the essence of this blue light barrier is this flame. I can't feel it. Well, try what Miss Su said. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and operated the yuan power in his body, surging into this blue flame. The flame skyrocketed and spread all over his body, and it was as if he had also transformed into a humanoid blue flame beast spirit. Is that enough to get through this blue light barrier? Jiang Ling tentatively stretched out his hand, and at this time, wrapped in the blue flame, Jiang Ling touched the blue light barrier. This time, he felt as if he was touching jelly, and with a little force, His palm actually merged into the blue light barrier. Although there was still some stickiness, Jiang Ling could indeed dance his arms to move within this blue light barrier. It's really possible to go in. Miss Su's flame made by this secret method is really amazing. Jiang Ling took a step, and his entire body walked into the blue light barrier. It was as if he was wrapped in a warm and moist light. After taking a few steps and then looking back, it turned out that the space where the pulse opening realm participant was located had been covered with a faint blue shadow. As he went deeper, the original spatial scenery became more and more blurred, while the front remained a misty blue. Miss Su said she needs to walk for a quarter of an hour. So let's go. Being in an unknown area with only blue color, it was inevitable to feel panicked and confused. Jiang Ling took a deep breath to calm himself and stepped forward. As Miss Su had said, after he had walked for about a quarter of an hour, he saw the scenery ahead change, and it seemed that another piece of scenery had hazily appeared. It's getting there. Jiang Ling slightly accelerated his pace, and the blue light in front of him became more and more transparent, and the scenery became clearer and clearer. It seemed to be a forest. It's finally here. Jiang Ling revealed a smile and walked towards that forest. Suddenly, though, the blue in front of him thickened to a deep blue color. Jiang Ling couldn't help but be stunned and wanted to walk out quickly, but he realized that the feeling of stickiness was getting thicker and thicker. Seeing that there was still a final layer of diaphragm, the dark blue barrier in front of him became like a bronze wall, unexpectedly unable to step out. Chapter 61 Blue Spirit and Deal. Kill all the Du family? What's going on here? Jiang Ling was surprised in his heart and hurriedly changed his position, trying to step out, but this dark blue barrier in front of him, as if it had a spiritual nature. As Jiang Ling moved, the dark blue barrier moved as well. He ran horizontally for hundreds of meters, and this dark blue barrier moved hundreds of meters with him. Can't get out? Jiang Ling took a deep breath and flipped his palm, the phoenix blade appearing in his hand, but he didn't end up doing it. If it really exploded, it might destroy the blue flames around him, and then something unpredictable might happen. But how do we get out now? This isn't the same as what Miss Su said. He sat cross-legged on the ground, cradling his arms and thought, can we go back through that end if we go back the way we came? Or maybe I'll use the second blue flame and try it together? The dark blue barrier. This looks similar to the one at that place where you redeem rewards. Everyone can get in and out of that barrier, but I can't get out of this one? Could it be because I'm carrying this blue flame on me? Try removing the flames? What if it turns out bad? For a while, Jiang Ling was in trouble. Alas, ask Miss Su for help. Jiang Ling thought about it and wanted to take out his Yuan power communicator. He was also unsure if the Yuan power communicator would still work in this particular area. However, when Su Shiyu was in that dragon transformation mystic realm, the Yuan power communicator still worked. He took the communicator out and inputted Yuan power. The opposite side quickly connected and Su Shiyu's voice appeared. What's wrong? Jiang Ling sighed in relief and said, I'm in the secret realm, in the kind of blue light barrier you mentioned, and I can't get out now. Su Shiyu was puzzled. Can't get out? Jiang Ling spoke about his current situation, and after Su Shiyu was silent for a moment, she said, Blue Spirit, you can hear me, right? What? Jiang Ling froze. Then, he felt a gaze looking over. He looked up and saw that a pair of eyes burning with blue flames seemed to appear on top of that dark blue barrier. Holy, this barrier is alive? Jiang Ling's eyes widened. He recalled that a pair of eyes seemed to light up on the deep blue barrier when he had redeemed his reward earlier, and he had thought it was a momentary illusion at first. On the Yuan power communicator side, Su Shiyu said, let him go, otherwise, I will bring the spirit-destroying poison water to break into the blue flame mysterious realm again. Jiang Ling swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Spirit-extinguishing poison water? It sounded so terrifying. However, in the next moment, Jiang Ling felt a strange fluctuation, a message coming into his mind that seemed to be an exchange of consciousness. Deal? Want to make a deal with me? What kind of deal? Kill all the Du clan members in the 5 prefectures realm participation zone? Give me 10 drops of 5 elements heavenly spirit water? And the method to extract the 5 elements true spirit liquid? This, Su girl, did you hear me? Hear that? A deal is it? Su Shiyu said. I don't want him to get involved in the strife between the royal family and the Du family. Still, it's up to you to decide if you want to do it or not. This, Jiang Ling said. Actually, I've already counted myself as offending the Du family outside, right? Su Shiyu said. That I know. I have already sparred with the Du family's old ancestor. He won't make a move against you. The one you killed outside was just a Du family dude. What? Jiang Ling was a bit surprised. He was still a bit puzzled as to why the Du family hadn't found Meiyu's blacksmith store after more than 20 days. If that was the case, then the Du family was indeed a bit stupid. He didn't realize that Su Shiyu had been paying attention to him all along and had actually secretly set things right. You sparred with the Du family's ancestor? The Du family's old man is at the Yuan spirit realm, right? Dueling with the Du clan's oldest ancestor? Are you alright? Jiang Ling asked. It's fine, Su Shiyu said. If the royal family and the blue spirit can't come up with a bargaining chip that makes my heart sing, there's no need for us to help the blue family. The current Du clan is not just the Du clan. He has some connection with Qianhong of the Sacred Moon sect, although it's not a deep connection. 10 drops of 5 elements heavenly spirit water. Not enough. Another wave of fluctuation came into Jiang Ling's mind, and Jiang Ling said, Blue spirit asked me to ask you what you want? Su Shiyu said, I want a strand of the origin flame of the blue flame demon flame. Jiang Ling felt as if the layer of dark blue barrier fluctuated violently. He felt that this blue spirit seems to have some furious emotions, and quickly said, don't be angry. I'll have to discuss it. Another wave of fluctuation came into Jiang Ling's mind, and the corner of Jiang Ling's mouth twitched as he said, Miss Su, it scolded you for taking advantage of the fire. Su Shiyu let out a laugh and said, I'm afraid it's limited to the rules. You can't make a move on normal participants. You can only use the hands of others. The only one within the 5 prefectures who has the ability to do so is him. Aside from the people of the Sacred Moon sect, the people from the Sacred Moon sect were originally invited by the Du family and won't help you. So you'll just have to find him. You don't have a choice. Gang Nung. The blue spirit transmitted another fluctuation of consciousness, and Jiang Ling froze and said, It agreed. Then let him out. Su Shiyu said, The trial site of the 5 prefectures realm is a dense jungle where directions are hard to discern, so you'll be needed to show him the location of the Du family. A fluctuation of consciousness came from Jiang Ling and he said, He agreed. The dark blue barrier in front of Jiang Ling's eyes changed, constantly shrinking, but the color also continued to become darker. It finally coalesced into a black bead that floated in front of Jiang Ling. Consciousness fluctuations came through,